Giant Boulder City Radiance Elementary Magic Academy. In just 1 week, the midterm examination will begin. If you wish to advance to the Intermediate Magic Academy, you still need to apply yourselves. On the podium, the instructor looked down at the students of his bottom-ranked class with a mixture of frustration and helplessness. Work hard. If hard work alone were enough, what use would talent be? Most of the students below could not be bothered to care. After 3 years of repeated class reassignments, the fact that they had ended up in the very bottom class made them all too aware of their own limitations. Even if they started striving with all their might, now meeting the standard required to enter the Intermediate Magic Academy was nearly impossible for them. Listening to the teacher's words, Jiang Lin stared up at the ceiling with a look as if life had lost all meaning. He had transmigrated to this world 3 full years ago and inherited from his predecessor the rare class of Holy Knight. Yet because his heart was not pure enough, his cultivation speed was agonizingly slow. In this world, everyone awakened their own class at the age of 12, and each person's class was determined by their innate talent. At the same time, certain special classes were almost impossible to cultivate quickly without a suitable state of mind. For instance, for Jiang Lin's Holy Knight class, without a heart of extreme kindness, it was exceedingly difficult to reach higher tiers. Jiang Lin had read descriptions of so-called exceptionally gifted Holy Knights and felt those people could practically be summed up with the words saintly do-gooder. Before transmigrating, Jiang Lin had been nothing more than an ordinary person utterly lacking such a heart, so his level advanced at a painfully slow pace. This was the result of his 3 years of painstaking cultivation. Name Jiang Lin. Class Holy Knight. Level 2. Stamina 2000. Spirit 200. Skills Holy Knight. Breathing technique proficient. Basic swordsmanship mastered. Low tier. Healing spell proficient. Low tier. Enhancement spell beginner. Stamina corresponded to one's strength attribute, representing the physical power one could exert. Spirit was equivalent to mana, representing the capacity to manipulate the elements in the air, while level represented whether one's life order had stepped into the next stage, requiring the condensation of magic essence within the body to elevate one's life tier. To gain admission to the Intermediate Magic Academy, Jiang Lin would have to cultivate from level 2 to level 5 within 2 months, barely reaching the minimum requirement. Of course, besides this requirement, there were numerous theoretical examinations, as well, such as basic magic principles, basic alchemy principles, fundamentals of magic, script, mathematics, physics, history, and so on. Indeed, even in another world, one still had to study mathematics and physics. Yet for Jiang Lin, who had endured 12 years of exam-oriented education, these subjects were no more than everyday geometry and arithmetic, not particularly difficult, so his grades in them were rather good. However, the level restriction for entering the Intermediate Magic Academy loomed before him like an unyielding wall, and Jiang Lin had already lost all hope of meeting it. If he could not enter the Intermediate Magic Academy, he would have no way to continue advancing along the path of an adventurer. Even if he forced his way into the profession, he would only be a low-level adventurer who slaughtered slimes, venturing into monster-infested forests to collect paltry low-grade spoils, constantly risking his life merely to scrape together enough to survive. In this world, magic and dragons were no longer just tales and storybooks, but miracles that truly existed. Resplendent spells shimmered in the night sky, a dragon's wings sliced through the clouds, knight's armor gleamed with silver-white luster, and traveling merchants by campfires recited epic sagas of heroes. All of this was something Jiang Lin longed to witness with his own eyes, yet he was shackled by his own talent and could only halt here. Thus, Jiang Lin truly felt deeply unwilling to accept his fate. Wait, no, something was wrong. Suddenly, a line of text appeared before Jiang Lin's eyes. System loading. Completing initialization. Loading complete. This startup took 3 years and 1 month, in total longer than 0.01 of users. Congratulations, you have awakened the strongest Demon Lord system. This system is dedicated to developing your demonic potential and turning you into a great fiend whose very name will make the world tremble in fear. Seeing this, Jiang Lin was instantly left with a torrent of complaints he did not even know where to begin voicing. What was with that longer than 0.01 nonsense? The system had taken 3 whole years just to boot up, and it still had the nerve to brag about it. And why was it the strongest Demon Lord system? He was clearly a Holy Knight, the very embodiment of justice. Still, the heavens had at least left him a sliver of hope, so Jiang Lin continued reading. At present, you are a fledgling, inconspicuous novice fiend, yet you possess the potential and talent to become a top-tier Demon Lord. Daily quests. 1. Killing for pleasure. Requirement: randomly slaughter 10 weak beings and derive joy from it. Reward: 1 random skills proficiency raised to max level. 2. Twisted amusement. Requirement: shatter a person's mental defenses. Reward: spirit 1000. 3. Cruel torture. Requirement: mangle an enemy's body until it is unrecognizable. Reward: stamina 1000. After reading these daily quests, Jiang Lin subconsciously swallowed hard. This system was downright criminal. Yet beyond these daily quests, there were even higher-level missions written in blood-red letters below. Stage mission. Mass slaughter. Requirement: slaughter a total of 100,000 living beings. Reward: Demon King Seed, plus a special title. Gazing at the blood-red letters, Jiang Lin felt as though the last trace of strength had been drained from his body. How could someone like him possibly do such a thing? No, more accurately, was this something any human should do at all? Just silently reading those words in his heart was enough to make it feel as if the righteous deity he worshipped would rise up and chop him into mince. So Jiang Lin simply lay back down in his seat again, returning to his lifeless stare at the ceiling, pondering which workshop he should work at after graduation. Just then a damnable mosquito drifted lazily past his eyes and landed on the face of his deskmate, Tai Chun, who was also staring up at the ceiling with the same dead-eyed expression. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Lin slapped down with his hand. Smack! At that exact moment, the system interface once again appeared before his eyes. You have slaughtered a weak living being and felt delight in doing so. Your demonic aptitude begins to reveal itself. Daily quest: killing for pleasure, 110. Seeing this string of text, Jiang Lin stared in stunned disbelief for a moment. That counted as slaughter. Killing a mosquito made him a demon lord in training. The system had to be malfunctioning. Originally, when Jiang Lin saw the 4 quests given by the system, he had thought he might never be able to complete them in this lifetime. After all, although the communication technology in this world was not as advanced as on Earth in his previous life, its public security was at least fairly decent. If he truly chose 10 random people to kill, he would be strung up at the gates of the Holy Temple for all to see by the very next day. At this moment, Tai Chun, his deskmate, clutched the left side of his face that had been slapped numb and stared at him in utter confusion. Hey, what did you hit me for? There was a mosquito. Jiang Lin explained, holding up the mangled remains in his hand for Tai Chun to see. It's not something you drew on, is it? Tai Chun eyed him doubtfully. Jiang Lin could only wear a dark expression as he crushed the mosquito in his fingers to prove it. He had no one to blame but himself. He had tricked Tai Chun this way before slapping him just for fun. At this moment, Jiang Lin suddenly thought of the 3rd quest. 3. Cruel torture. Requirement: mangle an enemy's body until it is unrecognizable. Reward: stamina 1000. Since killing a mosquito counted as slaughtering a weak being, would the mosquito's corpse count as the enemy's body? With that thought, Jiang Lin casually waved his hand and kneaded the mosquito into a tiny black ball. In less than a minute, you have completed this quest, torturing the enemy's body until bones were shattered and flesh reduced to pulp. You are simply a born demon. Reward: obtained stamina 1000. In the next instant, a surge of unknown energy poured into Jiang Lin's body, reinforcing every muscle fiber from head to toe. A wave of excruciating pain swept through his entire body. If one zoomed into the level of his cells, one would see his body as though sped up many times over, muscle cells everywhere being torn apart and reshaped, and the tissues reborn from that process possessed far greater strength than before. Adventurer's cultivation focused mainly on 4 aspects: physical attributes, spirit skills, and breathing techniques. Physical attributes determined one's strength, defense, and endurance, and were primarily reflected in one's stamina value. Spirit determined one's mana. The higher one's spirit, the more mana one had, the longer one's blue bar, and the greater the number of spells and skills that could be used. Skills dictated one's capabilities and methods in battle. As for breathing techniques, they determined the rate at which magic essence accumulated within the body, and thus the speed at which one's level increased. However, one could not recklessly raise only the level of magic essence while neglecting spirit and physical attributes. If too much magic essence accumulated in the body while the flesh and mind could not bear it, it would lead to injuries or even death. Therefore, for those who sought higher levels, breathing techniques, physical attributes, and spirit were all indispensable. Additionally, to advance from Tier 0 to Tier 1, that is from level 10 to level 11, one had to go to the Holy Temple to pray for the gods to bestow a trial, and only by passing that trial could one level up. As his muscles continued to tear and regrow, the pain relentlessly assaulted Jiang Lin's nerves, yet at the same time his status panel changed. Name: Jiang Lin. Class: Holy Knight. Level 2. Stamina: 2000, 3000. Spirit: 200. Agonizing pain tore through him again and again. Jiang Lin felt his vision darken in waves, cold sweat soaking through his vest, and he nearly blacked out several times. At last the strengthening concluded. As Jiang Lin felt the power surging endlessly from within his body, delight welled up in his heart. His physical strength had actually risen by such a staggering amount. Finally, it had arrived, his long-awaited cheat. He murmured inwardly, "I'm sorry, system, I admit my voice was a bit too loud just now." The explosive sense of power flooding his body made Jiang Lin feel briefly unable to adapt. For 3 whole years, he had trained diligently every single day and had only managed to raise his health from an initial 200 points to 200. Yet now, in less than a single minute, his physical attributes had been elevated to such a level. Tai Chun, seeing that Jiang Lin truly had not tricked him, lay back down again and resumed staring lifelessly at the ceiling. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Lin thought of his second mission. As he wandered about searching for any small insects or mosquitoes, he casually asked, "Did your confession fail?" Tai Chun liked the school beauty from another class and had been pursuing her for some time. Just yesterday, he had told Jiang Lin he was ready to sound the horn and charge. She said she'd rather just stay friends. Tai Chun replied, "Oh, so you've given up." "I will never give up. She's simply a bit slow to warm up. She's just the type who takes a while to open up," Tai Chun said with utter conviction. Jiang Lin looked at this overly enthusiastic ram and for a moment was at a loss for words. Tai Chun's class was warrior level 4. He ranked first even in the remedial class and was also the one in their class with the greatest hope of entering an intermediate magic academy. "Then do you think she likes you?" Last time she even asked me to walk her home, and we walked very close. Just a little more, and we would have held hands. The time before that she even gave me a handkerchief. Hearing this, Jiang Lin couldn't hold it in, and asked, "Do you think you're handsome?" Tai Chen fell silent. "Do you think you're strong?" He remained silent. "Then do you think there are many people who like her?" Tai Chen thought for a moment, recalling how that school beauty seemed rather close with quite a few boys. "Then why do you think she would like you?" Tai Chen stared up at the ceiling and gave no answer. "You've already confessed, yet she still hasn't agreed. That means she doesn't like you. And the reason she still wants to stay friends with you is simply because she enjoys the feeling of being liked by you. Those occasional gestures of kindness are just to keep you liking her, to feed that vanity she gets from your affection. It's like when a pet dog runs too far, the owner will still call its name once or twice." Tai Chen showed no reaction. Jiang Lin's voice wasn't loud, but the students in the front row could just barely make it out. The student in front turned around, cutting Jiang Lin off. "Bro, stop. I have a friend whose defenses just got shattered." A mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Lin's mind, the devil's whispers. "Just a few simple words, and you have shattered the mental defenses of 3 people. You truly are a devil among devils." Reward obtained spiritual power 1000. It worked just as he'd hoped. But aside from Tai Chen and the boy in front, who else was affected? The next instant, a sharp pain seared through Jiang Lin's mind. It felt as if countless needles were stabbing into his very soul, yet at the same time his spiritual power was increasing at an inconceivable rate. Name: Jiang Lin. Class: Paladin. Level 2. Stamina: 3000. Spiritual power: 200-1200. Unlike the physical body, spiritual power could not be enhanced just by simple training. One had to meditate, constantly tempering one's will and mind in order to advance. For classes like Jiang Lin's, which leaned toward close combat, spiritual power was naturally weak, and growth in that area was even slower. A level 2 paladin with 1200 spiritual power like him was an exceedingly rare existence. At present, the 2 magic-type skills Jiang Lin had mastered, low-tier healing and low-tier enhancement, did not consume much spiritual power overall. Before, with only 200 spiritual power, he could probably cast them just over 10 times in battle. Now that his spiritual power had soared to 1200, he could practically use them as he pleased at his current level of combat. Meanwhile, after a long bout of staring at the ceiling, Tai Chen exhaled a deep sigh, a look of resolve settling onto his face. "Old Jiang, in the end, it's just that I'm not outstanding enough, not strong enough." He glanced at the countdown hanging beside the blackboard, and flames of hot-blooded resolve blazed in his eyes. 71 days of hard work. "I'm going to get into the Intermediate Magic Academy." He patted Jiang Lin's shoulder and added, "Old Jiang, I'm not like a good for nothing like you. I actually have a bit of talent. Once I really put my mind to it, I'm sure I can amaze everyone. When I make it big in the future, you can just follow your brother Tai." Although Jiang Lin's grades in academic subjects were fairly good, his talent in cultivation was abysmal. At level 2, he was ranked near the bottom, even in the remedial class. Thus, in most people's eyes, with only 71 days left, it was absolutely impossible for Jiang Lin to reach level 5 and meet the minimum requirement for the Intermediate Magic Academy. Jiang Lin did not reply. His vision was still darkening at the edges, and sharp pain continued to stab at his mind. Only after a long time did Jiang Lin recover from the agony. Expressionless, he said to Tai Chen, "That's already pretty good. Keep at it. I won't pretend anymore either. I'm about to get serious. I hope you can keep up with my pace." At his words, Tai Chen looked utterly baffled. What was up with this guy? Had his brain short-circuited so badly he was just blurting out his dreams at random? Time flew by, and the class soon came to an end. At the same time, after spending the entire period swatting mosquitoes, Jiang Lin received a new system notification. "In just 40 short minutes, you have slaughtered 10 defenseless living beings, and even derived pleasure from it. You are truly a born fiend. Daily mission: killing for fun, 1010. Reward obtained: 1 random skill raised to max proficiency. Selected skill: basic, swordsmanship advanced." The next instant, a torrent of memories not his own surged into Jiang Lin's mind. He seemed to see himself brandishing an iron sword, hacking and thrusting again and again, endlessly repeating the most fundamental movements of the blade. Every point of force, every muscle required for each motion, the way every inch of muscle should exert strength, and how different methods of exertion would alter his strikes. He engraved it all deep into his mind and carved it into his body. He seemed to see himself standing atop a massive boulder, iron sword in hand, swinging it as the tides rose and fell, as the sun rose and the moon set one day after another. His features changed from those of a youth into those of a middle-aged man. Yet the sword in his hand grew ever keener, and his aura shifted from immature to razor-sharp, and finally to restrained and profound. Skill: basic swordsmanship advanced, basic swordsmanship transcendent. Overwhelmed by an influx of information in such a short time, Jiang Lin's consciousness once again slipped into a daze. Simultaneously, his muscles swelled rapidly, calluses thickened on his palms, and profound muscle memory, honed to transcendent mastery, was etched ever deeper into his very being. Skill proficiency is ranked hierarchically from lowest to highest: novice, proficient, mastered, perfect, and transcendent. Ordinarily, few adventurers ever attain the transcendent tier. Achieving it demands either extraordinary innate talent or over a decade of relentless, obsessive refinement. Though Jiang Lin possessed no exceptional aptitude for swordsmanship, his ability was nonetheless respectable. Having devoted 3 years solely to basic swordsmanship, the cornerstone of his training, he had only just reached the mastered tier. He ranked among the top in his remedial class. In contrast, protagonists of popular serialized novels possess preternatural genius, ascending from novice to transcendent in a mere week. Jiang Lin recalled his homeroom teacher mentioning a former student of unparalleled talent, one who attained transcendent mastery of a skill within a single month and who now studied at the kingdom's most prestigious advanced magic academy. Yet neither those fictional heroes nor even that legendary senior could rival the sheer impossibility of Jiang Lin's own feat ascending from mastered to transcendent in mere minutes. What a pity he had not selected the Holy Night breathing method as his focus. Had he done so, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly have surged dramatically. Breathing methods form the bedrock of all cultivation, akin to foundational cultivation arts in Xinxia fiction, and higher proficiency directly accelerates one's progress. The Holy Night breathing method exclusive to Holy Knights requires its practitioner to embody unwavering benevolence and justice, otherwise advancement stagnates to a crawl. With an ordinary temperament, Jiang Lin had spent 3 years mastering only the proficient tier and remained immeasurably distant from mastery. Such breathing methods are bestowed by the Holy Temple, though every officially registered profession receives its corresponding method, except for exceedingly rare unique vocations which require divine petition for bestowal. These temple-granted methods represent the most fundamental tier, balanced profession-specific arts designed to enhance all attributes harmoniously. Countless others exist in the world, ancient techniques devised or refined by predecessors to suit individual aptitudes. Examples include the Holy Light breathing method, which heightens affinity with light essence, and the Thick Earth breathing method, which fortifies defensive resilience. Yet such advanced methods demand at least first-tier attainment, far beyond Jiang Lin's current reach. Having fully assimilated his newly attained transcendent mastery of basic swordsmanship, Jiang Lin exhaled deeply. Next came combat techniques class. Students of differing professions dispersed to specialized classrooms, much like a tracked curriculum system. Jiang Lin's chosen course was swordsmanship, requiring him to attend the swordsmanship hall, where fellow students from other classes who had selected the same subject would converge for joint instruction. Those enrolling in swordsmanship were typically knights or warriors. His seatmate Tai Chun, though a warrior, pursued fist techniques instead, and thus shared no classroom with Jiang Lin. Rising to his feet, Jiang Lin took a single step, only to lurch violently off balance, nearly toppling over from sheer overexertion. His enhanced physicality and heightened spiritual awareness remained alien to him. Adaptation would require time, and the upcoming combat techniques class offered the perfect opportunity to acclimate to his newfound strength. In the swordsmanship hall stood Mansa, a second-tier warrior, an instructor observing his students file in one by one. Once attendance neared completion and the bell chimed, Mansa raised his voice. Today, the elite class's potioncraft instructor swapped schedules with me, so their swordsmanship students will join you for this lesson. Use this chance to gauge the gap between yourselves and the elite class. Students glanced around, and indeed many unfamiliar faces now filled the room. At that moment, a voice echoed from the doorway, permission to enter. All turned to find Jiang Lin standing there fashionably late. Mansa enforced strict classroom discipline. Tardy students could not slip in unnoticed. He frowned faintly upon seeing Jiang Lin. This student stood out in his memory, a rare Holy Night Awakener originally placed in the elite class during initial sorting. Initially, his cultivation pace had been astonishing. Paired with another Holy Night Awakener, a young woman, they were hailed as the twin prodigies of their cohort. Yet inexplicably, Jiang Lin's progress later ground to a halt, slower than most students of common vocations, until he sank irreversibly into the remedial class, his prospects of entering even the mid-tier magic academy now vanishingly remote. Logically, awakening a rare vocation should signify exceptional talent, yet his sluggish advancement defied reason. Several instructors had questioned him and examined his constitution, but found no answers. Still, Mansa felt a measure of quiet satisfaction. Though Jiang Lin lacked cultivation brilliance, he maintained commendable diligence in swordsmanship, ranking among the elite even within the lowest-tier classes. What happened? You're the only one late, across both classes. Mansa's brow furrowed as he addressed Jiang Lin, who could only sigh inwardly in resignation. Though his body now held ingrained transcendent sword technique, through muscle memory, his raw physical power still overwhelmed his neuromuscular coordination. With no prior experience managing such explosive muscular growth, his gait along the corridor had resembled nothing so much as a shambling revenant. A minor complication delayed me by a few minutes, Jiang Lin explained evenly. The elite class students too noticed Jiang Lin at the threshold. Some recognized him instantly, former classmates who remembered the prodigy who had awakened as a holy knight. Mansa gave a reluctant nod. Enter. A murmur rippled through the room. So Jiang Lin's always late now. Has he truly given up since falling into the remedial class? Others subtly shifted their gaze toward a particular girl seated within the class, Anya Kaslif. She stood tall and radiant, a statuesque young woman with golden hair and luminous amber eyes. Her features exquisitely balanced her complexion, porcelain pale. Merely standing among peers, she commanded attention like a sunlit sculpture. Her golden eyes betrayed no emotion, yet fixed steadily upon Jiang Lin as he stepped across the threshold. Why did all eyes turn to Anya upon Jiang Lin's arrival? The answer was simple: they were the only two holy knights in the entire grade. At orientation, their striking appearances and shared vocation had sparked romantic speculation, though fate dealt them starkly divergent talents, hers celestial, his terrestrial. She now held first place across the entire grade, Jiang Lin ranked last, even within the remedial class. Mansa then declared, since both classes are assembled today, let us hold a friendly swordsmanship sparring session between them. The remedial class gasped in disbelief. Us against the elite class. Meanwhile, the elite class students smirked. Time to troll the minnows. Admittedly, your technical disparity is vast. You know it well. With the mid-tier academy examinations approaching, the lower-tier classes must redouble their efforts to confront the chasm separating themselves from excellence and thereby kindle true resolve. His gaze settled upon Jiang Lin, still breathless from his entrance, and upon Anya, poised and serene. Jiang Lin, Anya, as the foremost practitioners of your respective classes, begin with a demonstration. Jiang Lin, freshly arrived and utterly bewildered, blinked blankly. Me? Why me? Anya, upright and resolute, simply nodded, silent, unflinching. At that instant, Jiang Lin received a system notification. Temporary quest activated. Behold, the celestial maiden stands before you, bathed in adulation. As a demonic sovereign, claim her as your furnisting. Objective: subdue her utterly, bind her as your furnisting, and subdue her utterly once more. Reward: designated skill elevated to maximum proficiency. Jiang Lin, what on earth is this system for? Why does it emphasize the word ravage twice? We're still students, you know. Transforming into a furnace. Is that what it means? How am I supposed to complete this? A storm of thoughts raced in his mind, but Jiang Lin still forced himself to calm down and obey his teacher's command to pick up the training wooden sword. At the same time, Jiang Lin's brain began to think rapidly about how to accomplish the task assigned by the system. Anya, Jiang Lin, you both can only use basic swordsmanship for sparring, and no other sword techniques or skills are allowed. Anya also picked up the training wooden sword and nodded, no problem. As a genius from the elite class, Anya certainly could not take 3 years to learn just one basic swordsmanship. She had mastered this most fundamental combat technique to an extraordinary level during her first year of enrollment. After mastering this technique, she also learned many other types of advanced combat skills to possess greater combat capability in future battles. After the earlier tumultuous journey, Jiang Lin had somewhat adapted to his current body. The others cleared a space for the two, providing enough room for their battle. The two stood firm, performing a standard knight salute before assuming the starting position of basic swordsmanship. What level are you now? Level 2. When Jiang Lin spoke these 2 words, he felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, as if he were being asked about his dimensions in front of a crowd, and he could not bring himself to say either. Anya nodded. Then I'll suppress my level to 2 to spar with you. As a former classmate, Jiang Lin naturally recognized this exceptional girl, who was also a holy knight. Thank you for your understanding. Jiang Lin raised his wooden sword and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. I've heard this female holy knight's basic swordsmanship is already at an extraordinary level, right? As expected of a genius from the elite class, Jiang Lin is likely to be completely defeated today. She's so beautiful and her emotions seem very stable. Ooh, I want to talk to her. You? What a pipe dream. You should wash up and go to bed early. Hee, the golden-haired, golden-eyed cold goddess sister, please keep your cold face while you tease me with a little whip. The students from the lower-ranked class were discussing animatedly, while the elite class students remained indifferent. After all, in terms of physical quality, mental strength level, or skill proficiency, Anya completely overwhelmed Jiang Lin. Therefore, without a doubt, this was a match with no suspense. Seeing that both sides were ready, the swordsmanship teacher Mansa nodded and said, begin. With the wooden sword in hand, a wonderful feeling surged in Jiang Lin's heart. His fingers felt the solid grip, and he could sense every inch of the wooden sword's length, the strength of each segment of the blade, how much impact different parts of the sword could withstand, and how to maximize its power. Is this what it means to reach the extraordinary level of basic swordsmanship? Jiang Lin felt a peculiar sensation now. It was as if he had merged with the sword in his hand, feeling a harmonious whole. No matter from which angle the opponent attacked, he could counter effectively. Both raised their swords, maintaining their stances without making a rash move, waiting for the other to act first. Time passed second by second, and soon 20 seconds went by without any movement from either side. What are they doing? Why are they standing there with their swords raised without moving? It seems Anya, as the guide, intended to focus solely on defense and didn't plan to counterattack, while Jiang Lin, facing Anya's terrifying aura, dared not make a move. Yeah, that must be it. The surrounding students were discussing, including those from the elite class who shared the same thought. Only the swordsmanship expert Mansa noticed a clue: something's not right. Why does it feel like Jiang Lin has suddenly grasped swordsmanship at a higher level? Although he hadn't seen Jiang Lin's actions yet, the aura and presence he projected while holding the sword seemed like a different person. This feeling was something he had only experienced with one of his former swordsmanship teachers. Is this reaching the ultimate extraordinary level? Anya felt something odd. This boy in front of her, clearly only at level 2, seemed to possess an understanding of swordsmanship that was not inferior to her own, yet he gave her a feeling of being on edge. It was as if the moment she revealed any flaw, he would seize the opportunity and defeat her. What's going on? Anya was puzzled, but still responded with caution. Although she originally had level 9 strength, she suppressed her muscle power and various perceptions to the level 2 standard to compete fairly with Jiang Lin in swordsmanship. In fact, even if she subtly released her perception, which couldn't be seen, it would not be a problem, but as a dignified and righteous holy knight, she would naturally not resort to such underhanded tactics. After a prolonged standoff, it was Jiang Lin who initiated the attack first. "Excuse me." Saying this, Jiang Lin dashed forward in a swift step. So fast, Anya was astonished. The explosive speed from Jiang Lin at level 2 could definitely be considered top tier, even comparable to an assassin of the same level. However, despite Jiang Lin's speed, the chances of defeating Anya with just this were almost zero. Since Jiang Lin was using basic swordsmanship, Anya was quite familiar with it. She could judge what kind of sword move he intended to use just by observing his starting actions. Jiang Lin's sword tip pointed forward, directly aiming at the gaps in Anya's defense. Anya was also prepared in advance, angling her sword to block, and her diagonal slash struck Jiang Lin's blade, dissipating its force. His speed was quite good, and his explosive power was definitely above average among level 2 holy knights, but his swordsmanship was still slightly lacking, with poor control over his strength, and his bonus reactions were somewhat clumsy. Anya assessed in her heart. To be honest, she was also initially startled by the force of Jiang Lin's direct thrust. Despite being at level 2, facing him directly made her feel a pressure she couldn't quite pinpoint. Seeing his offensive move was neutralized, Jiang Lin did not feel disheartened, as he was still becoming accustomed to his bodish strength. While Anya observed Jiang Lin, he was also watching her. With both employing extraordinary basic swordsmanship, he could naturally discern Anya's next intention. Seizing the momentum from her upward deflection, he aimed downward at her extended forearm. In response, Jiang Lin quickly reacted. He sank his center of gravity, controlled the muscles in his body, gripped the sword with both hands, and positioned the blade horizontally to meet Anya's strike with the hardest part of the sword. Bang! The sound of the wooden swords clashing echoed in the room, capturing everyone's attention. This Jiang Lin actually has some skills. Yet being able to withstand Anya's first wave of attack is quite impressive. By the way, did Anya let him win? Why does it feel like Anya's force is less than his? Not sure, but that explosive speed at the start doesn't seem like something a typical level 2 holy knight would have. The elite class students were analyzing earnestly. The lower-ranked students remarked, "A has expected of Jiang Lin, whose swordsmanship has reached mastery level. He's indeed formidable." In the center of the arena, the two confronting figures continuously launched attacks to test each other, yet none could gain the upper hand. At this point, Anya began to feel a hint of surprise. In her perception, Jiang Lin's speed was increasing and his mastery of swordsmanship was becoming more refined, even showing signs of surpassing her understanding in certain aspects. Could it be that his foundation swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level, moreover at a level beyond hers? Though extraordinary is the highest level of proficiency, it does not mean that once one reaches this level, further improvement is impossible. Just like the earlier stages of proficiency from just beginning to approaching mastery, although both are intra-level, there is a significant gap between them. And these gaps will widen in the subsequent stages of proficiency. It's like leveling up by defeating monsters. The experience required in the early stages is low, and the differences between levels are minimal. However, in the later stages, the required experience becomes vast, and the differences between levels can be immense. When Anya had just stepped into the extraordinary level of foundation swordsmanship, she ceased her training and began to learn other combat techniques. After all this way, she could enhance her combat effectiveness to the highest efficiency in the same amount of time. Although other sword techniques would also somewhat increase her proficiency in foundation swordsmanship, ultimately, they could not reach the limits of the extraordinary level. However, Jiang Lin was different. He possessed a bug-level system reward that directly maxed out his proficiency, reaching the extraordinary limit. Therefore, it can be said that in terms of understanding foundation swordsmanship, Jiang Lin was the strongest among all present, even far surpassing his teacher Manga. Currently, there was no sign of overwhelming dominance in the scene. He was merely familiarizing himself with his body after the sudden surge of power. Today's battle would help Jiang Lin master his physical control. He now resembled a sponge, soaking up water, digesting, and absorbing the newly acquired abilities, with his true combat power continually rising. Accompanying this was an increasingly fierce offensive and a more refined control over his physical strength. Moreover, being a fellow user of foundation swordsmanship, he observed every movement of Anya's, noting every weakness in her sword techniques, every preparation before and after each move, all clearly grasped. To continue mastering the control over his muscular power, Jiang Lin did not make his attacks more intricate or ferocious, but rather maintained his level on par with Anya, continually attacking and blocking. At this moment, the surroundings, whether from the struggling class or the top class, had fallen silent, with everyone gazing at the two in the training ground with solemn admiration. The swordsmanship of these two seems quite exceptional. How could this guy Jiang Lin be from the struggling class? How could he possess such formidable swordsmanship? Each of his strikes was precise, channeling all his strength into the wooden sword without wasting an ounce. Could it be that his swordsmanship surpasses that of many of us? As for the struggling class, his movements are so fast. I can't see clearly. Was old Jiang really this impressive? 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the two were still engaged in combat. However, their states began to differ. Jiang Lin had now fully mastered the power of his body, each strike executed with ease, applying appropriate pressure on Anya. Under Jiang Lin's relentless pressure, Anya's defense became increasingly strenuous. Her physical attributes at level 2 were already struggling against Jiang Lin now. Now the only advantage she had was her level 9 stamina and some control and application of her strength learned from other combat techniques. These were not easily suppressed without using sealing techniques. Bang! The wooden swords clashed again, and Anya barely withstood Jiang Lin's strike. Yet this time both ceased their offensive actions simultaneously. I have learned much from this. A thin sheen of sweat appeared on her fair skin, a damp strand of golden hair clinging to her cheek as she performed a standard knight's salute to Jiang Lin. Simultaneously, a storm of emotions surged within her. Jiang Lin returned the gesture, saying, "I am unworthy." Minga looked at Jiang Lin with astonishment, while the surrounding students were still a bit confused. The next moment, a soft cracking sound echoed in the classroom. The wooden sword that Anya had been holding snapped into two pieces. Fighting with the same weapon, yet causing one's weapon to break during the clash, was a clear sign of being outmatched. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. What just happened? Jiang Lin actually won. Isn't Jiang Lin a student from the struggling class? How could he possibly surpass the genius Anya in swordsmanship? Is there another story behind this? After all, they are both paladins, and the gap in talent shouldn't be that substantial. Did Jiang Lin choose to settle for the struggling class? In response, everyone displayed expressions of disbelief, including Zack, who had previously been defeated by Anya and was second in the top class. Zack was a level 9 assassin, well-built and handsome, with striking silver hair that stood out in the crowd. He had faced Anya multiple times, but had always suffered crushing defeats. Of course, this was also related to his specialization in assassination techniques. He looked at Jiang Lin, lost in thought. At that moment, Zack recalled some tales he had read. Could it be that Jiang Lin stumbled upon a ring belonging to an old man, and this old man had been absorbing his magical essence while trapped in the ring, causing him to stagnate in his progress, ultimately reducing him from a once great genius to someone looked down upon? Now that the 3-year term had ended, an unexpected fiancé sought to annul their engagement, and the old man in the ring had just awakened, imparting to him a remarkable breathing technique and guiding his cultivation. The crowd was astonished by Jiang Lin's hidden swordsmanship skills, while many felt pity for him. He had such a strong talent for swordsmanship, yet his cultivation speed was frighteningly slow, preventing him from entering the Intermediate Magic Academy. What a pity. However, Jiang Lin, with an expressionless face, was preoccupied with a personal dilemma. How on earth was he supposed to complete the tasks from this broken system? Jiang Lin skeptically checked the task assigned to him by the system once more. Temporary task. He, the proud daughter of the heavens, stands right before you, and as a demon lord you shall claim her for yourself. Requirements: ravage the opponent fiercely and transform them into your furnace, then ravage them once more. What on earth does this mean by ravaging the opponent? What does it mean to become a furnace? Am I still in a fantasy channel? Is this really not some dark cultivation novel system? I am a paladin, you bastard. Jiang Lin felt a bit shaken, but it seemed there was no punishment for not completing this temporary task, only a missed opportunity to fully upgrade any skill. Your swordsmanship is impressive, Anya said seriously to Jiang Lin, her breath finally calmed. It was just luck you flatter me. It's also a result of you suppressing all aspects of me. I'm just being polite, Jiang Lin replied. After a moment of thought, Anya continued. Do you have time later? If you do, we can arrange to spar a few more times. In Anya's usually cold eyes, a fierce battle intent flickered. Looking at Jiang Lin's somewhat shabby clothes, she thought for a moment and added, I can pay you for it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin suddenly had a flash of insight and asked Anya, no problem, I can accompany you for practice during the free time later. However, I am quite drained now. Oh, do you have any potions to restore stamina? Jiang Lin remembered that Anya's family seemed quite wealthy and possibly had connections to the city lord, so she might carry some potions. Anya looked puzzled. Is 5 to 6 minutes too long? This doesn't seem like the stamina of a level 2 paladin. However, she naturally did not voice these thoughts. Instead, with a flicker of her spatial ring, she took out a vial filled with bright red liquid potion. Seeing this, some male classmates and female classmates nearby couldn't help but fidget. Damn, Jiang Lin actually dared to ask Lady Anya for potions. Damn it, my goddess is giving things to other boys. This makes me so mad. I'm going to hit the magic orb 1,000 times when I get home today. Look at you acting impulsively. Anya, being the top student of the year, was quite well known and also very beautiful, naturally attracting many admirers. However, due to Anya's aloof demeanor and her focus on cultivation, few could get close to her. Therefore, everyone naturally had strong opinions about Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin took the potion Anya handed him, glancing at the system with some anticipation, preparing to see how it would react. His stamina had not been greatly depleted. He merely wanted to test if this could trigger the system's judgment mechanism. Ravage battle, furnace pills, potions. If the system could interpret it this way, perhaps after fighting her again, he could complete this temporary task. And even if he didn't complete it, it wouldn't be a big deal. He would just be getting a potion for free. As a talented paladin, she would naturally be willing to help and would not mind one ordinary potion. However, compared to getting a potion for free, the resentful gazes from the other boys and girls in the class seemed far more terrifying. At that moment, as if sensing Jiang Lin's gaze, the system began to load. A dashed circle appeared in the task list, spinning in place. After a long while, as if the system had overloaded, it finally comprehended Jiang Lin's astounding wisdom and actually produced a conclusion. Even the proud daughter of the heavens, has fallen beneath your sword, ravaged, fiercely trembling, as she offers her precious item, referring to the potion, eagerly awaiting to be ravaged again, referring to the duel. Task completed, reward, designated skill upgraded to maximum level. Jiang Lin fell into a moment of silence, staring at the text provided by the system. Are you kidding me? Do you dare to read this thing you wrote aloud? Did you perhaps study journalism? It had a sense of a graduate without much experience trying to cram their limited experiences into a resume. Jiang Lin had exhausted his last bit of methods and energy against this ridiculous system. Is this the path of the devil? Truly terrifying. However, fortunately, the system's reward arrived as promised. Please choose a skill: basic swordsmanship, transcendent, can break limits, paladin, breathing technique, proficient, low-level healing technique, proficient, low-level enhancement technique, beginner. The other three skills were as he expected, but the basic swordsmanship, transcendent, being in the selectable list surprised Jiang Lin. It was marked as can break limits. Does that mean there are other levels of proficiency after reaching transcendent? Jiang Lin was puzzled. But right now his immediate priority was to level up, as if he didn't raise his level, he wouldn't be able to enter the intermediate magic high school. Everything would be in vain. Thus he needed to make good use of this opportunity to designate an upgrade and raise the breathing technique to maximum level. Without hesitation, Jiang Lin chose the option Paladin, breathing technique, proficient. In the next moment, a wealth of memories flooded into his mind. He seemed to see himself sitting alone on a huge rock practicing the Paladin breathing technique day and night. Days passed, but since his temperament wasn't suited for the Paladin path, his progress in the breathing technique was quite slow each day. But that was no big deal. After all, he had plenty of time. Days and nights raced above him, as if mad. Time flowed crazily, while he remained as still as a rock beneath his feet. Even as his body transformed from a youth to an adult, and then to an old man, he continued to practice this fundamental breathing technique. Finally, on one day, Paladin breathing technique, proficient, transcendent. At the same time, his level also increased, stepping towards a higher life level, level 23. A torrent of memories surged into his mind, bringing back the monotony and solitude of countless years spent mastering a skill, and his body was forcibly becoming more suited to this breathing technique. Ultimately, Jiang Lin slowly exhaled a breath of fatigue, an aging visible in his eyes, resembling an elderly man nearing the end of his days. P.S. In fact, the precious item was originally another term, but after much thought it felt too vulgar, fearing some readers might not accept it, so I changed it. P.S. I kindly ask for collections and follows. This is very important for a new book. Must it be that if I were to cultivate on my own, I could only achieve the pinnacle of the holy night breathing technique from youth to the frailty of old age? Jiang Lin felt a bit surprised, recalling how he had elevated the basic swordsmanship to a remarkable level, seemingly only growing from youth to middle age, far from the terror of this breathing technique. This reward for enhancing skills to the highest proficiency seems to depend on my innate talent, determining the extent of mental energy consumed. Jiang Lin speculated based on his two previous enhancements. He felt that his mental consumption had already increased significantly today. If he were to experience that sensation again, he might collapse from exhaustion. As Jiang Lin enhanced his skill proficiency, others perceived him as suddenly mysterious. After finishing his duel with Anya, he stood dazed, eyes closed, seemingly reminiscing about the battle. Simultaneously, his aura began to change rapidly. From an ordinary student, he became enigmatic and elusive, his aura growing increasingly refined, as if he had suddenly gained enlightenment. Could it be that he gained some insight during the recent battle? Those witnessing this scene were all somewhat astonished. In the next moment, Jiang Lin's aura suddenly paused and became even more formidable. Was this a level up? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. Swordsmanship teacher Mansa was equally astonished. He had heard of insights gained during battle that led to breakthroughs in skill proficiency. However, cases of suddenly leveling up during a battle were rare. Perhaps he was close to a critical point before today's evenly matched duel allowed him to complete that final step. Mansa speculated. However, Jiang Lin's swordsmanship proficiency was beyond what he could comprehend. From his earlier duel with Anya, Jiang Lin's control over his muscles and understanding of swordsmanship could not possibly be at the previously demonstrated proficient level, but rather at an extraordinarily high realm. Clearly, he had broken through to this remarkable level some time ago. After all, one cannot reach the realm of mastery overnight. Thus, the truth of the matter became apparent. The previous Jiang Lin had been hiding his true abilities. Though the reasons and intentions behind his actions were uncertain, only such a scenario could explain why Jiang Lin's proficiency suddenly increased so drastically. Mansa recalled the time when Jiang Lin had just entered school. In just a week, he had elevated the holy night breathing technique from beginner to proficient. Such talent was even greater than Anya's. But afterward, he seemed to have suddenly lost his mind, with the proficiency of the breathing technique stagnating and his level increasing at a snail's pace. Considering Jiang Lin's humble background, Mansa made a bold judgment. The previous Jiang Lin must have been under some unspoken threat, which led him to hide his talent. And today perhaps that threat has vanished, allowing Jiang Lin to dare to showcase the talent he had long concealed. Not only Mansa thought this way, as some students in the class who knew Jiang Lin also shared similar thoughts. After all, the experience of advancing from proficiency to mastery overnight was too astonishing. Perhaps only by allying with an evil god could one achieve such a pace of cultivation. And as a holy knight, Jiang Lin would absolutely never ally with an evil god. Thus, the only explanation was that the previous Jiang Lin had been hiding his true abilities. What could that threat have been? Mansa and others immediately thought of a recent news report: a large number of cultists discovered in the slums, with the Holy Temple sending elite forces to eradicate them. Could it be that the previous Jiang Lin had been threatened by the cult? Yes, it is very likely this way. Damn the cult for treating our Jiang Lin like this. Many people coincidentally had such thoughts. The so-called cult was a group of individuals who believed in evil gods. They were brutal and cruel, oppressing the common people, even collaborating with the beastmen opposing humanity in the Holy Temple. To gain power, they would stop at nothing to offer sacrifices to the evil gods, which is utterly despicable. When they thought of this, Zack, who ranked second in the grade, had a different perspective. Did he break through again? So that's it, he must have found some ring or met some old man. He is the legendary protagonist template. Thinking of this, a light of extraordinary wisdom sparkled in Zack's eyes. Jiang Lin at present could not imagine. He initially intended to explain his sudden enlightenment with his talent upgrade, but it was spun into a seemingly reasonable explanation by his teacher and these students. Moreover, they shifted the blame onto a group of deceased individuals who could never be verified. Subsequently, the class continued as usual. Mansa began to critique the battle between Jiang Lin and Anya, while the other students listened attentively. Many students realized the extent of the gap between themselves and the two after hearing Mansa's explanation. It turned out that at the highest level of swordsmanship, one could control power to such an extent. At the time, they only felt how fast their movements were, not realizing there was time to contemplate these matters. Is this the world of geniuses? The explanation concluded, leading into free practice time, where Mansa paired students from the top class with those from the remedial class for practice, allowing the top students to guide the struggling ones. Naturally, Anya reteamed with Jiang Lin. You've broken through to level 3. Jiang Lin nodded. With the level increase, his physical attributes and mental power also experienced a slight boost. Level 23 stamina 3000, 3500 mental power 1200, If it were before, these increases would have been significant for Jiang Lin. However, with the prior increase of 1,000 points, the magnitude of the increase appeared relatively small in light of the larger base. The elevation of levels does not merely translate to an increase in physical attributes and mental power. It also enhances nerve reflex, speed, dynamic vision, reaction time, and muscle control precision, among other aspects. Especially after the magical essence within him became more abundant, the gradual nurturing of his physical attributes by the magical essence would also be significantly more pronounced. Moreover, the enhancement of different profession levels brings varied improvements in physical aspects. For instance, a holy knight experiences greater enhancement in physical attributes, while a mage sees a greater improvement in mental power. Overall, the elevation of levels contributes to a comprehensive increase in combat power. Additionally, the improvement of the breathing technique helps Jiang Lin achieve a higher speed of refining magical essence. Not counting the speed of leveling up, it also enhances his endurance and foundational strength in battles. Do you want to familiarize yourself with the changes in your physical attributes first? Thank you for your understanding, Jiang Lin nodded. Then Jiang Lin, without any suspicion, once again wielded the wooden sword in his hand. He practiced the various moves of the basic swordsmanship once more and said to Anya, "No problem now." Anya was astonished. So soon? The boost from the level up must be significant. Is he trying to show off? Soon her thoughts were denied. Although she had also suppressed her level to 3 facing Jiang Lin, now the pressure she felt was far greater than before. How could he adapt so quickly to the newly increased power? Moreover, his swordsmanship had become sharper. It seemed he had indeed been holding back against her. Anya continuously faced Jiang Lin's attacks, feeling increasingly strained. 1 minute later, smack! Anya's wooden sword was knocked away by Jiang Lin after he found an opening, landing on the ground with a thud. I've learned a lot. Anya admired him. She found it hard to comprehend how a genius with such swordsmanship talent had remained unnoticed until now. You're so skilled with the sword, why haven't I heard about your talent before? She asked bluntly. Jiang Lin fell silent. The inevitable had come. If the system continued to exert itself afterward, he would certainly need to find an excuse for his talent. After a moment of silence, he answered, perhaps geniuses need to accumulate experience too. Hearing Jiang Lin's vague response, Anya frowned slightly. What does geniuses need to accumulate experience mean? Did he deliberately hide his abilities before? But why would he need to? Unable to make sense of it, Anya asked again, what do you mean? Why do you want to hide your talents? To this, Jiang Lin did not answer directly, but instead assumed the starting stance of the basic swordsmanship. Not answering was the best answer. The more one said, the more mistakes they made. He could not come up with a reasonable explanation. As for the reason, let them guess. Seeing Jiang Lin silent, Anya had no choice but to retrieve the thrown wooden sword and engage him again. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of class. If your breathing technique is proficient enough, it's actually not impossible to raise your level to 5 in the next 2 months. Anya said to Jiang Lin, I hope you can level up and successfully enter the Intermediate Magic Academy. If possible, I hope to see you at the Shenghui Intermediate Magic Academy. Hearing Anya say this, the surrounding male and female classmates nearly ground their teeth in frustration. Damn Jiang Lin, he actually made the aloof Anya extend such a warm invitation. With his demeanor, whether he could even get into the Intermediate Magic Academy was questionable, let alone the Shenghui Intermediate Magic Academy. They thought bitterly. Of course, they did not see the intense battle intent rising in Anya's golden eyes. The so-called Shenghui Intermediate Magic Academy is among the best in Qinghe County, where only the most outstanding students from various cities in Qinghe County are qualified to enter, akin to Jiang Lin's previous life's key provincial high school. Moreover, due to the lack of policy restrictions, it basically only selects the most outstanding students, and there won't be any underachievers. With Anya's talent, entering the Shenghui Intermediate Magic Academy is almost a certainty. He'll do my best. Jiang Lin nodded. At that moment, Zach, the second best student with silver hair, stepped out from the crowd and invited Jiang Lin. Your swordsmanship is impressive. Would you like to spar with me sometime? As he spoke, he gave Jiang Lin a gentlemanly bow, looking quite elegant. Jiang Lin turned to look at him, remaining silent. In the silence, Zach's brow twitched slightly. I can pay you for it. At this moment, the system, which had been observing Jiang Lin, finally displayed a message. Temporary task. As a notorious demon lord, you usually wrap yourself in a careful disguise to conceal your true nature. However, upon encountering a gifted individual with keen perception who discovers your evil identity, you must suppress them with overwhelming force. Requirement: defeat the opponent with overwhelming force. Reward: randomly copy the skills mastered by the opponent. Upon seeing the system finally issue a task, Jiang Lin closed the system with satisfaction. No problem, since there's still time, let's have a spar now. Thus, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Jiang Lin raised the wooden sword he had just prepared to return. By the way, 2 silver coins. Jiang Lin naturally recognized Zach. They were classmates in the elite class, though he wasn't very familiar with him. Seeing Jiang Lin so proactive upon hearing about the reward, Zach was momentarily silent. Then he took out 2 silver coins and tossed them to Jiang Lin. The silver coins arced through the air, reflecting light as they spun. Jiang Lin did not reach out. Instead, he angled his sword slightly to perfectly catch the 2 coins, then let them slip into his pocket. Zach saw Jiang Lin's deftness and couldn't help but admire him. Has he trained his swordsmanship to such a fluid level? Haki Jiang, you are truly not to be underestimated. Though he could perform the same action, he knew he couldn't do it as smoothly as Jiang Lin. However, 2 silver coins for a spar. Haki Jiang, you really are a shrewd one. If not for so many people around, he would have wanted to haggle for a better price. Afterward, he also suppressed his level to 3. His challenge to Jiang Lin was not to defeat and humiliate him, but simply out of curiosity about Jiang Lin's strength. The basic swordsmanship being the foundation of all sword techniques, he had naturally cultivated it to a profound level. During his practice with Anya, both being of the same level, and he as an assassin class had always been at a disadvantage in strength and direct combat, so being defeated by Anya did not stem from a vast difference in swordsmanship, but rather from class limitations. At least that's what he believed. Now, seeing someone who could crush Anya in swordsmanship, he naturally wanted to test it out. While Zach was pondering, Jiang Lin had already made his move. He stepped forward, attacking Zach's opening with his wooden sword with a forceful momentum. Zach reacted quickly, dodging Jiang Lin's attack directly, and with a twist of his sword, he struck back at Jiang Lin. So fast. Jiang Lin was astonished. The opponent's class was an assassin, and under the same level, his reaction speed was indeed much faster than his own. Thus, he gritted his teeth and retracted his sword, narrowly dodging Zach's attack by predicting the trajectory. The two stood still, and Jiang Lin focused even more. He had initially thought he could resolve this quickly, but he hadn't expected Zach to be more challenging than he had anticipated, and his fighting style was completely different from Anya's. While after all, as the second in the grade, the gap with the first should not be that exaggerated. Although he excelled in swordsmanship in this level of battle, he was currently unable to fully utilize his skills. His nervous reflexes were insufficient, and his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts, allowing him to see the opponent's weaknesses but not capture them accurately. Thus, in his encounters with Anya, he needed several rounds of combat to seize a significant opening to bring her down. Meanwhile, Zach was glaring fiercely at Jiang Lin. Watch closely, Shaolinzi, today I'll show you that 2 silver coins are not so easy to earn. Then the two began to exchange blows again for several rounds. In response to Jiang Lin's attack, Zach relied on the agility of a rogue to dodge every strike narrowly and launch counterattacks, while Jiang Lin quickly deduced Zach's intentions based on his movements, allowing him to evade. However, the style of their battle was completely different from that against Anya. If the fight with Anya was a clash of techniques that left Jiang Lin feeling invigorated, then the duel with Zach was purely about the frustration of not being able to grasp the opponent's movements. As for speed, that needs practice. Jiang Lin silently resolved within his heart system, make sure to increase my speed next time. Of course, he didn't know if the system could hear his thoughts, but it couldn't hurt to shout. After several more exchanges, Jiang Lin still couldn't grasp Zach, and a black line appeared on his forehead. It seemed he couldn't just focus on the opponent's flaws. Against such an enemy, he might need to try using brute force. Jiang Lin quickly contemplated. Then he shifted his sword stance from the previous agile and light movements to a domineering and forceful style, radiating the aura of a paladin as if he were bathed in holy light. He strode forward, taking advantage of Zack's recovery after an attack, and swept his sword horizontally towards Zack's waist, leaving him with no way to evade. Seeing Jiang Lin attack in this manner, Zack realized that the opponent had discovered the method to fight against him and raised his wooden sword to block Jiang Lin's strike. Just as he prepared to create distance again and continue to use his speed advantage to maneuver around Jiang Lin controlled the direction of his wooden sword and directly found the weakest point in Zack's defense, sending the wooden sword flying with great force in Zack's astonished gaze. With a crisp thud, the wooden sword fell to the ground, and Zack looked at his palm in disbelief. I didn't grip it properly. Did it? Fly away. Seeing his attack succeed, Jiang Lin was also somewhat surprised. The strength with which Zack held the sword was far less than he had imagined. It turned out that the advantages and disparities among professions of the same level were so evident. Had he known, he should have relied on brute strength from the start. System, why don't you just give me a full boost in strength? Jiang Lin imagined that if his strength were great enough and his defense strong enough, no matter how the opponent attacked, as long as he could catch them and land a hit, he could defeat them. Nevertheless, to be fair, Zack was also loyal, truly suppressing his strength to match Jiang Lin's level without giving himself any leeway. A proud and arrogant person is merely a foolish clown in your presence. As a great demon, you easily suppress them mercilessly. Copying complete. Obtained skill breath control technique perfect. Would you like to learn it immediately? Jiang Lin hesitated for a moment and chose the option to decline. The reason was simple. The previous paladin breathing method had nearly caused him to collapse, and even now he still felt somewhat drained. If he had to learn another skill with even less talent, he wasn't sure if he could walk out of this classroom alive. Hey, you defeated me purely with brute strength. What kind of skill is that? Zack said somewhat ungraciously, secretly lamenting the loss of his 2 silver coins. Just as Jiang Lin was about to respond, Anya spoke. First, can't even hold your sword steady. Did you forget to eat? If the battle with Jiang Lin was a thrilling exchange of techniques, then fighting against Zack was purely about the frustration of being unable to grasp the opponent. Anya understood this all too well. Isn't it because I kept my strength at level 3? How can a level 3 rogue strength compare to a level 3 paladin? Zack still felt somewhat unconvinced. What about you dodging all the time? Anya voiced Jiang Lin's thoughts. Yeah, Anya was right. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement. Seeing the two standing on the same side, Zack begrudgingly refrained from rebutting. At this moment, the swordsmanship teacher Mansa, who had been watching from the side, approached Jiang Lin and said, Jiang Lin, when did you reach this level with your basic swordsmanship? Jiang Lin pondered for a moment and decided to use the excuse he had thought of earlier a few days ago. I suddenly had a breakthrough, and then my swordsmanship improved dramatically. Facing such a response, everyone showed expressions of doubt. Of course, Zack revealed an expression of I knew it. Don't worry, the secret sect in Rock City has been completely eradicated by the temple. Just tell the teacher honestly, were you threatened by the secret sect's followers before, which made you afraid to reveal your talent? Upon hearing the teacher's question, not only Jiang Lin, but also Anya and Zack were left dumbfounded. Anya thought, isn't it said that geniuses need time to settle? Zack, is it really not because of the old man? Jiang Lin, what does this have to do with the secret sect? Suddenly, as if hearing some key words, the system began to malfunction again, unlocking side quest, find the organization. As a notorious demon, how can you claim to be a practitioner of the demonic path without having experience in a demon sect? To become a fearsome great demon, you must start by ruling over a demon sect. However, since your foundation is still shallow, let's start by joining a large demon sect. Requirements: join one of the 4 major secret sects and become a member. Reward: enhanced neural reflex speed, double the enhancement at the time of task release. Become a member of a secret sect. Jiang Lin felt somewhat numb. Can it really be done? The system seems to be suggesting that I should risk my life. Moreover, what are these 4 major secret sects? He had never heard of them before. Upon seeing Jiang Lin's puzzled expression, Mansa began to doubt himself. Could it not be true? If not, is there really such a thing as suddenly having a breakthrough? After a long silence, Jiang Lin changed the topic. Teacher, I have already mastered basic swordsmanship to its peak. What swordsmanship should I focus on next? Although still puzzled, Mansa subconsciously answered, Jiang Lin, you are still a student, and since you have mastered basic swordsmanship to an exquisite level, you can apply for a higher level swordsmanship for free from the temple, but the specific type will depend on your profession. The free swordsmanship for paladins should be Holy Light Slash, which involves merging magical power into melee techniques, and the difficulty will be several times that of basic swordsmanship. However, now that you have laid a solid foundation in swordsmanship, you should be able to pick it up quickly. Of course, if you don't want them to give you Holy Light Slash, you can spend contribution points or gold to purchase some martial techniques. As for what level of techniques you can buy, it depends on how much gold or contribution points you are willing to spend. Additionally, you can also learn other swordsmanship techniques from some merchants or martial arts halls, but what you choose to learn is entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin nodded to indicate his understanding. Mansa added, however, your level is still too low. I personally suggest that you focus on leveling up in your future training. Otherwise, even if you have high swordsmanship talent, you won't be able to exhibit it in real combat. No problem, teacher. Now that the 3-year period has arrived, I will no longer hide my talent. Jiang Lin said earnestly. With the system, he would undoubtedly shine in the future. For now, he would give a vague explanation here and let others speculate on what it truly meant. A 3-year deadline. What nonsense is this? Aside from the remarkably wise Zack, everyone else was quite bewildered. However, Jiang Lin had no intention of clarifying things for them. After uttering this line, he made an excuse to leave. In due time, they would naturally come to understand. There was still half a day of classes left, mostly focused on reviewing key concepts. Jiang Lin's grades in cultural subjects were acceptable, so it didn't matter much whether he paid attention in class. After finishing lunch, Jiang Lin returned to the classroom early. To his surprise, his deskmate Fei Yangyang didn't run off to play after lunch, but also returned early to study the cultural subjects he had always struggled with. Before him lay a somewhat yellowed workbook, and he was scratching his head, grappling with the dizzying geometry and arithmetic. Is the sun rising in the west? Jiang Lin exclaimed in astonishment. What do you know? Old Lin, am not like you useless types, am destined to attend the Intermediate Magic Academy. Fei Yangyang said without looking up. In fact, he was only one step away from qualifying for the Intermediate Magic Academy, needing just one more level to reach level 5, but his cultural grades were a significant setback. All right then, good luck to you. I've given you 3 years, it's time for you to see what true talent looks like. Jiang Lin nodded. Saying this, he settled into his seat, adopting a cross-legged position, and began to operate the pinnacle technique of the Holy Night breathing method. With his eyes closed, a familiar sensation surged within him. This feeling seemed etched into Jiang Lin's flesh and deeply rooted in his soul. With just a thought, he could set the special rhythm of breathing into motion. This was the invaluable experience he had gained after countless repetitions and years of practice. As Jiang Lin breathed, tiny traces of magical essence continuously flowed into his body, guided by him, merging into his flesh and blood, ultimately transforming into his own power and integrating into the dantian, where he stored magical essence. If each level is likened to a small bowl, then the previous Jiang Lin would have needed to operate the breathing method for an entire day just to condense a drop of liquid into that bowl. Now, however, after each complete cycle of the breathing method, he could inject a drop of liquid into it. This speed could only be described as terrifying compared to before. Jiang Lin speculated that if he continued to run the breathing method without rest, he could elevate his level from the newly promoted level 3 to level 4 within a week. Of course, even accounting for sleep, Jiang Lin could still raise his level within 2 weeks. Thinking of the midterm exam a week later, Jiang Lin gritted his teeth. It was time for everyone to witness his extraordinary talent. With that, Jiang Lin immersed himself completely in the operation of the breathing method. Meanwhile, from the external perspective, hey, have you heard? That guy Jiang Lin defeated the top student in the swordsmanship class. Are you kidding? Him. Isn't he at the bottom of the class? Absolutely true, we from several classes saw it. And he defeated the top student without any leniency from them. I heard it was because he was coerced by some secret society enduring for 3 years. Now that the secret society's hideout in Giant Rock City has been wiped out, he finally dares to showcase his true talent. Is that true? No way. He's actually practicing the breathing method right now. Practicing the breathing method at a time like this. Can he really focus in such a noisy environment? Not sure, could he be putting on an act? Well, who cares? Even if he pushes himself, now there's no hope for him to get into the Intermediate Magic Academy. The crowd watched Jiang Lin, who was sitting in the corner discussing amongst themselves, while they also noticed Fei Yangyang beside him. What's that guy Tai Chin doing? Doesn't he usually not study cultural subjects? Damn it, why is he also starting to work hard? No worries, it's just a fleeting surge of enthusiasm. They won't last beyond a few days. Exactly, people like us have done enough of fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2. In the face of the noisy environment, both Jiang Lin and Fei Yangyang seemed to be in a world of their own, diligently focusing on their respective tasks. Even when the class bell rang and the teacher entered the classroom, neither of them showed any signs of looking up. Jiang Lin had excellent grades, so listening to the teacher was pointless, while Fei Yangyang's grades were so poor that he couldn't understand the review content being taught. It was better for him to self-study and solidify his fundamentals. As for the teacher, being aware that the students in the bottom class were beyond hope, as long as they didn't cause too much trouble in class, he generally wouldn't intervene in what they were doing. Naturally, no teacher bothered to remind Jiang Lin and Tai Chun. Time flew by rapidly. The students observing Jiang Lin and Fei Yangyang went from initial skepticism to later confusion and finally to astonishment. Jiang Lin hadn't moved an inch for the entire afternoon. Tai Chin, aside from a few trips to the restroom, had been diligently working through problems to improve his cultural knowledge. No worries, they definitely won't stick with it tomorrow, they thought to themselves. Until the school bell rang, students in the class started to leave one after another, but Tai Chun and Jiang Lin both stayed in the classroom. Even when the duty student left, neither of them showed any signs of wanting to leave. A student who had been observing them noticed that these two still had no intention of moving, and for some reason, an inexplicable sense of urgency arose in his heart. A sense of crisis born from his subconscious emerged within him, as if seeing the two of them working hard made him feel uncomfortable, as if something was scratching at his heart. What is happening? This person was greatly puzzled. This feeling seemed to suggest that only by following their example, tackling problems, or practicing, could he resolve the distractions in his mind. He shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and then stood up to leave, leaving the two behind to continue their efforts. Time ticked away, and before long sunset arrived. As the sunlight outside became insufficient for Tai Chen to read, he put down his pen and looked over at Jiang Lin in surprise. "Old Jiang, aren't you leaving yet? The sun is about to set." Tai Chen's voice roused Jiang Lin from his practice. He slowly exhaled a breath, feeling that his control over his body had become even more refined. Glancing around, he was startled to realize how much time had passed. He was also somewhat astonished that Fei Yangyang seemed genuinely serious this time, managing to stay behind to study for so long after school. It's worth mentioning that this world's primary magic academy dismisses students around 4 in the afternoon, a school dismissal time Jiang Lin had never experienced throughout his past life. Jiang Lin nodded. "Yeah, I suppose it's time to go back. I'll practice secretly on my own." Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Tai Chen paused for a moment before responding. "Yeah, I'll also go back and secretly work on my problems." After bidding farewell to Fei Yangyang at school, Jiang Lin returned to his small, dilapidated house. As a transmigrator with a system, things like floating wood were certainly not included in the factory settings. When Jiang Lin first arrived in this world, he had no money and couldn't cook. There was no delivery service available, so his life during that time was extremely unsatisfactory. Fortunately, Jiang Lin, still at the Junior Magic Academy, received financial aid for orphans from the temple, at least preventing him from starving. Jiang Lin quickly prepared his dinner and then opened the system to check his remaining 2 tasks. One was a phased task that had existed since he awakened the system, slaughter. It required him to accumulate the slaughter of 100,000 beings with a reward of something called a Demon King seed. Now, after killing a dozen mosquitoes, this task was already 1/10th completed, leaving 99,900 more beings waiting for him to slaughter. Regarding this task, Jiang Lin thought he could try to find an ant nest or a beehive, wipe them out to complete the task, and also eliminate pests. As for the countless army of billions, Jiang Lin judged that it likely would not count. After all, that army of billions couldn't even be considered alive. He had experimented while drinking hot water, not a single burnt oral epithelial cell could be counted. Even if he watched the system closely and pressured it, it was of no use. Jiang Lin sighed in regret. If microorganisms could be counted as beings, then cultivating some colonies and using light magic to disinfect them would surely raise his merits and demonic foundation significantly. This system was also quite rigid, showing no flexibility. Jiang Lin sighed, and there was also a task for him to join the 4 great secret cults. This task was even more absurd. There were no safety education classes at the Junior Magic Academy, and history classes spoke of secret cults in hushed tones. So Jiang Lin's understanding of secret cults was limited to knowing that they were evil organizations that worshipped dark gods, having never heard of the so-called 4 great secret cults. However, one must admit that the reward for this task was indeed enticing. Reward: enhancement of neural reflex speed, double the level at the time of task release. Neural reflex speed is something that is basically impossible to improve during regular training. Unless through some special skills or rare treasures, one could only rely on the enhancements provided by level increases to boost their basic attributes. Neural reflex speed relates to one's responsiveness and the body's reaction speed, akin to the agility attribute of an assassin. Yet, even as an assassin, there was no specific method to enhance neural reflex speed. It could only be improved through leveling up, albeit the increase for assassins was significantly more substantial than for other professions. If it were the old Jiang Lin, to double his neural reflex speed would require breaking through from level 0 to level 1 at the very least. But now he only needed to complete this task of joining the 4 great secret cults to gain the reaction speed of a level 1 paladin in advance. Thus, it was impossible for him not to be tempted. Unfortunately, the only issue now was how he would join these so-called 4 great secret cults. Not to mention that he couldn't find a way, and even if he found the strongholds of the 4 great secret cults, how would he persuade those cultists to let him, a paladin, join? It is well known that paladins embody justice and goodness and are the ambassadors of love and peace. If he were to go alone into the 4 great secret cults, would he not be chopped into pieces by those cultists? Sighing softly, Jiang Lin felt that the possibility of completing this task seemed rather low. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. Just as Jiang Lin was preparing to cast aside his distracting thoughts and continue practicing his breathing technique, a sound suddenly came from outside his window. Meow. A small black wild cat was seen squatting at Jiang Lin's window. This little black cat had appeared a few days ago. Jiang Lin had fed it leftover food several times, and it had taken a liking to him. "Come here, little black." Jiang Lin took out the cat food he had prepared in advance and placed it in front of him. Little Black was the name Jiang Lin had given it. The cat looked at Jiang Lin, its eyes gleaming with a somewhat human-like light. It seemed to be struggling internally, but ultimately lured by the food, it entered Jiang Lin's room and began eating the meal he had prepared for it. In this world, black cats were generally considered to be bad omens, so few people would proactively feed them. As for Jiang Lin, he did not have a strong sense of identification with the folklore and culture of this realm, so he naturally had fewer reservations. Moreover, this little black cat was quite cute, and even in his previous life, it would definitely be considered a fine specimen. Thus, Jiang Lin casually took it home. This little black cat rarely troubled Jiang Lin during the day. When Jiang Lin was in class, it would go out to play and handle its business outside, only coming back at night to beg for food. And during its meal times, Jiang Lin would take the opportunity to pet it. Additionally, Jiang Lin was quite surprised that this little black cat as a wild cat was remarkably clean, even cleaner than many domesticated cats from his previous life. Using his Paladin's light attribute to purify its dirt and pests, he found that it had neither. This made Jiang Lin somewhat suspicious of whether it was actually a wild cat. However, it didn't matter if it was a domesticated one, as its owner had not come looking for it in days. Little Black quietly walked to the food Jiang Lin had prepared for it, started munching on the meal, and after habitually casting a light purification on it, Jiang Lin began to stroke the cat. As Jiang Lin's hand descended, the little black cat visibly stiffened for a moment. A complex expression flashed in its eyes, then, as if resigned to fate, it allowed Jiang Lin to pet it freely. While Jiang Lin gleefully petted the cat, he pondered over his future plans. Suddenly, an inspiration flashed across his mind, and a brilliant light of wisdom shone in his eyes. Opening the system, he once again confirmed the task requirements: join one of the 4 great secret cults and become a member. Since he couldn't find the so-called 4 great secret cults, could he perhaps establish an organization himself, calling it one of the 4 great secret cults? With this system's slot mechanism, it might just deem him to meet the requirements. The more Jiang Lin thought about it, the more he felt there was potential. I truly am a talent. But how can I establish a secret cult? Surely I can't go register at the Holy Temple. I probably need some doctrines, or perhaps worship some evil god or something. Jiang Lin pondered while petting Little Black. But I can't really worship an evil god, am not that desperate yet. Besides, a massive secret cult can't just have me as the only member, right? What if I worship some non-existent deities? Perhaps the mythological figures from my past life. Then I could also bring Little Black into our secret cult, thus we would have 2 official members. With that thought, Jiang Lin lifted Little Black, who was focused on devouring his meal. Little Black stared blankly at Jiang Lin, but then he heard Jiang Lin say, "Little Black, I am going to establish a secret cult named one of the 4 great secret cults with you and me as members." Upon hearing this, Little Black's confusion turned into a daze, his eyes wide open like a certain meme, and then shifted to shock and anxiety. Damn, has he discovered that I'm an evil god? After a moment of thought, it realized something was off. Isn't he a paladin? How could he possibly establish a secret cult? So he is trying to expose me. Next, will he take me to the Holy Temple, where those damned guys will completely seal me away? Little Black recalled the scene when those Holy Temple people barged into the secret cult he had painstakingly established. A crowd of people shouting about justice and faith, words he couldn't understand, killed his followers and smashed the divine statue he had just possessed, causing his consciousness to be transferred into this stray cat, leaving him unable to return. And now, without a magic circle to block him, if he dared to leak even a hint of his aura in this domain of the righteous god, it would go without saying that a righteous god would come looking for him and pull out his true form through his consciousness. That's why he sealed his own powers, preventing any accidental leakage of his aura. Should I just explode with him? But confronting a 15-year-old level 2 waste seems a bit too much. Just as he was contemplating this, Jiang Lin began to grin foolishly at the air. In Jiang Lin's eyes, the moment he mentioned establishing one of the 4 great secret cults with Little Black, the system's pig brain began to load furiously. Side quest completed. You have effortlessly joined one of the 4 great secret cults. Truly a born demon. Seed reward reflex speed doubled. The reward announcement was accompanied by a wave of intense pain sweeping through Jiang Lin's body. His reflexes were being brutally enhanced. He felt a buzzing in his ears, and everything around him slowed down in his view. The world seemed to be playing at half speed, and due to the enhancement of his nerves, his body could keep up with his reflexes. Jiang Lin assessed that if he were to fight against Zack, the second best in his year, at the same level, he could crush him in terms of speed. At the same time, Jiang Lin shifted his gaze to the system as the announcement was not yet finished. Due to your recent joining, you became the Pope of the secret cult, exceeding the task requirements, and receiving an additional reward. Reward reflex speed doubled again, and a special title granted. Detected that your mental power is insufficient to support the doubled reflex speed, therefore the reward will be delayed until your level increases. Jiang Lin was shocked. He felt that his reflex speed was already exaggerated. It should be equivalent to that of a level 10 paladin. If it were to double again, Jiang Lin dared not imagine how outrageous his reflex speed would be then. Perhaps it would even rival that of a second-tier paladin. At the same time, he continued to look down and check his title. Special title: Pope of one of the 4 great secret cults. Level legendary. Description: as the Pope of the secret cult, you possess the ability to communicate with the evil god of this cult, who will also grant you utmost respect. As a paladin, you are seen as an ordinary student in the eyes of the Holy Temple, proving your exceptional disguise abilities. Effect of the title: when worn, you will be able to communicate with the evil god of this cult. When offering sacrifices to this evil god, it must abide by the principle of equivalent exchange and may not harm you by any means at any time. Also, while wearing this title, you will gain a disguise sufficient to fool even the righteous gods who want to discover your identity as a cultist. The so-called title is a reward given to a person by the world or various deities for certain actions visible to others who can see and display the title. And this person can choose to publicize the title or keep it hidden. At the same time, the title can bring a certain degree of benefits to the wearer. For example, killing 1,000 slimes can earn the title Slime Slayer, granting a 10 increase in attack against slimes. In some examinations, such titles can also serve as bonus points, though the amount of points depends on the rarity of the title. For instance, Jiang Lin's legendary title belongs to the top tier. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Lin chose to wear the title and kept it hidden so that others could not see it. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he displayed this title while walking down the street. It would likely scare the people around him. Perhaps one moment he would be walking down the street, and the next the strongest adventurers from the kingdom would appear through a teleportation array ready to turn him into mincemeat. However, after putting on the title, Jiang Lin heard a strange noise from Little Black in his hands. Should I confront him? Should I confront him? Confront me. Confront what? Wait, how can a cat talk? Jiang Lin looked shocked. At the same time, he recalled the effects of the title. When worn, you will be able to communicate with the evil god of this cult. Is Little Black our cult's evil god? No, this doesn't seem right. Meanwhile, he thought of Little Black's various anomalies. Clean for human-like expression management. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Speaking of which, if Little Black isn't an evil god, does that mean my recent establishment of the secret cult doesn't count? After all, a secret cult without an evil god is nothing more than a loose social organization worse than the roadside ghostly evil king. At the same time, Jiang Lin also discovered a serious question. Why is an evil god like you coming over to eat at my house? Hearing Jiang Lin's question, the little black creature in his hand was momentarily stunned. How can you communicate with me? Normally, no being could comprehend its thoughts as an evil god, so it did not restrain its intentions. Thus, Jiang Lin was able to hear the voice of the little black creature, which had now gathered its thoughts, only allowing him to hear what it wanted him to. Meanwhile, gazing at the paladin before it, the little black creature discovered a wondrous connection to him. This is a link between an evil god and a cultist. Moreover, it was an equal link with the cult's pope. The little black creature's cat-like eyes widened in surprise. This means the cult has been established. It was filled with disbelief. Such connections do not just happen with any random evil god or cult. Only a cult with sufficient strength, size, and historical significance recognized by the will of the world could create such a link between its cultists and the evil god. Damn it, after years of hard work, the cult I was trying to establish was destroyed before it could be formally established. And this kid just casually opens his mouth and establishes a cult recognized by the world's will. All of this exceeded its previous understanding of the world. A look of great confusion was written on the little black creature's tiny face. First, answer me, what exactly is your situation? Jiang Lin countered. Don't you already know? I am the pope of the cult. The little black creature broke free from Jiang Lin's grasp and leaped onto the table before him, its cat eyes glaring at Jiang Lin with authority. I am the incarnation of an evil god. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lin voiced his confusion. If you are an evil god, why are you here to mooch off my food? The little black creature also fell silent for a moment, then changed the subject. Did you not know I was an evil god? Jiang Lin retorted. Do you think a cat that comes to my house to mooch food is an incarnation of an evil god? Then why do you want to establish a cult with me, eh? The little black creature looked at Jiang Lin. Because I want to be the pope. Jiang Lin replied, without blinking, simultaneously showing the title he had just obtained to the little black creature. Looking at Jiang Lin's glaring title of Pope of one of the four major cults, the little black creature finally remembered the ridiculous name Jiang Lin had given to this cult. One of the four major cults. What does that make me? The evil god of one of the four major cults. In the realm of evil gods, it dared not do such a thing, as it feared that the moment it completed its self-redeemment, it would be devoured as a snack by the four great evil gods of plague, fear, pain, and joy. The thought of reversing fate and overwhelming the four great evil gods was something it could not even dare to imagine. Also, why did he have a title? Didn't he just casually say a few words? Why is that? Seeing the little black creature silent, Jiang Lin continued to inquire, so why did you come to my house to mooch food? The little black creature remained silent. As it continued to stay quiet, Jiang Lin recalled what his swordsmanship teacher Meng Sa had told him about the destroyed cult. Are you the evil god of the cult that was destroyed by the holy temple a few days ago? The little black creature glanced at Jiang Lin and continued to remain silent. Oh no, has it gone mute? Or did I just imagine it? Jiang Lin stroked his chin. The little black creature had a dark expression. You are too weak right now, and your talent is abysmal. I can only play with you for a few decades, and when you die of old age, this cult will disband, and I will find a way to return my consciousness to my true form. The little black creature did not wish to casually dispose of Jiang Lin and escape to the territory of the demon race to find a way to return its consciousness. However, due to the equal link, it could not harm him in any way. Unless it got lucky and Jiang Lin encountered danger and unexpectedly died. Otherwise, this link would persist, and the title of evil god of one of the four major cults would always follow it. If it returned with this title, it would be fine as long as no evil god discovered it. But once exposed, the consequences would be unimaginably tragic. Hearing the little black creature's words, Jiang Lin roughly guessed the situation of this little evil god. It was probably some insignificant, weak evil god whose consciousness was trapped and could not return, and due to the effect of the title, it could not harm him. So it could only wait until he naturally died of old age. Then I suppose you will be disappointed. Because the person before you is about to become a world-renowned genius, a paladin that will strike fear into the demons, and it is impossible for him to fall in just a few decades. Just you. Spare me, don't you know your own worth? The little black creature scoffed. Matters of genius cannot be explained to a being like you, an evil god. Jiang Lin shook his head and sighed. By the way, I see the title effect says I can make an equal trade with you. What can you trade me? Upon hearing this, the little black creature's interest was piqued. Ahem, due to the distance, I cannot directly link with my true form here. Therefore, if you want to trade with me, you must either bring me to the demon territory or set up the corresponding ritual array as per my requirements. You only need to sacrifice a bit of someone else's soul or flesh to me, and I can grant you infinite power. Your whimsical dreams of being a genius are not impossible. As it spoke, a hint of seduction laced its voice. However, Jiang Lin merely nodded unfazed. I see. After saying this, he tossed the little black creature aside and began practicing his basic swordsmanship. His nerve reflex speed had just recently improved, yet he was distracted by the little black creature's odd behavior, not having a chance to familiarize himself with his newly enhanced physical strength. Everything around him was still at a speed of 0.5 times in his eyes. If he did not adjust promptly, it would greatly exhaust and impact his mental energy. Perhaps for this reason, the system did not grant him the reward for doubling his nerve reflex speed. He repeatedly practiced basic swordsmanship, allowing his mind to adapt to his strengthening body. Seeing Jiang Lin ignoring it after his inquiries, the little black creature was quite disappointed. However, since the other party was a paladin, it should not submit to a dark evil entity like itself, nor would he perform acts of sacrificing souls. After a while, Jiang Lin finally adapted to his strengthened body. The world in his eyes had returned to its original form, only automatically enhancing his reaction capability to the highest intensity when necessary. Thus, he set down the spare wooden sword at home. He then sat down cross-legged, skillfully operating the breathing technique to absorb the magical essence of the world into his body. From his perspective, drops of magical essence liquid dripped into the small bowl inside him, causing the liquid level to rise at a visibly rapid pace. This speed was something he had never experienced in the past 3 years. Therefore, this sensation left him entranced, completely immersed in practicing the breathing technique and losing track of time. Seeing Jiang Lin begin his cultivation without acknowledging him, Xiao He felt quite bored. It too wanted to find a way back, but now it dared not return. With the title of one of the 4 great secret sects atop its head, if it uploaded its consciousness back to its original body, that title would be firmly affixed to its original head. So now it could only wait for Jiang Lin to die, at which point the secret sect would naturally disband. To prevent Jiang Lin from causing any trouble, Xiao He decided to keep a close watch on him. Should I also cultivate a breathing technique that wild beasts can use? After all, this body of mine is likely to die in a few years. At that time, I don't know what I will be reborn as. If I cultivate the breathing technique, I could progress from an ordinary creature to a transcendent being. Naturally, my lifespan would be greatly extended. It's a pity that I am just an ordinary wild cat, otherwise with my knowledge and experience, possessing a gifted magical creature and evolving it over a few decades or even hundreds of years to the level of a demon king wouldn't be impossible. As for now, I can only take it one step at a time. Until I find a suitable opportunity and a suitable body, I will temporarily use this one. Previously, I refrained from cultivating mainly out of fear of exposing my aura and being targeted by righteous gods. But now with the link to Jiang Lin, my aura would not be detected by them. With this in mind, I recalled a relatively simple breathing technique that ordinary creatures can cultivate in my mind. As I breathed in and out, the magical essence of the world began to flow into my body. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a night had gone by. A hint of dawn appeared in the dark sky, awakening the sleeping stone city. This ancient city was like an old machine with gears starting to turn one by one. Those who had not become adventurers got up early. After a simple breakfast, they came to wait at the doors of their respective workshops. As the sun rose, each workshop opened its doors, and the fundamental gears of the city began to turn, supplying the city with fresh lifeblood. Some adventurers wanting to gather specific extraordinary materials also arrived early at the gates of Stone City. After routine inspections, they left the city for the perilous monster forest. Then came the students who needed to go to school. Jiang Lin opened his tightly closed eyes and looked out at the dimly lit sky. Is it already dawn? Due to reaching the pinnacle of the holy night breathing technique, the sensation of using it was so exhilarating that Jiang Lin didn't even sleep and practiced through the night. Adventurers are not like the characters from Jiang Lin's past life cultivation novels. They need to eat and sleep. However, Jiang Lin was surprised that even though he hadn't slept all night, he felt better than ever. He used his mental power to introspect his body, carefully checking it, and then found that his current physical condition was even better than after a full night's sleep. Could this be the extra benefits brought by the pinnacle of the breathing technique? Jiang Lin speculated. If I pull a few more all-nighters and my body and mental state remain good, then it would prove that reaching the pinnacle of the breathing technique can indeed substitute for sleep, alleviating Jiang Lin's mental fatigue. With his mental state restored to its peak, Jiang Lin opened the system to check the rewards he hadn't used yesterday. Do you want to learn breath control technique? Perfect, yes. In the next moment, a rush of memories flooded into Jiang Lin's mind, and before his eyes, scenes that did not exist flashed by like a revolving lantern. He saw himself practicing the basic use of the breath control technique after learning it. But as a holy knight, he lacked any talent for this assassin-type skill, so his progress was very slow. Time passed little by little. His body grew from youth to adulthood, and his breath control technique progressed from being able to stay in place for a few minutes to maintaining the state while slowly moving. Yet his practice was far from over. After several more years, he successfully pushed the skill to the perfect stage, allowing him to use it while moving quickly in battle. The scene came to an end, and Jiang Lin opened his slightly fatigued eyes. Since the skill copy included the proficiency of the original user, he was unable to push it to the pinnacle. This breath control technique might not be useful for Jiang Lin, as it is typically an assassin's skill used to conceal one's aura while lurking in the shadows waiting for the opportune moment to strike. But since the system copied it over, Jiang Lin might as well learn it. Who knows, it might come in handy in the future. Then Jiang Lin checked whether the system had updated the daily tasks. Daily tasks 1. Kill for fun 2. Dark humor 3. Torture. Surprisingly, they were exactly the same as yesterday's tasks. That's fine, at least these tasks are relatively easy for Jiang Lin and the rewards are quite rich. If I can maintain such stable points every day as long as there's enough time, Jiang Lin feels he will eventually reach the point where he can single-handedly slay an evil god. Xiao He, who had also cultivated all night, seemed to sense something and shivered. Aren't you tired after staying up all night? Xiao He glanced sideways at Jiang Lin. I feel fine. Aren't you the same for not sleeping? Xiao He rolled its eyes. With my simple breathing technique and my profound knowledge base, I could push my proficiency to the limit of perfection with a bit more time. Using this proficiency breathing technique won't make me feel tired, and it even has a resting effect. Don't you know this knowledge? After a pause, it mocked, oh, I forgot. With your pathetic talent, you probably can't even reach the proficient level of a breathing technique, so it's normal not to know. Perhaps you could try offering a bit of your soul to your great evil god to exchange for infinite potential and future. It said, looking at Jiang Lin, waiting for his response. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell silent. A mere cat had managed to push the breathing technique to the highest proficiency in one night. No, I managed to achieve this in the blink of an eye. The system is my astonishing talent. With this thought, Jiang Lin silently straightened his back. It's been a decent night, it's barely catching up to my speed. Jiang Lin nodded in acknowledgement of Xiao He's strength. Seeing that Jiang Lin was not surprised by his own talent, Xiao He was puzzled. What is a level 3 waste at 15 doing here pretending? You are unaware of your own insignificance. Let me show you what true depth and talent are. Xiao He mocked again. Watch me surpass your 3 years of effort in just 1 month. Jiang Lin did not respond, but began packing his things in preparation to head to school. Wait, take me with you. Oh, I need to keep an eye on you to prevent you from doing anything detrimental at the Holy Temple. Hearing this, Jiang Lin was puzzled. Aren't you the evil god I teach? Would this pope harm you? If the people from the Holy Temple discover I am a member of the secret sect, my head would not be safe either. Upon hearing Jiang Lin's words, Xiao He was quite satisfied. That's good to know. Keep your identity hidden. Once you're dead and that damned secret sect disbands, I will return. By the way, after all this time, I still don't know your name. My esteemed name is not something a mere mortal like you can know. Then I'll just call you Xiao He. The black cat was silent for a moment. Fine, you can call me Lilith. Jiang Lin heard the name and stared at the black cat for a long while. Can I take back that last question, Xiao He? Meow. Xiao He hissed at Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin ignored Xiao He and turned to leave. Little Lilith He followed Jiang Lin and exited with him. Remember to feed me. Why would a dignified evil god come to someone else's house for a meal? Xiao He fell silent. Jiang Lin found it quite boring when he couldn't get a response. Boss, 3 meat buns, please. After receiving breakfast, Jiang Lin handed 1 meat bun to Xiao He, who was squatting on his shoulder. Thank you. Thus a rather strange scene appeared on the street. A handsome young man with a black cat perched on his shoulder was devouring a meat bun identical to the one the young man held. Jiang Lin noticed a line of ants foraging by the roadside, neatly lined up and densely surrounding a piece of food debris that had fallen to the ground. Do you see? I look at you just like you were looking at these ants. Just a little unwanted food tossed on the ground, and you swarm it hungrily. As Jiang Lin looked at the ants, Xiao He spoke with an air of arrogance. Killing you is just a thought away, but the desire to toy with you is what spares your lives. Jiang Lin ignored Xiao He's trash talk and stepped down, grinding his shoe on the ants. What are you doing? They were just foraging peacefully, why step on them? Xiao He seemed confused. Wasn't this guy a paladin? How could he have such a cruel sense of humor? Ants gnaw on wood and harm buildings, they are pests. Jiang Lin answered succinctly. This response made Xiao He ponder, feeling it held some truth. After all, a paladin's such a righteous and kind existence likely made it a habit to eliminate such nuisances. Very good, not a saint. Unfortunately, you are a paladin. Oh, without a saint's mindset, it will be difficult for you to rapidly enhance your power. But don't termites gnaw on wood? Are these ordinary ants by the roadside also pests? Hey, answer me. Jiang Lin looked at the system's rewards quite satisfied and quickened his pace to school. Upon arriving at school, he claimed his rewards. It would be too strange to collect them on the road without concealing them while drawing attention. It was better to wait for the quieter environment at school. Upon entering the classroom, Jiang Lin was quite surprised to see his deskmate, Fei Yangyang, already seated in his spot and had begun solving problems. Could it be that Fei Yangyang has really had a breakthrough? Jiang Lin sat down as well. Hey Jiang Lin, what's up with the cat on your shoulder? Jiang Lin's front desk leaned over. Oh, I found it by the roadside. It seemed quite intelligent, so I brought it home. Then this morning it insisted on following me out, so I had no choice but to bring it along. Jiang Lin explained. What are you saying? How dare you speak of my noble lady Lilith like that? Xiaohei hissed at Jiang Lin. Wow, it does look quite cute. Can I pet it? While saying this, the front desk reached out a hand towards Xiaohei. Xiaohei immediately fluffed up and hissed furiously at the front desk. Seeing Xiaohei's reaction, the front desk was somewhat disappointed. It seems it doesn't like me at all. Jiang Lin nodded. Yeah, first impressions are very important. If Xiaohei didn't like you from the start, it was just like how she didn't like you back then. Although you can change her perception of you through later efforts, it cannot compare to someone like me who had a perfect image in her heart from the beginning. The sequence of feelings determines the possibility of love. Some can enter her heart with just a gentle touch, while others can only linger outside the door praying and ultimately cannot enter her heart. The hand extended from the front desk froze midair. Xiaohei wondered, what are you babbling about? The whispers of the devil. With a single sentence you have broken the defenses of 3 individuals. You truly are the chosen demon. Reward received spiritual power 1000. Unknowingly someone else had fallen. Since they had already arrived at school, Jiang Lin did not hesitate much and directly chose to claim his reward. The familiar pain stimulated his mind, and Jiang Lin's spiritual power surged wildly. Spiritual power 13002-300. The darkening vision dissipated, and Jiang Lin felt the enhancement of his spiritual power once again. The enhancement of spiritual power allowed him to control his strength even more fiercely. At the same time, he could use skills that required magical power with increased abandon. Unfortunately, the only magical skills he could currently use were low-level healing technique and low-level enhancement technique. He had no other skills that consumed spiritual power. It was time to prioritize learning magical skills. Jiang Lin secretly resolved. He then claimed the other 2 rewards from the system. Stamina 3500-4500. Low-level enhancement technique entry achieved. His physical fitness had significantly improved, now more than double what it had been at the start. Jiang Lin felt he could punch a cow to death. Moreover, after reaching the achieved level with low-level enhancement technique, the consumption of it, when he used it, was reduced, and both the casting time and recovery time were controlled within a few tenths of a second, almost negligible in battles at his current level. Additionally, after reaching the achieved level, low-level enhancement technique could target specific parts of the body for enhancement, not only enhancing the entire body, but also specific bodily tissues. Regarding this, Jiang Lin had a bold idea. The morning's cultural class quickly passed. Jiang Lin still chose not to listen, but sat down to practice breathing techniques. At the same time, Jiang Lin took the opportunity to familiarize himself with his enhanced body. With only 5 days until the midterm exams, Jiang Lin wanted to see if he could raise his level to 4 before then. Seeing Jiang Lin working so hard, the surrounding classmates were quite astonished, with only a few who were also in swordsmanship class yesterday guessing the reason. His deeds from yesterday had already spread throughout the class, causing shock and confusion. Hey Lao Jiang, I heard you reached level 3. With class ending, Jiang Lin's deskmate Fei Yangyang also put down the test questions he had been solving all morning and asked, What's up? Jiang Lin nodded. It's nothing. I noticed you've been practicing breathing techniques for the past couple of days. Turns out you found some success in leveling up. However, you took 3 years to reach level 3, and now you want to reach level 5 in the next 70 days. That's nearly impossible. So I suggest you figure out a way out early to avoid starving later on. Fei Yangyang said, Becoming an adventurer is something I can handle later. Once I become a great adventurer, they'll find some beautiful princesses for you to marry. Jiang Lin shook his head and advised, I suggest you cherish the present moment, for it is now that your strength is closest to mine. Fei Yangyang looked on with skepticism. By the way, I heard you defeated the top student Inya. How did you manage that? How did you convince her to hold back? Of course it was through strength. I don't believe it. Want to fight a match? As a ruthless and sinister villain, how could you be provoked by just any useless waste? The requirement: defeat the opponent with overwhelming force and trample them mercilessly. Reward: randomly replicate the skills the opponent possesses. Jiang Lin thought that this time's trample from the system certainly meant something different from the last. But can being challenged trigger such a task? Interesting. Additionally, Jiang Lin noticed a small detail. When Zack and Inya fought him, the system referred to them as geniuses and heavenly beauties, whereas when Taichin challenged him, he was called waste. One could only say that the system's judgment is quite accurate. Come on, let's find an empty training ground. Jiang Lin readily agreed. He was also curious about his combat power against an enemy of 1 level difference in an unrestricted free battle. Moreover, he wanted to test whether the enhancement technique he thought of would be effective. In the spacious training ground, the two took their stances. Old Jiang, aren't you going to use your sword? Taichin asked in confusion. However, Jiang Lin shook his head, saying, No need for a sword. If I wield one, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Taichin's expression darkened. What the hell is old Jiang trying to pull? Without a referee, the two began the battle by mutual understanding. Little Black squatted to the side watching the two fight. Go for it. I don't know your name, but make sure to knock Jiang Lin out with a single punch. Suddenly both charged toward each other, and at the very start of the battle Jiang Lin enveloped himself with a layer of all-attribute enhancement, the low-level enhancement technique. However, just as they were about to enter each other's attack range, Tai Chen saw Jiang Lin suddenly cast a low-level enhancement technique on himself. A sacred golden radiance shone, and under Jiang Lin's high-proficiency control the originally complex technique was completed almost instantly. Then this golden technique radiating divine light swiftly floated toward Tai Chen, specifically aimed at his right leg. At this moment Tai Chen had just lifted his right leg, and Jiang Lin's sudden enhancement caught him off guard. Consequently, he lost his balance and stumbled forward as the strength in his legs was uneven. Simultaneously Jiang Lin's merciless fist, as big as a sandbag, came crashing in. Bang! Tai Chen was sent flying by Jiang Lin's punch, landing on the ground. What the hell are you playing dirty? Tai Chen was shocked. Can enhancement techniques be used this way? Jiang Lin felt quite pleased that his idea succeeded. Little Black was equally astonished. Throwing enhancement techniques onto the enemy. He never expected to see such a combat method from a low-level paladin. One must know that enhancement techniques are considered positive buffs and cannot be resisted like some curse skills through purification or immunity. Thus, Jiang Lin essentially threw a debuff onto his opponent that would be hard to remove. However, to enhance a specific body part with an enhancement technique, one must achieve a mastery level beyond perfection. This also sets a certain threshold for others wanting to attempt it. Hence, this move is typically only chosen by a small number of high-level combat healers. Want to go again? I won't enhance your leg this time, Jiang Lin inquired. He had other directions he wanted to experiment with regarding the enhancement technique. Tai Chen sat still for a moment before recovering. Let's go again. Jiang Lin smiled slightly, clearly indicating that Tai Chen had yet to realize what he was about to face next. The two resumed their stances, yet Jiang Lin directly cast an enhancement technique toward Tai Chen in the distance. Tai Chen, noticing the enhancement technique approaching, immediately became alert. Since the speed of the enhancement technique exceeded his ability to dodge, he could only brace himself and control his body as best as he could once the enhancement technique arrived. Not enhancing his legs. What else could he enhance? The next moment, a golden technique radiating sacred light floated directly into Tai Chen's abdomen. What is Jiang Lin trying to do? Tai Chen's eyes showed confusion. However, the next moment his expression changed drastically. A strong sensation surged in his abdomen, and he felt his stomach churning violently. The enhancement technique indeed took effect on him. This time, it was not on any other organ, but directly on his intestines. To contain it, he hugged his stomach and collapsed onto the ground. The enhancement technique, shining with holy brilliance, illuminated Tai Chen's insides, and the skill that should have provided him a boost now launched a fierce assault on his lower regions. A sound of despair echoed, and both Tai Chen and Little Black, who was watching from the side, widened their eyes. They couldn't comprehend how a skill filled with holiness and light could be twisted and used by Jiang Lin to create such an evil, indescribable effect. This is a skill I developed, Jet Aura. The principle is to enhance the motility speed of your intestines through the enhancement technique, thus causing you to uncontrollably jet. Jiang Lin adjusted his non-existent glasses and explained to the two. Tai Chen, holding his stomach, looked at Jiang Lin in shock. This kind of dirty trick was something he had never heard of before. Is this really a human who can come up with such a method? Little Black now also had to express his astonishment. He had indeed seen common poison techniques, but something as wicked as this was truly a first for him. At the same time as they watched Jiang Lin proudly reveling in his success, not far away they couldn't help but feel a similar sentiment arise. This Jiang Lin is truly a newborn Dongshi. For a moment Xiao He was forced into deep contemplation. Is this fellow truly a paladin? How could a paladin unleash such a grotesque effect with their skills? He certainly seems to have the qualities of a secret cult disciple. Meanwhile, Tai Chen, after a brief shock, began to ponder his own pants situation. Looking at Jiang Lin not far away, he wanted to greet the other's floating log, but upon closer thought Jiang Lin indeed didn't have one, leaving him with the feeling of punching a cotton ball. Now he only wished to deliver a punch to his past self from a few minutes ago. Why choose to challenge Jiang Lin? Have you used this move on anyone else? Not yet. Today is the first experiment, and I didn't expect it to succeed so quickly. Upon hearing this, Tai Chen was even more infuriated. Then a spark of inspiration struck him. Promise me don't tell anyone else. I will help you keep it a secret. Wait until the midterm exam, then you can use this move to make a stunning impression. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Lin nodded in agreement. No problem. I'll go home to change my pants. If I don't come back before the afternoon class, please tell the teacher for me. Just say I had something to attend to at home, and don't mention I had an accident with my pants. With that, Tai Chen walked away with an unusual gait. Watching Tai Chen's departing figure, Jiang Lin couldn't help but sigh. Even the strongest have their moments of weakness. Xiao He glanced sideways at Jiang Lin, no longer wanting to use words to describe this newborn. Soon a system message box also appeared before Jiang Lin. The system took a moment to load, seemingly contemplating how to evaluate Jiang Lin's actions. Incredible. Such a cruel and terrifying demonic method actually came from you. It completely robbed these pathetic creatures of the courage to fight against you. Task completed. Randomly copying opponent's skills. Acquired skill: basic fist technique mastery. Would you like to learn it immediately? Jiang Lin hesitated for a moment and chose yes. In the next moment, a flood of memories surged into Jiang Lin's mind. However, this time the amount of memory was the least he had ever experienced. He only spent 2 or 3 years to elevate the proficiency of the basic fist technique to mastery. Yet his body experienced some changes. New reflex circuits were generated within him, and new muscle memories were inscribed in his body. At the same time, a thick layer of calluses formed on his fists, which anyone knowledgeable could see were accumulated from years of training, weathered and polished through hard work. In just a few seconds in the real world, Jiang Lin transformed from a novice with only a slight understanding of fist techniques into an experienced practitioner with considerable insights. One could only wonder how Tai Chun would react if he knew about Jiang Lin's rapid progress. Beside him, Xiaohe, having not released its perceptive abilities, failed to sense the changes within Jiang Lin's body and merely looked at Jiang Lin puzzled as he suddenly began practicing punches in place. After executing a complete set of fist techniques fluidly, Jiang Lin realized that the technique not only enhanced his understanding of combat, but also improved his control over his body's muscles. Xiaohe, did you see that? In the blink of an eye, I learned the basic fist technique he used. This is talent. Xiaohe's expression darkened. Don't call me Xiaohe, refer to me as Lilith. Besides, who knows how long you secretly practiced before? Don't act all high and mighty in front of me. You're nothing but an ant in my eyes. I'm now practicing a breathing technique and will soon step into the realm of extraordinary beings. I don't care about your measly food. Jiang Lin tried to strike a nerve with Xiaohe. Then why didn't you practice before and came to my place to mooch off food? Jiang Lin asked out of curiosity. However, Xiaohe fell silent, remaining as mute as a riddle cat. After having lunch with Xiaohe, Jiang Lin returned to the classroom. At this moment, Tai Chun, who had changed into a new pair of pants, had already returned to his seat. Upon seeing Jiang Lin return to the classroom, his gaze towards Jiang Lin was filled with resentment reminiscent of a vengeful ghost. Jiang Lin couldn't help but get goosebumps. Old Jiang, I have a wish. After sitting down, he said to Jiang Lin, Go ahead, what's your wish? I hope you can use the move you just used on me on others as well, especially during the midterm exam. Seeing Tai Chun so fixated on this matter, Jiang Lin could only comfort him. If the opportunity arises, I will try to do that. It's best to be that way. Saying this, he couldn't help but glance at Jiang Lin with a resentful expression again, sending chills down Jiang Lin's spine. It was clear how deeply Jiang Lin's unleashed aura had impacted Tai Chun's spirit. Of course, Tai Chun had no idea that his few words today would lead to a tremendous tragedy and chaos during the practical segment of the midterm exam a few days later. Before the first class started, Jiang Lin began to meditate in his seat, practicing the breathing technique and continuously accumulating magic essence within himself. Meanwhile, Tai Chun finally calmed down and began to silently work on practice questions. At this moment, the class teacher suddenly arrived and announced a message regarding the midterm exam in a few days. Please pay attention, the practical assessment in a few days will be different from the previous arena matches. After discussions between the school leaders and those from 2 other junior magic academies, it was decided to rent a piece of artificial secret realm, allowing students from all 3 schools to enter for a joint assessment. This competition venue is very expansive enough for students from all 3 schools to enter together. Additionally, this secret realm will simulate a real wilderness monster forest similar to the final exam for junior adventurers. This gives you a chance to adapt and advance. Renting such a secret realm is extremely costly, and previous cohorts have not had this opportunity for simulated testing, so you must cherish it. As for the specific rules, I don't know either. They should be released later. You can refer to the practical test rules for the junior adventurer exam. I feel it should be similar to those rules. Even if you're at the bottom of the class, with effort you might still get into an intermediate magic academy. The teacher believes in you, and you must believe in yourselves. The class teacher, named Like, was a bespectacled man who appeared quite honest and straightforward. After speaking, he scanned the students below and found that aside from a few, almost no one was paying attention to him, prompting a sigh. Being assigned to such a class as the class teacher showcased his status among the teaching staff. Due to being too honest, he often ended up taking over such troublesome classes. It seems this year's performance will be dismal again. If only the top student could be in my class. Thinking of this, he glanced over at Jiang Lin and Tai Chun, who were sitting in the corner. However, this quick look left him somewhat astonished. The class top student Tai Chun, who had never studied cultural subjects before, was actually working on practice questions. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin, the fallen genius with a meager level of 2, was quietly practicing a breathing technique. No, judging by the fluctuations of the demonic energy around him, he must have reached level 3. It's impressive, after 3 years this kid has finally reached level 3. But what about that black cat? Forget it, it's not the first time these students have brought along something outrageous. What's one black cat? Everyone should learn from classmate Tai Chun and classmate Jiang Lin. They know how to seize the time to make an effort. You all should strive harder as well. The homeroom teacher instantly shifted everyone's attention to Jiang Lin and Tai Chun in the corner. Watching the two working so hard, the classmates who were fooling around felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if they should also stop playing and do something productive. However, immersed in their own worlds, the two paid no attention to the teacher's praise. The few students who left the latest yesterday recalled the scene from when they departed. All the classmates had already returned their desks and chairs before heading home, leaving only the top 2 students of the class who were still immersed in their efforts forgetting everything around them to improve themselves. Thinking of this, he told those around him about what he witnessed yesterday. I was on duty yesterday and left quite late, but when I left, those 2 had no intention of leaving at all. Upon hearing this, those around were astonished. They were also like that this morning. Do you think they will just lose interest after a few days? I think it's quite possible. After all, we have all experienced a fleeting sense of ambition, haven't we? I don't think so. You all know that yesterday Jiang Lin defeated the top 2 students in swordsmanship duels. Didn't they just suppress their levels to let him win? Even if they suppressed their levels, their proficiency in swordsmanship was still there, and yesterday Jiang Lin seemed to mention something about not hiding his strength. Do you think it could be true? Or regardless of whether it's true or not, don't you feel an inexplicable discomfort when you see them working so hard? Hey, you feel that too. I feel the same way. It's as if I need to work hard too to alleviate this feeling. The pure-hearted and innocent students from another world, of course, had no idea they were about to face a terrifying behavior known as competition. Although they felt a bit uncomfortable seeing the 2 working hard as students at the bottom of the class, they ultimately remained entrenched in their poor performance. Only a few felt their hearts tighten and began to practice or solve questions as well. Most, however, after feeling a twinge of discomfort, continued to slack off and play. It can only be said that the environment of the bottom class is such that very few can emerge untainted from the muck. Time passed swiftly, and it was again time for Jiang Lin's swordsmanship class. Everyone got up, and Jiang Lin headed to the swordsmanship classroom. The kingdom's main goal in training most adventurers is to cultivate talented individuals with considerable combat power, thus practical combat accounts for the largest proportion of various tests. This led to Jiang Lin, despite having excellent academic performance, always being outmatched by those with higher levels and stronger combat abilities. Now, in terms of strength, he had become 3 times what he once was, surpassing the average level of a level 3 holy knight, and he had also acquired several highly proficient skills. Thus, his combat power was surging sharply. Unfortunately, during the previous duel with Tai Chun, Jiang Lin had used some tricks to defeat him, leaving Tai Chun without the courage to fight him. Therefore, Jiang Lin did not know how strong he really was when he let loose. Perhaps this swordsmanship class would provide him with an answer. However, upon entering the swordsmanship classroom, Jiang Lin's attention was drawn to a strikingly tall figure. Anya from the elite class was actually standing inside the classroom. Moreover, when he looked towards Anya, her eyes burning with fighting spirit also met his. Did their teacher have something to attend to? Wasn't this the class for the struggling students? Jiang Lin was puzzled for a moment. Lord Jiang Lin. Anya first came over to greet him. After a pause, she said, I changed my class and wanted to spar with you a few more times. Yesterday, after returning home, she had been replaying her battle with Jiang Lin in her mind and discovered many issues with her basic swordsmanship. These issues might not significantly affect ordinary battles, but in high-level encounters where all aspects are roughly equal, these details often determine the outcome of a fight. Now she had corrected these details and integrated them into other sword techniques, slightly enhancing her overall strength. Seeing Jiang Lin somewhat dazed, she continued, I will pay you a reward, and also I can lend you a book on sword techniques. Upon hearing this, some classmates who had been observing the two couldn't help but feel envious. Cursed Jiang Lin, not only can he get close to the noble and beautiful Lady Anya, but he is also making her pay so much. Naturally, Jiang Lin was very willing. With Anya suppressing her level to match his, she definitely qualified as upper tier among peers. Fighting against someone like her would surely help him gauge his own strength. However, he estimated that he could only use basic swordsmanship against her without the support of other skills, making it impossible to compare comprehensively. However, when Anya presented the reward and sword technique, Jiang Lin was a bit unsettled. She pulled out a gold coin. It's worth noting that 30 coins are enough for a family of 3 to live normally for a month, while 1 gold coin equals 100 coins. Could she be the legendary wealthy lady? Moreover, she not only had a gold coin, but also a sword technique of unknown level. Jiang Lin was shocked inside, while he also observed whether the system had any reaction. Unfortunately, the system seemed unresponsive to this. Every time he was challenged or dueled, the system would pop up options for him to accept the battle. Could it be that each person could only trigger a system task once? Jiang Lin speculated. Whether this was true would depend on how the system behaved in the days to come. Meanwhile, seeing Jiang Lin frozen in place, Anya also took out the sword technique she had prepared. It was a somewhat worn book, clearly secondhand, or even more used. This combat technique is called 7-star Holy Radiance / suitable for our Holy Knight training and can be unleashed without incantation. It's a high-level light attribute combat technique. I have learned from this book before, and there are my notes on it which will help you get started more quickly. By the way, please return this skill manual after you are done with it. After all, it is somewhat valuable. Happiness came too suddenly, leaving Jiang Lin somewhat unable to adapt. Xiaohei, who came with Jiang Lin to the swordsmanship classroom, was equally bewildered. Under its scrutiny, the girl's talent before him was incomparably higher than that of his cheap pope, and she even came to seek his guidance, presenting him with so many valuable gifts. Could it be? She is a follower of the sect of joy. A flash of extraordinary wisdom flickered in Xiaohei's eyes. However, when it gazed into Anya's eyes burning with intense fighting spirit, it became somewhat perplexed. There was not a hint of romantic sentiment, only a desire for battle. What is going on? Jiang Lin was taken aback for a moment, but nodded in agreement. Thank you for your generosity. It is an honor to fight with you. I will bring my utmost strength to this battle. As he spoke, a fervent desire for combat ignited in his eyes. He excitedly rubbed his hands together and accepted the gold coins and combat skills. When he learned that this was actually a high-level combat skill, he almost asked Anya who to kill. One must know that the value of a high-level combat skill far exceeds that of a single gold coin. Without the benefits from the sanctuary or other perks, a high-level combat skill could sell for hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Although Anya was only lending it to him for study, the opportunity to learn was equally precious. Come on, when do we start? Jiang Lin raised the wooden sword for training, assuming a basic starting stance. Seeing Jiang Lin's eager demeanor, Anya was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected that after giving him some gold coins he would become so enthusiastic. But this was just to her liking. She took out a necklace and put it on. In the next moment, her original aura diminished, significantly dropping to a level of 3. This is a sealing necklace borrowed from my family's swordsmanship teacher, which can completely suppress my attributes to level 3, allowing me to compete with you fairly purely through technique, without any advantage in physical prowess. She also assumed the same starting position. The swordsmanship teacher at home. Truly a wealthy woman. Jiang Lin sighed inwardly. At the same time, he charged forward. Upon seeing Jiang Lin rush over, Anya's pupils contracted. This speed seemed to have increased significantly since yesterday. She dared not be careless and quickly made a block. Swish. Jiang Lin's slash came with an angle so cunning, aiming directly at the gaps in Anya's defense. How could his speed have increased so much? Anya was shocked. At the same time, she hastily altered the direction of her wooden sword for defense. However, seeing her respond, Jiang Lin's original slash unexpectedly changed trajectory, bypassing her defense and striking towards her wrist. Pop! The wooden sword lightly tapped her wrist and sent the sword in her hand flying away. In the astonished gazes of Anya and those around her, the wooden sword fell to the ground with a thud. With the doubling of neural reflex speed, Jiang Lin's reaction and speed could be deemed unfathomable among those of the same level unless one possessed special combat skills or belonged to an assassin class. Otherwise, it would be hard to defend. With my reaction speed and power, you cannot defeat me at the same level. Take off the necklace. After testing his abilities slightly, Jiang Lin had a rough understanding of his combat prowess. How could this be possible? How could he possess such reaction speed? Yet Anya was still in shock. At this moment, she recalled what Jiang Lin had said to her yesterday. Genius requires accumulation. Could it be that he had not leveled up to gain higher base attributes? But a level 3 paladin could never have such reflexes, right? Even if she lifted the restrictions, her reaction speed would likely not keep up. Could it be? This is what true genius looks like. For a moment, Anya doubted herself. Am I really a genius? At the same time, she recalled the battle from yesterday. So he had been holding back against me all along. Otherwise, there was no way she could have fought him for so long. With that thought, Anya bit her teeth in secret. However, she did not remove the necklace, but instead asked again, can I use one skill? Jiang Lin was puzzled. What skill? Super speed thinking, which can enhance my reaction capability. Even if I lift the level restriction, my reflexes would still be no match for yours. She admitted honestly. At the same time, flames of defiance and battle ignited in her eyes. No problem. Only when both parties have similar reaction capabilities can they engage in technical sparring. Otherwise, the faster party could easily exploit the endless flaws of the other, making it impossible to fight. In the next moment, a blue light flickered in Anya's golden eyes as she activated super speed thinking. This time, she took the initiative to strike and engage Jiang Lin in battle. She stepped forward decisively, her wooden sword cutting through the air with a fierce momentum roaring like the wind as it aimed straight for Jiang Lin's chest. Jiang Lin also responded quickly. In such close quarters, there was no way to evade, only to parry. With a loud bang, their swords clashed once more after a day. A tremendous force transmitted through the sword's tip, exceeding Anya's estimated strength by 50%. Had his strength increased again? Is this the culmination of years of effort? Anya was once again shocked. The surprises Jiang Lin brought her today were somewhat overwhelming. However, as they were in the midst of battle, she could not afford to lose focus and had to continue fighting Jiang Lin. In an instant, the wooden swords in their hands clashed repeatedly, the sounds of strikes echoing like raindrops on the rooftop, resonating throughout the swordsmanship classroom. What were originally standard sword techniques seemed to come alive in their hands as various sword moves were executed flexibly during their clash. This scene left the surrounding underperforming students utterly shocked. How could it be so fast? What on earth is Jiang Lin? Even Munsa, the swordsmanship teacher who had just arrived to conduct the class, was momentarily stunned. That kid Jiang Lin. How could he have such fast reaction speed? Moreover, his sword techniques were incomparably refined. If he were of the same level as me, I would likely not be able to defeat him. In the midst of battle, Jiang Lin was equally astonished. The enhancement from this skill is so significant. It seems that super speed thinking is also worth learning. Jiang Lin could not imagine how miserable the outcome would have been if he had faced Anya in this state, without the neural reflex speed enhancement from yesterday. Even with mastery of the pinnacle basic sword technique, he would surely have been overwhelmed. However, with both their reaction speeds now at a similar level, what they were competing in was now the understanding of swordsmanship techniques. In this regard, Jiang Lin remained at a crushing height. After just over 10 sword moves, he seized upon a fleeting moment of Anya's error, directing his wooden sword towards her snow-white neck. The wooden sword sliced through the air, stopping less than a centimeter from Anya's neck, the air displaced by the blade brushing against her skin. This scene nearly dropped Xiao Hei's jaw to the ground. What the hell? This useless person actually possesses such formidable combat capability. I have learned from this. Anya set down her sword and began to mentally review the battle, summarizing the areas where her sword techniques were lacking. At that moment, the class bell rang and the students in the troublemaker class gathered and stood in their positions. Jiang Lin was just about to tell Anya that he would speak to the teacher, but Meng Sa spoke first. You two can practice on your own. The content I teach in class is of little use to you now. Thank you, teacher. After receiving permission, Jiang Lin stepped away from the group and waited for Anya to finish her review. Meanwhile, he picked up the book, Qixing Xingmang Zhan, and prepared to study the combat techniques within. Jiang Lin frowned in thought as he flipped through the pages, stopping after just 2 or 3. Is this really something a person can practice? Even with Anya's notes as guidance, Jiang Lin felt as if he were reading a celestial script. Qixing Xingmang Zhan is a technique that requires the manipulation of magical essence, unlike the basic swordsmanship Jiang Lin learned before, which only needed decent control over his bodice muscles. Prior to this, Jiang Lin had almost no experience with techniques requiring the manipulation of magical essence, so he felt like a student who had just learned addition and subtraction trying to tackle calculus. Of course, for students with good talent, the gap between the two might not be so significant, merely a matter of basic and advanced exercises. However, for someone like Jiang Lin, whose talent was mediocre, he could only rely on time to gradually find his way in. At this moment, Anya finished her review and was ready to continue sparring with Jiang Lin, who took this opportunity to put down the skill book. Thus, the two engaged in battle once more. This time, Jiang Lin was amazed to discover that Anya's progress in basic swordsmanship was nearly visible to the naked eye. Each battle with him brought her new insights, further advancing her already profound skills. Is this what it means to be a genius? Remembering his own slow progress without a system, Jiang Lin felt somewhat disheartened. After another sparring session, Anya began her review again, while Jiang Lin felt that he would not grasp Qixing Xingmang Zhan in a short time, so he hurriedly sat down to practice his breathing technique. With so little time, can you really get into the zone? Anya was somewhat surprised to see Jiang Lin like this. After all, it usually requires a certain amount of time to prepare for practicing the breathing technique by concentrating and clearing one's mind. However, Jiang Lin replied while practicing the breathing technique, I am falling behind too much. I must seize every moment. Anya sensed the magical essence gradually flowing towards Jiang Lin and fell silent. But for some reason, seeing Jiang Lin work so hard made Anya recall that she hadn't been as diligent as he was during her free time, and a strange tightening sensation gripped her heart. However, this feeling was fleeting. She shook her head and cast the thought aside, continuing to review their earlier sparring. In the subsequent class, the two sparred for a while, then took a break. Anya's swordsmanship improved little by little, while Jiang Lin also accumulated considerable practical experience during this process. Previously, Jiang Lin was somewhat proficient in skills, but he lacked experience in actual combat. So this opportunity allowed him to gain a lot of practical combat experience. Time quickly passed, and the swordsmanship class came to an end. Anya reluctantly set down her wooden sword and said, I will come to find you for the next swordsmanship class. If you can learn the skills I taught you and use them proficiently in battle against me, I can teach you other sword techniques in return. Hearing the first part of Anya's words, Jiang Lin felt it was expected. After all, 1 gold coin, and this book of sword techniques would easily cover his practice partner for a semester. Not to mention, he could also gain practical experience from it. However, when he heard Anya's final sentence, it felt as if his heart skipped a beat. Other sword techniques. He knew that the skill book Anya had given him would sell for several hundred or even several thousand gold coins on the market, something he certainly couldn't afford. But now he could continue to benefit from Anya's sponsorship. What a great person. Jiang Lin was naturally overjoyed. He quickly prioritized learning this skill. Anya watched Jiang Lin's departing figure, already convinced that this young man had surpassed even the swordsmanship teacher hired by her family in terms of mastery of basic swordsmanship. What astounding talent. It's a pity that his cultivation speed is a bit slow, but isn't it true that all geniuses require time to consolidate their skills? Back in the classroom, he calmed himself and began to read the densely packed text of Qixing Xingmang Zhan. What are you looking at? Tai Chen leaned over. High-level combat techniques. He looked at Jiang Lin, surprised. Old Jiang, do you even understand what you're reading? Jiang Lin shot him a glance, but remained silent, focusing intently on the words and diagrams in the skill book. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a class had passed. He exhaled a breath of frustration and closed the skill book. Damn it. I can't understand. Now Jiang Lin truly felt the helplessness of being a poor student. Hey kid, you've been flipping through that for so long, why are you still on the first page? Xiao Hei teased as he saw Jiang Lin put down the skill book. Sai, I thought you were some kind of genius since you fight so well, but it turns out you're just a slightly better than average brute. As Xiao Hei continued to trash talk, he snatched the skill book from Jiang Lin's hands. It's too difficult, it's the book's fault, Jiang Lin replied without blinking. His conversation with Xiaohe was through mental communication, a form of spiritual exchange that others couldn't hear. Do you even believe what you just said? Xiaohe said mockingly, do you want to learn? I can teach you, but you'll need to pay a certain price. What price? You need to sacrifice a certain amount of your soul. Xiaohe's voice carried a hint of temptation. Jiang Lin frowned. Sacrifice my soul. That's too high a price, I can't accept that. No, it's not sacrificing your soul. You can hunt other humans and sacrifice their souls to me instead. Xiaohe hurriedly clarified. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Lin nodded. All right, no problem, but not right now. My strength isn't enough, and I suppose there will be some ritual formations needed for the sacrifice, right? How about this? You teach me first, and I'll owe you one. When the opportunity is right, I'll sacrifice for you then. Hearing Jiang Lin's affirmative response, Xiaohe was momentarily stunned, his prepared words of persuasion never getting the chance to be spoken. This can't be. He just agreed. Isn't he a paladin? How can he make a deal with me, the evil god? In an instant, combining Jiang Lin's inexplicable behavior of stepping on ants on the road and using the jet ring during sparring, Xiaohe concluded this paladin must have some psychological issues. After a moment of silence to accept this setting, Xiaohe spoke. Let me see how difficult this skill is. I will decide the number of souls to be collected based on the skill's difficulty. Then Xiaohe brought the skill book to the ground and hid in a corner to read it. No problem, Jiang Lin nodded in agreement. To be honest, Jiang Lin found it strange that as an evil god, the other party was interested in the souls of these ordinary beings and was willing to grant power to the sacrificers. Logically, if the other party was so powerful, they could easily obtain the souls of some beings on their own. Why rely on the hands of others? He then voiced his doubts. However, Xiaohe did not even look up. Children should go play, knowing this is useless to you. Jiang Lin fell silent and began to practice his breathing technique with closed eyes. However, in less than a minute, Xiaohe flipped to the last page of the book. All right, I will teach you how to practice, but you need to sacrifice 10 souls of zero-level adventurers to me. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement without hesitation. After all, he hadn't specified when to repay. As long as the opportunity wasn't right, the other party couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, if he really had to repay the debt, he could always join the Knight Order of the Holy Temple to hunt down the evil cult members for sacrifice, which would also rid the world of a threat. Seeing Jiang Lin agree so readily, Xiaohe felt a bit uneasy, so it quickly drafted a mental contract that only the two of them could see, asking Jiang Lin to sign it. A slightly yellowed piece of parchment appeared in Jiang Lin's mind with the relevant contract terms written in black ink. The general content of the contract was Xiaohe would teach Jiang Lin the skill, while Jiang Lin would need to sacrifice 10 souls of zero-level adventurers at an appropriate time. Seeing the other party so meticulous, Jiang Lin sighed and carefully checked the mental contract, confirming it was correct. Just as he was about to sign, he asked somewhat uneasily, "You haven't done anything underhanded to the contract, have you?" Xiaohe's disdainful voice came, "I don't need to play tricks with a little brat like you. Teach me how to sign, and I'll draft the mental contract myself. Why make it so complicated? Hurry up and sign, or I want to teach you the skill. No way, I'm not comfortable with the contract you drafted." Xiaohe fell silent, and unable to argue with Jiang Lin, eventually taught him how to draft the mental contract. This involved using mental power to impose bindings and rituals on the soul. If the terms of the ritual were violated, the soul would be detonated by the ritual, leading to instant demise. Of course, the specific punishment depended on the severity of the contract. Xiaohe put away its contract while secretly cursing this cautious kid in front of it. Earlier, it had not realized how meticulous this kid was despite his big talk. In fact, the mental contract it had given Jiang Lin was a double-sided contract. If one were to draw an analogy, it was like an IOU on the surface, but if the surface was torn, there was actually another contract inside. If Jiang Lin had signed the IOU earlier, the underlying contract would have also taken effect. As an evil god, Xiaohe was certainly not someone naive and innocent. It had originally added several coercive clauses in the underlying contract. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin was clumsily trying to draft a mental contract. With the enhancement of spiritual power provided by the system, Jiang Lin was still able to condense such a level of mental contract. After more than 10 minutes, he finally succeeded. All right, come sign. I've refined the restrictions of the contract. Xiaohe glanced at Jiang Lin's contract and was immediately taken aback. The originally few dozen words of the IOU had now been expanded by Jiang Lin to several thousand words. However, upon reading through it, the main agreement had not changed. One was responsible for teaching and the other for sacrificial offerings. But Jiang Lin had filled it with clauses such as, Party B shall not make any harmful changes to the original skill and must inform Party A of any improvements. Party B cannot intentionally omit crucial teaching parts, and Party A will provide suitable opportunities for Party B's soul, ensuring Party A's safety in all aspects, among other stipulations. There was even a final statement. All interpretations of the above clauses belong to Party A. All right, I've signed, now you sign too. Xiaohe was momentarily speechless. Jiang Lin, however, felt that what he did was completely justified. After all, the other party was an evil god. One should be cautious when making a deal with an evil god. Just as Xiaohe was about to sign, it suddenly paused, as if having discovered something. Then with a dark expression it asked, "Explain this to me, what is this?" As it spoke, it magnified the mental contract Jiang Lin had given it. In a certain inconspicuous corner, a very small line of text read, "From now on, all skill learning by party A shall be fully taught by party B." Look at you with those thick eyebrows and big eyes. I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve. Originally, Xiao He had intended to use the contract to trick Jiang Lin, but ended up nearly being outsmarted by this kid. Seeing its little scheme exposed, Jiang Lin laughed awkwardly. What happened? I don't know if it seems like some dust fell on it. As he spoke, he wiped away that small line of text in the corner. In fact, from the very beginning, Jiang Lin had planned to draft the mental contract himself. This drafting of the mental contract was within the teaching scope of the Beginner Magic Academy. The reason he wanted Xiao He to teach him was to make the other party think he was a novice, thus lowering their guard and signing a coercive agreement with him. Xiao He was furious and began to carefully review the contract Jiang Lin had given it. It was now certain that this guy in front of it was definitely not a simple and kind-hearted person. This guy's heart was probably darker than that of some cultists. No wonder his talent as a paladin was so poor. The fact that he could cultivate to level 3 was already miraculous. Moreover, there was one point: the other party was only 15 years old and had no social experience. If he could rely entirely on his own talent to be this cunning, if he were to take up a profession similar to that of a fallen knight, he would probably become a gifted genius. However, Jiang Lin had no clear self-awareness regarding this matter. Soon Xiao He's expression darkened again as it pulled out Jiang Lin's mental contract. "Explain this to me. What is this?" As it spoke, Xiao He pointed to an originally blank area on the mental contract's parchment. It now looked completely blank, but Xiao He actively changed the color of the parchment from yellow-brown to white. The originally empty area suddenly displayed text written in yellow-brown ink. Jiang Lin had hidden another coercive clause within the mental contract using ink matching the background color of the parchment. Seeing that his backup plan had been uncovered, Jiang Lin felt a bit embarrassed, yet he maintained his composure as he erased the text written in a peculiar color. It seems there's something wrong with this parchment. Little Black looked at the guy in front of him, secretly clicking his tongue. If it weren't for his cunning as an evil deity, he might have actually fallen for this guy's trick. "You little rascal with so many underhanded tactics, you should just use the contract I drafted." "No way, as an evil deity, you definitely have more tricks up your sleeve than I do." No, I can't think of any underhanded tactics involving releasing enhancement spells into someone's intestines. Let's not talk about these irrelevant things, but if you want to trade with me, I'll draft the contract. Then I won't teach you anymore. I can always shamelessly ask Anya. She's so nice, she definitely won't reject me. The two began to bicker again, and Little Black nearly burst into a tirade. Damn it, why is trading with this kid so troublesome? Afterwards, Little Black checked the contract a few more times, finally feeling at ease enough to sign it. Luckily, this kid didn't employ double contracts, otherwise he would truly hesitate to make a deal with him. Once the contract was signed, a spiritual formation was established within their souls. "Come on, teach me how to learn it. This isn't a good place, so wait until there's no one around, or you can find a deserted classroom now." Currently, class was in session, which indeed wasn't suitable for practicing swordplay, but Jiang Lin still said, "It's fine, just explain to me what all this means, I need to understand it first, so I can practice later." Upon hearing this, Little Black was stunned. This thing needs explaining and understanding. Jiang Lin remained silent, staring at Little Black. "All right, then I'll explain it to you." Subsequently, he began to explain the skill book to Jiang Lin. You don't know about magical resonance. What? You don't even know about magical pathways. What have you learned in these 3 years? The more he explained, the more shocked Little Black became. How could this kid be unaware of so many things? Yet Jiang Lin felt helpless. After all, he hadn't had the opportunity to learn higher-level skills. The few enhancement and healing spells that required magical power were the simplest versions, which didn't even require forming magical circuits within the body, leaving his knowledge in this area quite lacking. This also led to him being unable to comprehend the skill book at first. Even with Anya's notes, he still couldn't understand. Not to mention, this was a high-level skill. Previously, his skills were either unranked or low-ranked, and he didn't even have mid-tier skills as a buffer. Fortunately, Little Black turned out to be a good teacher, explaining well enough. Although Jiang Lin didn't understand some aspects, he forcibly memorized them, preparing to digest them slowly later. It's still too troublesome. If I could set up a ritual, I could directly implant this knowledge into your mind. After completing the explanation, Little Black lay on the windowsill basking in the sun. From the start of the trade to the end of the skill explanation, the communication was entirely through spiritual means, so no one else noticed anything unusual. After understanding, Jiang Lin began to meditate and practice the breathing technique, slowly raising his level. Now that the system could enhance his physical fitness and mental strength, he didn't have to worry about excessive magical power in his body causing him to explode. Now he just needed to rapidly raise his level. With the system, Jiang Lin certainly wouldn't be satisfied with merely attending an ordinary intermediate magic academy. If possible, he certainly wanted to enter the most prestigious intermediate magic academy. After all, the resource disparities among different tiers of magic academies were astronomical. However, he was now 3 years behind others with far too much to learn. Anya could easily pull out a single skill, super speed thinking, which could elevate her reaction time to match his. Not to mention, as a genius, she surely had many more skills up her sleeve. let alone other talented individuals in different professions like mages and archers whom he found quite difficult to deal with. Thus he needed to seize the time to enhance his strength. Time quickly passed, and soon it was time for school to end. However, Jiang Lin still sat in his seat, unmoving, practicing his breathing technique. Seeing this, some classmates truly couldn't sit still. Jiang Lin has been practicing for so long. What's he doing? Tai Chen too, he's been solving problems like he's under some kind of stress. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you leaving? I'm just going to practice my breathing technique a little longer. I feel like once I get home, I won't want to move. The practice environment is better here at school. Damn, you weren't like this before. Do you want to give it a try? We can go back together later. Alright, I'll stay for a while to keep you company. Thus an astonishing scene unfolded in the class that had been lagging behind, where 4 or 5 students surprisingly did not rush home after school, but instead stayed behind to study and practice. Time continued to pass, and before long, it was nearly sunset. Jiang Lin opened his eyes and then witnessed this shocking scene. What is going on? He felt perplexed. He stood up and said to Tai Chen, "Old Tai, I'm heading home now." And then I'll go home too. Upon hearing the commotion from the two, those who had stayed behind also felt a sense of relief and began to prepare to leave the classroom. In fact, they had been observing Jiang Lin and Tai Chen all along. After all, one was at the top and the other at the bottom. Whether either of them made progress felt significant to them. If they had returned home early while these two were still practicing at school and continually improving, they wouldn't sleep soundly. Thinking about how they had stayed behind together, continuously improving at school compared to those who had returned home early, they felt a sense of joy. However, Jiang Lin unexpectedly said at this moment, "Keep it up, I need to go home and continue working hard in secret. Oh right, I didn't sleep last night and practiced the breathing technique all night. You need to keep it up too." Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes. No sleep? That can't be true, right? However, they felt that Jiang Lin had no reason to lie to them. If he truly hadn't slept all night, he should have made a lot of progress, right? No, he must not be allowed to surpass me, this bottom student. Then I need to work a little harder to stay up late solving problems for a bit longer. Tai Chen, though shocked, nodded thoughtfully. Damn it, what's wrong with these two? Are they trying to make it impossible for the rest of us to live? Should I stay up late to work harder tonight too? Once this thought arose, it was like a seed planted in their hearts, quickly taking root and sprouting. With only over 70 days left, if they pushed themselves, they might truly gain admission to the Intermediate Magic Academy. So what if they lost a bit of sleep? It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Thinking of those classmates who were still at home, slacking off, a spark of excitement ignited within them. 70 days of hard work. We will also attend the Intermediate Magic School. A strange flame ignited in their eyes, and after exchanging glances, they all stood up and headed home. Jiang Lin felt that a strange atmosphere of fervor had arisen in the classroom, and he looked around in confusion. Then he walked toward the school playground with Xiaohei. At the temple, he still had a skill to collect. However, this matter was not urgent for now. He would first master the skill given to him by Anya. He first went to the swordsmanship classroom to grab a wooden sword, and then he came to the playground to slowly experiment with the skill learning method he had memorized through rote. However, this process was not smooth. Controlling the magic elements within him with such precision proved to be somewhat difficult. After several attempts ended in failure, Jiang Lin shifted his gaze to Xiaohei beside him. After being stared at for a long time, Xiaohei said helplessly, "What are you looking at me for?" Jiang Lin's expression was earnest. "Senior, I seem to have a problem with the composition circuit of the magic element." Seeing Jiang Lin refer to him as senior, Xiaohei fell silent once more. "Try simultaneously moving the magic element upward and downward." No, it should be like this." "I see." As expected, senior is knowledgeable. But for stabilizing the next step of the circuit, it seems I have encountered another issue. Jiang Lin kept practicing while Xiaohei precisely pointed out the problems Jiang Lin faced, allowing him to practice at an incredibly slow pace, which was eventually improved to an alarming speed. This advanced combat technique requires the magic elements to flow through the corresponding acupoints of the 7 stars within the body, forming the corresponding spell. Now, to gain entry, Jiang Lin needed to manipulate the magic elements to form the correct spell in the Tian Shu corresponding to the Baihui acupoint, and to direct it into the blade of the sword in his hand. Under Xiaohei's continuous guidance, the process that Jiang Lin originally needed to verify step by step was directly eliminated. In the end, with Xiaohei's meticulous instruction, a skill that Jiang Lin might have taken 1 or 2 years to master was successfully grasped in just 4 hours. 7 stars Holy Radiance / not mastered. It is worth noting that even before, for those unranked or low-ranked skills, Jiang Lin would take at least 1 or 2 months from starting to mastering. Let alone the fact that the difficulty of this advanced skill was countless times greater than those. It can only be said that Xiaohei as an evil god was indeed well-informed and possessed sharp insight and terrifying perceptiveness. Such abilities are not possessed by many swordsmanship masters. Now the sun had set, leaving only a bright moon hanging in the sky. This world did not have as much air and light pollution as the previous life, allowing the stars in the sky to be seen clearly. However, today's moon was particularly bright, overshadowing the light of the stars. In this empty playground, the light attribute magic elements within Jiang Lin shone, forming a specific circuit, which he then transmitted through his hands to the wooden sword, creating a magic circuit on it that briefly condensed some light elements from the air before releasing them. A dazzling beam of light shot from the tip of his sword within which seemed to shimmer a star pure and sacred. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Lin's excitement overflowed. Having been in this world for 3 years, this was his first genuine step onto the path of sword and magic. Perhaps many years later, he would still recall this night, with one person, one cat, and one wooden sword. The higher the proficiency of the 7 stars holy radiance, the more acupoints opened, and the more stars contained, the further the attack range and power. Gaining entry like he did now represented 1 star, mastering 3 represented 3 stars, mastering 6 represented 6 stars, and mastering 7 represented perfection. As for achieving transcendence, it dramatically boosts power and range, but does not alter the star radiance contained within the sword's light. Next, he just needed to wait a few more days to accumulate some daily task rewards, and he could upgrade this skill to its maximum level. After all, he didn't know many skills right now, and it was only a matter of time before he randomly encountered the 7 stars holy radiance /. Having learned a new skill, Jiang Lin was in high spirits as he took Xiaohei back home, and after dinner, he began his training. "Aren't you going to practice more to solidify it?" Xiaohei questioned. "No need, I have my own methods." Jiang Lin shook his head. Time flew by, and soon another night passed. Xiaohei practiced a simple breathing technique, while Jiang Lin practiced the holy night breathing technique. Both of them were surrounded by waves of magic elements as they gradually flowed towards them. To Xiaohei's astonishment, Jiang Lin somehow managed to stay awake all night. Wasn't this kid tired? Or had his breathing technique also reached a transcendental level? But how could someone so new possibly push the holy night breathing technique to a transcendental level? In response to Xiaohei's doubts, Jiang Lin smiled slightly. Geniuses are naturally not measured by common reasoning. However, he suddenly thought of something, and his expression darkened. "Wait, what do you mean by saying I'm a novice? I'm clearly just a simple, kind-hearted, sunny, and optimistic big boy." Xiaohei remained silent at Jiang Lin's response, simply watching him with those small eyes, his thoughts visible on his face. "Hey, what does that expression mean?" Jiang Lin found it hard to believe that a cat could have such a rich expression. Then he ignored Xiaohei and began checking his daily tasks. Daily tasks 1. Kill for fun 2. Malicious interest 3. Torture still exactly the same as before. However, what surprised Jiang Lin was that the second task, malicious interest, had actually been completed. 2. Malicious interest requirement, destroy a person's mental defenses, reward 1,000 mental strength, completed reward, pending collection. Jiang Lin was somewhat puzzled. What was going on? Hadn't he done anything yet? However, all of this needed to go back a few hours. Dian was Jiang Lin's classmate belonging to the bottom tier of the class. Yesterday, he had been among those who stayed with Jiang Lin until sunset to study. His level had already reached level 4, but his scores in the academic exams and practical tests were somewhat lacking. Although there was a chance for him to enter the Intermediate Magic Academy, it was still slim. Thinking that even if he exerted all his effort, he would not compare to those geniuses in the field of adventurers, and that he could only live a mediocre life, he had always adhered to a principle of doing as little as possible. After all, effort does not guarantee success, but lying down is definitely comfortable. However, in the past few days, Jiang Lin and Tai Chen's changes had slightly altered his mindset. Seeing that Jiang Lin, who ranked last in the class, was so diligently practicing the breathing technique and had made significant progress going from level 2 to level 3, he felt a slight stir in his heart. Then seeing Tai Chen, the top student in the class, also starting to work hard to improve himself, wanting to enter the Intermediate Magic Academy through his own efforts, ignited the flame within him. Tai Chen had a good relationship with him, they had grown up on the same street, and he could even see Tai Chen's window from his home. Therefore, he naturally did not want to fall behind. However, tonight he was destined to be somewhat sleepless, because he saw the window of Tai Chen's bedroom, which had been glowing with a faint light. So-called a roommate's snoring is light as a mosquito, but the sound of secretly flipping pages is deafening. Seeing Tai Chen still diligently solving problems tonight, he naturally did not want to fall behind. Thus, he secretly made a decision: after Tai Chen falls asleep, he will go to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, stimulated by Jiang Lin, Tai Chen also began to reflect. Old Jiang shouldn't really be staying up all night, but he was definitely sleeping very little. After all, there were only a few days left, so losing a little sleep was no big deal. Since they were adventurers, staying up for these few nights shouldn't be a problem. However, just as he was studying until midnight and feeling a bit drowsy, he looked outside the window and was instantly jolted awake. What? That guy Dian wasn't sleeping either. I can't fall behind. He'll wait for Dian to sleep before I sleep. Thinking that if he fell asleep, Dian might continue to work hard while he was asleep, a sense of urgency surged in Tai Chen's heart. Thus, this night was destined to be restless. The sky gradually brightened, and the two who had stayed up all night felt satisfied with their progress despite their dark circles. However, when they looked again at each other's windows, they found that the other was still buried in their studying, reigniting a sense of urgency in their hearts. No, I can't stop. If I stop, I will be surpassed. I must not stop. If I don't work hard, I might even be outdone by Jiang Lin. Thinking about the scene of being surpassed by the bottom of the class made both of them feel humiliated and unwilling, and they gritted their teeth, staring at each other's windows, waiting for the other to fall asleep. As a result, Jiang Lin's system also received feedback. Daily task, malicious interests, completed. Although he didn't know who had broken down, since he didn't have to do it himself, Jiang Lin was naturally happy to be idle. Taking advantage of still being at home, he claimed the reward. In the next moment, a familiar pain came over him. His mental sea was violently filled, and Jiang Lin's mental strength increased at a visible speed. At the same time, his magical power that he could call upon also increased. Mental strength 2300, 3300. Now his mental strength had reached a somewhat exaggerated level, especially for a level 3 holy knight. Having such values was quite terrifying, comparable to a mage of the same level. The 7 stars Holy Radiance / this advanced combat technique requires the consumption of mental strength. It needs the most basic mental strength as guidance to inject magic into the constructed magic circuit, forming the corresponding skill effect. Of course, if one increases the injection of magic power, the skill's power will also be stronger, while the upper limit of magic injection depends on the adventurer's personal control and proficiency with the skill. For example, Jiang Lin right now, even if he wanted to inject all his magic power into a single attack, he couldn't do it. The condensed magic would explode due to unskillful control, resulting in failure of the skill at best or injury at worst. Taking Xiao He back to school, Jiang Lin once again encountered a swarm of ants carrying food scraps at the entrance of the bun shop. This time, without a word from Xiao He, Jiang Lin stepped on them with his big foot and ground them down. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Xiao He said with a face full of black lines. He just didn't understand why someone as new as Jiang Lin would awaken as a holy knight. Jiang Lin took a bite of his bun. "I'm exterminating pests for the public good. What do you know? They're clearly not pests, so what are you exterminating?" But Jiang Lin cleared his throat and said, "Although they may not pose any harm to us humans since they exist in this world, there must be natural enemies or creatures that regard them as enemies. Even though I haven't harmed humanity from their food's perspective, I'm exterminating pests. Even if they are herbivores, I'm still protecting plants and the environment." Hearing this, Xiao He immediately wore a face of confusion. "You see, is this even human language? No matter how you put it, you are the one with righteous indignation, right?" However, Jiang Lin did not dwell too much on this issue. After seeing the system prompt that the task had been completed, he happily walked towards the school. Back at school, he couldn't wait to start drawing today's skills. Claim reward: random skill proficiency reaches maximum level. Selected skill breath control perfect. In the next moment, Jiang Lin felt himself transported back to the space where he once learned breath control. The last time he came here, he pushed breath control to perfect proficiency, and this time his goal was to raise it to the maximum level. Breath control is one of the essential skills for the assassin profession, is an unranked skill, merely controlling one's own breath without involving too much use of magic elements. Time flew by, and Jiang Lin transformed from a youth into a middle-aged man, while the skill breath control also reached its peak of transcendence. Breath control perfect transcendental, a flood of memories surged into Jiang Lin's mind in an instant. However, he had already started to get used to such a volume of memories, so he did not react too strongly. Just a brief moment of daze, then he digested the peak of the breath control skill. At the same time, his body also underwent some changes with those muscle memories that became instinct engraved into his current body. Upon reaching the peak of transcendence, breath control seemed to have become his instinct, able to be released anytime, anywhere in various states. Unlike before when he needed to concentrate to invoke it, he could now release it even in the midst of fierce battles. Perhaps in future combat, he could hide his breath, preventing opponents from predicting his next moves. As for its usefulness, that would depend on today's battle with Anya. At that moment, Tai Chen also walked into the classroom, looking somewhat listless. "Old Jiang, what time did you sleep last night?" He had just sat down when he asked Jiang Lin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin was puzzled. "I didn't sleep, what's wrong?" Tai Chen stared intently into Jiang Lin's eyes, but could not discern whether he was lying. "How did you manage that?" Feeling that Jiang Lin had no reason to lie, Tai Chen asked reluctantly. "Once you reach a certain proficiency in the breathing technique, practicing it will yield a resting effect. Didn't you know? Oh, right, with your talent, you probably wouldn't have access to that level of knowledge." Jiang Lin recounted what Xiao He had told him yesterday, leaving both Xiao He and Tai Chen in silence. "I also didn't sleep last night. I spent the whole night reviewing questions, completing in a day what would normally take 2 days." Tai Chen remarked. "It feels very fulfilling. If only I could maintain this state. However, I don't have such a high proficiency in the breathing technique, so logically I should need rest." Jiang Lin nodded. "Indeed." However, Tai Chen suddenly changed the subject. "Old Jiang, your potion studies are better than mine. Do you know of any potions that can keep me from needing rest while I continue to study?" Hearing this, Jiang Lin was greatly shocked. Could it be that Tai Chen was truly stimulated? He actually wanted to take drugs to stay up studying. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Lin suddenly recalled having seen a similar potion description in some extracurricular potion book before. "Wait a moment, I have a vague memory, or I think I saw it in a book. I remember the title and the approximate chapters, but I've forgotten the name of the potion." Then Jiang Lin fixed a strange gaze on Tai Chen. "What's the name of the potion? Can you check it out again, old Jiang?" The two did not try to conceal their conversation, and many around them overheard. This included Dean, who had also pulled an all-nighter. He approached with a fatigued spirit, eager to listen further. "I said I remember the title and approximate chapters. What did you call me?" Tai Chen was somewhat baffled. Old Jiang. The book is in the school library. What did you call me?" Tai Chen suddenly realized. "Dad, can you help me check it out?" Hey, you're not stupid. I'll check it out for you when the library opens later." Dean chimed in. "Dad, I want to know too." Jiang Lin was somewhat bewildered, but since the other had called him dad, he naturally wouldn't treat him poorly. No problem, I'll let you know when I find it. Dean was very pleased to hear this. Alright Dean, did you also stay up all night last night? If you're not sleeping, how can I? Staying up late can exhaust the mind, oh aren't you afraid of being drained the next day? There are only over 70 days left, what's there to be afraid of? Upon hearing the conversation among the three, the students at the bottom of the class were greatly shocked. How could these three appear as if they were also stimulated? Is it really something that humans can do to stay up all night studying? It didn't take long for the news to spread throughout the class. Now everyone knew there were 3 people in class who didn't sleep and stayed up studying all night. Those who had stayed behind to work hard the previous day were equally astonished. Damn, is sleeping a little less really enough? While they were sleeping, those 3 were still working hard. Moreover, it seemed they even needed to consume potions to maintain their all-night study state. How could they possibly sleep with this going on? Soon Jiang Lin returned from the library and informed the 2 of the answer. There is a potion called Mental Stimulation Potion designed for adventurers who need to spend extended periods in dangerous areas. After use, it keeps the mind alert for 12 hours and can be used repeatedly, providing a certain resting effect. However, it cannot be used for more than 5 consecutive days, or it may harm the mind. You should be able to find it at the potion shop, and it's relatively cheap, about 5 coins per vial. Upon hearing this, Dean and Tai Chin nodded thoughtfully. I see, then I can buy 10 vials and stay awake for 5 days straight. What a wondrous item exists in this world. Seeing such a reaction from the 2, not only the students in class, but even the evil god Xiao He was starting to lose composure. Why do these 2 look as if they've been bewitched by an evil god? Subsequently to Jiang Lin's surprise, several more people came over to ask him, Dad, I want to ask about that potion. Jiang Lin truly did not expect to see such a passionate side for learning from everyone in this bottom-tier class in another world. However, he quickly stopped caring about this and focused all his attention on the breathing technique. Yet soon Jiang Lin noticed something was off. The magical essence in the classroom was no longer flowing just toward him. There were several others absorbing the magical essence as well. More people had joined the ranks of those practicing the breathing technique in class. Fortunately, everyone's levels were relatively low and their absorption of magical essence wasn't excessive, so practicing together hardly affected each other. Seeing this scene, even Jiang Lin felt a sense of urgency in his heart. They were originally ahead of me in levels, and now they are starting to work as hard as I am. If everyone is making an effort together, my progress will relatively diminish. Thus, if I want to leave them far behind, I need to work even harder. Don't slack off just because you have a system, Jiang Lin. Time quickly arrived at the swordsmanship class that Jiang Lin had been looking forward to. He would get to spar with the top student Anya again. Jiang Lin wanted to know how far Anya had progressed with her 7-star Holy Radiant Slash, and whether his perfected breath control would be effective in actual combat. Upon arriving at the swordsmanship classroom, many students had already arrived early, practicing swordsmanship with their usual training partners. Jiang Lin's brilliance over the past few days had been a bit overwhelming, leaving them feeling out of breath. At the same time, the news of Jiang Lin's late-night training had begun to spread from the bottom-tier class. Did you hear? Jiang Lin hasn't slept at all these past few days. Everyone sees him practicing the breathing technique. I heard. Didn't he find some potion that lets him not sleep? That's right. Jiang Lin hasn't slept at all this semester, which is why his basic swordsmanship has reached such a high proficiency. Jiang Lin has never slept since birth. In short, under the influence of various rumors, everyone linked Jiang Lin's changes to his staying up late, and more people began to consider whether they should also try staying up late to train. Upon seeing Jiang Lin's arrival, many people focused their attention on him. He glanced around, and finding that Anya had not come, sat down cross-legged to begin practicing the breathing technique. Seeing this, the students from the bottom-tier class were all wide-eyed. Damn it, isn't he going to let even this little time go by, eh? Damn, he's working so hard that it makes me feel a bit guilty. Come on, quick practice with me. My great sword has been longing for action. The swordsmanship class for the bottom-tier students was not just for Jiang Lin's class, it consisted of many other lower-ranked classes. Thus, not everyone knew that Jiang Lin had been seizing every moment to practice the breathing technique these past few days. Before long, as class time approached, a striking figure appeared at the door of the swordsmanship classroom. With golden long hair and upright posture and a beautiful face, it was none other than the top student, Miss Anya. After entering the swordsmanship classroom, she scanned the room and quickly shifted her gaze to Jiang Lin, who was in the corner practicing the breathing technique. She strode confidently towards Jiang Lin, and sensing Anya's presence, Jiang Lin opened his eyes, pulling himself out of the state of meditation. How is your practice of the 7-star Holy Radiance Slash going? If you have any questions, you can ask me. This advanced combat skill is still quite difficult. Thanks to your notes, I have successfully entered the basics. Anya nodded. Yes, this skill is indeed very difficult. When I learned it, I had a swordsmanship teacher guiding me as well. Wait, what did you say? You have already successfully entered the basics. Jiang Lin raised the wooden sword at his side, and a dazzling and holy light shimmered on the blade with a star visible within the glow. Then with Jiang Lin's swing, the light on the blade shot forth, cutting through the air before dissipating several meters away. This was surely the mark of entering the basics of 7-star Holy Radiant Slash. Anya's expression was momentarily dazed, and an endless wave of self-doubt began to surge within her. Could he have really mastered this advanced skill in just one day on his own? At that time, even with a swordsmanship teacher guiding her, she had spent a full 3 days to successfully master this advanced skill. And that was under the premise that she had already learned many intermediate skills. Could this truly be the mark of a genius? In this light, had she been somewhat insulting to the name of genius? For a moment, Anya's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, as she even began to suspect whether Jiang Lin had previously learned this skill and was now pretending not to have simply to humiliate her. However, she quickly dismissed this thought. Jiang Lin simply could not have had any reason to do so. Thus, it seemed the only explanation was that Jiang Lin was indeed a rare genius in swordsmanship. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how he could master this advanced combat skill in just one day, relying solely on himself and a few notes. Of course, she would not know that Jiang Lin's tutor was the evil god Xiaohe, who was countless times stronger than her swordsmanship teacher, allowing Jiang Lin to master this advanced combat skill in just one day. Your speed is truly astonishing. Anya sighed. I find myself a bit envious of your talent. Not at all. This is all thanks to Miss Anya's notes. Saying this, Jiang Lin returned the skill book he had borrowed from Anya. Earlier, Anya had lent the skill book to Jiang Lin, so now that he had mastered it, he returned it. After all, he had completely memorized its contents, and Jiang Lin did not intend to practice it personally in the future. He was just waiting for the system to randomly reward him with this skill. You don't need it anymore? Anya asked, puzzled. I have already memorized it completely. Jiang Lin replied nonchalantly. He had always learned skills this way after looking through it once and fully digesting and understanding it. He didn't need to refer back to it. What a terrifying memory. Now I understand why Lord Jiang Lin has such good academic performance. Anya remarked. Do I have good memory? Jiang Lin was puzzled. He had always thought everyone was like this, needing only to look once to digest and understand without needing to look again. Previously, he hadn't interacted much with others regarding this information, so he was unaware of such differences. But that doesn't matter, since as adventurers we still need to let our strength do the talking. Jiang Lin sighed. Anya said with some regret, I didn't expect you to have such talent. If your profession were a mage or priest, or similar magic-based profession, you would surely have a bright future in alchemy or formations. Alchemy and formation require memorizing a vast amount of herbs and their properties, as well as the intricacies of formation techniques. Thus, those with better memory tend to have higher talent in these two skills. However, both formations and alchemy require a tremendous amount of mental energy to support. Hearing Anya say this, Jiang Lin also expressed some regret. Indeed, I often thought about how if I were a magic profession with sufficient mental energy, I could complete alchemy and formations. Suddenly, Jiang Lin seemed to realize something, his eyes widening. That's right. In the past, due to job restrictions, his mental energy wasn't particularly strong, but now with the system's rewards, his mental energy could rival those of mages. Then he shifted the topic. I wonder how far Miss Anya has progressed with her 7-star Holy Radiant Slash. My proficiency. Anya held her wooden sword, and then the blade shone with a brilliant light, like a golden sun rising, sacred and pure, illuminating the entire area, while an immense pressure emanated from her, as if this one strike could cleave her enemies in two. Faced with such might, Jiang Lin swallowed hard. An overwhelming sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes and began counting the shining stars in the glow. 1, 2, 3, 7 stars. At least at the perfect stage of 7-star Holy Radiant Slash. It's reached perfection. It's only a step away from mastery. Anya replied. As she spoke, she withdrew the Riadi Toe Strike sword light. This scene left Jiang Lin speechless. At his current level, if he charged up and did not release the magical energy on his sword, would become unstable and explode. He couldn't achieve the control that Anya had. Having retracted the sword light, Anya continued. Thanks to your help, my basic swordsmanship has improved further beyond its original mastery, and skills like 7-star Holy Radiant Slash have also seen some enhancement. I feel that it won't be long before my 7-star Holy Radiance Slash reaches mastery. Then I wish Miss Anya a swift mastery of this martial technique. Jiang Lin said, curiosity flickering in his eyes. May I ask how long it took you to perfect it? Anya stroked her chin in thought. Approximately 2 months. Twice as long as that senior who could master any skill within a single month. Jiang Lin nodded. Still, that is extraordinary, to achieve consummate mastery of such an advanced technique in so short a time. He would need to carefully modulate how much of his own proficiency he revealed. After all, if even a prodigy like Anya required 2 months to attain perfection, his own peak mastery in just 3 days would defy belief. Without a credible explanation, many might suspect he had struck a pact with a malevolent deity. Of all the skills currently at Jiang Lin's command, only 3 remained unmastered: basic healing, art, foundational fist technique, and 7-star Holy Radiant Slash. Thus he could certainly bring them all to peak mastery within 3 days. Yet even then they felt insufficient. Jiang Lin imagined himself several days hence confronting elite talents across diverse disciplines, and realized he would still struggle. If only he could replicate more skills. At that moment, inspiration struck. Each time the system had triggered a temporary quest, thus far it had been in response to someone challenging him to combat. What if he sought out opponents himself? Would that likewise trigger a quest? Determined to test the hypothesis, Jiang Lin resolved to experiment later. Anya shook her head and replied, You flatter me. I am no match for your swordsmanship talent. Jiang Lin blinked, puzzled. What do you mean, Miss Anya? Even under direct guidance from a swordsmanship master, I required 3 full days to grasp this technique. You mastered its fundamentals unaided in a single day, proof that your innate aptitude far surpasses mine. Jiang Lin fell silent. Were he to speak the truth, few would believe him. His own cat not only performed backflips, but taught him high-tier martial techniques. As the sole beneficiary, he knew well that Xiaohei's contribution had been indispensable to his rapid mastery. Even subtle flaws in his mana flow patterns Xiaohei had detected instantly. Clearly that bargain had been worth every soul. You're too kind. I owe my swift progress entirely to your notes, Miss Anya. I know precisely how little aid my notes offer beginners. Talent is uneven by nature. Yet this makes my reputation as a prodigy seem rather hollow. Anya shook her head again, golden eyes blazing with renewed fervor. Yet what greater fortune is there than testing one's mettle against those superior to oneself? Seeing her battle spirit reignite so readily, Jiang Lin marveled at the sheer intensity of her warrior's heart, never imagining that this golden-haired maiden was in truth a battle fanatic. Since she had conceded his superior aptitude, perhaps accelerating his visible progress slightly would raise no suspicion. A month then, roughly, before revealing peak mastery. As for the next skill, Anya had promised him he would first acquire whichever techniques the temple offered freely. Shall we continue our sword sparring, Miss Anya? Having gathered his thoughts, Jiang Lin raised his wooden practice sword once more. Blue light shimmered in Anya's eyes, the enhanced cognition technique activated. Moments later, locked in fierce exchange, Anya, her level artificially suppressed to 3, stared in disbelief. Her own strength was already faltering against his. What in the world? Is this man a monster? How can his physical prowess increase so dramatically day after day? Moreover, facing Jiang Lin's wooden blade today, Anya kept experiencing a disorienting sensation that he momentarily vanished from her perception. Before she could anticipate his movements instinctively, and now she relied solely on visual cues, a shift that exponentially heightened the pressure upon her. This was clearly the effect of peak mastery in concealment art, though Jiang Lin remained unaware of it. Under Jiang Lin's intensified assault, Anya's swordsmanship surged forward at breakneck speed. After their first bout, sweat glistened faintly on Anya's brow. I must raise my suppression to level 4. Your strength already exceeds mine at level 3. Jiang Lin nodded quietly, then immersed himself in breath cultivation. Anya watched him wordless, struck by his relentless discipline. She too plunged immediately into post-bout analysis. Again. By the end of the session, fine beads of perspiration glistened on Anya's fair skin, and her silken golden hair clung delicately to her temples. I am deeply honored. With graceful reverence, Anya placed her right hand over her heart in a knight's salute. Jiang Lin returned the gesture. Then suddenly he asked, are there other students in your class skilled in swordsmanship? Or those willing to spar with me at equal rank? Anya paused in thought, then shook her head. Only Zack and I excel in swordsmanship. Others fall far short of your level, and most top-rank peers are mages, clerics, summoners, or archers. They'd likely hold no interest in sparring with you. Jiang Lin shook his head. Rank matters little. I welcome anyone willing to spar. Please convey my invitation. Jiang Lin of the remedial class stands ready to train with all comers. He added, the first bout is free. No fee, no conditions. Just come find me. His aim was clear, to verify whether initiating spars himself would trigger the system's temporary quests. Raising his voice toward the departing remedial class, Jiang Lin called out, anyone interested in sparring? First round, absolutely free. Though several glanced his way, none stepped forward. After all, everyone present had witnessed his duel with Anya. Such a caliber of combat lay utterly beyond their reach. Seeing no takers, Jiang Lin sighed. Alas, not a single worthy opponent. At those words, a few hot-headed students bristled. One broad-shouldered youth strode forward. Standing well over 6 feet tall, his dense musculature strained against his thin tunic, revealing powerful functional definition. Unlike the purely aesthetic bulk of gym-trained athletes, this was raw innate strength, a gift of monstrous physicality, not mere hypertrophy. Matt, level 5. Warrior. You've got some nerve, kid. Don't think beating Anya in a coddled level cap spar makes you invincible. Let's fight. No restrictions, no skill limits. Faceta face fair and square. Temporary quest activated. Dare these nameless foes question your might. Humble them with unmatched force. Objective, defeat the challenger decisively. Reward, random skill replication. So it was true. Seeing the quest notification confirmed his theory. Challenges initiated by others triggered the system. Whether initiating challenges himself would yield the same result remained uncertain, but that was for later. For now, Matt stood before him, and victory was imperative. Agreed, we fight at full strength. Jiang Lin raised his wooden training sword. Matt, however, tossed his aside and faced him barehanded. His logic was simple: wielding wood against Jiang Lin was futile, especially after witnessing Anya's utter subjugation. Close quarters grappling, leveraging his overwhelming strength, would deny Jiang Lin space to wield his blade, guaranteeing swift triumph. True longer weapons held advantage in chaotic battlefield melee, but in controlled, unknown close combat, swords became unwieldy. Swordplay demanded spatial clearance, press close enough, with sufficient technical mastery, and the weapon's efficacy collapsed entirely. Hence elite frontline adventurers mastered both close combat grappling and long weapon proficiency. Matt, though powerfully built, had yet to temper brawn with finesse. Begin. Jiang Lin assumed a defensive stance. Matt charged forward, closing distance in thunderous strides. Jiang Lin met the assault without arrogance, parrying with blade edge. In this public arena, he would not deploy his self-developed jetting halo technique. Revealing such an unorthodox tactic would deter future challengers. This victory would be earned. Clean, honorable, undeniable. His sword cracked sharply against Matt's body, but Matt ignored the sting, driving relentlessly forward. Jiang Lin retreated swiftly, widening the gap, while channeling low-tier enhancement art into his leg muscles, accelerating his backward motion. In the next instant, Matt roared, and gray light suffused his skin. Low-tier defensive art petrified skin. Simultaneously, crimson fire ignited in his eyes, his strength surging anew, his speed leaping forward. Low-tier support, art frenzy. Jiang Lin continued retreating, absorbing impact through the hilt, his blade wrapped in mana impervious to splintering. Each strike left fissures in Matt's petrified hide. Had these been steel-edged blades instead of practice, Matt would already lie grievously wounded. With his current neural reflexes, Jiang Lin could have seized Matt's opening mid-engagement, blade poised at his throat in an instant. But overwhelming dominance would deter challengers and obscure the true capabilities of a typical level 5 adventurer. So he measured Matt's strength and speed, assessing the chasm between them. Among level 5 warriors, Matt ranked among the strongest. Jiang Lin estimated his vitality at roughly 2,000 points above his own. Yet Matt's proficiency in close combat fist techniques lagged far behind Jiang Lin's own mastery-level expertise. And Jiang Lin possessed low-tier enhancement art, capable of amplifying his own strength. Thus a direct clash was far from unwinnable. Still, Matt's petrified skin diminished the impact of Jiang Lin's strikes. After several more exchanges, Jiang Lin gauged Matt's limits precisely. Then, to the stunned silence of the crowd, hurled his wooden sword skyward. Abandoning distance, he surged forward, pushing low-tier enhancement art to its absolute limit. Tiny radiant sigils of sacred light bloomed within him, tracing a luminous path from right leg through waist up right arm to right fist, maximizing every ounce of enhanced power. Mastery of foundational fist technique allowed him to channel Earth's force through his right leg, unleashing a flawlessly coordinated straight punch, every fiber of his body coalescing into one devastating blow aimed at Matt's center. Matt, who had chased Jiang Lin fruitlessly for minutes, exulted at the roaring wind of that fist and answered with his own. Alas, lacking comparable mastery in foundational fist technique, he possessed only brute muscle, unable to fully harness his raw might. Their fists collided, and Matt staggered backward, overwhelmed by Jiang Lin's terrifying surgical power. Even his petrified skin shattered under that singular impact. Jiang Lin pressed forward, sigils reconfiguring within him, and delivered a perfectly timed left straight punch, striking Matt's chest. This time Matt barely managed to cross his arms before the blow landed. An unstoppable force struck, jolting Matt's frame, compounding the residual shock from the first punch. Off balance, he toppled backward, crashing hard onto the ground. Just then, the wooden sword Jiang Lin had thrown earlier spiraled down. He reached back instinctively and caught the hilt mid-spin. In one fluid motion, he lunged forward, sweeping the blade in an arc, its tip halting, gleaming at Matt's exposed throat. Victory, decisive and absolute. 2 punches, 2 levels surpassed. Silence, absolute and profound. Even Anya, who had begun to depart, stood transfixed. She hadn't known he mastered fist techniques. And that throw-and-catch maneuver, undeniably impressive. Anya gave a quiet, approving nod. Yet while stylish, such flourishes held little place in genuine combat, where utility, not elegance, reigned supreme. That was her internal verdict. Her golden gaze held no trace of admiration for a peer's brilliance, only cool, analytical appraisal of technique. At that moment, Jiang Lin received a notification. You have crushed your foe with overwhelming force, revealing your sovereign might before all. Quest complete. Random skill replication in progress. Jiang Lin looked at the system with satisfaction and silently chose the no option. Before him was the familiar ceiling and Jiang Lin's wooden sword, while Matt felt somewhat incredulous with the sword tip pressed against his throat. How could he have been so easily taken down by Jiang Lin's 2 punches? Moreover, he was completely overpowered in a direct contest of strength. But how could this be possible? Wasn't he just a level 3 paladin? A knight class without a mount shouldn't have less strength than a warrior at the same level, right? And he was stronger than the same level warrior, plus he was 2 levels higher than Jiang Lin. I concede. Jiang Lin retracted his sword tip while he began to ponder something. Should he buy a sharp iron sword? Otherwise, the wooden sword would be completely ineffective in the upcoming midterm exam in the secret realm. Fighting against people was one thing, but if the midterm exam required battling magical beasts, the wooden sword would be no different from a toy. Just as Jiang Lin was deep in thought, the surrounding students erupted in chatter. Wow, Jiang Lin just defeated Matt, who is 2 levels above him. And he took him down with just 2 punches. What kind of joke is this? Matt is among the stronger students in our underachievers class. Wasn't Jiang Lin one of the weakest in the tail-end class? Could this be the result of his dedicated training? Hey, do you remember the rumor about Jiang Lin staying up all night? Of course, but can staying up really make a difference? I heard there are potions that can negate the effects of staying up late. Should we try it out later? I think he'll observe for a while longer. I plan to try it out. Due to the previous battle with Anya had been suppressing her level and both of them had only used the basic swordsmanship skill, so everyone lacked a clear understanding of Jiang Lin's true combat power. I lost. Matt stood up somewhat dejected. You are indeed very strong. Even though I am 2 levels higher, I was overwhelmed in terms of strength. I truly am inferior to you. Jiang Lin shook his head. No, your strength is actually above mine, but your control over your own power is not strong and your application of that power is not sufficiently skilled, which is why you fell short in our fist fight. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Lin directly demonstrated the basic fist technique stance in front of Matt. For example, the right straight punch just now is to use the right leg as the core, leveraging the ground's power, using the waist to drive the right fist, converging all the body's strength into a single force and striking out in one go. The specifics of learning will require you to practice these movements extensively in the future, turning them into instinct so that you can use them in battle. Matt nodded in surprise. I've learned a lot. He hadn't expected the normally unassuming Jiang Lin to understand so many combat techniques and to have such deep insights even in non-primary skills. At this point, Jiang Lin spoke to the other students in the underachievers class. You are welcome to come to me for sparring. Afterward, I will do my best to share some of my insights with you. Upon hearing this, some classmates who had not intended to challenge Jiang Lin began to stir with excitement. Jiang Lin's actions were of course also aimed at attracting more people to challenge him, thus replicating skills or improving skill proficiency. To Anya, however, all of this appeared quite different. Teaching and learning from each other. It seemed that Lord Jiang Lin was also someone who enjoyed helping others and was passionate about combat. Thinking of this, Anya looked at Jiang Lin with a bit more admiration. Returning to the classroom, Jiang Lin's deeds had not yet spread, and the little black cat left in the classroom was alone practicing the breathing technique. After sitting down, Jiang Lin claimed the skills copied by the system. In the next moment, images appeared before Jiang Lin. He found himself in a space continually learning the petrifying skin low-level defensive skill. From the initial clumsiness to successfully releasing it after getting the hang of it. A layer of petrified skin appeared on his body, but although this layer of petrified skin enhanced some of his defenses, allowing him to withstand some sword and blade damage, once the petrified layer appeared, he would be locked in place and unable to move. As time passed, his proficiency increased, and this layer of petrified skin gradually merged with his skin, beginning to take on a faint gray halo. Even though the original petrified layer transformed into a halo, the defense provided did not decrease. In fact, it became more resilient, making his skin harder to cut. The petrifying skin unskilled mastered reached the mastered level. Although he could move while using it, his actions would still be somewhat hindered. To eliminate this slight obstruction, Jiang Lin would need to elevate his proficiency from mastered to perfected or transcendent. After claiming the system rewards, Jiang Lin also began to practice the breathing technique. As more and more people returned to the classroom, news of Jiang Lin's 2 punches shattering Matt began to spread. 2 punches to defeat a level 5 warrior. Isn't he supposed to be practicing swordsmanship? He just threw the sword into the air and went in swinging his fists. He was so cool back then. Exactly after finishing, he even caught the wooden sword he threw into the sky. I really want to learn that move. Hey, I know that, Matt. I remember he was quite strong, right? At least stronger than the rest of us in the tail end class. He should have no problem getting into the Intermediate Magic Academy. So does this mean Jiang Lin has become number 1 in our class? Meanwhile, Anya returned to class conveying Jiang Lin's intentions to her friends, but most of these top-class students showed little interest. After all, a student from a tail-end class wasn't worth their time for sparring. Of course, a few did take notice. After all, some students studying swordsmanship had witnessed Jiang Lin's battle with Anya a few days ago. Among them, one person became restless. What? The first one is free. What about the 2 silver coins I spent? Zach was very upset and decided to find Jiang Lin for another sparring match. During the break, Zach ran from the top class to the tail-end class, preparing to challenge Jiang Lin. But as soon as he reached the back door, he saw Jiang Lin meditating by the window, practicing the breathing technique. Has he already entered a meditative state? Then I'll come back during the next break. After all, entering a meditative state takes time. After thinking for a moment, Zach decided not to disturb Jiang Lin. Simultaneously, others who sought to challenge Jiang Lin also turned away upon seeing him practicing the breathing technique. Until the next break. Why is Jiang Lin still practicing the breathing technique? Doesn't he get tired of it after so long? Zach was surprised. He pulled over a student from the tail-end class and asked, how long does Jiang Lin usually practice like this? He usually practices until everyone else leaves after school. As for how late he goes, I'm not sure. Hearing this, Zach was astonished. He wanted to see how long Jiang Lin could hold out. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time to dismiss school. With the dismissal bell ringing, most of the students in the tail-end class rushed out of the classroom. However, compared to yesterday, more stayed behind to practice due to Jiang Lin's influence. This included Tai Chun and Dean, who had stayed up all night. Adventurers' physical fitness is not like that of ordinary people. With the enhancement of mental energy, even after a sleepless night, they wouldn't be drowsy the next day. If I don't sleep over the next few days, I should be able to bring my cultural scores up to meet the standards of most intermediate magic academies. Thinking this, Tai Chun reviewed problems while contemplating. This sense of accomplishment made him feel fulfilled, and he wanted to maintain this momentum. Once I reach passing marks in cultural knowledge, they'll focus on leveling up. If I can practice the breathing technique like old Jiang for almost 24 hours straight, I should be able to reach level 5 before the final assessment, and reaching level 6 isn't impossible. What was I doing for the past 3 years? Some people always start regretting their choices the day before an exam, but it's not too late for Tai Chen to begin to realize now. Tai Chen recalled hearing other students mention Jiang Lin defeating a level 5 warrior with 2 punches during break, and couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. His motivation intensified. In this light, it seemed that even without using those underhanded tactics, Jiang Lin could still defeat him. But since he could win against him, why resort to such tricks? As he recalled yesterday's battle, Tai Chen always felt a lingering heat in his pants. He definitely needed to make old Jiang use that move to trick others. It was already dismissal time, and Zach walked straight into the tail-end class. To his surprise, some of these underachieving students had stayed behind to learn or practice. This scene opened Zach's eyes. At the same time, he looked at that man. In the fading sunlight, the handsome youth sat cross-legged at his desk, slowly breathing as the magical essence of the world gradually gathered around him with each breath. A black cat lay on the windowsill, seemingly basking in the sun, but those with keen spiritual senses would notice that magical essence was also slowly converging towards the cat. This scene was almost identical to when Zach first came to the tail-end class. Zach was astonished. He felt a sense of disbelief and wanted to see how long Jiang Lin could maintain this meditative state. So he simply pulled over a bench and sat not far from Jiang Lin, beginning to practice the breathing technique as well. Meanwhile, a striking figure appeared at the classroom door with long blonde hair tied in a high ponytail and golden eyes fixed on the two in the classroom. Anya was surprised. Why are both of them here practicing the breathing technique? Originally, she had heard someone say Jiang Lin practiced for a long time after school, so she came to check it out. Thus, she witnessed the current scene. After a moment of contemplation, she also dragged a bench over and began practicing the Paladin breathing technique not far from Jiang Lin. Not long after, a few other top-class students who had searched for a while before finding the tail-end class also saw this scene. They didn't know Jiang Lin, but they recognized Anya, the top student, and Zach the second. What's going on? Why are the top 2 students here? Why are they all practicing the breathing technique? There must be a reason for this. Jiang Lin, in the midst of his practice, furrowed his brows. What was happening? Why were there suddenly so many presences absorbing magical essence? Had this group of underachievers been stimulated? Why were they trying to learn from him? Their efforts made it hard for him not to work twice as hard. Thinking that so many students from the tail-end class were starting to catch up, Jiang Lin felt an inexplicable sense of urgency rise within him. However, Tai Chen, who was brushing up on problems nearby, was quite startled. Among the few present, some were prominent figures in the grade. As the top student in the tail-end class, he naturally had heard of these people. Although he was somewhat confused, he decided to continue studying. If the top-class students were working so hard, he had to work even harder. Time quickly passed, and it soon became time for Jiang Lin to leave school as usual. Meanwhile, he furrowed his brows slightly. When did these tail-end students become so composed? The additional presences seemed to have been steady from the beginning, unlike before, when they would stop practicing due to distractions or other reasons. It wasn't until he stopped practicing the breathing technique and opened his eyes that he was startled. He saw 4 or 5 unfamiliar figures around him. Among them, he recognized 2, Anya and Zach, while the others were vaguely familiar, seemingly from the top class, but he didn't know them. What was going on? Seeing several people who had moved benches to sit and practice the breathing technique, Jiang Lin began to ponder, should he leave now that the top-class students were practicing the breathing technique after school? The first in the grade was still practicing, wouldn't it seem too unambitious and unmotivated for him, the last-place student, to leave now? After all, he could just practice the breathing technique in a different place at home. There were so many people here at school. He might as well wait until they leave before he does. Thinking this, Jiang Lin quickly settled back into meditation and continued practicing the breathing technique. Zach, on the other hand, was feeling rather displeased. As the first to imitate Jiang Lin's after-school breathing technique, he was now blocked from retreat by the later arrivals. With the top student, Anya, meditating, if he left first, it would appear he was arrogant. With other high-ranking students present, if he left first, it would make him feel like he would be surpassed. Moreover, Jiang Lin, a newcomer from the tail-end class, showed no signs of leaving. Anya felt a bit disheartened. As the top student of her grade, if she took the lead and left first, it would appear somewhat arrogant. Moreover, she was surrounded by classmates of similar standing. If she left too early, it would feel as if her opponents were making progress while she rested. This feeling made her uncomfortable, so she resolved in her heart not to be the first one to leave. She had already informed her family that she would return home a bit later today. If they were worried about her safety, someone would come to the school and see her practicing her breathing exercises, allowing them to leave at ease. Forget it, let Jiang Lin and the others leave first. The mood of the other top students was similarly grim. With Anya, the top student, not leaving, they didn't dare to move either. They were already inferior to her, and if they returned home first, what would that make them? If someone from Anya's group took the lead to leave, they would follow suit. Thus, the situation gradually developed in an absurd direction. The moon climbed high into the sky. The students from the lower-ranking class couldn't hold out any longer and had all left, while the top class and Jiang Lin remained steadfast. Tai Chun and Dean also decided to head to the potion shop to buy some of the stimulant potion mentioned by Jiang Lin. Tonight, they chose to stay up all night. Don't let the battle stop, Koya. and for the few that remained tonight was destined to be restless. Some parents worried about their children being out so late came to the school to check on them. Upon finding this study group after school, they left feeling relieved. Those who stayed late had mostly informed their families. Thus, there was no situation where parents forcibly summoned their children home. This also led to a deadlock at the scene. The little black cat perched on the windowsill was a bit puzzled. What were these people doing? A group sitting together practicing until midnight after school. This is quite strange, isn't it? At the same time, it looked at the instigator Jiang Lin. Hey, aren't you going home for dinner? Unfortunately, Jiang Lin had no intention of replying. As time ticked by, it was nearly midnight. Daily task, bad taste completed. Reward mental power 1000. Clearly the top students present had their defenses breached. But strangely enough, although they were feeling a bit overwhelmed, just thinking about those classmates who returned home early to rest gave them a strange sense of exhilaration. It was a very contradictory feeling, simply described as being both pained and joyful. Of course, they had no idea that their actions today would lead to a historical legend for the glorious Primary Magic Academy. Ultimately, Anya, as the top student, was the first to make a statement. She said nothing, silently getting up and leaving the school. Feeling Anya rise, Zach opened his eyes and walked towards the door. Before leaving, he cast a deep glance at Jiang Lin, as if to say, "You've got guts." The other top students also felt as if they had been granted amnesty, and they looked at Jiang Lin, who was still absorbed in his breathing exercises, with considerable admiration. Seeing him so immovable, it seemed he intended to spend the night at school. Practicing the breathing technique before mastering it to the highest level was an extremely tedious and exhausting affair. After all, one had to concentrate on controlling all their muscles and meridians while guiding the natural magic particles in the air. For an ordinary student, practicing the breathing technique for about an hour would require a break to ease their weary mind. Even as top students, they could not escape this necessity. Yet today, under Jiang Lin's influence, they had practiced for such a long time. This was quite a rare occurrence. Seeing that everyone had left, Jiang Lin began to ponder. "Little Black, are you hungry?" Thinking Jiang Lin was finally going home, the little black cat raised its head, and after a moment of thought said, "Well, actually, I'm okay, not that hungry." Jiang Lin nodded, looking out at the moonlight. "Then we won't go back tonight." Huh. The soft moonlight poured through the school window, illuminating Jiang Lin's handsome face. Students in another world who didn't have evening classes rarely saw the campus night scene that Jiang Lin had grown accustomed to in his past life. Tonight's moon was slightly dimmer than yesterday, but the starlight was exceptionally brilliant. The night breeze gently blew, lifting Jiang Lin's hair. The distance from home to school isn't far. The round trip takes over 20 minutes. If we use that time for practice, it's equivalent to us having nearly half an hour more for cultivation than others. Calculating this way, if we gain half an hour each day, that's almost an entire day more in a month. Moreover, if we don't sleep, we double our time, so every month we go from 31 days to 61 days. By the way, if we maintain this pace, we can turn the remaining 68 days until the final novice adventurer examination into over 130 days. Our future is bright, Little Black. Why aren't you speaking, Little Black? The little black cat didn't want to respond to Jiang Lin, quietly basking in the moonlight, while starting to think about the absurdity of this. What on earth is this? What kind of teacher have I ended up with? Noticing Little Black's silence, Jiang Lin used a practical little spell to clean himself with light magic, as if he took a bath. After cleaning himself, he continued to practice the breathing technique. Now the small bowl of level 3 had filled halfway. In 3 days, he would be able to advance to level 4. This would also coincide with the time for midterm exams. Meanwhile, under the same moonlight, several rooms in the Stone City, which should have been dark, were now brightly lit. Led by Tai Chun and Dean, the all-night study group now downed the stimulant potion they had purchased from the potion shop. A refreshing magical energy spread in their mouths, surging from their stomachs to the top of their heads, revitalizing their previously fatigued spirits. This made the two, who hadn't slept for an entire day, feel revitalized. However, when they looked up and saw the light still on in the opposite window, they gritted their teeth and tried to compete with each other. Dean, as long as I work harder than Tai Chun, I will surely surpass him. Tai Chun, damn it, I must not slack off, or I may be surpassed by this guy Dean. Similarly, many lower-ranking students who had inquired about Jiang Lin's stimulant potion also embarked on their first all-night study journey. At the Lord's mansion. At this moment, only a few rooms in the mansion still had their lights on. Anya returned home, and the waiting butler approached her. "Miss, why are you back so late tonight?" The Lord was somewhat worried about your safety. Anya shook her head. "It's nothing, I practiced a bit more at school." Hearing Anya's explanation, the butler looked out at the high-hanging bright moon. "It seemed to say you call that practicing a bit more." Anya explained. "The classmate I mentioned a few days ago, who is also a paladin, stays at school to practice until very late. Today I was curious to see how long he would practice, so I stayed behind." "So that classmate practices until midnight every day before going home?" the butler asked. Hearing this, Anya couldn't help but smile wryly. "Not really, it was me who couldn't hold out any longer and returned first. He should still be at school practicing." Upon hearing Anya's words, the butler was incredulous. "Practicing until this late? Doesn't he rest?" Anya replied, "It is said that he doesn't sleep practicing all night, and he has even inspired his classmates, leading to them drinking potions to study late into the night." The butler fell silent, feeling that he might be unable to keep up with these young people's pace. He would report to the Lord tomorrow to see if the young lady should maintain some distance from these people. Seeing the butler's silence, Anya sighed, took a shower, and prepared to sleep. However, lying in bed, Anya, who usually fell asleep, immediately found it hard to do so. If she was resting now, would Zach still be practicing at home? If he was still practicing, wouldn't that make her seem too lazy? Moreover, if she was resting while the other was improving, the gap between them would only grow smaller, ultimately being surpassed by him. This was something Anya found hard to accept. If she practiced now while the other rested, she could pull ahead even further. Ultimately, after lying in bed for quite a while, without falling asleep, Anya sat up again, letting her long golden hair flow down her back, wearing a slightly lazy nightgown, and began to practice her breathing techniques on the bed. In the morning, the first rays of sunlight shone upon the earth, and the once silent stone city gradually awakened from its slumber. Of course, this did not include those who had stayed up all night. Looking at the rising sun outside, Jiang Lin let out a sigh and turned his head in surprise to see that some classmates had already arrived at the classroom. "Why are you here so early? You didn't go home?" the classmate asked, somewhat shocked. He was one of those who had stayed with Jiang Lin until sunset the previous day, and he had tried the stimulant potion and found his studying efficiency surprisingly good. One day could be equivalent to two. So today he arrived at school early, ready to enjoy the learning atmosphere in the morning. However, he didn't expect to encounter Jiang Lin, who hadn't returned home all night. "No, I didn't go home. Practicing at home and at school is the same for me, it makes no difference." Jiang Lin nodded in acknowledgement. "I went out to buy breakfast." Saying this, he took Little Black and left the classroom, leaving the classmate with a mysterious silhouette. Watching Jiang Lin leave, the classmate sighed inwardly and secretly vowed to learn from Jiang Lin, striving to keep up with him. 10 minutes later, Jiang Lin returned to the classroom and continued to sit down and practice his breathing technique. At the same time, he also claimed the rewards for the completed daily tasks. Physical strength 55006 500. Mental power 33004 300. As for the random skills, Jiang Lin rubbed his hands and began to roll for today's skill. Random selection in progress. Selected skill 7-star Holy Radiance / beginner. A golden light burst forth. Jiang Lin was delighted, and then an overwhelming influx of memories flooded his mind. This time the volume of memories was terrifyingly greater than before. In the memories provided by the system, he practiced this high-level combat technique, growing from a youth to a young adult, then to middle age, and finally to old age. In the system, Jiang Lin had no Little Black beside him to correct him. He could only try to discover his own way of magic flow bit by bit and master it thoroughly. Although high-level skills had their training methods, some internal magical flows needed to be adjusted individually. Thus, Jiang Lin's progress was exceptionally slow. He continuously reinforced the Tianshu corresponding to the Baihui point until it was completely illuminated, marking his departure from the beginner phase and stepping into proficiency. Then came the Tianxian corresponding to the Fengfu point, the Tianji corresponding to the Dazhui point, and the Tianquan corresponding to the Xiang point. One by one, the stars within him were ignited. With the Yuheng Kaiyang and Yaoguang also lighting up, it represented Jiang Lin's swordsmanship reaching perfection and touching the threshold of transcendent mastery. Until Jiang Lin transformed into a frail old man, he focused his thoughts, and the complex incantation formed within him almost instantaneously upon the wooden sword in his hand. The sword blade in his hand erupted with a dazzling light. The 7 brilliant stars shone like suns, releasing an incredibly terrifying sword energy that shot out from the tip of the sword, crashing into a boulder. The boulder crumbled into dust before this sword energy, as if it were made of paper. However, the sword blade in Jiang Lin's hand also shattered on the spot, unable to contain that immense energy. At this point, Jiang Lin finally reached the entry level of transcendent mastery. However, this was merely the initial stage of transcendent mastery. To reach the pinnacle of transcendent mastery, Jiang Lin still had a long way to go. The next level of enhancement would be even more difficult than the transition from entry to transcendent mastery. Although Jiang Lin had some talent in swordsmanship, he was still just slightly better than average people, far from being a true genius. He had practiced the unranked skill basic swordsmanship for 3 years to reach proficiency. Thus, facing this high-level skill, he felt even more powerless, especially without Little Black personally guiding him. Fortunately, the system's progress would not disappoint Jiang Lin. He transformed from an old man back to his youthful appearance and directly inherited the previous memories. Thus, he began his tedious journey of practice once again. In the midst of his training, he couldn't help but sigh at the vast gap in talent between people. It took him nearly a lifetime to cultivate this high-level skill to a state of transcendent mastery, while Anya only needed 2 months to push it to perfection and touch the threshold of transcendent mastery. He practiced mechanically and numbly until he transformed from a youth into a middle-aged man. Decades of practice had left Jiang Lin's heart somewhat numb, but his proficiency with the 7-star Holy Radiant Slash was increasing, making it increasingly effortless to use. One day, Jiang Lin unleashed the 7-star Holy Radiance Slash with all his might. The dazzling light shone brilliantly, and this time the originally shining 7 stars coalesced into one, transforming into a solitary star as bright as the sun. Simultaneously, the 7 stars within him also shone with blinding light, forming a continuous path of 7 stars. The maximum distance of the sword energy had increased from just a few meters to over 100 meters now. Jiang Lin knew that at this moment his proficiency had reached the pinnacle of transcendent mastery. Returning to the real world, a flood of memories surged into Jiang Lin's mind, and at the same time some changes occurred in his body. The feedback from years of practice had also affected him, embedding muscle memory into his current form, allowing him to swiftly unleash the swordsmanship from his memories with this body. The channels within his body were opened, and the 7 acupoints, Bai Hui, Feng Fu, Dazhu Jiang Mingmen Xuanqu, and Changqiang, shone brightly, connecting into a luminous pathway with the influx of memories. 7-star Holy Radiance / entry-level mastery. As the memories continued to pour in, Jiang Lin felt an excruciating headache, and soon darkness enveloped him as he fainted. In the last memory, Jiang Lin felt a whirlwind around him, then he collapsed to one side. By this time, 3 or 4 classmates had already arrived in the classroom. In a daze, he heard someone shout, "Damn! Did Jiang Lin stay up all night and die? Damn! I stayed up too, will I die too? Quick, go find someone in the school infirmary. Is the infirmary even open this early?" Even the little black beside him was startled and hurried to check Jiang Lin's condition. He soon discovered with some disappointment that Jiang Lin had merely fainted and was not dead. What happened? He had seemed stable just moments ago. Although he had stayed up for 3 days, he had shown no signs of fatigue. In the end, he could only pray it was some hidden illness, preferably one that could take his life. When Jiang Lin woke up again, he found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. Where's this? Jiang Lin had just opened his eyes and was still a bit dazed when the scent of freshly washed blankets warmed by the sun wafted to his nose. "You're awake." A gentle female voice rang out. However, before Jiang Lin could respond, the memories he hadn't fully digested surged into his mind once more. A sharp pain shot through him, and Jiang Lin's vision darkened as he fainted again. The nurse in the infirmary, Anna, looked at the fainted Jiang Lin in confusion, unable to understand the situation. After pondering for a moment, she decided to employ a more advanced mental healing skill. She moved her lips slightly and began to chant. Silver threads of moonlight weave a net of tranquility, enveloping the clamor of buzzing, calming the tremors of thought. Her soft voice flowed like moonlight, cool, yet gentle, as if it could soothe a wounded soul. At the same time, it seemed as if moonlight flowed around her, brightening with her chanting, and as she pressed her palm down, it infused into Jiang Lin's body. Advanced mental healing magic, Moon's Embrace. This is how spellcasters in this world cast spells, through chanting incantations, guiding magical essence with mental power, ultimately invoking the magical essence of heaven and earth to form effective spells. Of course, if a spellcaster is powerful enough, they can complete skill releases directly through mental guidance without the need for chanting. Some skills require the user's affinity with the element to determine whether chanting is necessary. For instance, the low-level enhancement Jiang Lin used did not require chanting due to his relatively weak guidance over magical essence. Meanwhile, the 7-star Holy Radiance / did not require chanting for Jiang Lin as a paladin due to his high affinity for the light attribute. Moreover, compared to spells that require invoking the magical essence of heaven and earth, most combat techniques only need to mobilize the internal magical power, thus not requiring chanting for resonance. As the gentle mental power flowed into Jiang Lin's body, his previously tense spirit relaxed, allowing him to awaken once more. A torrent of memories continued to flood in, but this time, with Anna's mental healing skill, Jiang Lin's fragile mind was given a chance to breathe. Ultimately, all memories surged into his mind, and Jiang Lin finally emerged from this half-dead state. Advanced skill. Is it really that difficult to practice? Now only this singular thought remained in Jiang Lin's mind. At the same time, he opened his eyes again, revealing a gaze dulled by the erosion of countless years, resembling an elderly man nearing the end of his life. Yet within those aging eyes there was a glint shining like stars. The proficiency of advanced skills not only elevated his mastery, but also provided a comprehensive enhancement to Jiang Lin's combat prowess. Even the aura around him bore the grand demeanor of a swordsmanship master. "Are you fully awake now?" At the same time, Anna, who had been casting the mental healing skill for Jiang Lin, spoke up, maintaining her magical output for a moment before ceasing. Jiang Lin nodded. "Yes, thank you, Miss Anna." As the school's nurse, Jiang Lin naturally knew her. After all, it was Miss Anna who had helped treat his injuries during the previous practical exam. Anna was a second-tier priest, specifically at around level 20-something. Jiang Lin wasn't sure, but being able to use advanced magic surely meant she wasn't just a mediocre school nurse. At least she was much more capable than the nurse from Jiang Lin's previous life. "They said you stayed up late and fainted. What happened?" Jiang Lin was taken aback for a moment, pondering before replying. "I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be due to staying up late. However, I think I had a really long dream just now." Jiang Lin noticed a familiar presence outside the infirmary door, which confirmed who this person was. It was indeed Anya, who practiced the 7-star Holy Radiance / as well. Jiang Lin could vaguely sense the 7 stars shimmering within Anya, just like the 7 stars within him, but his proficiency was higher than hers, allowing him to conceal the light emitted by his own stars from her perception. What dream?" Anya asked curiously. "I dreamed that I was continuously practicing swordsmanship and made significant progress in it." Jiang Lin noticed that as he spoke, Anya outside the door seemed to perk up slightly. "You might be too exhausted, Jiang Lin. You should really take a good rest." Jiang Lin shook his head. Once the proficiency of breathing techniques reaches a certain level, it can replace the need for sleep. Don't you know that, Miss Anna? Jiang Lin reiterated what the little black had said, but he did not include the last part. Anna pondered for a moment, then asked in confusion, "Then why have you only reached level 3 right before graduation?" Jiang Lin fell silent. After lying on the bed for a long time, he got up and said, "I think I've rested enough, thank you, Miss Anna." Anna nodded and did not pursue the matter further, waving her hand. "All right, as long as you've rested, try to stay up less. I don't want to see you again in a few days." After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Lin pushed open the infirmary door and left. Outside, he saw Anya waiting. "Anya, what are you doing here?" Jiang Lin feigned ignorance of her earlier presence outside the door. "I heard rumors that you stayed up late and died, so I came to check on you," Anya confessed. Hearing this, Jiang Lin's expression froze. He hadn't expected such an outrageous rumor. "I just woke up as you arrived, so I stood at the door for a while and overheard your conversation with Miss Anna." After a pause, Anya continued, "What you said about practicing swordsmanship in your dream and making progress, is that true?" Jiang Lin nodded. "Absolutely true." Anya's eyes sparkled. "What swordsmanship did you practice? How significant was the progress?" Jiang Lin pondered for a moment. "I practiced the 7-star Holy Radiant Slash, and I made progress." "It should be quite significant, right?" Upon hearing this, Anya seemed even more excited. "To what extent? Should we spar a bit?" Jiang Lin stroked his chin, contemplating whether claiming his proficiency had reached the maximum level would scare her. But if he understated it, then if his 7-star Holy Radiant Slash suddenly showed a significant leap in progress later, it would be hard to explain. After weighing it carefully, Jiang Lin said, "I at least practiced it to perfection in my dream." This level of proficiency would allow him to spar with Anya, and this way he could also gain a free lesson in swordsmanship from her. "Hey, Jiang Lin just woke up from a faint. Rest well." At that moment, Anya's voice came from the infirmary. Upon hearing this, Anya remembered that Jiang Lin seemed to be a patient. "Oh right, you still need to recover. Let's postpone the sparring for now," Anya said, but Jiang Lin shook his head. "It's fine, I'm okay, I can fight." However, worried that Anna might hear and scold him, he lowered his voice and pulled Anya away from the infirmary. "Shall we go now?" "Sure, no problem." In the midst of their conversation, the two arrived at an empty training ground. "Can I familiarize myself with this first?" Jiang Lin asked Anya. "No problem." Saying this, Anya suddenly produced a wooden sword in her hand and tossed it to Jiang Lin. It was surprisingly a rare space ring. Indeed, she was wealthy. Jiang Lin marveled at the wooden sword in his hand. The price of a space ring should range from several hundred to several thousand gold coins, certainly not something Jiang Lin could afford at the moment. A slightly rare space ring could even sell for over 10,000 gold coins. Thus, under Anya's astonished gaze, he began his performance. He first practiced in place, fully igniting the first star, the Tian Shu signifying his transition from entry level to mastery. Anya nodded, finding this scene acceptable, since progressing from entry level to mastery was not particularly difficult. However, she watched Jiang Lin cast the 7-star Holy Radiant Slash again, and the next star within him, Tian Xian, lit up. Anya started to lose her composure. After all this speed seemed a bit too fast. Jiang Lin continued to perform, seemingly familiarizing himself with his current body. Then Tian Ji lit up. "Damn, this speed is definitely not normal. Can a human even reach this speed?" Anya was somewhat shaken. Unfortunately, Jiang Lin had already completed the task of breaking her defenses today, otherwise he could have collected a reward for a daily quest. As Tian Quan and Yu Heng gradually lit up, Anya went from initial shock to numbness. Could this be the true genius? By the time Jiang Lin practiced for the 7th time, he had fully ignited all 7 stars within the sword radiance. Proficiency reached perfection. For a moment, Anya felt as if she were witnessing a genius heart-shattering. She had painstakingly trained for 2 months, while someone else only fell asleep and reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship in a dream. Jiang Lin, exposing his proficiency to perfection, then asked Anya, "Shall we use this combat technique to spar a bit?" However, Anya remained dazed, staring blankly at the air before her. Why are you silent?" After a long pause, Anya finally replied, "The wooden sword we trained with can't withstand the force of our attacks anymore. You should go buy a decent sword, at least one made of iron. It seems we need to bring our own weapons for the upcoming midterm simulation exam." Jiang Lin nodded, committing this matter to memory. A well-crafted ordinary iron sword costs around 4 to 5 coins. If it includes some magical materials like mithril, the price could exceed 10 coins. For an orphan still in school, the temple provided a welfare subsidy of 15 coins each month, which Jiang Lin had relied on to survive. If it were the Jiang Lin from before, it would have been a bit difficult to pull out such an amount from his living expenses, but now he had a gold coin given by Anya, which was more than enough to buy a sword suitable for combat. Noticing Jiang Lin's silence and his expectant gaze toward her, Anya realized something. Previously, she seemed to have promised him that once he could spar with her using the 7-star Holy Radiant Slash, she would offer him the opportunity to learn other sword techniques. At that time, she had never imagined that just 3 days after saying this, Jiang Lin would reach the same level as her. Clearing her throat, she said, "By the way, regarding the new combat technique, I promised you I will find the skill book from home tomorrow and give it to you." This combat technique is called Blade of Light, an advanced combat technique that can temporarily summon a long sword of the light attribute by calling forth the magical essence within. Jiang Lin nodded thoughtfully at the words. He was an ordinary holy knight, but his mental strength was even higher than that of his peers in the mage class. However, he still placed his right fist on his chest and said with a standard knightly salute, "Then thank you, Miss Anya. If there is anything I can help with outside of our sparring, please feel free to let me know. I, Jiang Lin, will not hesitate to face any challenge." Simply hearing the introduction made it clear that this was definitely a highly practical skill, and the price would surely be steep. Naturally, he would be immensely grateful for the opportunity to learn it. Moreover, as fellow holy knights, the skills that Anya learned were all arranged by her family's private tutor, allowing for combinations and synergies that produced effects greater than the sum of their parts. Miss Anya truly was a beautiful and kind-hearted person. However, Anya sighed and said, "Thank you for your kindness. Your talent is so astonishing that it leaves me a little at a loss." Pausing for a moment, she tentatively asked, "By the way, you mentioned that your breathing technique can replace the need for rest. Is that true?" Jiang Lin nodded again and replied, "Absolutely true." Upon hearing this, Anya fell momentarily speechless, as she was still far from that level. After a pause, she said, "By the way, there are rumors at school about you not going home and practicing overnight. Even the fact that some students from our class stayed after school to practice yesterday is starting to spread. It is said that many have decided to come after school today to see if the rumors are true and to confront you." Jiang Lin rubbed his chin and said, "It's not a rumor. I really didn't go home yesterday. Practicing at home is no different from practicing at school. If they want to confront me, they can feel free to come." "So you were practicing the breathing technique all night last night?" "That's right. Don't you feel bored or exhausted?" Anya asked, voicing her doubt, as this was her biggest issue with staying up late so far. Jiang Lin looked puzzled and said, "Why would I feel bored or exhausted? Shouldn't feeling my gradual progress bring joy? And when I think about those classmates who are resting while I am improving, shouldn't that make me even more excited and motivated?" Hearing Jiang Lin say this, Anya fell speechless again. After all, she had tried staying up late last night, and the longer she stayed up, the harder it became. Due to changes in her mental state, the efficiency of her breathing technique decreased, and although she was making progress, it felt torturous. After pondering for a long time, she nodded and asked, "By the way, what is the name of the potion your classmates are using to stay awake?" Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Did this talented girl want to join the ranks of the night owls as well? "I also didn't sleep last night. Although I felt a bit tired, and it was somewhat hard towards the end, overall, I felt pretty good, and the progress was obvious." After a pause, she continued, "I used to spend a third of my day sleeping, which was really a waste of time. I'll ask my private tutor at home, and if possible, I plan to stay up late to practice as well." Jiang Lin was surprised that Anya was already so outstanding, yet she was still so hardworking. He realized he had to work even harder. He replied, "The potion is called Mental Stimulant. After using it, you can remain alert for 12 hours. As he spoke, Jiang Lin recounted the effects and side effects of the potion. Anya nodded silently, saying, "Well, that's about it. Your progress is rapid, and I need to seize the time. I don't want to be surpassed by you too quickly. Then let's encourage each other. Miss Anya, if you need my help, just let me know. And let's work hard together." Returning to the classroom, Jiang Lin noticed that the atmosphere in the class was somewhat peculiar. The once noisy class of underachievers was surprisingly quieter today, with more students studying than before. And when Jiang Lin returned to the classroom, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. "Old Jiang, I heard you fainted. What happened? Were you staying up late?" Jiang Lin shook his head and replied, "No, it was just some unexpected circumstances." Hearing this, Tai Chun and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as it's not because of staying up late, then we can rest easy." Jiang Lin looked at Tai Chun, who was starting to show obvious dark circles, and expressed some concern. "Tai Chun, are you really okay?" Tai Chun shook his head and replied, "I know my own body. Aside from feeling mentally tired and weary, my body can hold out. And seeing others staying up with me gives me even more motivation." Jiang Lin nodded and said, "As long as you're aware of it, that's good." After saying this, he ignored the class and continued practicing his breathing technique. Xiaohei, listening to their conversation, felt that something was seriously wrong with these people. Jiang Lin had clearly fainted in place, yet they all seemed more concerned about whether he could stay up late than about his health. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was time to get off school. Other than mealtimes and swordsmanship class, Jiang Lin spent all his time practicing the breathing technique. However, Jiang Lin felt somewhat regretful that no one came to challenge him. Although many came to the classroom door, they merely looked and left, leaving him without the opportunity to copy skills or improve his skill proficiency. After school today, there were noticeably more students in the underachiever class. Jiang Lin felt that if this momentum continued in a month, almost everyone from the class would be present after school. At the same time as rumors spread about top students from other classes practicing in the underachiever class after school, many other students from different classes also went to check it out. Then they witnessed a scene that left them in shock. Leading the charge was the top student, Anya, along with other prominent figures from the grade. They all came to the underachiever class after school and started practicing. If only Jiang Lin or a few underachievers had done this, they might have scoffed and left. But now with the top student as an example, some diligent students among them naturally wouldn't fall behind. After exchanging glances, a portion of them returned to their own classes, grabbed small stools, and joined in the practice. However, most of them felt too embarrassed to enter the classroom, so they sat outside and began their practice. Time continued to pass little by little, and soon the sun began to set. Looking at the increasing number of hardworking students, Jiang Lin gradually transformed from being startled to feeling a sense of accomplishment. He took out the food he had prepared in advance, quickly finished his dinner, and then resumed practicing in his seat. Some of these students left directly, while others chose to stay. A portion of them left to eat dinner, but returned to this battlefield afterward. As the moon gradually climbed above the horizon, Xiaohe looked at this bizarre scene and was rendered speechless. Having experienced a few all-nighters, Tai Chun and the others chose not to go home this time. Instead, they brought a magic crystal lamp and continued studying at their seats. According to him, the school had a better atmosphere for studying. At home, there was the temptation of a soft bed to resist, but at school such concerns were non-existent. Moreover, seeing fellow students around him study made the fire of learning in his heart burn even more fiercely, unwilling to let the battle end so easily. Thus time passed gradually in this strange atmosphere. The next day in the morning, with the first ray of dawn breaking through the darkness, the slumbering giant stone city came back to life. Shops in the streets and alleys began to open, supplying this ancient behemoth with the lifeblood necessary to keep it running. And the Radiant Magic Academy, one of the few junior magic academies in the city, welcomed back its students. Of course, this did not include the students from the third grade underachiever class. As the first rays of sunlight streamed in through the windows, diligent students were either sitting upright practicing the breathing technique, lighting magic crystal lamps to review their cultural studies, or exercising in the hallways. There were far fewer of them than at the beginning, but those who remained all had a sparkle in their eyes, having tasted the sweetness of staying up late. Missing 8 hours of sleep allowed them to accomplish so much more. During the day, various things in classes would occupy their time, whereas at night, they could freely arrange what they wanted to do. The efficiency of staying up late was countless times higher than during the day. Moreover, just thinking about their progress while their classmates were sleeping filled them with motivation. How had they never realized how delightful staying up late could be before? This collective all-nighter undoubtedly planted a seed in the hearts of these students. Those who were trying to stay up for the first time looked at the rising sun on the horizon and made a resolution: as long as their bodies held up, they could stay up through the night. They heard there were potions available, so they planned to buy a few bottles today to try out. One by one, students arrived at school, and when they saw the scene before them, they were instantly taken aback. This group, did they not go home all night? Were they crazy? At this moment, the instigator of it all, Jiang Lin, opened his eyes. The small bowl of energy within him had nearly filled up after these few days of accumulation. By tomorrow at the latest, he would reach level 4. This meant he would only be one level away from the minimum requirement for the Intermediate Magic Academy. He glanced at his classmates who had stayed up with him, and then stood up to go buy breakfast. As he got up, Anya also stood up and left. Seeing Anya leave, everyone else followed suit. From the perspective of others, it seemed Jiang Lin was the backbone of this group. As soon as he left, the others scattered. In an instant, Jiang Lin's image became more enigmatic and lofty in their eyes. After buying breakfast, Jiang Lin bit into a bun, eating as he walked toward the weapon shop. Ultimately, among the array of dazzling weapons, he chose a well-crafted, ordinary iron sword for 5 coins. Although a long sword mixed with mithril would possess better magical properties and unleash greater power, its price was far from appealing. Jiang Lin strapped the sword to his waist and returned to school. Did you hear? This guy Jiang Lin started staying up late to practice with the top student. Someone saw them not returning home all night. Have they gone mad? Won't staying up late kill them? Isn't that something only ordinary people would succumb to? I don't think I've heard of adventurers dying from staying up late. Why are so many students from the top class following suit? They're not only better than us, they're also working harder. How can we survive that? I've decided I'm going to try staying up too. What about when they feel sleepy, eh? I heard there are potions available called mental stimulant. 5 coins each. That's so expensive. This price is considered good for potions. Damn it, why does going to school have to drain our finances? Exactly. Those with wealth can stay up late without worry, while those of us with less can only scrape together a little money for potions now and then. Ahem, if you guys don't have enough money, you can borrow from me. I only charge a little interest, and you can pay me back once you're in the Intermediate Magic Academy. Just sign a mental contract. Many were caught in a whirlwind of change, each trying to find their own way to navigate the impending shift. Meanwhile, under Jiang Lin's influence, the Radiant Junior Magic Academy began to feel increasingly unusual. However, the instigator of all these changes, Jiang Lin, remained unaware, and after returning to his seat, began rolling for today's skill. Randomly selecting skill, selected skill, low-level healing spell, proficient mastery memory, flooded into his mind, and Jiang Lin could easily absorb such a volume of memory now. At the same time, his physical and mental strength was also growing. Physical value 6,500, 7,500, mental strength 4,3005, 300. From the perspective of sheer strength, he was already comparable to an ordinary knight at level 7. Moreover, his abundant magical power allowed Jiang Lin to squander it at will. At this rate, he would be sufficiently strong for the midterm exam the day after tomorrow. Additionally, Jiang Lin had been pondering a question. If every time a new challenger appeared, he could level up or copy skills, wouldn't he become stronger with each battle in the midterm exam? But those were thoughts for another time. For now, he needed to focus on practicing. Jiang Lin, who had just sat down, immediately crossed his legs and started the breathing technique, leaving those around him in astonishment. He was working so hard that no one had seen him rest these past few days. How could he be so diligent and still leave others with no chance to catch up? In swordsmanship class, Anya found Jiang Lin. Due to the overwhelming power and consumption of the 7-star Sacred Radiant Slash, they were still practicing basic swordsmanship. While sparring, Anya said, "By the way, we heard that the student ranked 4th in our class, a mage, wants to challenge you." After a pause, Anya added, "I have a feeling he isn't a good person, so be careful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised. The 4th-ranked student in the elite class. That is the 4th in the grade, right? A magic profession ranked 4th in the grade. What does he want from me? He had previously asked Anya to inquire in the elite class if anyone wanted to spar with him, but he was actually looking for melee fighters who wished to hone their swordsmanship. In this way, even under the constraints of the opponent's level, he could still have a fighting chance. This way, the opponent could refine their sword skills, and he could complete his task to earn rewards, achieving 2 goals at once. Therefore, it was somewhat unexpected for him that a magic profession was coming to spar with him. However, pondering on it now was pointless. When the time comes, he would respond with all his effort. "I will be careful." Jiang Lin nodded. After all, that person was not of good character as recognized by Anya, so he would naturally be cautious. After the swordsmanship class ended, Anya took out the skill book Blade of Light that she had promised Jiang Lin. Although she had not returned home last night, she had her family who were delivering food bring this skill book along. It was only lent to Jiang Lin for study, and once he was done, he had to return it to Anya. Skill books are generally quite expensive and cannot be sold as pirated copies through means like photocopying. Skill books available for study are usually not just simple text records. They bear the sole imprint of the transcriber and require a lot of magical materials. The higher the level of the skill book, the more expensive the required magical materials and the more effort consumed by the transcriber. Moreover, many skills have a law curse preventing learners from teaching the skill to others, thus further limiting the potential for piracy. While this restricts the spread of many skills and keeps their prices high, it also protects learners to a certain extent. After all, if piracy were rampant and the levels of transcribers varied, it would be easy for transcription errors to occur, leading to mistakes in practicing skills that could render them unusable, or worse, causing magical chaos that could lead to the user's death. Thus, under the unified regulations of the human kingdom, the sale of skill books is tightly controlled. Once individuals or businesses are found to have pirated them, severe penalties are imposed. Jiang Lin took the skill book handed to him by Anya and expressed his gratitude again. "If Miss Anya needs anything, Jiang Lin will go through fire and water for you." Returning to the classroom, Jiang Lin eagerly opened the skill book, ready to see if he could understand it based on his previous studies. 10 minutes later, Jiang Lin slammed the skill book shut with a heavy sigh. Another 10 minutes wasted. How great it would have been to use those 10 minutes for cultivation. He then looked at the little black cat beside him. The little black cat was alert. "What are you looking at? Don't you dare get up to any tricks again." To the astonishment of many students who were at the bottom of the class today, Jiang Lin did not remain glued to his seat, but instead took his black cat and ran out during a break. He was not seen again in the classroom for the rest of the lesson. Jiang Lin's skipping class did not concern the teacher, as there were many other students in the class who also skipped. The teachers were too lazy to manage these bottom-tier students, allowing them to be free range. It was not until 4 hours later, after being thoroughly mocked by the little black cat, that Jiang Lin appeared back at his seat, dragging his exhausted body. Of course, his gains were quite substantial. Blade of Light beginner entry level. The class for today was nearing its end, and soon it would be time to leave school. However, just as the final class before dismissal was about to start, Jiang Lin's homeroom teacher showed up at the back door and asked the students to call out Jiang Lin, who was meditating. Jiang Lin stood up in confusion and followed his homeroom teacher outside. Upon arriving at the office, the homeroom teacher seemed a bit nervous, glancing around instinctively before asking, "Xiao Jiang, I heard that your recent progress is quite remarkable." Jiang Lin was puzzled. "What's wrong, teacher? Is there a problem? You've been acting a bit unusually lately, so I came to ask about it." Cleared his throat and continued, "So has your recent progress relied on something?" Jiang Lin pondered for a moment. His progress was indeed thanks to the rewards from the system, but the system could ultimately be seen as a manifestation of his extraordinary talent. Thus he responded calmly, "Naturally, it's due to my hard work and sweat as well as my own exceptional talent." Stared into Jiang Lin's eyes, seemingly trying to see if there was any hint of guilt. Unfortunately, he did not possess that kind of insight. He then asked, "Additionally, I heard that you've been staying up late with many students lately. What's that about?" Jiang Lin was even more puzzled. Of course, it's about staying up late to cultivate. There are only 67 days left until the enrollment for the Intermediate Magic Academy, and our foundation is too weak. If we don't push ourselves, how can we possibly get into the Intermediate Magic Academy? Upon hearing this, was slightly surprised. Though he was the homeroom teacher, he had not paid much attention to this group of bottom-tier students, so he only now realized that many students in the class were striving to get into the Intermediate Magic Academy. After a moment of silence, he continued to ask, "Then besides our class, it seems many students from other classes are also staying up late. What's going on there?" Jiang Lin answered without thinking, Of course, they discovered the benefits of staying up late. How can such precious time at night be wasted on sleep? We originally spend at least a third of our day sleeping, so if you don't sleep, it's equivalent to having half more time each day than before. And during the day, besides practicing, there are all sorts of trivial matters, so the night is our exclusive time to squander and utilize as we wish. Moreover, as adventurers, we won't die from staying up late. At most, we'll just be a bit dazed, so there's really no need to worry about mental issues. If it becomes unbearable, we can just use some magic potions to boost our spirits. Upon hearing this, Like fell silent again. Eventually he asked, so, you don't believe in any evil gods or anything, right? Jiang Lin shook his head as a matter of course not. I am a paladin, and how could I possibly believe in something like an evil god? Indeed, he did not, as his relationship with the little black cat could at most be considered a cooperative and transactional one without any notion of belief. Like let out a sigh of relief, and then spoke to seemingly no one in particular. I've asked everything I needed to ask, you all can come out now. Jiang Lin was taken aback. Then two men in long, ivory-white robes entered from the doorway, one middle-aged and one young, each wearing a badge with a bronze or silver base. At a glance, Jiang Lin recognized that these two were magic professionals from the temple. By the grace of the god of magic, this young paladin has not told a single lie during your conversation just now. The middle-aged temple staff spoke first, a look of relief on his face. It seems that this young and diligent paladin has not colluded with any evil gods. Homeroom teacher Like nodded in agreement. Exactly, I said that Jiang Lin is definitely not that kind of person. Seeing Jiang Lin's confused expression, the middle-aged man explained, let me introduce myself. I am Forrest, a staff member of the Giant Stone City Temple. This is my badge. As he spoke, he pointed to the silver badge on his chest. We received a report that a student from your school was suspected of colluding with evil gods and influencing a large number of students, so we came to investigate, ultimately targeting this paladin as a suspect. During your conversation just now, we used the truth spell to detect your mental waves for any intention of lying. After the test, this student was found to be very straightforward and sincere and has preliminarily cleared the suspicions. Jiang Lin finally understood the situation upon hearing this. But he was still puzzled. Who would report him to the temple? Jiang Lin thought about it and felt he shouldn't have made any enemies. He was just an honest and hardworking paladin. How could he provoke anyone? However, Forrest continued, but this isn't over yet. Later we will need to trouble the paladin to accompany us to the temple to completely clear any suspicions under the detection of the statues of the 7 great gods. Jiang Lin's brows furrowed slightly. If that's the case, wouldn't it take up a lot of his cultivation time? The person who reported him is truly despicable. Jiang Lin frowned, and Forrest keenly observed this, asking, what's wrong? Is there something inconvenient for you? Jiang Lin shook his head and said, no, I was just thinking that going back and forth to the temple will take up a lot of my cultivation time. The person who reported me has ulterior motives, truly despicable. Hearing this, there was a moment of silence in the office. Homeroom teacher Like looked at Jiang Lin, who seemed possessed, and wanted to say that in his current state, if the temple didn't come to check, he would suspect Jiang Lin had been possessed by an evil god. At this moment, the young man beside Forrest spoke with a serious expression, not knowing to work hard before now rushing to make up for lost time. What effect will that have? Looking at your magical energy fluctuations, you are only at level 3, having spent a full 3 years to reach this level. In the remaining 60 days, it's impossible for you to meet the minimum standard for the Intermediate Magic Academy. This person was named Kanan, a 2nd-level mage, and an in-turn member of the temple, as indicated by the bronze badge on his chest. As a young and noble staff member of the temple, he naturally looked down on Jiang Lin, a common student lacking talent. After all, in 3 whole years, the other party had not managed to raise their level to 5. In the remaining days, there was no chance left. Once the exam was over, Jiang Lin would have to go back to being just an ordinary person. Forrest shot Kanan a glare, blaming him for speaking without thinking. However, Jiang Lin unexpectedly spoke up. May I ask your name? My name is Kanan, a 2nd-level mage. What's the matter? Are you not convinced? Jiang Lin shook his head and replied, no, just recording it. As he spoke, he pulled out a somewhat worn notebook. Jiang Lin flipped to the middle of the page and began to write. Kanan, a 2nd-level mage from the Giant Stone City Temple, mocked my talent and sweat, saying I would definitely not be able to enter the Intermediate Magic Academy. As he wrote, he also murmured softly. Everyone present was left confused. What is this? Kanan asked. This is my notebook for recording knowledge points. Sometimes my memory isn't that good, so I need to review these things from time to time. Jiang Lin answered honestly. Hearing this, Kanan was immediately left speechless. What do you mean by writing me down? Do you want to take revenge on me later? Jiang Lin shook his head, just to note down today's humiliation and review it at any time. Kanan shook his head, not wanting to dwell on it. After all, the gap between them meant they were not from the same world. However, Jiang Lin was relentless. An ordinary person who is just a few years older than me and slightly higher in level is not worth my special revenge. Before long, relying on my efforts and talent, I will surpass such a person. Jiang Lin spoke to himself, but the provocation was already quite obvious, and everyone present could clearly perceive it. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Kanan thought that this paladin before him must have a few screws loose. After all, as a lower-tier individual, such thoughts should be kept to oneself, but to speak them out loud was a complete provocation. What benefit could he gain from provoking himself? You don't believe me. I don't even ask to be of the same level. As long as you suppress your level to the same as mine, when you were my age, you surely cannot defeat me. Jiang Lin continued to provocatively challenge him. The reason Jiang Lin was acting this way was quite simple. When Kanan made his first mocking remark, the system had issued a quest. Temporary quest: what kind of cat or dog dares to provoke you? Where is the Demon King's might? Requirement: teach the other party a harsh lesson, let them know they have provoked the wrong person. If it were any other time, Jiang Lin might have just ignored it and let it pass. But since the system had spoken, he certainly could not let the other party go. Moreover, the system's evaluation of the other party was just a cat or dog, not someone like Anya, a true prodigy, so he figured they wouldn't be that strong at the same age. Plus, with the homeroom teacher and other temple members watching, Jiang Lin was not afraid of any underhanded tactics from the other side. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. All right, old force, give me a few minutes. Today, let this arrogant kid see what the gap in talent looks like, Kanan said. Upon hearing Kanan's words, the elder forest thought for a moment and did not stop him. As an observer, he could see that it was the paladin before him who was more clearly provoking. After all, even if he wanted to record in a notebook, he could have found a place without anyone around. Writing and reading it out loud in front of the other party was clearly seeking a fight. He also wondered why this paladin would be so furious. Since both parties wanted to fight, as an elder, he would just watch and ensure nothing too serious happened. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he said, "This is your business as young people. Just be mindful of the limits." With the approval of his superior, Kanan cast a fierce glance at Jiang Lin and said, "Take us to your training ground. I want to see what you are so arrogant about." Jiang Lin nodded thought for a moment, and then said, "Wait for me a few minutes, I need to grab something first." With that, he jogged away. In less than a minute, he returned to the office holding a necklace and an iron sword in his hand. The necklace was naturally from Anya, who had taken it from her swordsmanship teacher, a level restriction necklace. The iron sword was the one he had bought that morning for the upcoming midterm exam. Now he also took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the feel of the sword. Seeing the necklace in Jiang Lin's hand, Kanan recognized it as a tool meant to restrict his level. Clearly, his opponent was worried that he would not abide by the rules and use power beyond the prescribed limits. In an instant, he became furious and exclaimed, "Do you look down on me? I am a member of the temple who has sworn an oath under the statue of the Master of Arcane. I would never resort to such dirty and lowly tricks." Jiang Lin remained silent and simply inquired about Kanan's level at the age of 15. "At 15, I was at level 7, 4 levels higher than you now. You can still regret it now." Jiang Lin nodded, his expression becoming more serious. After all, he would face more opponents like this tomorrow, and he was still unclear about the strength of opponents at this level. The testing beforehand could give him a better understanding for the midterm exam. Well, he could just give it his all. After all, losing wouldn't cost him his life. The homeroom teacher Rake watched the scene somewhat taken aback. Jiang Lin, when did he become so combative? Eventually, the group arrived at an empty training ground at the school. Though somewhat reluctant, Kanan still put on the necklace that Jiang Lin handed him. Instantly, his aura diminished, reverting to level 7. Although his level and physical abilities were suppressed to level 7, his experience with various skills remained, giving him a significant advantage over Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin raised the long sword facing Kanan, as if confronting a formidable foe. He lifted the iron sword high above his head with a divine golden light gathering on the blade, radiating a dazzling brilliance, exuding a terrifying power that seemed capable of tearing everything apart. Upon witnessing this, everyone present was astonished. They never expected Jiang Lin, only level 3 at 15, could unleash such a powerful skill. Judging from the magical fluctuations, this was undoubtedly a high-level skill, and that shining star seemed to belong to a high-tier combat technique called 7-star Holy Radiant Slash. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a useless nobody? How could he have learned such a powerful skill? Rumor had it that this combat technique was incredibly difficult to master, and once perfected, its power was astonishing. The more stars present in the sword light, the higher the proficiency. However, Jiang Lin's sword light contained only 1 star, indicating he was likely just a beginner, so the power shouldn't be too strong. The few individuals present had rich experiences, and since 7-star Holy Radiant Slash was quite well known in the market, they all recognized Jiang Lin's sword technique. However, Jiang Lin went all out right from the start, without holding back, clearly aiming for a swift conclusion. Such thoughts arose in the minds of those present. After all, in their view, for Jiang Lin, who was at level 3, a high-level skill, regardless of its difficulty or the consumption it required, was definitely considered a trump card. "Can you use high-level combat techniques? For a level 3 adventurer, that's impressive," Kanan commented. "But your proficiency is too low, you cannot utilize it in actual combat. If this is your proud capital, then unfortunately you cannot defeat me." With that, Kanan released his own skill. A bit of light element began to coalesce around him, while intricate magical trajectories appeared in the air, almost instantly completing the condensation. High-level defensive magic Holy Radiance Light's protection. As the spell was completed, a barrier composed of light elements appeared before him. The light attribute, being one of the 9 conventional elements, did not have a very obvious restraining relationship against light attribute attacks. A defensive skill of the same light attribute had a clear advantage. Of course, this was only under the condition of equal proficiency. Although Kanan possessed a higher proficiency with earth element defensive magic, he wanted to defeat Jiang Lin in the realm he was most familiar with, so he chose this skill. Originally, he thought Jiang Lin would need a considerable amount of time to charge up, but to his surprise, his opponent completed the skill's condensation in an instant. Such proficiency did not seem like that of a beginner. As soon as Kanan's light element shield formed, Jiang Lin's sword energy surged with a fierce might, rushing towards the shield. With a loud clang, the shield shattered like paper, and the sharp sword energy showed no signs of stopping. If Kanan had no protection at all, receiving this blow with the physical resilience of a level 7 mage would definitely result in severe injury. Forrest, who was spectating nearby, was also highly focused, ready to step in at any moment to save Kanan. Kanan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the light attribute sword energy approaching him. Why was this sword energy so powerful, even though it was also a high-level skill? At the same time, the instinct of a level 2 adventurer kicked in, prompting him to quickly release his most proficient earth element defensive magic. High-level earth element magic barrier, unyielding guardian. Just before the sword energy reached him, a layer of hard shield formed on his body, blocking the remaining slashes. In an instant, Kanan was drenched in cold sweat. If he had been even a moment slower, Jiang Lin's slash would have definitely caused him serious injuries. Moreover, his level was restricted by the necklace around his neck, preventing him from using more power for defense. Did this kid have a grudge against him? Why did he come out swinging big moves right from the start, aiming to put him to death? Remembering earlier when Jiang Lin had deliberately sought a fight with him and insisted he wear the level restriction necklace, Kanan was certain that Jiang Lin intended to harm him. He shot a furious look at Jiang Lin. However, to his surprise, Jiang Lin appeared equally astonished by the destruction he had caused, seemingly not realizing he could unleash such devastation. He muttered to himself, but his voice clearly reached the ears of everyone present. A level 7 mage. Is this really how weak they are? Upon hearing these words, Kanan's face darkened. However, looking at Jiang Lin's serious demeanor, he seemed to be completely serious, not joking at all. Was it possible that his opponent simply misjudged his strength and did not intentionally want to harm him? Perhaps he was merely putting on a brave front. After all, as a level 3 paladin, his stamina and magical power could not possibly sustain Jiang Lin in executing multiple attacks like that. Kanan thought. He estimated that his opponent had likely exhausted all his magical power and was merely putting on this act to scare him into surrendering. Jiang Lin noticed the opponent's defense was so flimsy that he was about to ask if Kanan could continue when he saw fiery runes appearing on Kanan's body. At the same time, Kanan's lips moved. Jiang Lin couldn't hear the specific incantation, but he could tell that it was undoubtedly a powerful spell. Fierce flames coiled around his white robe, and as Kanan continued to chant, within just a few seconds a dragon shape began to form. High-level fire element magic, dragon's breath. He could have used other stronger attack spells, but in this unknown situation, this was the spell he could use the fastest. This is the characteristic of the mage profession: high attack, but low defense, and a relatively long casting time. Watching this unfold, the homeroom teacher Rake felt a pang of anxiety for Jiang Lin, while also glancing over at Forrest from the temple. If the latter showed no intention to intervene, he would have to step in to save Jiang Lin if things got dangerous. Forrest was also on high alert, ready to terminate the match at any moment. Clearly, both he and Kanan shared the thought that Jiang Lin was at the end of his rope, and that previous attack was the extent of his power. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Lin showed no intention of defending. Instead, he raised the iron sword again and unleashed the 7-star holy radiance slash, once more similar to the earlier fluctuation. The dazzling golden light shot from the blade, roaring towards the still coalescing fire dragon. Seeing that Jiang Lin still had the strength to use this high-level skill, Kanan's pupils constricted, and he preemptively released his still charging high-level skill. Boom! The fiery dragon surged forward, colliding solidly with the sword energy, although it dissipated significantly, some residual power remained. Just as Kanan felt a surge of joy, he was confronted with a scene that would haunt him for a lifetime. The sword energy, which he had thought was Jiang Lin's ultimate move, seemed to replicate itself, following the first with countless sword energies. Waves of sword energy flew toward him like they were free, and upon closer inspection, there were at least a dozen, each bearing the same power as before, shimmering with brilliant light, the sacred light elements illuminating the entire training ground. This sight terrified Kanan to his core. Meanwhile, the residual power of his fire dragon, still charging forward, was effortlessly destroyed by one of the subsequent sword energies dissipating into the air. What kind of monster was this? Kanan regretted provoking such a formidable opponent after having boasted just moments earlier. He shouted, "I concede. I concede." At the same time, he hurriedly removed the necklace from around his neck, and in the blink of an eye unleashed his most proficient defensive skill. High-level earth element magic barrier, unyielding guardian. Without the necklace's restriction, his spiritual power returned to level 2, significantly increasing the magical power he could wield. In almost an instant, layers of earth element barriers appeared around his body. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous collision sounds echoed as Jiang Lin's sword energy struck against Kanan's shield. However, this time, it did not shatter it as before, but rather burst forth with dazzling light, dissipating the light elements contained within the sword energy into the air. The hard earth element shield trembled slightly, but as a defensive spell most adeptly wielded by a level 2 mage, Jiang Lin's sword energy could not break through. Thus the match came to a complete end. Kanan looked at Jiang Lin with wide eyes, unable to fathom that such an attack could be unleashed by a level 3 paladin and at such a high frequency. You are definitely not level 3. Are you hiding your level? Kanan shouted at Jiang Lin in frustration. However, Jiang Lin merely shook his head. No, my level is indeed 3, it's just that your vision is too narrow and you have never witnessed what a time-honed genius looks like. As Jiang Lin spoke, he pulled out the notebook he had previously kept. I told you are merely a few years older than me. It won't be long before I surpass you, so you are not worth recording. Flipping to the previous page, he took a pen and crossed out the small note he had written, as if erasing Kanan's initial disdain for him. Seeing Jiang Lin's demeanor, Kanan's face flushed red. However, as a proud temple mage, he naturally could not bully the weak and could only silently accept defeat. What on earth is a time-honed genius? Is he truly a genius? As such, the system completed its judgment. Easily humiliate the opponent, complete the task, reward, designated skill upgraded to max level. Next, the available options were laid out. This was Jiang Lin's second time receiving this reward, and this time he had more options to choose from. In addition to a few skills that had not yet reached max level, several that had already reached max level also appeared in the skill list. Without exception, they were all marked as can break through the limit and were divided into 3 tiers. The first tier was for unranked skills. Basic swordsmanship can break through the limit 0-1. The second tier was for low-level skills. Low-level healing can break through the limit 0-2. The third tier was for high-level skills. 7-star Holy Radiant Slash can break through the limit 0-8. The absence of mid-level skills was because Jiang Lin was currently learning skills only from the unranked low-level and high-level categories. However, this did not prevent Jiang Lin from deducing that there should be another level beyond mastery, and breaking through to that level would require additional opportunities. Different levels of skills required different amounts of these opportunities. The most basic paladin breathing technique was categorized as an unranked skill and could also break through the limit. Jiang Lin looked at the various skills and ultimately chose to spend this opportunity on the recently learned high-level skill Blade of Light. After all, the midterm test was tomorrow, and the higher his combat power, the more opponents he could defeat, and the more system rewards he could obtain. With such a plan in mind, Jiang Lin turned his attention back to the real world. So are we going to the sanctuary now? Jiang Lin asked. Kanan, having just lost to Jiang Lin, felt somewhat embarrassed and was not keen to respond. Thus Forrest, who had been watching from the sidelines, looked at Jiang Lin with admiration and said, time is of the essence, let's go. At this moment, Jiang Lin asked again, could I trouble you too for a favor? What kind of favor? Forrest inquired. If I go directly, it would be a bit of a waste of time. I'm feeling a bit tired. Could you use the levitation technique to take me there? Moi. Clearly the two did not grasp the meaning of Jiang Lin, the master of time management. After finishing this sentence, Jiang Lin checked his bound title of Pope of one of the 4 secret sects legendary, confirmed its accuracy, and then claimed the task reward. Soon a flood of memories unique to high-level skills surged into Jiang Lin's mind. After holding on for a moment, he felt darkness sweep over him and successfully fainted. Damn! Seeing Jiang Lin fall back, Kanan, who had just fought with him, exclaimed in shock and hurried to support Jiang Lin's body. Fearing that he had caused some issue to this genius paladin, the 3 awake individuals present looked utterly bewildered. Had he overexerted himself? Kanan quickly checked Jiang Lin's condition. Mental shock. He should have overexerted himself. Upon hearing this, and recalling Jiang Lin's mental strength far exceeding that of a level 3 paladin, the 3 felt this explanation was likely very close to the truth. Jiang Lin must have overdrawn his mental energy, otherwise he wouldn't have had so much magical power to support such an attack. However, recalling Jiang Lin's words and actions after defeating Kanan, as well as his instructions before fainting, the 3's expressions darkened. This guy, how could he act so nonchalantly? Clearly overexerted, yet he insisted on saying he needed to rest adequately, and pretended to be calm as if he was just a young man who could sleep anywhere. When he next awoke, he found himself beneath an unfamiliar dome, the tall and magnificent ceiling clearly not something a normal infirmary could possess. Under the dome were stained glass windows like colored jewels, now illuminated by the dim sunlight pouring through, brightening the hall of the sanctuary, allowing dust in the air to be clearly seen, filling the place with a sacred glow and a peaceful atmosphere. You are neither an island nor ruins. May light walk with you, carrying away the heavy sighs, returning to tranquility, returning to wholeness, returning to the breath of this moment. Jiang Lin vaguely heard someone chanting a strange incantation. At the same time, tiny points of light flowed toward his body, warming him and soothing his tense mind. Suddenly sitting up, Jiang Lin saw a staff member from the sanctuary standing beside him, wearing a white clerical robe. Clearly this healing magic was cast upon him. Memories were still merging in his mind, and his body was gradually adapting to the blade of light, transforming into a suitable form for releasing it. Thank you. Jiang Lin expressed his gratitude. It was merely my duty. My colleague said you are a very talented paladin. Are you considering working at the sanctuary in the future? The paladin profession is quite esteemed within the sanctuary, akin to having a built-in prestigious buff. Jiang Lin smiled and replied, if given the chance, I would certainly like to become a glorious member of the sanctuary's knights. Becoming a member of the sanctuary is somewhat similar to being a civil servant in his previous life, with stable work, minimal danger, and respect, making it a popular choice among adventurers. Before Jiang Lin obtained the system, his goal was also to join the sanctuary. But now with the system, he naturally wanted to explore his limits. Joining the sanctuary might hinder his progress. Of course, he still needed to engage in some pleasantries while communicating with this cleric. Follow me, there are still some final tasks to complete. Saying this, the cleric led Jiang Lin to the hall where the statue was located. The primary professions of human adventurers total 7: knight, warrior, mage, archer, priest, assassin, and summoner. Similarly, there are also 7 corresponding deities: god of holy light, god of war, lord of arcane, god of the hunt, goddess of life, god of dark moon, and lord of contracts. Jiang Lin followed the cleric through the towering archways adorned with stained glass, entering the core of the sanctuary, the Hall of the 7 Gods. In the grand space, 7 enormous statues carved from pure holy white stone stood tall, each radiating an awe-inspiring solemnity and pressure. These are the 7 righteous gods who protect humanity. The dim sunlight cascaded through the massive stained glass windows of the dome, flowing over the polished floor and the surfaces of the statues, filling the air with a sacred and solemn aura. Jiang Lin, the pope of one of the 4 secret sects, now stood before these 7 statues. It was impossible not to feel nervous, but thinking of the effects of his title, he calmed himself. Title: Pope of one of the 4 secret sects. Legendary title effect. When worn, it allows communication with the evil god of this sect. When offering sacrifices to the evil god of this sect, the evil god must adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange and may not harm you in any way at any time. Additionally, while wearing this title, you will gain a disguise sufficient to deceive even the righteous god's direct scrutiny, preventing your identity as a cultist from being discovered. Since the system assured him of possessing sufficient disguise to fool the righteous gods, there should be no issue. The cleric led Jiang Lin to the center of the hall, facing the statues of the 7 gods. His expression calm, he clasped his hands in front of his chest, as if holding an intangible light, and began to chant an ancient and clear prayer. In the name of the goddess of life, Iona, I beseech the eyes of the 7 gods to descend upon the mortal realm, cleansing the filth of falsehood, shattering the shell of lies, and penetrating the shadows of illusions. As the cleric chanted, a gentle beam of light descended upon Jiang Lin, enveloping him within. The light felt almost alive, softly brushing against Jiang Lin's surface, seeping into his clothes, as if trying to probe deep into his soul. Jiang Lin clearly felt this probing power, and as it was about to reach the link between him and Xiao He, his title effect activated, isolating this layer of detection. Blade of light, sweep away shadows, holy heart, shining bright, evil spirits retreat, pure breath manifest here. May the goddess of life bestow her favor, and the 7 gods bear witness. Noble Paladin, your soul is pure and immaculate, not tainted in the slightest by the evil god. The inspection concluded, and clearly under the protection of the title effect, Jiang Lin's identity as a cult leader was not detected. The cleric nodded slightly in acknowledgement. At this moment, Jiang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the system title is trustworthy. Jiang Lin knew he would eventually face such scrutiny. Even if he bore no suspicion of faith in the evil god, entering certain organizations or intermediate magic academies would require facing such verification. As Jiang Lin's tense nerves fully relaxed, he placed his right fist over his chest and performed a standard knightly salute to the cleric. Thank you for the sanctuary's fairness, and thank you for your help. At this moment, Jiang Lin suddenly remembered something and said to the cleric, by the way, I recall that reaching perfect proficiency or above in basic swordsmanship allows me to claim a Paladin exclusive intermediate combat skill, Holy Light Slashing, for free, right? That's right. I believe there is such a benefit. Haven't you claimed this skill yet? Jiang Lin nodded. Exactly. Then follow me. Soon Jiang Lin claimed his first intermediate skill in life, Holy Light Slashing. Thanks to the prior assistance from the wealthy Anya, Jiang Lin had not learned any intermediate skills, making his attack method somewhat limited. In the eyes of his peers, high-level combat skills were indeed considered ultimate techniques, and for him 7-star Holy Radiant Slash was the only strong attack skill he knew, so he could only use numerous 7-star Sword Chi as his basic attack. However, at times such as when probing an enemy's strength or facing opponents who were not that powerful and needed to conserve energy, skills with lower consumption became particularly important. Moreover, the more skills he possessed, the more varied Jiang Lin's combat methods would be. After completing his claim, Jiang Lin did not linger, thanked the cleric again, and left the sanctuary, quickly heading towards the school. The sky was nearing dusk, and the evening glow bathed the buildings of the giant stone city in a warm orange hue. Unfortunately, operating the breathing technique required complete focus, so he could not simultaneously practice it while doing other things. Otherwise, Jiang Lin would definitely operate the breathing technique while returning to school. Perhaps once the Paladin breathing technique breaks its limits, it could be performed anytime, anywhere. Jiang Lin speculated. Before long, he returned to the Radiant Junior Magic Academy. At this moment, the last rays of the sunset were shining upon the teaching building. He lamented having wasted too much time, while also being curious if his classmates had stayed after class today in his absence. Pushing open the classroom door, he was very pleased with the scene before him. There were more people in the classroom than at dismissal yesterday. Besides familiar faces like Tai Chun and Anya, many other students from other classes were present. However, what he did not expect was that someone had brought an entire box of mental revitalization potion to the classroom, holding a large wooden board for sale. Since many students were studying, this business prodigy did not shout out, but sat in a very conspicuous spot writing the price on the wooden board for students in need to buy. Jiang Lin's return did not attract much attention, as everyone was focused on their own cultivation and studies, with only a few individuals lacking concentration glancing at Jiang Lin a few times. Most of the students who remained after school were aware that the cause of this late-night custom was the fallen genius right before them, Jiang Lin, one of only 2 paladins in the grade. It was rumored that he had been captured and interrogated as a cult member, but no one knew if it was true. Jiang Lin ignored the gazes directed at him and directly returned to his seat. Xiaohei darted out and asked, "Hey, are you okay? I heard you were captured for questioning." Jiang Lin nodded. "That's right, but this little trick won't trouble me." The trivial scrutiny of a statue was hardly worth fearing. Even if they descended in their true forms, they wouldn't be able to see my background. After all, the title stated he could face the scrutiny of righteous gods, and handling the statue should be a breeze. Of course, Xiaohei remained skeptical about this. Although it sensed the link between Jiang Lin and it was protected by some mysterious power preventing its exposure, facing the 7 righteous gods seemed a bit exaggerated. Jiang Lin ignored Xiaohei and instead interrupted Anya beside him, saying, "Anya, who is that 4th in the grade you mentioned earlier? When is he coming to challenge me?" Anya was a bit confused by the question. Wasn't it just sparring? When did it turn into a challenge? Clearly, after having fought with a level 7 mage and discovering how weak the opponent was, Jiang Lin began to feel a bit inflated. He now wanted to test if he could contend with the 4th in the grade without suppressing his level. "I'm not sure. He was absent all afternoon, and even the teacher doesn't know where he went." Jiang Lin found this strange, and he thought, could it be that this 4th in the grade is jealous of my talent and has reported me to the sanctuary as a suspected cult member? Recalling what Anya had said about his questionable character, it seemed quite possible. At this moment, Xiaohei appeared to remember something and transmitted to Jiang Lin, "By the way, kid, while I was wandering around your school this afternoon, I sensed the presence of other evil gods." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin's eyes widened. "Are you saying there are other cult members at our school?" Xiaohei nodded. "I sense their aura, but am not sure who specifically." Jiang Lin fell into deep thought. This could be troublesome. If there really are other cult members at the school, the person who reported him might have genuinely detected a cultist, but simply reported the wrong target. Xiaohei, can others sense these auras? Also, if someone comes to the school for inspection, will they detect you? Xiaohei pondered for a moment and replied, "I'm not very familiar with your sanctuary's methods, but since you managed to withstand the scrutiny of the righteous god statue, we should have the same protective power, so there shouldn't be any issues." Jiang Lin nodded thoughtfully. "Alas, this is troublesome. It would waste a lot of his time. How much better it would be to use that time for cultivation. Damn cultists. Ruining my future." Jiang Lin, having just sat down for a short while, stood up again. "Where are you going?" Anya asked, puzzled as she saw Jiang Lin run out of the classroom. As the saying goes, sometimes relying on others is better than relying on oneself. "I'm going to handle something, and we'll be back soon. Please be safe at school." Leaving a bunch of ambiguous words, Jiang Lin jogged out of the classroom, leaving Anya staring at his back in confusion. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the back of the crane. After returning from the temple report, Jiang Lin continued his daily cultivation as if nothing had happened. Staying up late had become a habit for many, and even in Jiang Lin's absence, numerous students consciously stayed in the classroom until the sun rose the next day. The classmate selling the energizing potion clearly made a decent profit, wearing a satisfied smile on his face. Meanwhile, seeing his classmates diligently studying inspired him, and after some inner struggle, he also joined this late-night study group. After all, watching them work so hard made him feel a sense of guilt for his own laziness if he didn't put in the effort. Jiang Lin went out to buy breakfast, conveniently completing the refreshed daily tasks. Now, every dawn, his overwhelming tasks would be completed automatically. Clearly, this group of students studying late was experiencing a blend of pain and joy. Among them, some genuinely felt that staying up late brought them rewards, thus they followed suit. However, some were simply influenced by their peers who came here after school, and thus they joined in, reluctantly pulling another all-nighter. Sometimes people are quite strange. Even if they don't want to do something, they feel anxious if they see others doing it. Just like in his previous life at school, seeing classmates studying made him anxious if he wasn't studying. When he reached working age, witnessing his peers finding jobs made him want to secure one quickly as well. When peers bought cars and houses, he felt left behind if he didn't do the same, so even if it meant taking out loans, he gritted his teeth and purchased them. Thus, half of his life passed in such half-heartedness, perhaps occasionally awakening to realization, but ultimately succumbing to the pressures of the environment and society, living a life defined by common wisdom. Jiang Lin received his rewards, enhancing both his physical strength and mental power to a new level. Physical strength 75008-500, mental power 53006-300. His ability to unleash such formidable sword energy yesterday was due to his extraordinary mental power and superior physical qualities. At the same time, he began to roll his skills for the day. Currently, he had two skills that were not yet maxed out. One was the proficient level of basic fist technique, and the other was petrified skin, which he copied a few days ago. Quickly, the system locked onto the unranked skill basic fist technique proficient. In the next moment, a flood of memories surged into Jiang Lin's mind, rapidly enhancing his understanding and mastery of the basic fist technique, while the calluses on his hands also thickened. After reaching a certain level, the calluses fell away, revealing fresh skin. However, the new skin was much thicker than when the calluses were present. Basic fist technique proficient transcendent. After the impact of two high-tier skill memories, the unranked skill was completely a piece of cake for Jiang Lin. He merely felt slightly disoriented for a moment before fully accepting the memories. As the official school time approached, the students in the class began to arrive one after another. Jiang Lin also resumed his breathing exercises. Everyone pay attention. At that moment, the homeroom teacher walked in and glanced at the seated students. Seeing this group of previously unmotivated students diligently studying or cultivating felt a sense of gratification. After yesterday's understanding, he realized that this was clearly the influence of Jiang Lin's so-called late-night study. He cleared his throat and began to address them. Tomorrow is the midterm exam. I just received accurate information that the midterm will take place in the Phantom Forest artificial secret realm in the west of the city. We will gather at the school at 8 in the morning. The exam will officially start at 9 and last for 48 hours. This midterm exam is a joint examination of 3 schools: our Radiant Junior Magic Academy, Giant Stone Junior Magic Academy, and Morning Star Junior Magic Academy. The exam rules allow free team formations with a maximum of 3 members per team. Points will be awarded for defeating the magical beasts in the secret realm, and defeating other teams will earn half of their points. If defeated by other teams, you will lose your qualification for the exam and will receive fixed points. The final exam scores will be ranked according to points earned. Additionally, the liberal arts exam will take place 3 days after the practical exam, so make sure to review on your own. He then scanned the students present. The identity wristbands for the exam will be uniformly distributed by the school tomorrow to prevent any of you from losing them, so today you should find your teammates in advance. The points ranking will be based on the total points of each team divided by the number of team members using the average score of each individual for ranking. Therefore, you need to choose your teammates wisely. Jiang Lin listened to the teacher's speech and began to ponder. Free team formations. He definitely wouldn't team up with this group of underachievers, as they would surely drag him down. Of course, if someone wanted to join the team with resources, that would be another story. At this moment, his deskmate Taichen looked at Jiang Lin. Hey Lao Jiang. Jiang Lin became alert. What? Don't even think about teaming up with me, you'll just drag me down. Hearing this, Taichen's expression darkened. Cough cough, do you still remember? You promised me you would use that move during the midterm exam. Jiang Lin was speechless. This guy was still thinking about that. If the opportunity is right, I will use it on others. Don't worry, even though you are the first sacrifice, you won't be the last. Upon hearing this, Taichen felt much more at ease. By the way, if we meet in the secret realm, don't attack me. Jiang Lin nodded. No problem, I'm not crazy enough to do that. In fact, even if Taichen hadn't said it, he wouldn't have attacked his deskmate, as they were classmates after all. Meanwhile, on the other side of the school, 2 familiar faces stood at the school gate. It was Forrester and Kanan, who had come to investigate after receiving reports yesterday. After receiving another report last night, and since this time the informant did not specifically identify anyone with suspicions of being a cultist, they brought a special magical device today. Forrester held a crystal compass-like device in his hand. However, it seemed that without magical power infused, it did not display any special effects. Today the two did not appear in the school wearing their ivory white mage robes like yesterday, but rather in casual clothes. Forrester stood at the school gate, the place with the highest foot traffic in the morning, slowly infusing his internal magic into the compass. After a brief moment of trembling, the magical device showed no abnormality. Nothing here. Forrester sighed. This was a normal situation. Without clear evidence, the magical devices that ordinary temple staff could use were at this level only able to detect any remnants of evil god aura within a 10-meter radius. When they interrogated Jiang Lin yesterday, they also used this magical device, but it also yielded no results. Then the two began their slow detection journey. Time quickly passed, and after they completed checking a section of the path leading into the school, they headed straight for the teaching building, the area with the highest foot traffic, and began to check little by little. After 2 class periods, the two who initially had no hope and thought it was a malicious report suddenly widened their eyes. In a corner of the corridor on the top floor of the teaching building, the magical compass in their hands began to spin wildly, flashing with a scarlet light. There really is a remnant of evil god aura. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. However, after probing the aura, they found that only this area could detect the remnants. Forget it, although they couldn't track this aura, it at least indicated that there were definitely cultists within the Radiant Junior Magic Academy. Subsequently, the two hurriedly used their magical communication devices to send messages to the headquarters of the Giant Stone City Temple. At the same time, they headed to the principal's office to prepare to notify them to initiate a full lockdown. In the morning at the Radiant Junior Magic Academy, the usual blend of low murmurs practicing spells and the clamor of reciting knowledge points was suddenly interrupted by a whistle. All students assemble on the playground. Jiang Lin, who was practicing breathing exercises in the classroom, was also called by this announcement. Did the temple detect the aura of the evil god and begin to act? Jiang Lin pondered. He looked out the window and saw a large number of knights clad in bright silver armor with cold silver emblems on their chests flooding into the campus, securing all the fences of the Radiant Junior Magic Academy to prevent anyone from escaping at this time. Other students also noticed this scene. Is that the Temple Knight Order? What are they doing here? Are they locking down the school? Could something serious have happened at the school? Could it be a murder incident? It shouldn't be. If it were a murder incident, they wouldn't have us all go to the playground. They would make us lock our doors and stay in the classroom instead. Then could it be that cultists have been discovered? I've heard that places where cultists are found always have this kind of treatment. Don't worry about it, let's go. I don't want to be mistaken for a cultist. Few students had seen such a scene before, and the sounds of discussion, gasps, and collisions during their hurried movements blended together. Many teachers also appeared grave after receiving the notification. They worked hard to maintain order while soothing the restless students, guiding the flow of people toward the playground. These teachers had already passed the temple's initial screening and had ruled out any suspicions of being cultists. Xiaohei jumped onto Jiang Lin's shoulder. Tisk, what a grand display. It seems your temple really intends to eradicate us cultists. Jiang Lin replied, are you sure you're okay? Xiaohei confidently said, of course, if you aren't discovered, I won't be either. Jiang Lin nodded. It's best to be so. If you get detected, don't blame me for selling you out. Then Jiang Lin brought Xiaohei along with the crowd toward the playground. Who do you think that cultist might be? Jiang Lin asked. How would I know? I can only sense the aura of other evil gods. I can't sense who it specifically is. Its aura only exposed for a moment, leaving some traces. If you hadn't reported it in time, perhaps in a few days this trace would have dissipated into the air. Xiaohei shrugged and then added, by the way, I've broken through to level 1 and entered the extraordinary stage. Jiang Lin nodded. Cherish, this is the closest you've been to me. Upon hearing Jiang Lin's words, Xiaohei was slightly stunned. He originally wanted to show off his superiority in front of him, but unexpectedly he didn't buy it, and even turned the tables. Not much strength, but your trash talk is impressive, Xiaohei mocked. Next, let me show you what the gap in talent looks like. Jiang Lin remained silent, not wanting to engage with Xiaohei anymore. Upon arriving at the playground, the temple's priests and other staff had already begun setting up a temporary divine detection array. Knights clad in sharp armor guarded the perimeter of the playground and various critical points to prevent hidden cultists from launching an attack from within the crowd, while also cutting off any chance of escape. Preliminary screenings of each student had already begun. The priests held crystal orbs that emitted a soft glow, their expressions serious, reciting incantations while guiding each student undergoing the examination. In the past week, have you come into contact with any unidentified items or rituals? Have you experienced any abnormal fluctuations in your mental state? Have you heard any sounds that do not belong to reality? Have any strange occurrences happened around you recently? Staying up late as a group. Please elaborate. The examination process was long and suffocating with a tense atmosphere hanging in the air. However, most students felt no guilt and thus looked curiously at the temple staff around them. Similarly, since there were no classes, many students were quite excited, whispering with their classmates and casually discussing gossip and amusing anecdotes. In fact, many students were like this, as long as these events did not happen around them or to them, they would not feel much impact. However, unlike these noisy and chaotic students in the third year's underachiever class, there existed a unique group that seemed out of place. Clearly, this was the late-night study group, led by Jiang Lin, consisting of members like Tai Chun and Dean. They seemed to have shut out all the surrounding noise and commotion, diligently focusing on their own tasks. Jiang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, practicing the Paladin breathing technique to himself. Tai Chun sat on the floor, a thick book titled Fundamentals of Potions spread across his knees, his fingers flipping through the rough pages, his brow furrowed as he recited common exam points. Meanwhile, many members of the late-night study group approached them, wanting to get closer for a better study atmosphere. This scene made those around them feel exasperated. Moreover, the boy who had been selling the Jingshin Jinfen Yaoji Spirit Invigoration Potion from the trailing class yesterday was now striding toward them. He carried another crate of elixirs, but it was not the same Jingshin Jinfen Yaoji from yesterday. This was a new concoction. The wooden placard in his hand plainly declared this potion's effect. Jingshin Jizhong Yaoji Concentration Tonic grants heightened focus and enhances study efficiency. 1 vial for 6 coins. Last night, he had noticed many classmates growing listless after long hours of sleepless study, so he scoured books until he found this potion and purchased a supply from the apothecary to sell tonight. He had not expected an incident during the day, but thinking the noisy playground would leave many unable to concentrate, he had still brought the crate with him. Clearly, his keen commercial instinct had not only filled his coffers this time, it had also raised his notoriety considerably. Those nearby were already astonished to see people studying amid such clamor, and were even more surprised to discover someone selling potions to improve study efficiency. Are these people insane? The Shundian has come to root out cultists. They are still studying, still cultivating. Why is someone selling potions? They stared at the exhausted study group, as if beholding some unnatural creature. Then someone asked, but, watching them strive like that, doesn't it stir anything in you? Stir what? I mean, if you don't join them in study or cultivation, you feel guilty, don't you? Now that you mention it, indeed. The entire school had gathered on the playground. So many who had never heard of the late-night study group were seeing these zealots for the first time. Time passed, and the sweep proceeded methodically. An hour went by in the blink of an eye. Some hesitant at first found a clean spot to sit and took out their textbooks or notes to review. Others imitated Jiang Lin, attempting to enter a meditative state. Though the effect was slight, it steadied their minds and eased their pangs of guilt. As more people followed suit, the study circle swelled. Jiang Lin frowned. His inner bowl had reached level 4, with only the final thrust remaining. At that moment, the system issued a quest, and the content made Jiang Lin leap to his feet in alarm. Temporary quest: the evil god Shi Yuan Xingxia Ines has locked onto you. It has possessed the nearest thrall and will attempt an assassination in 30 seconds. As a malefactor of countless crimes, you must know when to bide your time and avoid its blade for now. Objectives: survive the assassination. Survival reward: bring a specified skill to max level. Counterkill reward: extract and adapt a portion of Ines' talents. The crimson words of the system crawled along the screen, and a chill ran down Jiang Lin's spine. His mind raced. He could not fathom why an evil god called Ines would single him out and mount an assassination attempt. Had news of his report about cultists leaked? No. Even if leaked, an ordinary cultist would not prompt the evil god to act personally. He was only a level 3 paladin. The enemy had no reason to target him. He swept his gaze across the classmates, watching their faces. They were all calmly studying or cultivating. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Who among them could be possessed? Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. The system had warned him to judge the moment and avoid the thrust of the foe. Clearly this was beyond his present power to handle directly. Although the crisis had not yet erupted, this was without doubt the most perilous death near instant Jiang Lin had faced since arriving in this world. He raced through possible countermeasures, forcing himself to calm, all the while staring at the quest prompt. The 30-second ticker was already blinking down. 30, 29, 28. The countdown sounded like the tolling of a funeral bell, tightening Jiang Lin's nerves to breaking point. Should he shout to draw more attention, to muddy the waters? But that might scare the hidden cultist into deeper concealment, leaving him perpetually exposed to an imminent assassination. Xiaohei, Jiang Lin called anxiously. Can you sense any evil god aura nearby? Xiaohei, though puzzled, immediately went alert and probed. By the gods, there is indeed an aura, and it is unbearably dense. Even my own cultists do not carry such a concentrated evil god scent, Xiaohei muttered in astonishment. Has the evil god descended in person? Why would it possess such a weak thrall? Where is it? Who is it? Hurry, Jiang Lin transmitted in a flurry. That student in the blue jacket over there. On Xiaohei's cue, Jiang Lin pinpointed the target and unleashed a perfectly condensed low-tier reinforcement technique, Jet Aura, as he ran. He shouted, that person is a cultist. He's about to slaughter innocent students. The student in question happened to be looking straight at him. His gaze was that of a prepared predator, as if poised to pounce and rend Jiang Lin apart. The system's countdown began to sprint forward. 20, 19, 3, 2. It had to be him. Memories reeled and locked on the identity. In an instant, Ma Xiao, a top-class student who had once threatened to challenge Jiang Lin, the 4th ranked of the great. It was him. Jiang Lin flipped through every recollection, but found no grudge between them. Why would Ma Xiao target him? Jiang Lin's shout threw the crowd into chaos like a stone cast upon still water. After a moment's shock and thought, pandemonium erupted. Someone cried out, attack while you can. Don't give him a chance, he's going to kill people. Having been exposed, the possessed Ma Xiao dropped any pretense. His irises went entirely black. Black mist swirled about him, and his body began to levitate. His aura climbed in leaps, breaking through the 0 rank to 1st rank almost instantly. As the black vapor thickened, he surged past 1st rank to the pinnacle of 2nd rank. Upon reaching the 2nd rank apex, the growth halted, limited it seemed by Ma Xiao's mortal vessel. Yet this was no ordinary 2nd rank peak. An ancient evil god had taken command, and the power it wielded could contend even with a typical 4th rank adversary. Damn it, what did you provoke it for? Jiang Lin shouted, urging the crowd to attack as he sprinted toward a denser throng. At a time like this, those who ran slow would be the first to fall. Though the foe aimed at him, if Jiang Lin could redirect the assault onto the masses, their instinct for self-preservation would turn them into unwilling allies. Hiding among the crowd meant the enemy's strikes might strike others first. Jiang Lin had not reached a saintly state of self-sacrifice. He chose to place the multitude between himself and the blade. He's coming for me. I'm only striking first. He had no time to explain. While running, he unleashed another low-tier reinforcement technique, Jet Aura, toward the assailant. Regrettably, despite the low-tier reinforcement technique being honed to perfection and swift, the opponent's experience was vast. With a single sidestep, he evaded many of the skills hurled at him. The students did not realize that the Ma Xiao before them was no longer the familiar classmate, but a powerful being possessed by an evil god. Many nevertheless heeded Jiang Lin, unleashing their most practiced abilities at Ma Xiao. The Xingdian quickly responded to the disturbance. Silver insignia knights, previously mingled among the students, assembled fast, approaching the airborne Ma Xiao while guiding the crowd away. Priests in the distance organized the evacuation of students, leaving the center of the playground to their comrades to handle. Ma Xiao adjusted to full strength, fixed on the fleeing Jiang Lin, and ignored the other students soaring over their heads toward him. Within a few breaths, the distance between them collapsed to a hair's breadth. Jiang Lin watched Mosquito streak forward and felt a chill of dread. He casually formed several golden shimmering reinforcement techniques in his palm and manifested a radiant, holy blade suffused with light. The hilt of the blade of light flared with a blinding radiance. 7 star phantoms flashed past and condensed into a singular, intensely bright solitary star. Its power rose as Jiang Lin poured magic into it. High-tier skill, 7-star Holy Radiant Slash. A blade chi honed to the utmost was unleashed. With these 2 high-tier skills in concert, this attack was the strongest Jiang Lin could muster at present. The sword chi sliced the air. Because the 2 close to such proximity, the possessed Mosquito had no room to dodge and collided squarely with Jiang Lin's blade chi. Black mist billowed before him, and a nauseating sizzle filled the air. Jiang Lin's most formidable strike was blocked with seeming ease. Yet to the evil god's surprise, several other golden beams Jiang Lin unleashed ignored its shield and pierced into its body. It assumed these were buffing skills that bypassed its defenses and affected it directly. Why would this youth cast a buff on himself that appeared to benefit the enemy? Before it finished puzzling, its expression shifted violently as a violent turmoil churned in its gut. The thrall it had possessed was a paltry mage, not even of first rank. His bodily constitution was exceedingly frail. That Mosquito could reach the second-rank apex only because the evil god siphoned a one-time surge of might from the ritual to elevate the body. Thus, if it allowed its own power to fail to defend, these attacks would strike the fragile vessel it inhabited. A miscalculation. It glared at Jiang Lin with murderous intent. Such a novel method of skill application. It had never seen the like. This child was stranger than the evil god itself. As the turmoil in Mosquito's abdomen threatened to erupt like a flood, strange runes surfaced in the air. Those runes did not belong to any system Jiang Lin knew. The following sequence of operations was entirely beyond his comprehension. In the next instant, everything around seemed to rewind. The 2 low-tier reinforcement techniques that had entered Mosquito's body flew back out along their prior trajectories and stalled in the air. Could time be flowing backward? Jiang Lin watched in stunned disbelief, and even Xiao He on his shoulder was shaken into silence. Xiao He transmitted, "The evil god's talent must be related to time control. Where on earth did you provoke such a creature?" Jiang Lin wanted to cry, but had no tears. "How would I know? I have always acted openly and righteously and done many good deeds. Why would I attract an enemy of that caliber?" Although time had been reversed, the effect was limited to a small area and brief duration. After the 2 golden lights left Mosquito's body, they resumed their paths toward him. This time the opponent was on guard, and the golden beams failed utterly. Still, Jiang Lin's low-tier reinforcement bided enough time for the Shengdian to react. Under the Shengdian staff's directions, large numbers of students scattered, and the area around Jiang Lin and Mosquito was cleared. A Shengdian knight bearing a golden badge on his chest appeared before Jiang Lin. He was an elite of the Shengdian Knight Order. The golden badge on his chest marked his station. His name was Salas, a paladin of rank 4, and he commanded the operation. Salas positioned himself between Jiang Lin and the possessed student, sheltering Jiang Lin behind him as he regarded the cultist with a grave expression. The cultist exuded rolling black vapor and an eerie strength. His gaze seemed fixed entirely on the paladin standing before him. Did they hold old enmity? Though only at the second-rank apex, facing this cultist sent a prickling unease down one's spine. Salas judged quietly this adversary was formidable. Seeing that his colleagues had pulled the crowd back and given him space to fight, Salas did not hesitate and chose to summon his mount. He stamped his foot, and a formation of holy light manifested. The space seemed rent open into a luminous portal, and to a clear high cry a strange, wondrous creature stepped through. It was a mount that only paladins could bind, the Holy Light Unicorn. This Holy Light Unicorn is pure white, its mane seemingly covered in sacred flames, while the unique spiral horn on its forehead contains immense magical power. As soon as the unicorn stepped out of the light gate, it raised its front hooves high, and pure flames spread, like waves pushing back the thick black fog surrounding Matthew. This Holy Light Unicorn is of the same rank as Salas, also a level 4, making it a formidable existence among spirit beasts. Moreover, as Salas mount, the combination of the two can definitely produce an effect greater than the sum of its parts. This is the most formidable characteristic of knight professions. After contracting a mount, each knight essentially counts as 2 combat units of the same level. However, for Jiang Lin, contracting a mount is still somewhat distant, as he must first break through to level 1 before his body can bear the cost of using spatial contracts. So generally at this time one can seek spirit beasts for contracts. What is this cultist about? Salas asked as he mounted his horse, frowning at Matthew. Jiang Lin quickly reminded him. It seems he has been possessed by an evil god. Be careful. He feared the golden emblem knight in front of him would make a careless mistake. If he couldn't even handle the opponent's upper thigh, then no matter how hard he tried, he would likely have no means to turn the tide, only waiting for death. Additionally, this evil god's powers seem to be related to time. Jiang Lin added before running towards a place far from the battlefield, so as not to affect the two in combat and avoid being caught in the aftermath. Upon hearing Jiang Lin's words, Salas' pupils constricted. Possessed by an evil god. Is this something someone of his level can be involved in? However, he soon calmed down when he thought of the level 3 Paladin behind him. If even a level 3 Paladin could get caught up in such matters, it would be quite reasonable for him, who is over level 40, to encounter it too. With me here, you shall not harm any student. He reached out empty-handed, and a spear tip engulfed in holy flames appeared in his hand drawn from his spatial ring. His expression was solemn, the spear tip aimed directly at Matthew, who was surrounded by black fog. However, Matthew showed no intention of acknowledging Salas, instead bypassing him and heading straight for Jiang Lin. Seeing this, Jiang Lin's eyes widened with panic. He was already on the verge of breaking down. Being pursued without understanding why, and the pursuer being someone of significantly higher status, it was unbearable for anyone. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Lin felt a tremendous force from behind as Salas lifted him like a chick, placing him on his mount's back. Before him was the solid and broad bright silver armor, and a reassuring deep voice came from the front. Don't be afraid. With me here. Hearing those words filled with assurance, Jiang Lin was almost moved to tears. Little Black, look at them, and then look at you. You, the mighty evil god, how come you can't do anything but huff on my shoulder? After confirming his temporary safety, Jiang Lin did not forget to pressure Little Black a bit. Little Black looked at Jiang Lin with a blank expression, releasing its level 1 magical fluctuation, as if to say, I am just a level 1 Hakimi, what do you expect me to do? Do you have any grudges against him? Salas asked. Jiang Lin, on the verge of tears, replied, No, I wasn't even familiar with him before. Moreover, I have no ties with these evil gods. At this point, Jiang Lin suddenly realized, Wait, Little Black, is this guy your enemy? Did he come looking for you? Little Black stated with certainty, absolutely not. If it were my enemy, I would recognize its aura. Moreover, its ability to control time is extremely rare among evil gods. I have never even heard of any evil god awakening such an ability. Jiang Lin was suspicious, really. Little Black's eyes were firm, absolutely. Jiang Lin said no more. After all, there was no way to verify such matters. If it were true, he could only consider himself unlucky to encounter such a troublesome character. Having ended the brief mental exchange with Little Black, Jiang Lin shouted towards the front, I have no grievances or enmity with you. Why do you want to bring me to my death? Unfortunately, the opponent is not the type to chatter before striking. After all, such villains do not survive to reach this level. It glared fiercely at Jiang Lin, then suddenly rushed towards the two. At the same time, a circle of condensed, almost tangible pitch-black fog appeared around Jiang Lin and Salas, and moments later, it suddenly contracted inward. Salas' expression grew serious as he shouted, Divine blessing. A thin shield materialized, protecting the two within. Then the holy flame spear in his hand erupted with an even more dazzling light as he swept it forward, accompanied by a sharp hiss as it opened a gap in the black fog. The holy light unicorn leaped forward, allowing Jiang Lin and himself to evade the attack, while Matthew's assault fell again. The black fog around him surged violently, transforming into several pitch-black tentacles that ripped through the air, shrieking as they headed straight for Salas and the unicorn's vital points. Salas kept an eye on the distance to the opponent, while the spear in his hand darted about, accurately striking each incoming pitch-black tentacle. The sacred flames clashed with the decaying black fog, producing a sizzling sound as they burned, and the energy dissipated in explosive sounds. Simultaneously, the holy light unicorn let out a melodious neigh as the horn on its forehead emitted vast magical power, forming shields to protect the vital areas of itself and the two on its back. Having received information from Jiang Lin about the opponent's time-controlling ability, Salas' tactics were relatively conservative, preventing the opponent from using abilities like freezing time to place him in a hard control. If he were to be defeated, the other members of the temple present would have almost no chance of defeating the opponent, and the thousands of students present would face death as well. Therefore, Salas was under immense pressure. However, as an evil god, the opponent shouldn't be so brazen in a place protected by divine power. Now that the opponent's aura was exposed, it wouldn't be long before 7 divine beings could descend with divine punishment to eliminate it. Clearly, the evil god possessing Matthew was aware of this situation. Seeing that Salas' frontal defense was nearly flawless, it chose to unleash its strongest ability directly, using secret arts beginning to burn the life of this body. Unfortunately, Matthew himself may not realize that being controlled once would lead to his eternal slumber. As Matthew's life burned, the power available to the evil god increased once more. He took a step, and the figure that had been there suddenly blurred, leaving a phantom behind, while the true body circled around Salas' frontal defense at an incredible angle, lunging straight for Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin felt a chilling intent to kill envelop him in an instant. The shadow of death had never been so clear. He instinctively used the blade of light, which he had just mastered to a peak level yesterday, pouring magical energy into the holy light sword in his hand as he desperately dodged sideways to evade the most direct attack. Buzz! A blade of holy light compressed to the extreme and resembling a physical entity burst forth from the tip of Jiang Lin's sword, shining like a solitary star. Infinite trying to stop a chariot. Matthew, possessed by the evil god, snorted disdainfully. Such a degree of attack, and yet he dared to use it to resist. It was simply overestimating himself. If it were the previous strengthening spell, he might have to expend some effort, but he completely disregarded this level of attack. The black fog surged, attempting to block Jiang Lin's sword energy in front of him. However, an unexpected event occurred at that moment. The sword energy, which should have collided with the black fog and dissipated into the air, unexpectedly pierced through the black fog at incredible speed and entered Matthew's body. Matthew's pupils contracted to the extreme at this moment. This attack was not a mere sword energy. It was hundreds of low-level enhancement spells ejecting light rings hidden within a single sword energy. The outer sword energy was blocked by his defenses, while the enhancement spells, due to their nature of ignoring defenses, passed through, causing him to be hit again. The same trick had caused him to suffer twice in a row. Since the cooldown of the rewind time ability had not yet expired, he had no room to recover this time. Moreover, the number of enhancement spells had reached an astounding hundreds. It was already too late to condense negative skills to resist, just like before. The evil god possessing Matthew was enraged, and before the enhancement spells could take effect, it unleashed its strongest attack, burning its life force. A circle of intricate and bizarre runes appeared before him, and a thick black beam shot out from the center of these strange formations. The black beam, carrying the aura of corrosion, emitted violent energy as it rushed toward Jiang Lin. The explosive energy spread out, shattering the ground along its path, creating a scene of destruction. However, at this moment, several layers of defenses had already risen before Jiang Lin. The earth surged as thick earth walls rose. Meanwhile, the nearby mages and priests cast defensive magic frantically, pouring magical energy into these walls to reinforce them. Additionally, several shields materialized, created by priests who had finished chanting their defensive spells from a distance. When the pitch-black beam collided with these defenses, they held for a moment, but could not withstand its frenzied assault. However, they did provide a degree of cushioning, significantly reducing the beam's attack power. Layers of defenses also rose around Jiang Lin's body, with various attribute enhancements applied to him. Clearly, the priests in the distance had also realized that this cultist was targeting this young man. Wind's blessing impact resistance, Earth's blessing defense increase, Wood's blessing healing aura. The skills originally intended for Salas were instead transferred to Jiang Lin. Unfortunately, although there were many different spells, they were ultimately hastily applied and could not fully defend against the attack. Fortunately, as the last layer of shield was breached, the attack was reduced to a level Jiang Lin could endure. In the last moments of his consciousness, Jiang Lin felt an immense force strike him, a sharp pain coursing through his body, followed by a spinning whirl and the continuous sound of surprised exclamations around him alongside Salas nearby. Damn it. Then Jiang Lin's world plunged into darkness, and he fell into a deep unconsciousness. Seizing the opportunity, having exhausted his powers, Salas leaped down from the unicorn's back, removing the reflective helmet that glinted coldly, revealing a young, handsome face. It was a face with sword-like brows and starry eyes, possessing a resolute gaze, with a head of golden hair slicked back and a small stubble on his chin. Though young, he exuded a solid sense of security. At this moment, he looked gravely at Matthew's lifeless body on the ground. He was somewhat puzzled as to why the previously fierce Matthew had suddenly lost control and panicked. He had already noticed that the consciousness possessing Matthew was not the complete mind of the evil god, but rather a fragment, or otherwise it would not have self-destructed so decisively. This indicates that the opponent was definitely an experienced evil god. He also found it puzzling why such an evil god would be so intent on killing a mere level 3 boy. However, this evil god was indeed terrifying. Even with only a fragment of its divine consciousness possessing this student, it could unleash power sufficient to contend with him. The specific circumstances would need to be investigated later. For now, as the core of the temple's staff, he needed to take control of the situation. At this moment, the playground was in disarray, and the temple staff were still maintaining order and evacuating the students. A few students, seemingly friends of the young man, were planning to rush over to check on him. However, the remaining Silver Emblem Knights were no pushovers. Although they were unable to assist during the battle, they were more than capable of handling students who had not yet reached level 1, ensuring the scene did not suffer further destruction. However, a tall figure with golden eyes said something to the Silver Emblem Knight, blocking her, causing him to pause, and then look pleadingly at his superior. Seeing his superior nod, the Silver Emblem Knight allowed the girl to pass. "Cousin," Anya shouted towards Salas. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that Anya and Salas shared some resemblance. Although Salas leaned towards a rugged look, while Anya appeared softer, both were undoubtedly striking. It could be said that Anya's family genes were exceptionally good, capable of producing two such outstanding paladins. Salas' holy light unicorn stood beside the unconscious Jiang Lin, its spiral horn resting against his body, the glow of magical energy subtly pulsing as the sacred flames burning in its mane spread along the horn to Jiang Lin. It was certainly not preparing to cremate Jiang Lin or make a barbecue, but was instead using its innate abilities to heal his wounds. As the sacred flames burned, Jiang Lin's grievous wounds, which were deep enough to see bone, were now healing at an astonishing speed. At the same time, several priests in white robes rushed from the crowd, looking at the young man who was only level 3, but was being hunted by a cultist with level 4 combat strength. Seeing that he was not in life-threatening danger, the priests couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then gentle white light glowed in their palms, assisting Salas' holy light unicorn and healing Jiang Lin's injuries. Faintly, Jiang Lin heard a system prompt: "Mission completed." "Ha ha ha. How dare a mere evil deity dare to roar before this demon sovereign?" survived the assassination attempt by the evil deity Chronovoyager Innis, and slew his underlings. In reward, granted designated skill elevated to maximum proficiency, partial innate abilities of the evil deity Chronovoyager Innis extracted and undergoing adaptive integration. Adaptive integration in progress. In the next instant, searing agony erupted anew. Jiang Lin felt as though his right eye were burning alive, and he cried out in torment, "Arg!" His scream echoed through the sanctuary's healing ward, startling the on-duty priest, who rushed over immediately and cast a high-grade restoration spell. After an indeterminate span of time, Jiang Lin's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly regained consciousness. Above him rose an unfamiliar soaring vault adorned with stained glass windows. Amber sunlight filtered through their vivid panes, and the air hung serene with the tranquil scent of calming incense. "You're awake?" Forrest asked, leaning close. Jiang Lin gazed back blankly, only to see two overlapping images of the man before him. He strained to focus, but the double vision persisted. "Don't rush. Your body remains frail," Forrest said gently, then signaled the nearby priest to relay a message. "Jiang Lin has awakened. Inform Lord Sarlaz at once." Seeing Jiang Lin's dazed expression, Forrest smiled warmly. "All is well now. The cultist has been neutralized. Our investigation has uncovered preliminary clarity regarding the incident, though certain leads still require your corroboration." Jiang Lin merely nodded mutely and rubbed his eyes again. The double vision remained, yet only for moving figures: Forrest and the priest who had just dashed from the chamber. Xiaohe perched quietly beside the bed, feigning the demeanor of an ordinary house cat, delicately licking its paw. How brazen, daring to enter the sanctuary's sacred healing ward while posing as a deity of darkness. Jiang Lin, however, had no energy to scold it. After all, it had evaded detection throughout his prolonged unconsciousness. Surely it posed no immediate danger. He opened the system interface to review his rewards. His gaze settled upon the newly acquired talent Chronovoyager's Demon Eye. Could this be the source of the double vision? He scrutinized the overlapping images intently, and arrived at the answer: what he perceived were not illusions, but fleeting glimpses of those individuals' imminent actions. So this talent granted him sight into the near future. And according to the system's description, it could evolve further through slaying the very evil deity who bore the title Chronovoyager Innis. Now Jiang Lin possessed yet another compelling reason to hunt that evil deity down. Jiang Lin was born to uphold the Tao's moral center for heaven and earth, and to secure destiny for all living beings. Wretched evil deity, mark my words, once I grow stronger, you shall be my first quarry. At that moment, the chamber door swung open, and Jiang Lin beheld a tall, golden-haired young man with golden eyes and a neatly trimmed short beard. A gleaming golden insignia adorned his chest, the mark of an elite sanctuary operative equal in rank to the Golden Radiant's holy knight who had rescued him earlier. Lord Sarlaz. Forrest bowed respectfully. Rise. You may be seated. In the sanctuary's hierarchy was rigid. Sarlaz bore the golden insignia, while Forrest wore the silver. Thus he served under Sarlaz's command. Sarlaz set down a thick dossier and sat beside Jiang Lin's bed. Your composure under such dire circumstances was exceptional, and your mastery of that technique displayed extraordinary proficiency. Your aptitude for swordsmanship surpasses even mine. Rather than broaching the matter directly, Sarlaz began with courteous preliminaries. From his tone and timbre, Jiang Lin recognized him instantly, the golden insignia holy knight who had saved his life. Far from it. I owe everything to Lord Sarlaz. Without you, I would surely have perished at the hands of that vile cultist. From their exchange, Jiang Lin now knew the knight's name: Sarlaz. I am merely a few years your senior. With talents like yours, you'll eclipse elders like me before long. Not at all. I jest. You remain remarkably youthful, yet already wield fourth-rank power. Your prospects are truly boundless. As Jiang Lin offered these pleasantries, a strange familiarity tugged at his memory. Wasn't this exactly the hollow flattery he'd uttered yesterday to Kanan? Had that remark somehow surfaced in the investigation? Flustered inwardly, Jiang Lin concealed it, sitting upright and meeting the Golden Radiant's holy knight's gaze with quiet resolve. Simultaneously, he scooped up Xiaohe, who, playing the part of a docile pet cat, could only emit feeble, impotent hisses under the watchful eyes of outsiders. We've investigated the cultist's background. Would you care to hear what we uncovered? According to records, you two shared no prior connection. Jiang Lin nodded. Of course, I'm all ears. Sarlaz flipped open the dossier and cleared his throat. The student's name was Matthew Hoffman, a mage enrolled at the Holy Light Academy of Basic Magic, consistently ranked fourth in his cohort. His residence: Oak Street, No. 17, East District, Stone Peak City. Academic files revealed no anomalies. His grades were outstanding. Yet beneath the interpersonal relations heading, his homeroom teacher had noted introverted by nature, fiercely competitive. We searched his residence. When no one answered our knock, we forced entry and discovered deep within his basement a clandestine altar, idols, and ritual implements devoted to a forbidden cult. His parents, traveling merchants, were perpetually absent, rendering their prolonged absence unremarkable to neighbors. Sarlaz paused, then continued gravely. Yet when we arrived, his parents had already lain dead in that basement for some time, sacrificed by Matthew Hoffman himself in offering to his evil deity. Jiang Lin's brows lifted sharply. And remarkable. To worship an evil deity and then murder one's own parents. Truly monstrous beyond redemption. According to reports, he vanished from campus yesterday afternoon, likely the very hour he first encountered the evil deity who subsequently possessed him. Our forensic team corroborated this possession had occurred recently, yet we found no evidence of enmity between you and him. Thus we must verify this with you directly. Sarlaz exuded quiet authority as he studied Jiang Lin reclining in bed. Are you certain you hold no grudge against him? Jiang Lin sighed helplessly, none whatsoever. Yesterday he did express interest in challenging me, but since I'd skipped class for days upon returning to the classroom, I was immediately suspected of cult affiliation and detained for interrogation, so our sparring never took place. If any grievance exists, perhaps it stems from envy of my diligence, my talent, my appearance, my intellect. Sarlaz observed Jiang Lin's unwavering candid gaze and nodded, glancing briefly at his refined youthful countenance. Confidence suits you well. And he paused, then added, yet if no prior conflict existed, and he deliberately targeted you, two possibilities emerge. First, his psyche was profoundly warped, harboring hatred toward anyone who shone brighter than himself. Once possessed by the evil deity, his mind shattered entirely, leaving only blind fury directed solely at you, driving him to kill you at all costs. Second, the evil deity itself, this cult's sovereign, has singled you out for elimination. Jiang Lin listened thoughtfully. The first hypothesis struck him as plausible. After all, a man capable of filicide was undoubtedly unhinged. He'd recently risen to prominence across his year, and grown especially close to Anya, widely regarded as the Academy's most radiant beauty. Jealousy then seemed inevitable. But the second possibility left him unsettled. Wait, why would their evil deity target me? Sarlaz shrugged. That we do not know, which is precisely why we sought your input. Have you ever crossed paths with this evil deity? He paused, then added, incidentally, this cult, and its evil deity, are entirely new to our records. A previously unknown entity, yet its debut was astonishingly bold, possessing a devotee outright. That is highly irregular. Most nascent evil deities proceed with caution, cultivating followers slowly, biding time before revealing themselves. Few, if any, expose themselves after recruiting only a handful of adherents. Moreover, rival evil deity factions typically avoid encroaching upon one another's domains. We recently eradicated a newly emergent cult nest in Stone Peak City, so logically no other evil deity should be operating there so soon. Thus, this evil deity's conduct defies all precedent. Jiang Lin listened pensively and realized the cult Sarlaz mentioned was almost certainly Xiaohei's own. Xiaohei, currently nestled in Jiang Lin's lap, heard every word and bristled with indignation. Being cradled like a lap cat only worsened his mood. Jiang Lin shook his head. I've never encountered such cults or any evil deity. The first explanation seems far more probable. Yet Sarlaz added, the Grandmaster herself has intervened. She's transmitted the full case file to her superiors. Investigators from Central Command may arrive shortly. Be prepared. Jiang Lin nodded. Understood. And then Sarlaz leaned in, slightly, voice lowering with quiet intrigue. That concludes the official account, and the final report will likely adopt the first hypothesis. However, here is a personal theory of mine. Would you care to hear it? Jiang Lin blinked, intrigued. I'd be honored. Sarlaz cleared his throat. This evil deity commands temporal forces. Tell me, could it have foreseen a future version of you posing a genuine threat, and thus dispatched its agent to eliminate you now? Had no complications arisen, its plan would have been effortless, possessing that student, infiltrating your academy under its lax security, and killing you without resistance. But your report triggered sanctuary intervention, prompting an elite response, including operatives like myself. Thus its scheme collapsed. Jiang Lin fell silent, absorbing the implication. You were reported as a cultist, weren't you? That accusation came from Matthew Hoffman himself. You said he sought a duel with you. Perhaps he intended to plant cursed artifacts upon you during combat, or contaminate you with the evil deity's aura, ensuring your condemnation by the sanctuary. But your extended absence disrupted his timeline. You escaped unjust judgment, because he filed that report before the evil deity possessed him. Having delivered his conjecture, Sarlaz fell silent, granting Jiang Lin space to reflect. Observing Jiang Lin's stunned silence, Sarlaz murmured wryly, a cultist accusing others of cultism. That's irony worthy of tragedy. Jiang Lin stared at Sarlaz, and nearly blurted, actually the holy knight sitting before you is himself a cultist, and has just accused another cultist. Of course he kept that thought locked away. Still, Sarlaz's theory resonated deeply. After all, he now possessed the Chronovoyager's demon eye. Should he ever gain the strength to hunt down Chronovoyager, and as he would, there could be no hesitation. Might that truly threaten the evil deity? Though he still struggled to acclimate to this demonic ocular gift, its capacity to glimpse the future was already staggeringly potent. With this ability, victory against peers became virtually assured, and even battles against higher-tier adversaries held promise. And if it evolved further, might he unlock powers akin to the evil deity's own temporal reversal? Imagine first activating enhancement art propulsion halo, then the instant its effect manifests, triggering temporal reversal to rewind the foe to that precise moment. who then could distinguish him from Satan himself. Yet this raised another question: if the evil deity had never provoked him, why would he seek vengeance? And if it chose non-interference, would his future self even concern himself with some random evil deity? And Jiang Lin shook his head, dismissing the paradox-laden riddle. Temporal mechanics were labyrinthine, prone to traps like the grandfather paradox. One thing remained certain: given the chance, he would hunt it down. Still, he wondered what catalyst had spurred this attack. In this brush with death had tempered his earlier arrogance. Once convinced of his invincibility among peers, he now recognized his profound vulnerability. He remained dangerously weak. Any roadside evil deity could strike him down at will. And no, strength must be forged and swiftly. But if it foresaw my future threat, why didn't it foresee the failure of today's assassination? Jiang Lin had identified the flaw. Sarlas nodded. Precisely, the fatal gap in this hypothesis. Such godlike foresight should allow it to choose a flawless opportunity to end you. Why gamble recklessly and fail, eh? Thus this remains merely speculation. Do not weigh it too heavily. The sanctuary will continue its rigorous inquiry. Though flawed, Jiang Lin found the theory compelling nonetheless. Perhaps its prophetic power was imprecise or severely constrained, revealing only fragmented cryptic fragments of fate. Then this entire scenario made perfect sense. Moreover, striking while he was still weak aligned perfectly with ruthless pragmatism. With the system at his side, Jiang Lin knew his ascent would be meteoric. Soon this era of helplessness would end forever. Then he asked a question that nearly made everyone present choke. How many levels must one attain before hunting an evil deity becomes feasible? The treatment room was enveloped in silence. After a while, Salas glanced at the level 3 paladin before him, somewhat baffled by the latter's unwavering confidence in being able to hunt down an evil god rather than suffering losses from the cult. However, Salas spoke candidly. I'm not sure about that either, as it is beyond my realm of understanding. Then I must strive to become stronger and reach the level where I can understand these matters. Jiang Lin checked his body and, finding no issues, turned to the two people by the bed and asked, "How long have I been unconscious? Has the midterm exam started yet?" Seeing Jiang Lin worry about such matters, the two were at a loss for words. Moreover, considering the context, it seemed he had already set hunting the evil god as his goal. You've been unconscious for 6 hours. The midterm exam at your school has not been postponed due to no injuries and the rental fee issues of the artificial secret realm. A cold, dignified voice rang out from the doorway, and a woman in her 40s appeared. She was dressed in an ivory white robe of the temple, but unlike the ordinary mages like Forrest, her robe's edges were adorned with intricate patterns woven in gold thread, giving it an elegant and noble appearance. Her long silver-gray hair was tied back, and her solemn face bore faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, exuding an aura of dignity and authority. Upon seeing her, the two who had been sitting immediately stood up and bowed, saying, "Your Grace." Jiang Lin was astonished in his heart. Is this the head of the temple in Stone City? He also followed the example of the others, slightly lowering his head and bowing to the lady. "Greetings, Your Grace." The head of the temple showed little reaction, merely nodding slightly with a smile that was friendly yet dignified, saying, "No need for formalities, please sit. I happened to pass by and came to see this talented young man." As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Lin, who felt an immense pressure just from her stare. Is this the pressure of a strong person? Or is it simply the overwhelming force due to her higher level and life tier compared to his own? He raised his head to scrutinize her and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right eye. Soon the shadow of the head of the temple began to blur in his sight. Jiang Lin was shocked. The ability he had just acquired had failed against her. However, upon reflection, it was only natural. After all, Salas, a gold emblem knight, possessed a level 4 strength, while she, as the head managing a city temple, surely had a strength of at least level 6. I don't dare to call myself a genius. I'm just an ordinary student who happened to encounter such an event. Jiang Lin quickly diverted his gaze, no longer looking directly at her to avoid further pain in his right eye. The head of the temple smiled faintly, clearly holding a different opinion about Jiang Lin's words. I believe Salas' speculation is likely correct. After all, you are a paladin with considerable potential and can be seen as a thorn in the side of these cults. You shouldn't belittle yourself. As she approached Jiang Lin's bedside, she said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Cecilia Huashing, the head of the Stone City Temple. It seems you have some thoughts about hunting the evil god." Upon hearing this, the others present felt a bit awkward. After all, it was clear from her words that she had been eavesdropping on their conversation for quite some time, at least since Salas mentioned his speculation. Jiang Lin hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "Your Grace, please forgive my presumption." Cecilia did not intend to mock him, instead encouraging him. "Aiming high is commendable. I've heard that the 7 righteous deities choose some gifted individuals from among their people periodically to become their apostles. If one becomes one of these so-called divine messengers, there might indeed be opportunities to engage in hunting the evil god." Jiang Lin was surprised. He hadn't expected her to share such information with him, a level 3 student. After all, even Salas, a level 4 paladin, seemed unaware of such matters. However, Cecilia added, "Of course, this is merely a rumor. I am not sure if these divine messengers truly exist. It's just that as one ages and lives long enough, one hears many tales." Her words reflected an air of someone who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Jiang Lin was unsure how to respond, opting for silence. He was not familiar with her personality, and if he flattered her randomly at this moment, saying something like she looked very young, it wouldn't quite fit the image of a 15-year-old student. Therefore, he decided to observe Salas and the others' reactions first. Although she appeared to be in her 40s, her actual age was likely much older. After all, the higher the adventurers rank, the longer they tend to live. Someone who looked over 40 years old might actually be several times older. Jiang Lin was not well versed in the internal structure of the temple, but logically individuals capable of achieving such a status in the extraordinary world must be quite exceptional. At this moment, Salas spoke up, asking, "Your Grace, how credible do you think this rumor is?" Cecilia pondered for a moment. This world is vast. The knowledge we possess is merely a fragment of this grand reality. I believe there is a 60 probability that this matter is real, and your speculation about it is also about 40 close to the truth. As she said this, she turned her head and smiled at Jiang Lin. So, young Paladin, you must strive to achieve your goals. Perhaps one day you will truly succeed in slaying a god. Jiang Lin nodded vigorously, feeling a bit of sweat in his palms as he held onto Little Black. The pressure emanating from this head of the temple was immense. Although she spoke to him calmly and even conveyed goodwill, it still made him feel extremely tense. Is this the terror of a high-ranking, strong person? Jiang Lin swallowed hard and continued to listen as the head of the temple spoke. By the way, I heard that a student named Matthew suddenly lost control at the last moment. Do you know anything about this? The head of the temple, Cecilia, looked at Jiang Lin. He was taken aback for a moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and organized his words. It was just a little clever trick. I used a low-level enhancement spell to change its effect to enhance intestinal movement, and then applied it to him, using a positive buff skill that could ignore most defenses. As Jiang Lin calmly explained, the three people present fell into a brief silence, looking at him with strange expressions that made him feel a bit uncomfortable. An eerie silence fell over the room. After a while, this strange silence was finally broken. Cecilia, unsure of how to respond, rubbed her forehead, looking at Jiang Lin, who appeared quite dignified with a mixture of confusion and admiration. She encouraged him, "You truly have talent. I hope you can apply it in the right way. However, since you are a paladin, you likely do not need my concern. I believe you will grow. Considering you have already developed the low-level version of the enhancement spell to this extent, I believe mastering a higher-level enhancement spell should be no problem for you." She then turned to Salas. "Salas, could you please lend this young paladin the skill books for the mid-level and high-level enhancement spells from the temple's library?" Salas nodded in agreement. "Yes." Jiang Lin quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Your Grace." Cecilia raised her hand. "No need for formalities. The enhancement spell has been tested and refined by many sages, and the training sequence from low to high will allow you to master it step by step. It is said that once you fully master each stage of the enhancement spell and reach a certain proficiency, the low, mid, and high-level enhancement spells can merge into a complete version of the enhancement spell, far surpassing the effects of any single one of those skills. However, such capable individuals are quite rare." She looked into Jiang Lin's eyes. "So do you have confidence in meeting this condition?" Jiang Lin felt a bit anxious under her gaze. How could he dare to say no? "I will do my best." He wondered if the head of the temple was testing him. Or was she setting up a trial for him? Cecilia smiled faintly, exchanged a few pleasantries with those present, and then left the treatment room. After she completely exited the treatment room, Jiang Lin, finally, sighed in relief. The pressure she exerted was overwhelming. It was his first encounter with such a powerful being. With Cecilia gone, the treatment room fell into silence once more. They were reluctant to discuss the head of the temple, as she might still be able to hear their conversation outside. At this moment, Salas called out to Forest. "Forest, do you have any orders, sir? Please help young Master Jiang retrieve the skill books for the mid-level and high-level enhancement spells." Understood. As a Gold Emblem staff member, Salas' instruction to Forest was entirely reasonable. However, Forest found it a bit strange why he was asked to do so, considering the temple library was not far away. After a moment of silence, he grasped Salas' deeper intention. He wanted to have a private conversation with Jiang Lin. Thus, Forest obediently left. In the treatment room, only Jiang Lin and Salas remained. "By the way, my cousin holds you in very high regard." Jiang Lin was somewhat puzzled. Who was Salas' cousin? Seeing Jiang Lin's confusion, Salas reminded him, "My name is Salas, and my surname is Caslot." Jiang Lin was taken aback, looking at the golden-eyed paladin before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wait, isn't Anya's surname Caslot? In this world, it is common to refer to others by their first names, only using surnames in formal occasions. Thus, Jiang Lin had become accustomed to calling Anya by her first name and had somewhat forgotten her surname. As for Jiang Lin, he was an orphan since he could remember having no impression of his parents or even his own surname, so he only had a single name. Such situations are not uncommon. Most orphans in this world are like that, having only a single name without a surname. Could it be that Miss Anya is your cousin? Jiang Lin confirmed. "That's right. My cousin mentioned you and spoke of your remarkable swordsmanship talent. That skill Blade of Light was taught to you only yesterday, right?" Hearing this, Jiang Lin felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he had indeed progressed too quickly with the Blade of Light. When facing Matthew today, due to the urgency of the situation, he had to push the skill to its highest proficiency. Moreover, he hadn't held back on using the 7-star Holy Radiant Slash, and Anya could clearly see that his proficiency was definitely beyond perfect. While others might not know, thinking Jiang Lin had trained for a long time, Anya, as the one who provided the skill, surely understood his background. Jiang Lin had only grasped this new swordsmanship skill for a day, yet had reached an extraordinary level. This was indeed quite unusual. Your ability to master swordsmanship to this extent in such a short time makes me somewhat suspicious. Jiang Lin felt tense, but he forced himself to control his muscles and keep his heartbeat at a normal level. Oh, what suspicion? He feigned nonchalance. I wonder, could it be that young Master Jiang has the potential of a sword saint, or perhaps an innate talent related to swords? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin finally felt relieved. However, what followed in Salah's next statement left Jiang Lin utterly astonished. If it is as I suspect, and you possess the qualifications of a sword saint, our Caslot family would very much welcome your joining. Jiang Lin was somewhat taken aback. Wait, what do you mean by joining your family? Salah smiled slightly. Of course I mean it literally. If young Master Jiang is willing to marry into our family, the Caslot family is prepared to invest resources in you. Your current progress is indeed slow, but with sufficient resources that would be entirely manageable. We can hire professional instructors and invest a significant amount of resources to help you break through from level 0 to level 1. Once you break through to level 1, your Paladin breathing technique will no longer be a necessity. With your talent, you can swiftly rise by switching to any breathing technique related to swords. To my knowledge, our Caslot family in Stone City possesses a fragment of the sword breathing technique that could be made available for your use for quite some time. If you can demonstrate even greater talent later on, our Caslot family can leverage its influence to connect you with the current sword saint, introducing you to him as a disciple. P.S. Please help by leaving a positive review. This book is not a mindless leveling story, yet it doesn't suppress combat power either. Those who are reading up to this point know that the protagonist's combat power has been rapidly increasing. Leveling up is at a normal pace, after all, it is only the first week. After the midterm exam, unless there are any special events, once daily training resumes, the pacing will be appropriately adjusted, such as jumping forward a month to discuss what level the protagonist has reached. Currently, there are only 30 chapters. Please be patient. If you look at some of the higher-ranked books, such as those where the protagonist has no money for cultivation, they haven't even reached foundation establishment after over 200 chapters, yet they are still good books. Different books have different rhythms, so do not criticize for slow leveling. At least within level 0, the protagonist's progression maintains a level increase each week. This means that by next month he will reach level 9 and prepare for assessment to advance a tier. If you feel this book is decent, please leave a positive review. I currently have a 35 reading completion rate with 100 words, which at least indicates that the plot is not toxic. Thank you all. P.S. Additionally, I want to emphasize that level does not equate to combat power. This book is not a mindless leveling story, and it is only over 30 chapters long, which in the context of long web novels is merely the beginning stage. Hearing Sarah's words, Jiang Lin was somewhat stunned. Was he really that valuable? Upon hearing these conditions, the Jiang Lin of the past would have been unable to resist. After all, he could marry and gain so many benefits he surely would not refuse. Lin Piaoling lamented his life, feeling regret for not meeting a wise lord. If the Caslot family does not abandon him, Lin is willing to become a son-in-law. However, now Jiang Lin had the confidence from the system, and he knew that his talent was not just in swordsmanship, but in various aspects, so naturally, he would not become a son-in-law. If I marry into the Caslot family, who would I be marrying? Jiang Lin curiously asked. Saras continued to smile gently. Naturally, my first choice would not be my cousin Anya. After all, she is the daughter of the city lord. So you will most likely marry another woman from the family. Of course, she will be around your age. However, if you show enough talent, and if you and my cousin have a solid emotional foundation, I believe the city lord would not refuse. This proposal for Jiang Lin to marry into their family was quite generous, especially for someone without a system. After all, from an outsider's perspective, a guy with high swordsmanship talent, but no ability to level up, isn't he just a waste? Seeing how his sister praised Jiang Lin's talent, Saras was willing to discuss this gamble with the family, betting that Jiang Lin could reach the first level and unleash incredible potential thereafter. So will there be any impact on me after marrying into the family? Saras noticed Jiang Lin's interest and explained, if you marry into our family, you will need to sign a contract with us. This contract is quite complex with many terms I am not entirely clear on. But generally speaking, after marrying and you will be a member of the Caslot family, or whatever you need we can provide. However, if our family requires your help, you will also need to assist the family. Jiang Lin listened to Saras' introduction, nodding thoughtfully. Thank you for your kindness, but I have no intention of this, and I believe that I can reach sufficient heights on my own. Saras looked at Jiang Lin's confident gaze, while recalling his goal of hunting evil gods. Though he did not have much faith in Jiang Lin's aspirations, he did not press him. That is quite a pity, but regardless, the Caslot family will always be your friend. Although Saras was just an elite member of the family, and could not represent the families, well, such verbal goodwill needed to be conveyed. At this moment, as if seeing the end of their conversation, the treatment room's door was pushed open again, and Forrest entered holding 2 somewhat worn skill books. Jiang Lin thanked him and took the books excitedly, running his fingers over the covers. Today was truly a windfall. 2 skills, 1 increase in times the goodwill of many staff at the temple, and most importantly, a potential filled time abyss. Aside from nearly dying, everything else was not a major issue. Jiang Lin was unclear whether this evil god was here to harm him or to provide warmth. It seemed that Xiao He was the same. Not only did it bring him rewards for completing tasks, but it also gifted him a legendary title. Furthermore, Xiao He was a learning machine capable of unlimited loans, pointing to wherever he lacked. Looking at it this way, these evil gods were his lucky stars. By the way, what level of powerhouse is the Temple Lord? Jiang Lin asked curiously. For a city the size of Giant Stone City, the minimum requirement for the Temple Lord is level 6, while our Temple Lord is a level 7 powerhouse. If she levels up again and has sufficient qualifications, she can go to manage other larger cities. Of course, she can also choose to stay here, but unless she has a deep affection for a city, most Temple Lords will go to other cities after leveling up. Saras explained. A level 7 powerhouse. Jiang Lin had no idea how long it would take him to reach such a realm. If he could cling to her thigh, it would surely ensure his safety for a considerable time. Jiang Lin conversed with the two present for a while longer before they left. However, before leaving, Saras said to Jiang Lin, "You are quite injured, so perhaps you should skip the midterm exam and take a good rest these couple of days." However, Jiang Lin shook his head saying, "This little injury is nothing. I want to spar with more opponents of the same level to hone my skills." Jiang Lin certainly would not miss this opportunity. After all, as long as someone actively sought him out, he could basically trigger a temporary task and gain more chances to improve his skills. Having fought a battle with an evil god warrior of level 4 and emerged unscathed, wasn't facing other students of the same level like playing with children. One could say that although his ego was slightly dampened after receiving praise from a level 4 powerhouse and a level 7 powerhouse, Jiang Lin felt a bit buoyant again. Then before you leave, let the priest check you first. Seeing Jiang Lin so determined, Saras no longer persuaded him, but instead reminded him and handed him a bracelet. This is your identification bracelet for the exam. It contains your identity information for use during the exam. My cousin asked your teacher for it, then had someone pass it to me. She said that after you woke up you would probably want to participate in the midterm exam. Oh, and she also said that if time permits she can team up with you. Jiang Lin took the bracelet somewhat surprised and touched. Xiaoya is truly a good person. I will definitely help her win this time. After the two left, Jiang Lin examined the two skill books in his hands. He still had 3 skills to learn, namely the 2 intermediate and advanced magic spells in hand, and the intermediate combat skill stored at school. He opened the system panel, taking advantage of being in the temple's treatment room, where the priests could heal him for any situation. He decided to use the remaining chance to specify a skill upgrade. As for the skill, he had long decided it would be the most fundamental and important one, the Paladin breathing technique. Paladin breathing technique, limit breakthrough 01, limit breakthrough 11. The next moment, a vast amount of memories surged in, and Jiang Lin once again found himself in the space where he practiced the Paladin breathing technique. However, unlike the last time when he only grasped it at a proficient level, this time, he had mastered this skill to an extraordinary degree. Upon arriving here for the first time, Jiang Lin felt a bit lost. He did not know what else he could practice now that he had raised his proficiency to the highest level. However, muscle memory compelled him to sit cross-legged again and began to operate the Paladin breathing technique. Yet this sitting lasted for countless years. The sun and moon raced like mad above him, and Jiang Lin repeatedly practiced the breathing technique he was so familiar with. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 years passed. Jiang Lin opened his weary eyes. He had transformed from a youth into a middle-aged man. He did not know how to progress further, nor did he understand what this so-called limit breakthrough truly meant. But at this point, he could only continue to mechanically and numbly repeat this breathing technique. Time passed again, and another 20 years slipped by. Jiang Lin sat in place, and due to the long period without any progress, his heart felt like a candle burning with a flame, having consumed most of the wick, leaving only the last flicker of flame struggling to stay alive. Yet as time continued to pass in the long and torturous years, this last flicker of flame also could not escape the fate of being extinguished, eventually dying out bit by bit, plunging his heart into an endless darkness. At this moment, Jiang Lin felt like a hollow person mechanically operating the Paladin breathing technique, repetitively carrying out the same actions over and over. He thought that perhaps his direction had been wrong from the start. Maybe breaking through the Paladin breathing technique to its limit did not require endless repetitions. However, he had now burned out, unable to produce any other thoughts, and even began to hope for a swift end to this torment. Yet such thoughts were indeed naive. Based on past experiences, if he could not level this skill to its maximum in this life, the system would reset time, allowing him to return to his youth and continue refining this skill. As time slowly passed, Jiang Lin quickly became an old man on the verge of death, passing away without any surprise. Time reset, memories returned, and Jiang Lin found himself young again, once more mechanically operating this skill. At this moment, his heart felt completely hollow, as if he had given up on thought and ideals, pouring all his body and mind into the Paladin breathing technique. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it was due to the number of trials being sufficient, or perhaps Jiang Lin had a sudden insight. During one operation of the Paladin breathing technique, a glimmer of light flashed in Jiang Lin's heart. However, this glimmer vanished in an instant, and Jiang Lin was unable to capture it, so he had to give up. So Jiang Lin once again practiced the breathing technique, and this time a glimmer of light unexpectedly flashed in his heart. Although he still could not capture it, it undoubtedly gave him hope. As long as time is long enough and the attempts are numerous enough, he would surely capture that glimmer of light sooner or later. This reignited the flame in Jiang Lin's heart that had long been extinguished, gradually starting to burn again like dead ashes coming back to life. As time passed slowly, although Jiang Lin might be somewhat clumsy and his talent somewhat lacking through countless attempts, he finally caught that glimmer of light. The next moment it felt as if his entire body was baptized in holy light. Warmth, peace, tranquility. Jiang Lin felt like a child held in his mother's embrace, healed by the warmest harbor in the world. This was the power of the light element. Jiang Lin felt that at this moment, he could almost hear the light element's whispers in the air. At this time, the second Jiang Lin had also become an old man nearing death. Acquired talent, heart of a child, heart of a child. Although you do not possess an inherently pure heart that is accepted by the light elements, your persistent efforts and determination have finally moved them, allowing the light elements to accept your existence. You are their child. They are like your mother, offering you help and healing. Although they may not do well, they unconditionally stand by your side. You have comprehended the essence of the Paladin breathing technique, and the Paladin breathing technique breaks through its limits. Paladin breathing technique, extraordinary limit break. The next moment Jiang Lin opened his eyes, and with countless memories flooding into his mind, the talent named Heart of a Child was etched into his body. Although the system had compressed it, erasing a large portion of concepts regarding time, this vast amount of memories still caused Jiang Lin's brain to crash, leading him to faint. Xiaohei looked at the boy who had suddenly fallen asleep and helplessly waved his paw in front of him. Wasn't he just full of ambition a moment ago? Why is he now out cold? Meow, meow, meow. Drowsily waking up again, it was already midnight. His body felt warm and his mind was not as painfully sharp as it was when he first received the shock. Jiang Lin could now keenly perceive the light elements in the air, clearly sensing their movements 100 times stronger than before. At this moment, the light elements in the air were slowly entering Jiang Lin's body, nourishing his spirit and alleviating his mental strain. Is this the ability of Heart of a Child? Jiang Lin pondered. However, since it was already midnight, the amount of light elements in the air had significantly decreased, making the overall healing effect pitifully small, even akin to a drop in the bucket. But it was still considered healing, and it could continuously provide, especially when Jiang Lin was unconscious and unnoticed, it could slowly heal him. Thank you. Jiang Lin conveyed this thought, which was his exclusive communication channel with the light elements. As soon as he finished transmitting, he himself was taken aback. Was this the influence of Heart of a Child on him? However, the sparse light elements in the air appeared very pleased upon receiving Jiang Lin's response. Although they were not living beings and had no consciousness, they slightly fluctuated and naturally gravitated towards this life form they felt close to. Jiang Lin secretly shook his head and continued to observe his own changes. The skill displayed a realm named Limit Breakthrough, and he wondered if there were higher levels beyond this limit break. Additionally, he had acquired a talent called Heart of a Child, which made Jiang Lin contemplate. Did he gain this talent because he broke through his limits, or was it because he obtained this talent that the skill could break through its limits? Curious, he thought of checking some reference materials to see if there were records of those who truly possessed a heart of a child. However, Jiang Lin thought again and felt it would be a waste of time. It would be better to run through the breathing technique a few more times. He would consider the next skill's limit break later and observe a few more times to summarize the patterns. After all, the sample size was too small to draw any conclusions. What changes would his Paladin breathing technique undergo after breaking through its limits? Jiang Lin tried to run it once, but after finishing he found it was not much different from before, only the efficiency seemed to have improved quite a bit, roughly by 50%. Moreover, the speed at which he captured the light elements in the air had also increased significantly compared to before. With this in mind, Jiang Lin stopped running the breathing technique. However, this efficiency improvement ultimately made Jiang Lin feel somewhat cheated, considering he had practiced for a whole 2 lifetimes under the memories provided by the system. Jiang Lin rose slowly, incredulous, and bounced twice on the bed, sensing the steady, unwavering flow of mantic energy coursing through his body, utterly free of turbulence or instability. A surge of exhilaration swept through Jiang Lin as he turned his inner gaze inward. An uncontrollable smile spread across his face. Xiaohei watched him warily, its expression uncannily reminiscent of a round-faced elder cat. This boy's gone mad again, bouncing, laughing. Could it be that his recent unconsciousness was in fact a rebirth? Xiaohei recalled a vernacular novel it had once fished from a classmate's backpack during a late-night study session. Xiaohei felt as though it had been thoroughly corrupted by the tropes of such novels. Ignoring the feline deep in its own bewildered contemplation, Jiang Lin assessed the operational efficiency of the Holy Night breathing technique, now spontaneously active after breaking its former limits. Though only half as efficient as before, this passive operation was already extraordinary. After all, it now ran ceaselessly without pause or intervention. Moreover, Jiang Lin discovered that if he devoted even a sliver of conscious attention to guiding and synchronizing his breath with the technique's rhythm, its passive efficiency could soar to 100%. Yet under this heightened state, Jiang Lin could not engage in cognitively demanding tasks, learning new knowledge, or wielding unfamiliar skills. But walking, eating, and physical training posed no difficulty whatsoever. Only then did Jiang Lin allow himself a truly satisfied smile. 2 lifetimes, none of it wasted. Originally, he had stood on the cusp of ascending to level 4, but the incident with the abyssal deity had delayed his breakthrough. Once he confirmed his condition was fully stable and free of complications, Jiang Lin settled back into the lotus position and resumed the breathing technique. Moments later, he paused once more and rose to his feet. Just as Xiao He brimmed with confusion, Jiang Lin lifted it gently into his arms, turned, and strode out, seeking the on-duty priest for a medical examination before departing with Xiao He in tow. "Boy, where are you off to?" Jiang Lin did not glance back as he replied, "I'll train within the cathedral precincts. I fear missing tomorrow's assembly, so I'm heading straight to the Phantom Forest trial realm on the city's western edge to await them." Without the identity armband granted by Sarlaz, Jiang Lin would have needed to report first to the academy at dawn, receive the armband, and then join the main contingent. Now, however, he could journey under cover of night toward the Phantom Forest. The night lay thick as ink, studded only sparsely with stars across the vaulted sky. Jiang Lin walked steadily through the hushed streets of Stone Giant City. Silence reigned, only the occasional clank of patrolling guards' iron-shod boots echoed across the cobblestones, like the slow measured pulse of the city's slumbering heart. The further west he went, the fewer lights gleamed. Moonlight stretched long slanting shadows from the tightly shuttered workshops lining both sides of the street, while here and there faint amber halos glowed from enchanted crystal lanterns. With each step, Jiang Lin refined his breathing, acclimating himself to this novel mode of practice. The holy night breathing technique operated autonomously. Trace mantic energy in the air coalesced into delicate streams, then condensed into droplets that fell into the small vessel within his body, raising its liquid level ever so slightly. Xiao He finally sensed something amiss. "How can you practice the breathing technique while walking?" Hearing those words at last, Jiang Lin allowed himself a quiet inward smile. Yet his expression remained utterly unchanged as he replied, "Once mastery reaches a certain threshold, active cultivation seamlessly transitions into passive operation. Surely you know this." "Ah, of course. Given your aptitude, you've likely never encountered knowledge of this caliber." At those familiar words, Xiao He nearly twisted its nose in indignation. Its feline face contorted in silent fury. Without uttering a sound, it pondered, could he truly have been reborn? Xiao He suddenly yearned to pry open Jiang Lin's skull, not out of malice but sheer curiosity, to see whether some celestial treasure dwelled within. After all, in every vernacular novel it had read protagonists who returned to their youth invariably bore divine artifacts in their minds, artifacts that accelerated their ascension. Shaking its head, Xiao He reflected upon itself. Have I spent too long in the company of fools, and thus begun to think like one? Such absurd notions. It decided this was deeply unbecoming, and placed full blame squarely upon Jiang Lin. Yes, entirely his fault, meow. Seeing Xiao He fall silent, Jiang Lin proceeded with quiet satisfaction, casually activating the perfected art of qi concealment to mask the subtle fluctuations of his mantic absorption. He retained a vague memory of this artificial trial realm, and having previously memorized Stone Giant City's complete cartography, navigation proved effortless. He halted before a warped spatial rift veiled by a shimmering magical barrier. A night shift attendant noticed Jiang Lin gazing intently at the barrier and assumed he was an adventurer arriving for a hunt. "This area is temporarily restricted. Please return in a few days. Tomorrow several academies will hold examinations here. The realm has been leased for several days." "Sir, is this the artificial trial realm known as the Phantom Forest?" Jiang Lin called out. "Yes, it is. And who are you calling uncle? Am I really that old?" "My apologies, brother. I mistook you in the darkness. I'm a student taking tomorrow's exam, and I arrived early to avoid being late." "You're a student? Ahem, well, I misjudged. Wait, why arrive so early if the sun has barely set?" It hadn't even been dark for long. In the gloom, the night attendant failed to discern Jiang Lin's youthful features, mistaking him instead for a seasoned professional adventurer. He was stunned to learn the visitor was not only a student but had arrived at this hour. Surely it wasn't even midnight yet. What possible reason could there be for coming so early? Puzzled, the attendant watched as Jiang Lin approached his guard booth. "I cultivate wherever I am. Training here suits me better than waiting at the academy," Jiang Lin explained calmly. The attendant eyed him warily. "Cultivate anywhere. Don't you rest." As he spoke, his hand slid quietly toward the sentry whistle, ready to summon patrol guards at a moment's notice. At this hour, a strangely composed youth appearing without warning would unsettle anyone. Yet Jiang Lin seemed utterly unaware of how unnerving he appeared, continuing unperturbed, "Rest. Brother, haven't you heard? Once proficiency in a breathing technique reaches sufficient depth, sleep becomes unnecessary." The attendant stared, baffled and skeptical, yet Jiang Lin pressed on. "Incidentally, only those blessed with exceptional talent achieve such mastery at a primary magical academy, so it's perfectly understandable you've never heard of it. Few ever reach this tier." Jiang Lin remarked this with feigned nonchalance. With the holy night breathing technique now transcending its limits into passive operation, his spirit soared. He'd gladly strike up conversation with a stray dog. And with passive cultivation now active, he felt no guilt in pausing formal practice, even momentarily. The attendant studied him suspiciously, silently asking, "Are you truly a prodigy?" "Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the top student of the Holy Light Primary Magical Academy." Jiang Lin cleared his throat. Indeed, the very bottom of the list was still technically the top. The attendant stared stunned. The Holy Light Academy ranked among Stone Giant City's most prestigious institutions. Could this youth truly be its valedictorian? He had never imagined such prowess in someone so young. The attendant was an ordinary man, once enrolled in a primary magical academy, but lacking sufficient aptitude to progress beyond level 4. He never passed the entrance exam for the intermediate academy. So he chose security work, a pragmatic path sparing himself 3 decades of futile struggle. Jiang Lin had activated the perfected art of chi concealment, rendering his true cultivation level imperceptible to the attendant, whose limited perception simply registered overwhelming superiority. If Jiang Lin meant harm, he would hardly linger for idle chatter, and besides, he was merely a youth of tender years. What malicious intent could he possibly harbor? The attendant relaxed his grip on the whistle, his tone softening. Having guarded this trial realm's entrance for years, he'd met countless adventurers, and knew well that prodigious students held boundless potential. He accepted Jiang Lin's claim without doubt, arriving a full day early out of fear of missing the assembly fit perfectly with his preconceived image of eccentric geniuses. "Ah, you're a distinguished scholar from Holy Light Academy. I'm the night watchman here. Call me Old Luo." Ordinarily, he'd ignore such inquiries, but given Jiang Lin's status, he dared not risk offending a future luminary. "Say, Brother Luo, could you tell me about this trial realm?" Jiang Lin steered the conversation to its purpose. All prior posturing had been mere prelude. His real aim was gathering intelligence about the examination grounds. Unlike his past life, this world possessed no smartphones or computers, no instant access to information. Knowledge flowed only through oral transmission or painstaking research in texts. Fortuitously encountering a staff member stationed at the trial realm, and having ample time, he seized the opportunity to inquire directly. The Phantom Forest Trial Realm is an artificial construct meticulously modeled after the outer fringes of the true Phantom Forest, located hundreds of li west of the city. Its monsters are significantly weaker, and its zones are strictly partitioned, ensuring zero-tier areas contain no one-tier beasts nor one-tier zones any two-tier predators. Thus, its safety margin is high, ideal for novice adventurers seeking authentic wilderness combat experience. Many newly graduated adventurers, or fledgling adventuring parties, train here to hone coordination. Earlier, I mistook you for one of them. Jiang Lin nodded thoughtfully, then listened as Old Luo continued, "But hosting student examinations here is unprecedented. Rumor says it's modeled after practices in larger metropolises. I hear some elite magical academies in those great cities even command entire trial realms exclusively. How extravagantly powerful." Indeed, Jiang Lin delivered this line with perfect deadpan gravity. Old Luo observed his expression closely as he voiced this condemnation of the obscenely wealthy. This boy likely came from wealth. A destitute youth, given his earlier demeanor, would surely have joined the critique rather than offering such perfunctory agreement. Old Luo's conviction in Jiang Lin's genius deepened accordingly. Recalling Jiang Lin's stature, he leaned in and lowered his voice. "Also, since this is the trial realm's inaugural academic examination, arcane engineers have been adjusting its arrays daily. I overheard fellow staff say they've temporarily relocated all high-tier monsters, leaving the entire realm vacant, plus implemented a concentric elimination mechanism, gradually shrinking the safe zone. Supposedly, this forces students to converge and engage in competitive trials." Old Luo shared everything he knew. Jiang Lin nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Brother Luo." "Ah, Brother Luo, do you happen to have a map of this realm?" After brief deliberation and weighing Jiang Lin's credentials, Old Luo retrieved a map from his desk drawer. "This marks hazardous zones and distinct monster territories. Our guard station possesses only one copy. Please examine it carefully and return it promptly. It's not for lending." Basic maps abounded, but this one was the guard station's proprietary synthesis, compiled from decades of observations by countless adventurers. Ordinarily, they transcribed copies onto basic maps and sold them to adventurers entering the realm, generating a tidy side income. Jiang Lin thanked Old Luo and accepted the map, committing its details to memory. 10 minutes later, he returned the map and settled into the lotus position, immersing himself completely in the holy night breathing technique. Perhaps it was a trick of the dim light, but Old Luo fancied he saw Jiang Lin glowing faintly where he sat. Could this truly be the radiance of genius? Time slipped away until dawn broke. The eastern horizon blushed with pale light, dispelling the night's chill and gilding the warped barrier at the Phantom Forest Trial Realm's entrance with a soft golden sheen. Jiang Lin had sat motionless throughout the night, maintaining the breathing technique's precise rhythmic cadence without falter. Watching the deepening night yield to twilight, then sunrise. Watching this youth remain utterly still, Old Luo felt genuine awe stir within him. Even in sleep, remaining motionless for so long would cause discomfort. Yet Jiang Lin sat as though untouched by time or strain. At last, Old Luo grasped the profound weight behind Jiang Lin's words, "I cultivate wherever I am." No wonder he stood first, had he possessed such dedication in his youth. As crowds thickened, Stone Giant City roused itself, its immense deliberate machinery resuming its daily rhythm. Soon the first wave of students arrived, youthful, fresh-faced, stirring nostalgic echoes in old Luo's memory of his own youth. They were not students of the Holy Light Primary Magical Academy, but of the Stone Giant Magical Academy. Nearly 400 strong gathered under their class teacher's guidance, assembling at a designated spot to await the official commencement of the examination. Students exchanged news they'd heard the previous evening. Hey, did you hear about what happened at Holy Light Academy yesterday? I did. A cultist consumed by envy summoned an abyssal deity into himself and hunted that student relentlessly. Right? Even the Golden Radiance Knights of the cathedral couldn't stop him. They were utterly overwhelmed. Terrifying. Hey, have you heard something even more chilling? What? That very student, the one they envied, somehow survived the abyssal deity's pursuit. And he's in our year. So, we'll encounter him during the exam. Yes, but rumor says he's gravely injured and hospitalized. Let's hope he doesn't attend. Fingers crossed. If he does show up, I pray I don't cross paths with him. I can't imagine what kind of relentless force he must be. Just then someone spotted Jiang Lin seated roadside deep in meditative breathwork. A genuine question arose. What's that show-off doing over there? This statement immediately caught the attention of many students. A handsome young man was seen sitting cross-legged in front of the security courtyard practicing breathing techniques in solitude, contrasting sharply with the noisy students from the Stone Magic Academy who were chatting around. He looks about our age, he must be here for the exam too. But he doesn't belong to our school, I wonder which school's talent he is from. Is he really taking the time to cultivate? Not putting in the effort normally, and now he's in a rush. Exactly pretending to practice there, how could he focus in such a noisy environment? He must be pretending to meditate, actually eavesdropping on our discussions, fantasizing about being admired by others. The students spoke, dismissively returning to their discussion about the Glory Magic Academy. Hey, do you know who the person being hunted is? What's his name? My cousin studies at the Glory Magic Academy. If I remember correctly, I think it's Jiang Lin. Then I must be careful of that person named Jiang Lin in the secret realm later. True, anyone who can survive in such an assassination definitely isn't someone we can afford to offend. Amidst the chatter of the students, one figure fixed her gaze upon Jiang Lin. She was a delicately featured girl, though not as stunning as Anya, she was still a school beauty. She had a pair of emerald green eyes and wore exquisite earrings. The classmates around her seemed to regard her with great respect, their gazes filled with a hint of awe. This was the top student of the Stone Magic Academy, Lena Greenwood, a level 9 priest. Although her profession was that of a priest, those who knew her did not look down on her because of it. Instead, they seemed a bit fearful. Her own aura exuded a certain chill that kept others at bay. At this moment, she was staring intently at Jiang Lin, seemingly lost in thought. What's up, Sister Lena? What are you looking at? At this moment, another girl appeared, her clear eyes equally delicate. Unlike Lena's cool demeanor, this girl appeared much more lively. She bounced over and hugged Lena. Her name was Eve, a level 9 summoner, and the second in her grade at the Stone Magic Academy, as well as Lena's friend. That person seems a bit strange, Lena said, pointing at Jiang Lin not far away. What's strange about him? Eve blinked her big eyes, looking at Jiang Lin. He's just an obvious target. My family has already gathered intelligence on the other two schools. None of the top 10 students there are like him. It's nothing to be concerned about. Eve said, sounding proud. It seemed her family had some influence assisting their child in researching competitors from other schools. Lena shook her head. I'm not talking about his strength, it just seems that the light element is particularly close to him, she remarked. As a priest, she had conducted extensive research on light magic, making her sensitive to light elements. She furrowed her brow deep in thought, as if trying to recall relevant literature. I remember there is a type of physique that resembles this situation, but I can't recall it at the moment. Oh, come on, Lena. Our duo will surely secure victory in the competition, right? Eve said confidently. Yes, but I rarely have experience fighting alongside others, Lena replied, withdrawing her gaze and ceasing to pay attention to Jiang Lin while responding to Eve. It was a bit strange for her to say this, considering her profession as a priest whose role generally focuses on support. A priest of her level should be quite adept at teamwork. At this time, the other two junior magic academies also arrived. Besides the well-known Glory Junior Magic Academy, there was also the Morning Star Junior Magic Academy. Although both schools arrived around the same time, it was evident that the Glory Magic Academy was the focus of everyone's attention. After all, the thousands of students present had all witnessed the incident, making it impossible for the school or the temple to conceal it. They could only verbally instruct not to spread rumors until the situation was clarified, but inevitably someone would leak the information, and the instructions could only temporarily alleviate the spread of misinformation. However, the temple did not genuinely wish to suppress the news. The incident occurred in the morning, and by the afternoon, newspapers reporting the slaying of an evil gods-possessed cultist by a fourth-tier knight had already been released. This morning's news had even appeared on the front pages of many other cities. As for the explanation and motives, they were the first set that Salas had told Jiang Lin yesterday. The grade directors of the three schools met and exchanged pleasantries. Oh, Director Vales, I heard your school hasn't been very peaceful lately. The speaker was a middle-aged man with silver hair meticulously styled into a slick back. He was Horn, the grade director of the Star Magic Academy, and appeared quite amiable. Despite that incident at your esteemed school, you still came to participate in this joint examination. Your spirit is truly commendable, remarked Miss Bova, the grade director of the Stone Magic Academy. She wore a deep blue robe, her slightly graying hair neatly tied up, appearing dignified and serious. Her speech was also considerably more formal than Director Horn. Director Vales shook his head. Oh, this joint examination is a rare opportunity. It's the first secret realm assessment that our Stone City is hosting. We must seize this chance for our school to participate. He represented the Glory Magic Academy, and he had been present when the incident occurred yesterday. Recalling the feeling of helplessness when facing the student possessed by the evil god, he sighed. It's just that the student who was attacked. Although his life is not in danger, he has sustained serious injuries and will likely be unable to participate in this assessment. I heard he usually works very hard and values this assessment greatly. It's a pity he missed such a good opportunity. Horn chuckled. Oh, Director Vales, I heard that student is at the bottom of your school's rankings. To be honest, his participation wouldn't make much of a difference. He probably wouldn't last a day before being eliminated. Oh, perhaps it's a blessing in disguise. As a senior figure from another school, Horn naturally had more insight into the details of this incident. However, upon hearing this, Director Vales remained silent. He had been present yesterday and witnessed the skills that Jiang Lin had displayed. While other students might not have noticed, given that these skills had been easily countered by Matthew as a level 3 adventurer, he could certainly feel the terrifying might and energy emanating from Jiang Lin's swordplay. Director Vales, it seems your students are getting a bit restless, Ms. Bova remarked at that moment. Everyone turned to see a group of students gathered near the security booth in the distance. Hey, Jiang Lin is actually here. No way, didn't he get killed by that cultist yesterday? Killed? Nonsense. He was merely seriously injured. Didn't you see all those priests on the scene? It would be hard for him to actually die, but he's quite unfortunate to have been targeted by that cultist. I didn't expect him to be cultivating in such a place, but somehow it feels oddly fitting, perfectly aligning with the characteristics of their night owl circle. The crowd was buzzing with chatter, while Jiang Lin remained unmoved. The old guard who had just finished his night shift found this scene a bit strange. What were these students murmuring about? Wasn't he just cultivating? What was so interesting about that? He glanced at Jiang Lin, who was sitting still on the ground. This kid, even with his classmates arriving, didn't bother to get up and join them. No wonder he came here to cultivate. Maybe if he practiced at home, he'd forget to go to school. He approached Jiang Lin, intending to remind this young man to get up before leaving, but unexpectedly the aura surrounding Jiang Lin suddenly changed. From Jiang Lin's perspective, as the last drop of liquid gathered, the small bowl within him finally filled up. Level 34 health points, 85009000, mental power 6, 3006, 400. At this moment, Jiang Lin's aura no longer concealed itself, breaking through the cover of concealed breath and releasing the magical fluctuations belonging to level 4. Having progressed from level 1 to level 3 took him 3 years. Yet it took him only 1 week to move from level 3 to level 4. The level increase also indicated that his life force had entered a new stage with slight enhancements in various basic attributes. Furthermore, if he completed today's daily tasks, his health points could reach the level of 1000. This was already the minimum standard for an ordinary level 10 melee profession. Level up, detecting that the host's current mental power level can withstand the effects of enhanced neural reflex speed. Would you like to accept this reward? Jiang Lin hesitated for a moment before choosing yes. It was still relatively safe outside, so he decided to wait until later to enter and collect it, fearing he wouldn't have enough time to adapt. Meanwhile, the old guard, feeling the magical fluctuations emanating from Jiang Lin, was momentarily stunned. Huh, this top student. Why does he seem to be on my level? He had just prepared to pat Jiang Lin on the shoulder, but his hand hesitated in the air and then retracted as he asked the nearby students. Hey classmates, which school are you from? The student being asked replied curiously, we're from the Glory Junior Magic Academy. Is that student sitting there from your school? Yes, why? The student became vigilant. Who is your school's top student? It's Miss Anya, she's over there. The student pointed in a certain direction. Amidst the noisy crowd, there was a group of distinctive individuals forming a small circle. They were sitting in a circle, some reciting spells, others cultivating, seemingly trying to seize every moment to enhance their strength. The old guard looked at this scene somewhat dazed. It seemed that cultivating anytime and anywhere was not just this kid's peculiar habit. Do you know this kid's ranking? The old guard asked quietly, in case Jiang Lin was formerly the top student or something. The student pondered for a moment before replying. He seemed to have been at the bottom of the grade. Apparently, he was the only level 2 student in the entire school before. But it's unclear now, considering it's been so long since the last monthly exam. Upon hearing this, the old guard's expression darkened. How could someone at the bottom dare to claim to be the top? What a waste of expressions. If he had known, he wouldn't have bothered with the other party. He glanced at Jiang Lin, noticing that the latter had opened his eyes, though he seemed to be in a daze at the scene before him. This wasn't Jiang Lin's fault. After the system enhanced his neural reflex speed, the entire world appeared to him at 0.5 times speed, significantly increasing his mental energy consumption. At the same time as Time Abyss, I also saw that all the students in front of him had double images. Initially, it was manageable with only 2 or 3 people, but as the crowd increased, his vision began to blur, especially now that his neural reflex speed had just been enhanced. Helplessly, he could only temporarily close his right eye, ignoring the effects of the time abyss eye, and focused on adapting to the current neural reflex speed. At that moment, a slightly plump middle-aged man approached with a friendly smile, asking, "Jiang Lin, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to rest for a few more days at the temple?" This person was none other than Director Vales of the Glory Magic Academy. Jiang Lin, recognizing his school's grade director, explained, "Sir, I have fully recovered from my injuries and am ready for battle. I want to engage with more opponents to enhance my combat skills." Hearing this, Director Vales looked into Jiang Lin's sincere eyes and inexplicably felt that his words came from the heart, evidently the effect of childlike heart fake. He appreciatively patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder. "Oh, young Jiang, your diligence is commendable. I'm sure you will achieve excellent results." Jiang Lin nodded and said nonchalantly, "Yes, I'll take first place and showcase our school's strength." Upon hearing this, Director Vales was somewhat surprised, not expecting Jiang Lin to be so confident. However, recalling the sword energies that Jiang Lin had displayed the day before, even though he had only used them once or twice, he could already infer a lot. Thinking of this, he took out a ring from his bag and showed it to Jiang Lin, saying, "This space ring has a storage capacity of 20 cubic meters. The school intends to reward it to our school's top student. If you achieve a top 10 ranking this time, I will personally gift you a matching ring." Jiang Lin was somewhat taken aback, feeling that the other party was underestimating him. "If I take first place, do I receive one ring or two?" Jiang Lin asked directly. "If you take first place, aside from the school's reward, I will personally gift you a high-tier skill," Vale said with a smile. Jiang Lin calculated in his mind. A 20 cubic meter space ring was worth about 200 gold, and a high-tier skill was at least worth 100 gold. With this deal, he could earn at least 300 gold. Of course, this required him to secure first place. Since he had never fought against Anya in her full strength, Jiang Lin was unaware of their true combat power. However, when he entered the secret realm, with 2 days' time, his health points could reach at least 11000. In such a state, Jiang Lin truly couldn't see how he could lose. Seeing Jiang Lin's serious expression as he pondered, it seemed he was truly calculating how much he could earn. Wirs chuckled, "Haha, confidence is a good thing. Besides the school's rewards, there are also rewards from the Sacred Hall for this joint examination, but we have to wait for the Temple Master to announce them. The requirements are different though. You need to rank highly among the 3 schools to qualify." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell into deep thought. "All right, prepare well. I'll be leaving now." With that, Director Wirs waved and departed. The crowd held their breath as they saw the grade director approaching. At this stage, students were still somewhat wary of teachers, and Director Wirs was known for his strict demeanor, so everyone hesitated to approach him. Many looked at Jiang Lin with admiration, respecting how he spoke to the school leaders, and even dared to make such requests. Old Luo regarded Jiang Lin with a strange look, never expecting that Jiang Lin actually knew the school's leaders. In his eyes, the leadership of the Magic Academy were significant figures. At least their social status was far superior to that of a small security guard like him. Thinking of this, Old Luo slightly forgave Jiang Lin for deceiving him earlier. "Hey brother Luo, you are off work now," Jiang Lin said, patting Old Luo on the shoulder. "Yahaha, that's right, I'm off work." Old Luo chuckled awkwardly. "By the way, brother Luo, is there anywhere nearby to eat? I haven't had a meal yet." Jiang Lin rubbed his empty stomach. It had been almost a day since he last ate, and he was indeed quite hungry. "If you go that way, there's a noodle shop that's quite good." Old Luo sighed inwardly. After weighing it in his mind for a moment, he still chose not to expose Jiang Lin's lie. At his age, he could speak such grandiose words without batting an eye, and even establish connections with the school's leaders. He must possess some special qualities. Moreover, the current situation was quite clear. He must know that Jiang Lin was aware of the truth, yet could speak to him without a change in expression. Such audacity suggested that even if Jiang Lin didn't go far on the path of an adventurer, he could succeed in other aspects. Old Luo reminisced about his life, lamenting that he was indeed too cowardly and mediocre. "Let's go, I'll grab some breakfast, my treat." He thought for a moment before speaking. The trials of life had not made him stronger. They had merely smoothed his edges, teaching him to assess the situation and weigh pros and cons, which is the reality for many ordinary people. "Great. Thank you, brother Luo." Jiang Lin did not decline and accepted with a smile. Hearing their conversation, a nearby student became anxious. "Wait, I call him uncle, and Jiang Lin calls him brother. Does that mean I'm automatically lesser than Jiang Lin?" The noodle shop indeed had a delightful taste. The noodles, drizzled with fragrant oil, had a good texture, and the steam from the soup dispelled the chill of the night. Jiang Lin and Old Luo chatted while eating, and after finishing, Jiang Lin waved goodbye to Old Luo. Throughout the process, Jiang Lin was slowly adapting to the enhanced speed of his nerve reflexes. This time, the enhancement of his nerve reflex speed did not double his action speed immediately. Instead, it allowed him to fully control his body muscles, maximizing the agility his current physique could exhibit. His action speed had indeed increased significantly, but it was not a linear improvement. Many abilities don't progress linearly. The difficulty increases the further you go, gradually escalating to an exponential climb. There are still many good people in the world," Jiang Lin remarked, patting his full stomach. "Ultimately, bad people like Matthew are the minority." On the way back to his team, Jiang Lin passed by 2 other schools and overheard them discussing yesterday's incident. He even faintly heard his own name, causing a chill to run down his spine. How does everyone already know about this? Jiang Lin slowed his pace, eavesdropping on their conversation. Soon he felt relieved. After all, the Radiant Magic Academy had so many students watching, and given that such an incident occurred, the newspapers surely couldn't ignore it. Looks like I need to pay more attention to the newspapers in the future. Upon returning to the area where his school was located, some students who hadn't seen Jiang Lin before were quite surprised. However, Jiang Lin ignored them and headed straight towards the area where Anya and the others were. He noticed that there were significantly more people than before. I wonder if I have gained some credit for the battle against the evil god. Jiang Lin spotted Tai Chun and found that he had actually started practicing the breathing technique. However, judging by the magical fluctuations around him, Tai Chun clearly struggled to concentrate in such a noisy environment. So he patted Tai Chun on the shoulder. "Oi kid, did anything happen after I left yesterday?" Tai Chun opened his eyes, and seeing that it was his deskmate, and that he was fine, he couldn't help but rejoice. "Old Jiang, I knew you were okay. What would they said you were dead, but I didn't believe it." Tai Chun made an exaggerated expression, but it was clear he knew Jiang Lin was fine. Jiang Lin felt a darkness before his eyes. He had heard people discussing topics like Jiang Lin is dead when he arrived. Who was spreading such false information? "How did you start practicing the breathing technique?" Jiang Lin asked. Tai Chun smiled slightly, showing a smug expression. "I've crammed all the foundational cultural lessons. For this cultural exam, I'm confident I can pass. Oh, really, good luck. By the way, after I left yesterday, did the teacher or school announce any new rules or mention any points to be aware of?" Jiang Lin returned to the main topic. Tai Chun pondered for a moment, then revealed a wise expression. "I think they mentioned something, but I was busy practicing questions yesterday and didn't hear. You can ask someone else." Jiang Lin was speechless and decided to ignore Tai Chun. He scanned the area. Everyone was either practicing or studying, and finally, he pulled a classmate who wasn't part of the late-night study group to ask, "Hey, what happened yesterday?" However, that student immediately answered, "Don't ask me, I skipped class to play yesterday. I didn't even go to school." Jiang Lin was speechless, recalling that this guy was indeed someone who skipped class every day. What kind of hidden talent was this? At this moment, Anya, who had become the leader of the late-night study group, opened her eyes. She heard some noisy sounds, seemingly Jiang Lin's voice, and thus stopped her breathing technique. "You really came." Anya looked at Jiang Lin with her golden, beautiful eyes, her expression somewhat complex. Jiang Lin's swordsmanship talent was so astonishing that it had severely impacted her previous confidence. "Well, since you highly recommended me in front of your cousin and considered so much for me, I will naturally come to lead you to victory." Jiang Lin replied confidently, casually raising the identity wristband on his hand to express his gratitude. Anya looked at Jiang Lin and felt that he seemed somewhat different. As a highly gifted paladin, Anya was quite sensitive to light elements. Additionally, due to her pure heart, her affinity for light elements was also very high, allowing her to perceive the slight fluctuations of light elements surrounding Jiang Lin. It seemed the light elements felt more welcoming to him than to me. Anya was shocked to discover this fact. "No, why is that? He wasn't like this before, was he? Could it be that after being beaten by the evil god, he had an awakening?" Anya was stunned for a moment, then apologetically said, "I promised to lend you sword techniques similar to my level, but your progress is too fast. I only have those 2 skills that I can bring out from home." She remembered her promise and had no intention of letting it go. However, although she was the daughter of the city lord, she didn't have the authority to freely use some family assets. Given her reliable character, she would normally carry through with this promise at least for the remaining 60 or so days. Originally, she had estimated that Jiang Lin could at most comprehend 2 high-level skills. After all, it took her at least 2 or 3 months to reach that level. However, she never expected Jiang Lin to surpass her in just one day. Yet upon hearing her words, Jiang Lin felt a wave of gratitude. The rich lady. She is truly too kind. I even began to question whether she plans to support a butler. "Rich lady, just let me know your demands, otherwise I won't feel secure holding on to this skill. Miss Anya, if you need me for anything in the future, please just let me know." Jiang Lin patted his chest as he spoke. Anya smiled, clearly not taking the matter too seriously. "By the way, Miss Anya, was there any announcement from the school after I left yesterday?" Anya stroked her chin, recalling for a moment, her eyes full of sincerity. "I think they mentioned something, but I was busy practicing, so I didn't catch it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell silent. Yesterday, they mentioned the usage of the wristbands and the new point system that was announced. They also mentioned that today, when the examination begins, staff from the Sacred Hall would come to explain some unpublished rules about this joint examination, and that both the school and the Sacred Hall would reward students who ranked highly. At that moment, a girl with shoulder-length short hair couldn't help but speak up. Jiang Lin turned to look at her. Anya introduced, "This is my friend Demi, a level 9 archer, and also my teammate." "You are Jiang Lin, right? If it weren't for Anya's strong recommendation believing that you could compete with her, I would never agree to team up with someone at level 4. Demi was straightforward, showing no intent to play nice. "I hope you won't hold the team back." Jiang Lin glanced at the short-haired girl and nodded. "How about we split up? All right, you and Sister Anya handle the offense and defense, while I handle scouting and ranged." "Wait, what did you just say? Are you planning to act alone? Are you out of your mind?" Although Demi's words were harsh, she was actually quite kind-hearted, at least better than some who pretended to be nice, but were duplicitous. Jiang Lin explained his reasoning. "Look, since the school and the Sacred Hall are offering rewards for the top rankings, if we are a team, we can at most take 1 reward. But if we split up, I can take the first place reward, and you all can take the second place reward." Calculating it that way we can get 2 rewards in total. Demi listened to Jiang Lin's words feeling they made sense, yet something felt off. Wait, are you really that confident you can take first place? Jiang Lin waved his hand, cough cough, let's keep it low-key. Taking a pause he added, if you disagree we can settle it with a duel. In fact, Jiang Lin had seen the systems given temporary mission, but it was clear that there wasn't enough time for a fight with them now. Demi found Jiang Lin somewhat unreasonable and looked to Anya hoping she would speak for her. However, Anya asked, do you have confidence fighting alone? Jiang Lin nodded, I'm about 80% confident. Almost 1,000 students were present, and Jiang Lin could easily find someone to fight, allowing him to gain skill improvement. So as long as he was fighting, he would only grow stronger. Jiang Lin wanted to see if he could push his most adept skill, the 7 stars Sacred Radiant Slash, to the limit and discover how terrifying its power could become after breaking that limit. As they conversed, the time drew near for the joint examination to commence. At this moment, students were required to line up and stand still, and a familiar voice soon caught Jiang Lin's attention. It was none other than Cecilia, awakens the master of the Sacred Hall of Giant Stone City. However, today Cecilia seemed different from yesterday, as she lacked the gentle demeanor seen in their private meetings, and instead bore a serious and undeniable authority. Although she did not display any particular expression or intentionally exert her pressure, just her presence alone caused the students present to feel a chill and dared not make a sound. This kind of aura could only be possessed by a select few who had long been in power. Of course, part of it was also due to the suppression of higher life forms over lower ones. Cecilia scanned the students, her gaze falling on Jiang Lin for a moment before moving on without lingering. She began to speak without using any amplification magic, her voice not loud, yet clearly reaching the ears of those present. Greetings to the students and teachers of Giant Stone Junior Magic Academy, Radiant Junior Magic Academy, and Morning Star Junior Magic Academy. I am Cecilia, awakens the master of the Sacred Hall of Giant Stone City. Today marks the first Junior Adventurer Qualification Simulation Test held in Giant Stone City. This test will take place in the Phantom Forest Artificial Secret Realm, designed to simulate a real wild environment and hone your combat skills, accumulating experience for the final assessment. The exam rules are as follows. She spoke clearly, and the nearly 1,000 students in the square fell silent, only her voice could be heard. Kill magical beasts to earn points based on their level and rarity. Refer to the exam rules table for specific scoring. Defeating other teams will yield half of their total points. Defeated participants will have their wristbands record fixed points, losing the qualification to earn points, and will be teleported out of the secret realm. If you encounter life-threatening situations, and the supervising teachers cannot assist in time, you may shatter your wristband to escape the secret realm. She explained the rules, which were generally similar to those communicated by their homeroom teacher Lake, but were more detailed and formal. Jiang Lin listened attentively, finally arriving at the content he was most interested in. The Sacred Hall and the management of Giant Stone City place great importance on this joint examination, viewing it as an attempt for Giant Stone City to advance in education towards more developed cities. Hence, we have set up ranking rewards to encourage everyone to actively participate. The team that comes in first will receive 3 pieces of fine-grade magical equipment and 30 points of library borrowing credits from the Sacred Hall. The team that comes in second will receive 2 pieces of fine-grade magical equipment and 20 points of library borrowing credits from the Sacred Hall. The team that comes in third will receive 1 piece of fine-grade magical equipment and 10 points of library borrowing credits from the Sacred Hall. Teams ranked from 4th to 10th will receive various skill books based on their rankings. Rewards will be distributed in team format, and the specific allocation will be decided internally within the team. The ranking for these rewards will be based on total team points, while the exam performance ranking will be based on average scores. After finishing her announcement of the rewards, she glanced at the excited students below and continued, this assessment will adopt the shrinking circle rule. Once the assessment begins, you will be randomly teleported to various locations within the secret realm to hunt magical beasts. Subsequently, the safe area of the secret realm will gradually shrink, and you must reach the designated area within the specified time. If you exceed the time limit, the wristbands you wear will teleport you out of the secret realm, disqualifying you from the examination and fixing your score. Upon hearing this, the crowd present widened their eyes slightly, and many of them were just learning about this rule now. This made the battles between teams inevitable, and the intensity would dramatically increase. Perhaps this was said now to prevent students from forming improper teams in advance. In an instant, whispers began to spread across the once silent square. However, with just a glance from Cecilia, the crowd fell silent again, not daring to speak. One could only say that the imposing aura of the pavilion master was too overwhelming, making it hard for anyone to act recklessly. Soon the remaining rules and formalities were completed, and the assessment officially began. Teaming up was done through binding their identity wristbands. Jiang Lin did not bind his team with Anya and the others, so as the protective barrier of the secret realm descended, he was teleported inside. His vision distorted and spun. In the midst of the dizzying sensation, Jiang Lin felt his feet touch the ground. Xiaohei was not a participant, so he remained outside. Before him lay a dense forest that emitted a faint glow, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and mingled vegetation. The surroundings were silent, with only the distant calls of unknown creatures faintly echoing. Jiang Lin glanced at his wristband, where the characters displayed read score 0, ranking none, total eliminations 0. With significantly fewer people around, he finally dared to open his right eye. However, the plants before him swayed and shook, creating double images that made Jiang Lin feel a bit dizzy. Alas, this talent requires some time to adapt before it can be used normally. Jiang Lin sighed. He had already tried. The Time Abyss Demon I could not be manually turned off, though it remained in an open state. However, it was somewhat reassuring that since it was a talent and not a skill, it would not consume Jiang Lin's magical power. It only caused a sharp pain in his right eye when facing a powerhouse like the Pavilion Master. There was indeed one advantage. After Jiang Lin became accustomed to the demon eye, he was able to sense danger before it arrived at all times. Enduring the dizziness caused by the swaying plants, he began to determine his position. These plants emitting a glow should be near the glowing swamp. If there are any bodies of water nearby, there should be extraordinary crocodile-type magical beasts of elite level. Killing extraordinary level magical beasts would grant points corresponding to their level. For example, a level 1 extraordinary magical beast corresponds to 1 point. In contrast, killing elite level magical beasts would yield points that are 5 times their level. For instance, a level 1 elite magical beast corresponds to 5 points. Jiang Lin recalled the map he borrowed from Old Luo and prepared to find a nearby body of water to practice by killing a few crocodiles. Magical beasts differ from humans. Humans can enhance their strength through effort or comprehension, while magical beasts heavily rely on the bloodline of their ancestors, which is what's referred to as racial level. Adventurers categorize all magical beasts into 6 racial levels: extraordinary, elite, commander, king, and overlord. When a high racial level magical beast fights a low racial level magical beast, it is akin to a father beating his son. Moreover, high racial level magical beasts can easily defeat lower level ones. For example, a level 1 overlord cub, as long as it is not a newborn with no ability to move, can easily suppress a level 20 extraordinary magical beast. Just like some low-level geniuses among humans can defeat higher-level opponents. Of course, the number of overlord-level beings is extremely rare. As for Jiang Lin's current level, he had no chance of encountering such beings. Moreover, these magical beasts can also evolve from low racial levels to high racial levels through training, thus altering the bloodline of their offspring. For instance, the black cat possessed by Xiaohei originally did not belong to the category of extraordinary beings, its racial level not even reaching extraordinary. However, it evolved from an ordinary creature to an extraordinary one through acquired breathing techniques. However, in cases like Xiaohei, which has a master whom Jiang Lin considers himself, it typically would not be referred to as a magical beast, but rather as a spirit beast or companion. Just as Jiang Lin was walking while searching for his position, he suddenly received a notification for completing a system task. Jiang Lin was initially puzzled, but upon seeing the line of ant corpses beneath his feet, he understood the truth. Then he also used the sole of his shoe to grind on the ground, completing another task. Physical value 900, 01000, mental power 6, 4007, 400, petrified skin mastery transcendence. As memories surged in his mind, Jiang Lin noticed his skin changing from its normal color to a faint gray, which then merged into his body, making his skin more resilient, completing the transformation of petrified skin from perfection to transcendence. Jiang Lin pinched his skin, feeling a hint of golden light at his fingertips as he casually conjured a small blade of light. He pressed the golden light against his skin to test its toughness. Not bad, it could withstand most ordinary blades. With Jiang Lin's terrifying 100 points of physical strength, as long as the power difference isn't too great, he can directly withstand slashes from blades by controlling his muscles. Now that the last skill had also reached transcendence, Jiang Lin had achieved the accomplishment of maxing out all his skills. The only thing left was to break limits. However, breaking limits in the secret realm might cause him to faint, so he needed to prepare in advance. Jiang Lin found it somewhat strange that as his transcendence skills increased, the rewards for random skill upgrades seemed to only apply to skills that had not reached their maximum level. Could it be that only the reward for designated skill upgrade can be used to break limits, while random skill upgrade can only be used to enhance skills that are not at max level? Jiang Lin stroked his chin in contemplation. He recalled the past system rewards. It seemed that the more challenging tasks were generally for designated skill upgrade, while simpler tasks were for random skill upgrade or random skill copy. From this perspective, the 3 rewards probably did not hold the same level of value. However, in terms of reward effects, the benefits brought by random skill copy entirely depend on luck. Sometimes the rewards might even exceed those of designated skill upgrade. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it for now and looked down at the ants. At this moment, they were marching in an orderly line, following the pheromones left by their companions, ignoring the gigantic creature above them, merely sidestepping the corpses of their fellows to carry food back to their anthill. Jiang Lin noticed that this group of ants was quite numerous, at least more than those in Giant Rock City. So he followed the direction these ants were heading to find their anthill. This was a relatively large anthill. Only in a primeval forest environment like Phantom Forest could ants develop to such a scale. Jiang Lin glanced at the system. Stage task slaughter requirement: accumulate the slaughter of 100,000 beings, reward Demon King Seed, and a special title. Ants contribute to the path of Emperor Jiang Lin. A holy light longsword appeared in Jiang Lin's hand as he plunged the sword into the ant nest, subsequently unleashing a deadly light element attack that would kill these ants on contact. Jiang Lin watched the task requirement number continually rise, and before long it reached its threshold. Stage task slaughter completed. In the midst of laughter, you slaughtered 100,000 beings. You are a demon soaked in blood, bearing the burden of countless souls. Amidst wails you remain unperturbed, a born demon king. Slaughter is your sacrificial offering to ascend the throne. Rewards: obtained demon king seed and a special title. Stage task completed. System freedom: increased random skill upgrade or copy reward can be exchanged for designated skill upgrade at a ratio of 2:1. The system actually improved. Indeed, his previous speculation was correct. These two rewards truly had a disparity. Next, Jiang Lin looked at the system's rewards. Demon King Seed obtained. Qualification for Demon King Trial acquired. Demon King Trial. What is this? Jiang Lin felt puzzled as he claimed the Demon King Seed. The next moment, this so-called Demon King Seed appeared within him. Jiang Lin first felt a sharp pain in his chest, then his heart began to beat violently. His body temperature soared and the world before him turned blood red. His senses heightened extraordinarily. Even a gentle breeze brushing against his face felt like a painful scrape. However, this state lasted only a moment before disappearing. When Jiang Lin checked again, he saw unfamiliar runes appearing on his original heart. In other aspects, Jiang Lin did not notice any changes, so he began to review the title rewards from the system. Obtained special title Crimson Slaughterer level epic description: the Crimson Slaughterer, bearing countless souls, stepping onto the path of the Demon King with a sea of blood as his stage. The bones of myriad beings form your crown's base, and the wails of the mournful are your coronation song. But Slaughterer, do not forget, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Effects of wearing 1. Blood Demon Summon. Active effect: after use you will summon a blood demon from the realm of blood to assist in combat. The blood demon lasts for 5 minutes, after which it returns to the realm of blood. The strength of the blood demon is tied to the user's power. This active effect can be used once per day. 2. Sin Disguise. Active effect: after use you will enter a disguise state, able to disguise as a slain object with the requirement that the size difference of the disguised object cannot be too great. This active effect has no usage limit. 3. Blood Dread. Passive effect: after wearing this title, it will automatically trigger. It releases blood dread indiscriminately to surrounding targets, lowering their combat will. This can be manually turned off. This title looks quite powerful. The level is epic, which should theoretically be 1 level lower than legendary. However, it seems more practical than the previous title of one of the 4 secret religions' popes. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment before equipping this title and hiding it. The moment he donned the title, the passive effect of blood dread automatically triggered, releasing a terrifying aura of slaughter from Jiang Lin. At this moment, he resembled a demon lord descending with a sea of blood and endless bones behind him, stepping upon an endless expanse of corpses, striking fear into the hearts of all who met his gaze. The holy light longsword in Jiang Lin's hand was also imbued with strands of blood aura intertwining with the holy light, resembling the sword wielded by a celestial being who has committed slaughter. Jiang Lin withdrew the holy light longsword only to find that many of the ants he had not killed earlier were now scared to death by his blood dread. Afterward, Jiang Lin turned off blood dread, and everything returned to normal. Quite nice. He gained another trump card for survival. As for the other 2 skills, he would try them later. Furthermore, due to the completion of the stage task, the system also entered the next phase. Stage task: Path of the Demon King. Utilize the Demon King Seed to complete the Demon King Trial. Current host power level is too disparate from the task. Difficulty challenge: not recommended. Reward: obtain the status of Demon King and eligibility to enter the abyss of slaughter. More unfamiliar terms. Jiang Lin stroked his chin. Never mind, terms like blood demon, realm of blood, and abyss of slaughter could be researched later. Or he could ask Xiao He, who knows everything, where he is uncertain. Jiang Lin glanced at his wristband and noticed that while he was killing ants, many teams had already formed. Score 0, ranking 79, total eliminations 0. The ranking number was still rising, indicating that more and more teams had begun hunting magical beasts. Jiang Lin no longer delayed and started looking for other teams and magical beasts. The glowing swamp, a vast ecosystem of extraordinary creatures. Dozens of shallow waterstone crocodiles, revealing only a pair of eyes, were silently waiting for prey to appear. The leader of their group, a second-tier elite shallow waterstone crocodile, had mysteriously disappeared some time ago, leaving only this group of extraordinary shallow waterstone crocodiles of only first tier to lead the way. Suddenly, it seemed as if a shadow passed overhead, followed by a large number of sword energies raining down like light, each one precisely targeting a shadow in the water. Some of the more reactive shallow waterstone crocodiles attempted to evade, only to be shocked to find that those sword energies seemed to predict their movements, with other sword energies already blocking their escape routes. The sword energies surged forward rapidly, bearing an unmatched terrifying might, slicing their bodies in half, as if they were cutting through tofu. Jiang Lin swiftly maneuvered among the lofty branches. The peak-level skill 7 stars, Sacred Radiance, descended with his movement, accurately striking the shallow waterstone crocodile beneath the surface. Due to Jiang Lin's terrifying blue energy, he had no worries about his consumption issues. This advanced skill could undoubtedly be considered a powerful move at the General Zero tier. However, when used by Jiang Lin, it was no different from a basic attack. Moreover, with the passive operation of his breathing technique, his consumed mental energy was rapidly replenished. If the attack frequency were not so high, then his consumption of blue energy would not outpace his recovery. The only pity was that Jiang Lin currently lacked storage space, otherwise he could have taken the loot from the corpses to earn some extra money. At the same time as Jiang Lin observed more scenery and reference points, he roughly determined his position within the illusory forest. Based on the location stored in his mind's map and the marked biological communities, he planned his route of action. Those calls from Brother Luo were not in vain. This map was indeed useful. Although other students likely obtained this map through various means, Jiang Lin had no social resources, so he could only bridge the gap with this method. Jiang Lin glanced at his wristband. Points 91, ranking 1, total defeated 15. Did he really obtain first place so easily? Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised. Were the other teams that weak? However, he dared not let his guard down and continued to traverse the woods, occasionally releasing a sword energy towards any small animals he spotted to collect points. And thanks to the presence of the Time Abyss Demon Eye, he could clearly predict the evasion trajectories of these small animals and follow up with a second sword energy. Thus, Jiang Lin could generally resolve battles within 2 sword energies. He stood with his hands on his hips at the branch's edge and glanced at his points again. Points 103, ranking 1, total defeated 18. Jiang Lin couldn't help but furrow his brows. Was this secret realm assessment too easy? Unfortunately, he couldn't see the points and rankings of other candidates, otherwise he would know how many points he needed to stabilize. On the other side, countless ordinary students. They were transported into this unfamiliar environment. Although the teleportation point was not particularly dangerous, they were all extremely tense, tightly gripping their weapons until their fingertips turned white. For many of them, this was their first experience of teamwork in the wild, and their understanding of various aspects was completely blank. Most of them had not prepared maps in advance, or if they had, they were without markings of biological communities. Thus, they wandered around the secret realm like headless flies, hoping to encounter magical beasts by sheer luck. Some fortunate ones encountered 1 or 2 relatively weak magical beasts, teamed up to unleash a barrage of skills, and managed to defeat them, earning points and gaining practical experience to enhance their performance in subsequent battles. On the other hand, some unfortunate ones directly encountered magical beasts they could not defeat, even with their utmost effort, leading to bitter defeat and using their wristbands to teleport away. Others, due to lack of coordination, allowed magical beasts they could have defeated to turn the tables and counterattack. For example, in the following team's warrior, he'll use the taunt skill to attract its attention. It will chase after me, and healer, you just block it with a wall behind me. Archer, you can attack from a distance. Then, warrior, what the hell? Healer, why did you put the wall behind me? Archer, you almost shot me. What the heck? How did you throw the slow ice ball under my feet? Another scene, assassin, priest. I'm sneaking up. Why did you cast a skill on me? You interrupted my stealth and got me discovered. Priest, sorry bro, I was too nervous and slipped. Assassin, come on, why are you running faster than the priest? Warrior, damn, it's so big I'm scared. Assassin, run, whoever runs slow goes to the front. Priest, don't sell me out, bro. Oh. In such scenarios, many students were experiencing this kind of battle for the first time, making it difficult to adjust their state to the best both mentally and physically. Of course, there were also some excellent teams that coordinated well, acted swiftly, and systematically cleared magical beasts from various areas. For instance, the top 2 beauties from the Giant Stone Magic Academy. In the woods, a somewhat bulky black shadow swiftly darted between the bushes. Upon closer inspection, it was Eve and Lina riding atop a wild boar with fierce tusks. The wild boar was relatively large, capable of carrying 2 girls, and emanated a strong magical aura indicating it was no ordinary creature. This was Eve's summoned beast. Simultaneously above their heads, a pitch-black crow flew in the direction they were heading, which was also Eve's summoned beast. At this moment, it was soaring high, scouting for surrounding magical beasts for Eve. Upon noticing some commotion in the distant forest, it cawed once to relay information to Eve. After receiving the information, Eve immediately turned the boar's head towards the source of the noise and charged ahead. Meanwhile, Lina, who was seated behind Eve and tightly holding her slender waist, unleashed a strengthening spell upon seeing the magical beast. Strengthening spell, heartbeat expansion. As Lina's strengthening spell descended, the level 9 giant stone primal ape stared wide-eyed, its heart appearing as if it would leap from its chest. After a few violent beats, it exploded, followed by it spitting blood and dying. This scene caused the wild boar on the ground and the crow in the sky to tremble. They feared that if these 2 ancestors were in a bad mood, they would deal with them. The points on their wrists also changed. Points 59, ranking 3, total defeated 8. This priest, named Lina, was similar to Jiang Lin, also a poison healer. Moreover, due to her specialization in this domain, her poison healing skills were undoubtedly superior to Jiang Lin's. However, Eve, seated in front, looked at her wrist points with some dissatisfaction and pouted. Who are the top 2? How can they be gaining points so quickly? Lina, looking at her wristband, sighed. Perhaps they have a group of magical beasts living near their teleportation point. Don't worry, we still have plenty of time. After the circle shrinks, we might encounter them. Eve nodded yes. After the circle shrinks with our coordination, we can easily dominate other combinations. As long as I protect you, Sister Lena, from being singled out with your skills, there's basically no opponent at this level that can stop you. Moreover, with our two-person teams combination, when the final assessment rankings are calculated, we only need to divide by 2. Essentially, the current ranking is the final ranking, unlike other three-person teams that need to divide by 3 to get the final score. On the other side of the forest, a golden-haired Anya radiated dazzling light. At this moment, she was in a bitter battle surrounded by a pack of wolves numbering at least 20 or 30, slowly closing in with predatory eyes. As Anya cleaved a level 7 Gale wolf in half with her sword, burning flames danced in her golden eyes, showing no fear. This was the battle she desired. Real blades and blood. Fighting was exhilarating. Beside her, Demi was also going all out, continuously pulling and releasing the bowstring, unleashing powerful arrows towards the wolves, attempting to surround them from other directions within the safe zone Anya had created. At this moment, the points on their wristbands were also changing rapidly. Points 98, ranking 2, total defeated 12. The first place of the Morningstar Magic Academy was a tall and robust warrior named Frederick, who was currently running through the forest with his companion, a mage named Eiley. Damn, how come we haven't encountered any magical beasts? Frederick gritted his teeth as he looked at the map in his hand, which clearly marked the locations of various biological communities. We've been running for so long, and there should be plenty of illusory deer around here. Why haven't we seen a single one? He glanced at his wristband, points 0, ranking 378, total defeated 0. His mage companion Eiley looked equally puzzled and checked the map while running. That's right, it should be around here. How can there be no creatures at all? Old Faye, is there something wrong with your maps? Damn, did that guy who sold me the map trick me? It must be so, Old Faye, you got scammed. The two of them ran on, denouncing the scammer who sold them the map. Suddenly, the mage Eiley stopped, looking at the scene before him with some confusion. Hey, Old Faye, isn't there supposed to be a lake ahead based on our direction? Why is it a cliff here? Damn it, could it be that not only is the biological community table wrong, but the map itself is fake? That's too shady. No, Old Faye. It seems that the direction we plan to act in is indeed a cliff, and beneath the cliff is the edge of the phosphorescent marsh. Clever as Frederick was, he quickly noticed something was off. He leaned in closer to examine the map. If we're in this area right now, then according to this map, there should be many Shadowclaw wolf eagles nearby. These are rather tricky to deal with. As he was speaking, a massive shadow swooped down from the sky towards the two, revealing itself to be a huge Shadowclaw wolf eagle. Damn, the map is fine. We just went the wrong way. The dark shadow closed in rapidly, enveloping the two and threatening to send them tumbling off the cliff, smashing them to bits. But then a flash of red light appeared, and a fierce flame shot up from below, smoothly passing through the middle of the Shadowclaw wolf eagle's body. Subsequently, blood sprayed as the Shadowclaw wolf eagle was evenly split in half, falling towards the cliff along with its severed body, while Frederick now held 2 battle axes in his hands. However, he only extended one of them, swinging it with one hand, without paying attention to the Shadowclaw wolf eagle he had just cleaved in 2. He complained to his companion, "Damn it, how did you read the map? How could you not even notice we were going the wrong way?" Eiley showed no surprise at Frederick's swing, instead raising one hand. A thin water elemental shield enveloped them, blocking the blood from the severed Shadowclaw wolf eagle. How can you say that? Who has been looking at the map for so long and didn't notice? Who was it that planned the direction with me in the beginning? As they argued, another Shadowclaw wolf eagle swooped in. This time, Eiley casually retrieved a massive wand from his space ring, pointed it forward, and a powerful water jet pierced through the shadow in midair, creating a large hole in its body. You can't even read a map. What good are you? Frederick retorted angrily. Damn, you didn't read it correctly either. What kind of useless person are you? Split up. Fine, let's split up. Unlike the chaotic environment faced by the teams from the Morningstar Academy, the second team from the Radiance Academy seemed to be enjoying a peaceful time. A silver-haired Zack, looking somewhat dashing, led his teammates against a group of wild boars, all averaging around levels 5 to 6. He wielded a pitch-black short sword, darting like a ghost among the magical beasts, striking them down before they even realized what was happening. Wow, Zack, you're amazing. His teammates included a young priest girl named Ellie and a tank warrior. The warrior held his shield ready to block any incoming attacks, while Ellie applied various buffs on Zack to allow him to wreak havoc among the magical beasts. In just a few blinks, Zack managed to eliminate the wild boar group present, remaining completely unscathed. None of them even grazed his clothes. Hearing Ellie's praise, Zack feigned indifference, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "Just basic skills. This group of wild boars is too weak. Let's hurry to find the next magical beast group." Clearly, Zack was feeling a bit high from the compliments. He was just a 15-year-old with a youthful spirit, naturally wanting to show off in front of pretty girls. Moreover, this young priest girl always got along well with him, so he wanted to leave a deep impression on her during this joint examination. Thus, he took the lead and proceeded along the route he had planned in advance on the map. However, Zack's desire to show off naturally made the shield warrior responsible for Ellie a bit displeased, although he held back, thinking to just be a tool, especially since he didn't have feelings for the priest girl. However, as Zack walked ahead without turning back, the priest girl deliberately moved closer, tugging at his hand, and said, "Come on, don't just stand there." The sensation of her delicate soft hand and her fragrant hair brushed past his nose made the shield warrior stunned for a moment, and then his heart raced a bit. Throughout the rest of the journey, the shield warrior's gaze was filled with the sight of the girl's flowing hair, and the faint scent of her hair lingered in his nose as he kept reminiscing about the touch of her palm. So he resolved to protect the priest girl well in the upcoming battles. Even if he was eliminated and lost his qualifications for the exam, he would protect her, leaving a brave and fearless impression in her heart. In fact, many boys at this age have such a mindset. If a girl gets a little closer and does anything relatively intimate, they can't help but start making wild associations, wondering if the girl is interested in them, and then begin to show off in front of her. If it's a boy with rich emotional experience, he might soon see through the girl's tricks and avoid falling into her ambiguous trap, but boys like this shield warrior are easily caught in the snare. Moreover, the momentary ambiguous behavior of the two was unnoticed by Zack, who was still busy thinking about how to showcase his astonishing strength. Thus, both boys were easily caught in Ellie's trap. It can be said that Zack and the shield warrior are not foolish, it's just that the priest girl Ellie is on a much higher level than them. Poor Zack and the shield warrior, they were completely at her mercy. As time gradually passed, Jiang Lin weaved through the woods, the numbers on the wristband continuously rising. Points 214. Ranking 1. Total defeated 43. With another swing of his sword, Jiang Lin cleaved a shallow waterstone crocodile in two, leaving no survivors in his wake. Jiang Lin found it strange after such a long time, he hadn't seen a single soul. Before him stood a steep cliff beyond which lay a new expanse of forest. While the number of monsters in that area would be fewer than in the glowing marsh, the sheer size of the region was significantly larger. Jiang Lin had already swept through a large portion of the glowing marsh, and going back now to continue clearing it might not yield the same results as before. Moreover, to reach the central area, he must scale this cliff. So without hesitation, Jiang Lin prepared to head towards other regions of the secret realm. However, there existed a monster known as the Shadowclaw Wolf Eagle in the vicinity, which might harass him during his climb. As he approached the edge of the cliff, Jiang Lin was taken aback. Why are there so many corpses of Shadowclaw Wolf Eagles here? Below the cliff lay 3 or 4 bodies, twisted and shattered from the fall. Moreover, it seemed they had suffered extremely brutal deaths, being dismembered and pierced through, their fates utterly tragic. Jiang Lin squinted his eyes, gazing up the cliff, where he noticed 2 individuals seemingly hunting these Shadowclaw Wolf Eagles. What the heck? Finally, he had spotted people. Jiang Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart. He believed he had been targeted and cast into this remote place. As for the 2 individuals above, they likely had no map and were blindly searching. Judging by the number of corpses on the ground, they had just arrived. Normally, they wouldn't head towards the glowing marsh without a map. After all, the exam rules included a so-called shrinking circle mechanism, and the glowing marsh was on the edge of the map, which would undoubtedly be restricted later. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment before immediately starting to ascend the mountain. Defeating their squad would only grant him half of their points, and the more Shadowclaw Wolf Eagles they defeated, the greater his loss would be. Damn those competitors for daring to steal my points. Jiang Lin thought, angrily concealing his aura as he swiftly climbed along the rock face. Soon a Shadowclaw Wolf Eagle noticed him attempting to swoop down towards the cliff. However, Jiang Lin merely lifted a hand, unleashing a burst of golden sword energy from his palm that accurately struck the trajectory of the flying Shadowclaw Wolf Eagle. The sword energy pierced its head, dropping it instantly. This was a combination of techniques he developed, namely the Blade of Light and 7-star Holy Radiant Slash. 7-star Holy Radiant Slash requires a sword as a medium to unleash, while Blade of Light inherently possesses the attributes of a sword regardless of the state. Thus, Jiang Lin only needed to gather a strand of golden light from Blade of Light in his palm to unleash a miniature version of 7-star Holy Radiant Slash. This way his consumption was greatly reduced, and the noise created was significantly less, preventing nearby creatures from being alarmed. Now his control over time abyss magic had improved considerably. He knew it could glimpse into the future by about 1 second. However, these glimpses weren't always fixed. For instance, when Jiang Lin previously hunted a quick-reacting monster, he saw multiple afterimages of it, each moving in various directions. Clearly, the opponent could alter its movements based on his subsequent actions, while Jiang Lin could only seal off all escape routes by increasing the number of sword energies. Jiang Lin estimated that if he faced an opponent with even faster movements and reactions far superior to his own, the afterimages could multiply to the point of being indistinguishable. No matter his reaction, the opponent could preemptively adapt and counter from any direction. After all, the future is not fixed, but can be altered by one's actions, and having a glimpse into a fragment of time is already an immensely powerful ability. Unlike Jiang Lin, who climbed steadily and calmly, the 2 individuals at the cliff's edge were currently in a heated argument. Eli raised his magic staff and unleashed a powerful spell at the Shadowclaw Wolf Eagle in the sky. What kind of trash are you? Look at how few monsters you've killed so far. Frederick swung his battle axe, dispatching a Shadowclaw Wolf Eagle that had charged at them. Ha, in the trash. Take a look at what you've killed. These birds have been flying in the sky. Oh, how the hell can your old man hit them? If you're weak, just practice more. Come on, tell your old man how to hit them. Fly up and hit them. If you can't do it, don't blame the uneven ground. Alright, well, see who kills more monsters in the end. You can only kill a few birds and make a fuss. Sure, whoever kills less has to call the other old man. Clearly, despite claiming they were separating their actions, showed no intention to split up, instead demonstrating excellent cooperation. One focused on firepower output, while the other ensured safety, yet their banter never ceased. As such, their points steadily increased, and their overall rankings began to rise, showcasing their prowess as the top 2 students in the school. At this moment, Eli caught a glimpse of a shadow on the cliff and focused to see a person climbing up. Eli didn't pay it much mind. With a wave of his hand, he shot a magic projectile at the cliff's rocks, hoping to knock the person down and eliminate them from the exam. However, to his surprise, the person seemed to anticipate his actions, skillfully changing position on the rock face and narrowly avoiding his strike. Eli was somewhat astonished, calling out to Frederick to look down. He saw that after being attacked, the climber had actually sped up, closely hugging the cliff and jumping several meters upward. Previously, Jiang Lin had climbed slowly, primarily concerned about making too much noise and being discovered, leading to an unfair disadvantage. Yet unexpectedly, he had still been spotted, and now he was under attack. It could be said that while the breath concealment technique could suppress one's aura, it did not grant invisibility. If detected, one would still be found. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin received a message from the system. Temporary task: you encounter the Demon Lord, but do not kneel in reverence. You dare to attack first. What audacity! Requirement: defeat both individuals and showcase your strength. Reward: designated skill upgrade to max level 2. Jiang Lin beamed at the task provided by the system and quickened his pace. Knowing the difference between a designated skill upgrade and a random skill upgrade, he could also deduce the opponent's strength based on the task's reward. The 2 individuals before him likely possessed some strength, so Jiang Lin focused his mind, not daring to be the least bit careless. More magic projectiles came flying, but this time the targets were no longer the rock face Jiang Lin was on, but directly aimed at his body. However, to LA's astonishment, Jiang Lin deftly dodged each attack and was rapidly closing in on them. His expression turned slightly serious. Gripping his staff with both hands instead of one, he prepared for a greater spell. With both hands gripping the staff's midsection, he forcefully pointed it to the ground. A phantom magic array spread from the base of the staff, inscribing itself onto the land beneath him. Intermediate Earth Elemental Magic, Earthquake. The cliff beneath their feet began to tremble violently, and after casting the spell, they quickly moved as large portions of the ground cracked and collapsed. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lin cursed under his breath, wishing he could learn a skill that allowed him to fly, so he wouldn't be so passive. He swiftly navigated the impending collapse of the cliff, his agile movements and coordinated posture rivaling that of a professional rock climber from his past life. Although Jiang Lin had not specifically trained in rock climbing techniques, his lightning-fast reflexes and mastery of his formidable physical strength allowed him to perform with ease. Meanwhile, he would not simply allow himself to be hit. As he climbed, he drew back his palm and aimed at the 2 atop, unleashing 4 or 5 beams of holy light sword energy towards them. Seeing their opponent still had the energy to counterattack, the 2 did not dare to let their guard down. After a quick assessment, they realized all their escape routes had been sealed off. Their opponent possessed an exceptional level of combat experience. Both had this thought flash through their minds. Frederick stepped in front of Eli while Eli once again waved his staff, casting an intermediate defensive spell. Boom. The tremendous force of the slash struck the shield created by the defensive spell. To LA's shock, their defense was shattered after only blocking the first sword energy, and that sword energy continued to fly forward. Following it were 3 or 4 more beams of identical holy light sword energy. Fortunately, Frederick was there to hold the line. He raised his dual axes, flames burning brightly on them, as he activated his most proficient battle technique. With a loud roar, he swung the flaming axe, cleaving through the incoming sword energy. Boom, boom, boom. The ripples of magical fluctuations spread like waves, rustling their clothes. Though Frederick was pushed back a few steps, he successfully blocked Jiang Lin's holy light sword energy. That opponent likely possesses some strength. Frederick murmured to his companion, feeling the immense force transmitted through the axe handle. But this level of attack power must be their ultimate move. They can't sustain it for long. He analyzed calmly. Logically speaking, this was indeed the case, but it was clear that Jiang Lin did not adhere to logic. The next moment, 4 or 5 more beams of holy light sword energy flew towards them, each angle intricate, sealing off all escape routes. Seeing yet another wave of sword energy approaching and their trajectories, Frederick felt a sense of frustration wash over him. It was as if every action he could take had been anticipated. Even the angles from which he could jump to dodge were calculated by the opponent. However, this only meant that their opponent's energy consumption would be greater, and he only needed to wait for Jiang Lin to exhaust himself. At that moment, Eli was chanting an advanced defensive spell which he was not as proficient at and required a brief incantation to utilize. Boom. The holy light sword energy collided once again with the blazing axe. However, to Frederick's surprise, after he shattered the holy light sword energy, a beam of golden light surged toward him. Unable to be shattered. What is this? Frederick's heart filled with alarm, but at this moment, it was too late to change his position. The next moment, low-level enhancement technique, jetting light ring, surged into his body, marking the debut of Jiang Lin's unique technique on the grand stage of the midterm exam. What the hell? Frederick's face changed drastically as he was hit by the jetting light ring. An uncontrollable impulse surged within his abdomen. Now he didn't even dare to exert himself again, fearing that if he applied just a bit more force, he might lose control of his own path. What kind of initial technique is this? How could there be such a twisted skill? Frederick was utterly perplexed while behind him Ally, having bought time, successfully summoned a magical barrier. He remained vigilant, continuing to chant, preparing to release another similar barrier. He had no time to ask his teammate what had happened, for after 2 rounds of holy light sword energy, Jiang Lin finally managed to scale the cliff. Suddenly a figure leapt from the cliff's edge and landed heavily on the ground, radiating a divine and holy light. Grasping at the air, a holy light longsword appeared in his hand, as if the light itself had descended upon the world. This should have been a scene of salvation and holiness, but to Frederick's eyes it appeared so evil, chaotic, and twisted. What on earth is happening? He roared in his heart, just as Jiang Lin's relentless sword energy surged towards him once more. Fortunately, this time his mage companion had ample time to prepare, and barriers were continuously rising. Unfortunately, each magical barrier could only barely fend off one beam of holy light sword energy, necessitating the creation of new barriers after each defense. For a moment the situation reached a standoff. However, Frederick felt somewhat overwhelmed. Since he had fallen, every beam of sword energy had been followed by an unyielding skill that could ignore defenses. Unbeknownst to his bewildered mage teammate, Frederick appeared to be largely unharmed, but after being struck by that unidentified skill, he collapsed and became unresponsive. His companion thought it was merely a special control skill. So Ally directly used Frederick as a human shield, hiding behind him, ready to engage in a battle of attrition with their opponent. In his view, their opponent was currently in an all-out state and would surely be unable to hold out for long. However, what was inevitable would eventually come to pass. Although Frederick was a very strong man, he was now completely spent and could no longer maintain control, ultimately collapsing. Simultaneously, 2 cries of despair rang out. The opponent is a newbie. Damn, what the hell are you doing? P.S. Truly a pair of ill-fated lovebirds. Sigh. A gentle breeze drifted through the woods, rustling the treetops like a mother's tender hand caressing her child's cheek. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the damp earth with trembling specks of gold that swayed in time with the wind. Today's wind blew unusually loud, yet it seemed to weep. I'm ruined. Absolutely ruined. Didn't you realize I'd been holding back for so long? Why didn't you keep your distance? Why didn't you say something sooner? Do you think I had a chance to speak? Did I ever get the chance? If I move even slightly, everything spills out. I don't care. I demand you stay far away from me. This wretched, heart-wrenching exchange belonged naturally to 2 unfortunate souls tormented by Jiang Lin. Frederick clutched his stomach, the sight of Jiang Lin's brutal assault, and finally released his pent-up tension, breathing deeply as he regained composure. Kneeling halfway on the ground, as if steeling himself for an irrevocable decision, he ignited a fierce blaze across his body. Before Jiang Lin's stunned gaze, his lower garments were consumed entirely by the flames. He rose slowly, his face contorted with fury, eyes burning with murderous intent, as though he meant to devour Jiang Lin alive. I will die here today, but I'll still break you, you newborn brat. Jiang Lin watched unflinching as his opponent chose such a grotesque method to continue the fight, and instantly devised the most devastating mental assault possible. He cast a single glance downward, then betrayed an uncontrollable smirk before swiftly regaining perfect composure as if nothing had happened. Yet inwardly he felt a reluctant admiration. Even in such a state, the man had not surrendered his will to fight, but stood again resolute to face him once more. When Frederick caught sight of Jiang Lin's suppressed grin, and especially that downward glance, he nearly lost all reason, rage surging like wildfire. How dare he, a top-ranked student of the Dawnstar Academy, endure such humiliation? As he activated his ability, his entire being shifted into another state entirely. Talent Frenzy. His class was unmistakably that of a berserker, a warrior subclass. With Frenzy engaged, his speed, strength, and agility surged dramatically. His raw strength had already ranked among the finest of level 9 melee combatants. Now amplified further, he rivaled even first-tier melee adepts. His physical power utterly overwhelming Jiang Lin's current capacity. Through Jiang Lin's chrono abyss demon eye, his opponent's silhouette fragmented, shifting from 2 or 3 afterimages into dozens, rendering his movement impossible to track. How did he grow so strong, so suddenly? Jiang Lin was astounded. He never imagined 2 random strangers encountered roadside could possess such extraordinary might. Should he use that technique? His mind flickered to the newly acquired title Crimson Slaughterer, but the thought vanished almost as soon as it arose. No, it was inappropriate. This was merely a standard examination. Deploying such a technique would defy all logic. His improved swordsmanship could be attributed to innate talent, but this technique bore no resemblance to orthodox cultivation methods. Revealing it would invite insurmountable questions. In that flash of insight, Jiang Lin noticed the number of Frederick's afterimages dwindling as he closed the distance. The shorter the gap between them, the narrower Frederick's room for evasion and reaction became. Yet equally, Jiang Lin's margin for error shrank to near zero. Thinking swiftly, Jiang Lin retreated while unleashing radiant golden sword beams, brilliant, sacred, and unrelenting. Though Frederick's strength eclipsed his own, Jiang Lin's mastery over techniques far surpassed his opponent's. Now stripped bare below the waist, Frederick feared Jiang Lin's ejection halo no longer. the naked fear no clothed foe. Still wary of hidden treachery concealed within those golden beams, he evaded whenever possible, and only deflected the rest with his battle-axe when evasion failed. Yet Jiang Lin's true target was not Frederick, but Ilya crouched behind him preparing incantations. Seeing the golden sword beams streak toward him, sealing every escape route, Ilya cursed under his breath and hastily erected layered magical barriers. This time, however, the barriers effortlessly repelled Jiang Lin's attacks. Not a single one shattered. Has he exhausted his mana? Ilya wondered, then noticed the golden light that had earlier entered Frederick's body, now piercing through his own barrier and flooding into him. In that instant, he understood Frederick's agony. What in the hells is this newborn skill? More sword beams scattered, each concealing reinforced enchantments that struck low, bypassing defenses entirely, and finally breaking his guard. Enough. Even if I perish here today, I swear, I won't let you newborn have the last laugh. As the second-ranked student of Dawnstar Junior Magic Academy, he had never suffered such disgrace. Elemental currents surged, and with a violent burst his lower garments exploded outward. Like Frederick, he now fought Jiang Lin bare-bottomed. For a moment the battlefield became a surreal, grotesque tableau, beyond description. Jiang Lin wielded his sacred light longsword, cleaving the air with blinding holy radiance, while the other two charged forward like deranged, frenzied revenants. To any outsider witnessing this scene, it would appear as though a righteous holy knight were meting divine justice upon two depraved youths. Ilya abandoned defense entirely, unleashing his most practiced offensive spells without restraint, barraging Jiang Lin from afar with reckless abandon. Yet Jiang Lin, relying on his Chrono Abyss Demon Eye supernatural reflexes and astonishing speed, spun his sacred light longsword until it smoked, dodging, parrying, and countering both assailants in perfect rhythm. The battle reached a tense stalemate. While inside the secret realm fierce combat raged with unrestrained intensity, outside all remained serene and tranquil. After completing the opening ceremony, the Hall Master departed to attend to urgent administrative duties. Oversight of the event now fell to 3 grade directors and senior officials from the Holy Temple. Given the Hall Master's presence, protocol dictated that the heads of all 3 participating academies should also attend. However, following yesterday's incident at the Luminous Magic Academy, its headmaster had been taken into custody for investigation. The others were summoned to mandatory educational seminars, leaving none able to attend. Thus, the burden of representation rested solely upon the 3 beleaguered grade directors. They now sat in a nearby conference room where projections from within the secret realm shimmered across the central display, transmitted via monitoring bands worn by proctors and students alike. Besides the 3 directors, 3 representatives from the Holy Temple observed, among them the familiar gold badge knight Sarlaz. The other 2 were a stern-faced gold badge warrior, about Sarlaz's age, and an elderly priest whose gentle features exuded benevolence. "Mr. Sarlaz," said the grim warrior, "your sister's prowess is truly extraordinary. Together with this young lady, she faces down a pack of Galewind wolves with effortless grace." Sarlaz turned his gaze toward the screen, and there he saw Anya mid-battle. Her golden hair tied high in a ponytail danced with each motion as she whirled her greatsword through the wolf pack, severing beasts cleanly at the waist. Her form embodied the perfect fusion of power and elegance. Yet seeing this, he frowned. Where has Jiang Lin gone? Jiang Lin. The warrior blinked in confusion. Sarlaz shook his head. Never mind. Let's watch a little longer. So they hadn't formed a team after all. Oh, and Chris's isn't your younger brother also competing this year? I hear he's ranked first at Dawnstar Magic Academy. At the mention of his brother, Chris's bared his teeth and pointed to a projection. There he is. Look how foolishly he and his teammate misread the map, running in the wrong direction, yet to encounter a single beast. Sarlaz followed Chris's finger, and upon seeing the 2 figures sprinting wildly through the forest clutching a map upside down, he struggled fiercely to maintain his expression. Go ahead, laugh. That fool is beyond saving. Chris sighed softly. Though fearsome in appearance, he was mild-mannered, never short-tempered, and always spoke with deference. Sarlaz cleared his throat, masking his near lapse. Rest assured, I've undergone rigorous training. I rarely laugh. The 3 grade directors, observing their behavior likewise, began tracking several standout students. Horn, the Dawnstar Magic Academy grade director, rubbed his forehead in dismay upon seeing the performance of these 2 students, whom he had held in highest regard. May I ask, which academy does this top-ranked holy knight belong to? At last the quiet priestess Lady Bova spoke. All eyes turned to the screen she indicated, where a refined-looking youth darted through the woods, slashing radiant sacred sword beams along his path. "Ah-ha, he's one of our students," said Director Vels, chuckling warmly. "He's always kept a low profile, yet today he's truly astonished us all." "Ha ha, Director Vels, what fortune you have. Top 2 contenders both from your academy. Meanwhile ours." Director Veen feigned envy, then trailed off with a sigh. "But have you noticed? Their current trajectories suggest they'll converge soon," Sarlaz observed. Indeed, the paths of both teams were destined to intersect. Director Vels interjected, Veen, a sly edge creeping into his voice. "Though your holy knight possesses formidable strength, confronting 2 opponents alone may prove too much." "Ah, well, let fate decide his fortune." Internally Vels sighed, feeling Jiang Lin had indeed overreached. Had he partnered with Anya, their team would surely claim first place. Time flowed onward, and soon the two groups converged. All attention refocused on the enlarged projection. This holy night displays impressive battlefield experience. Truly your academy's instruction bears fruit. And such lightning-fast reflexes. Pity he encountered elite rivals so early. His sword beams carry tremendous force. Surely the famed 7-star Sacred Radiant Slash. Still such output cannot be sustained indefinitely. Wait, why has Frederick fallen? A turning point arrived. The Dawnstar duo, who had previously held the upper hand, now found themselves overwhelmed even in a 2-known scenario. Silence descended upon the entire conference room. Yet Vels, who had remained quietly amused, now chuckled warmly. Haha. At Luminous Academy, we place great emphasis on Jiang Lin's development. His combat discipline has always been exemplary. But as the next clash unfolded on screen, Vels fell abruptly silent. That berserker. What in the world just happened? What bizarre technique had Jiang Lin just employed? Only Gold Badge Knight Sarlaz understood what had transpired, yet his professional training ensured he would never reveal it. Then came the moment that made every onlooker's pupils contract in shock. Frederick, seemingly resigned to ruin, charged forward bare-bottomed, his frenzy blazing, transforming the solemn hushed conference room into a theater of absurdity. Next the mage erupted, abandoning dignity altogether as he hurled spell after spell at Jiang Lin. Yet even beneath such relentless assault, Jiang Lin remained unruffled, showing no sign of fatigue. If anything, his sacred sword beams multiplied as though his earlier exertions had cost him nothing. After a prolonged exchange of techniques, he seized upon his opponent's fury-induced lapse, striking Ilya first, who lay undefended. A barrage of sword beams sent him crashing to the ground, incapacitated. The conference room fell utterly silent. Not even a whisper disturbed the stillness. Then, facing the berserker's furious onslaught, Jiang Lin concealed an armor-piercing golden technique within a storm of sacred sword beams. Frederick's charging body froze mid-stride, his legs betraying him, and he crashed violently onto the earth. Sarlaz deduced the technique likely Jiang Lin's toxic blessing, a reinforcement enchantment applied solely to one leg. He'd seen this variant before. It ranked among the more conventional toxic blessings. Countering it was simple: apply a debuff to oneself, reinforce the opposite leg, or adapt instantly through supreme bodily control. At their level, practitioners typically chose the third method. Their awareness of muscular tension had evolved to terrifying precision, allowing near-instantaneous recalibration after such forced imbalances. But for students not yet attaining first tier, such adaptation remained profoundly unrealistic. Seizing the opening, Jiang Lin closed in, pressing the tip of his sacred light long sword against Frederick's throat. Victory was decided. Yet the conference room remained eerily still, everyone gazing wordlessly at the screen, captivated by the indescribable spectacle unfolding before them. Especially Chrysis, the elder brother, whose expression darkened into stone as he watched his bare-bottomed sibling. The black lines etching his brow ran deeper than when he discovered the boy couldn't read a map. Under the weight of everyone's stares, Director Vels shrank the magnified image and cleared his throat. Actually, Luminous Magic Academy contributed very little to his development. These skills, he cultivated them entirely on his own. Truly. In the secret realm, before teleporting away, Frederick glanced at Jiang Lin, his eyes reflecting the silence and tranquility that came after experiencing the ups and downs of life. He had become somewhat carefree and resigned, understanding that the opponent's methods were too strange and incomprehensible, thus his defeat was justifiable. He even found himself secretly hoping that this young man before him, this newborn, could achieve better results. It would be best if he could astonish everyone and seize first place, becoming the top dark horse who dominantly outshines all others. Because that way his own results wouldn't seem too embarrassing. Can you tell me your name? He asked. However, in response to his question, Jiang Lin instinctively blurted out, Wei Mean. Then, because the identity bracelet detected that the two were defeated by Jiang Lin, they were directly teleported out of the secret realm. Jiang Lin glanced at the additional 27 points in his bracelet, feeling somewhat displeased. How could he have spent so much time dealing with two such low-tier wastes? It seemed he still needed to practice. Jiang Lin claimed the 2 rewards for designated skill upgrade from the system, preparing to find a secluded corner to catch a few hours of sleep. Once he became stronger, he would seek out the top students from the other 2 schools to snatch away their points. Clearly, he had no idea that he had already eliminated one of his biggest competitors. The teaching quality and resources of the 3 schools in Stone City were quite similar. Thus, the gap between the top few students from each school was not significant. Although Jiang Lin was far inferior in physical fitness compared to the top-tier individuals in the 9th level, his management of skills and strategies, coupled with the combat information provided by the Time Abyss Demon Eye, allowed him to easily defeat his opponents. Jiang Lin checked the safety location displayed on his bracelet and the time until the next circle shrinks. The next circle would shrink in 6 hours, and he still had time to break through his skills. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting. With Jiang Lin ran deeper into the forest according to his memory. Then he found a place almost devoid of any tribes, dug a pit to bury himself, leaving only his nose and mouth exposed for breathing, while activating the breath concealment technique to its utmost, and then began to choose his skill for breaking the limit. It was decided: basic swordsmanship, transcendent mastery. However, before beginning to break the limit, Jiang Lin first used a low-level enhancement technique normal version on himself, testing whether it could improve his mental resilience. Then Jiang Lin began to allocate points. In the next moment, a flood of memories surged into his mind. He found himself on a vast stone with an old wooden sword beside him. In his memories, the last time he had elevated this skill to transcendent mastery, he was in this very space. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lin began practicing the exercise he was all too familiar with. These were the most fundamental aspects of all sword techniques, which Jiang Lin felt he had completely digested and mastered. As with the last time he broke the limit, Jiang Lin had no clue about breaking through the limits of basic swordsmanship, but to avoid wasting time, he still raised the sword in his hand and began practicing over and over. However, unlike last time, he now had the experience from his first limit-breaking attempt, and from the beginning, he quietly sensed the changes in his body, wanting to detect whether any light points like those in the darkness last time would appear within him. However, to his disappointment, no light points appeared. Perhaps he hadn't practiced long enough, Jiang Lin thought. Thus, he continued to practice this most fundamental skill for all swordsmanship while experiencing and sensing the changes in his body. As time gradually passed, Jiang Lin found that there was no longer any room for improvement in basic swordsmanship. These were already ingrained in his muscles, and no amount of practice would yield any effect. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lin once again became an old man on the verge of death. Finally, he stopped his actions. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he gazed at the old wooden sword that had accompanied him for countless years, lost in thought. After so many years of erosion, the already fragile wooden sword had long since become dilapidated. The only reason it still maintained its original appearance was that Jiang Lin had wrapped it in magic essence to preserve its state. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Lin's mind: what exactly is a sword? Can this decayed wood in my hand be considered a sword? Is it because it has the shape of a sword that it is called a sword, or is it because in my understanding I perceive it as a sword, thus bestowing this decayed wood with the name of a sword? In an instant, myriad thoughts flashed through his mind, and Jiang Lin seemed to finally touch upon a threshold, yet this feeling was fleeting and soon vanished. In the past, Jiang Lin had never deeply pondered this question. In his long-standing perception, this shape, a weapon used for attack, was indeed a sword. Mountains were mountains, waters were waters. But now, after so many years, he still had not broken through the limits of basic swordsmanship, leading him to begin to doubt whether his direction had been wrong from the start. Perhaps his understanding of the sword was insufficient. What he needed to hone was not just the sword in his hand, but the sword in his heart. He began to question his former self, feeling that the sword in his hand was merely a piece of decayed wood, not the essence of the sword itself. Mountains were not mountains, waters were not waters. The next moment, he shattered the decayed wood in his hand, imagining that he held a sword, sketching the form of the sword in his heart. Time flew by. The first life came to an end. With the experience and memories of his previous life, Jiang Lin soon put down the sword in his hand and continued to practice. Gradually, Jiang Lin felt that the weight of the sword in his hand was becoming heavier, and the sword that had only existed in his imagination seemed to be gradually taking shape. Yet he felt that he was still one step away from breaking through. Ultimately, countless years passed, and the sword in his heart did not truly appear. Imagination remained just that, imagination. Thus, Jiang Lin once again looked at the wooden sword that he had kept by his feet throughout this life. Picking up the wooden sword and swinging it again, a wondrous sensation surged into Jiang Lin's heart, as if, with just a thought, the sword in his heart could merge with the wooden sword before him. A sword is ultimately a tangible object, a weapon with a specific shape, not merely a product of one's understanding. Whether or not he recognized it as a sword could not change its inherent attributes. Mountains were still mountains, waters were still waters. And now what he needed to do was to merge the sword in his heart with the sword in his hand, so as to unleash the full power of the sword in his hand. Successfully comprehended sword intent, basic swordsmanship, transcendent mastery, breaking limits, swordsmanship talent received slight enhancement. The concept of time became blurred, but a large volume of memories continued to flood into Jiang Lin's mind. However, this time Jiang Lin spent much less time in that space than last time. It only took a bit over a lifetime to reach the breaking limit level of basic swordsmanship. With the arrival of the system's enhancement, Jiang Lin's own aura began to change. Amid the originally gentle and kind aura of the Paladin, a sharpness and edge also emerged. Memories surged against his brain, but after experiencing so many impacts, Jiang Lin finally developed enough resistance to support his clarity. In a daze, he hurriedly cast a few more low-level enhancement techniques on himself. Unfortunately, the enhancement technique had little effect on the mental level. At most, it just made him more stubborn. Fortunately, although the low-level enhancement technique was ineffective, Jiang Lin managed to withstand the first wave of memory impacts due to his resistance, avoiding immediate unconsciousness. Moreover, as a passive ability, continuously functioning, the Paladin breathing technique played a crucial role in this process, quickly soothing his mind and relaxing his tense nerves. The light elements in the air also surged into his body, alleviating his discomfort. Soon Jiang Lin adjusted his state, successfully breaking through limits. And without fainting, Jiang Lin was extremely pleased. The sword intent he comprehended. Is this what they call sword intent? Jiang Lin sat up, preparing to release the blade of light, to test whether the power of all his sword techniques would increase. Swish! The holy light sword appeared, and Jiang Lin looked inward at his body, finding the sword in his heart that he had polished for countless years. Then he attempted to merge that sword in his heart with the holy light sword in his hand. The holy light sword, which had once flickered in Jiang Lin's hand, suddenly dimmed slightly, but what followed was its becoming denser and sharper than before. Jiang Lin sensed the changes in the holy light sword in his hand, and he had a rough idea. If the sword in his heart could be simply referred to as the sword intent mentioned by the system, then after incorporating the sword intent into the original sword techniques, the power of those techniques could roughly increase by about 30%. However, it seemed that this increase was linked to the strength of his sword intent. Unfortunately, this sword intent did not seem to count as a skill. Jiang Lin checked and found that in the remaining designated skill enhancement, there was no sign of sword intent. Unable to use the designated skill enhancement for reinforcement, he estimated he would have to slowly hone his sword intent on his own. As for the remaining enhancement opportunity, he would use it later. Using it now would certainly make him faint. Glancing at his bracelet, he noticed that due to the time wasted, his ranking had also dropped. Points 248, ranking 3, cumulative defeats 45. It seemed the two behind him were quite close. He didn't know which two schools they were from. If one of the teams was Anya's, then there would be two people from their Radiant Academy among the top three. If the grade director Vels knew about this, he would surely be grinning from ear to ear. As Jiang Lin pondered, he continued to weave through the woods, searching for the biological community he remembered. However, the reality was the exact opposite of what Jiang Lin imagined. At this moment in the conference room, Director Vels felt an immense pressure. The fierce-looking golden insignia warrior had a grim expression, and the neighboring school's Director Wayne also wore a subtle expression. In fact, if Jiang Lin had defeated the two from the Morningstar Magic Academy, using straightforward and legitimate means, perhaps everyone would have simply admired him. However, the series of tactics displayed by Jiang Lin were too grotesque and indescribable, and the brutal scenes still lingered in their minds. "I'm going out to check on my brother." The golden insignia warrior stood up. "Ahem, I'll go with you." Salas hurriedly followed, fearing that the other party might impulsively rush into the secret realm to confront Jiang Lin. Although he knew that with the other person's character, he would definitely not do such a thing. Nevertheless, he wanted to see the two little ones who had been persecuted by Jiang Lin. At the secret realm exit, many rookie teams had already been eliminated. For those who were injured, the priests from the Holy Temple and the school doctors were able to provide timely treatment. Except for some students who felt they hadn't performed well, most of the students now exiting were aware of their own abilities. Therefore, the atmosphere on the scene was not too gloomy. At the secret realm exit, a flash of white light appeared as yet another team was eliminated. Just as others were gleefully preparing to see who had been eliminated, they were shocked to see two glaring figures. What the hell? What's going on? Why are their pants gone? Did they go through some kind of defeat? Upon seeing the appearances of the two, everyone was even more shocked and bewildered, especially the students from the Morningstar Magic Academy. Isn't this the older brother and second brother from their own school? How could they, when joining forces, end up losing their pants? Damn it. This way you mean I won't let him off? Frederick gritted his teeth, secretly looking at his teammates. However, he didn't expect this guy to have little emotional fluctuation, but rather calmly looked at him. "Call me Dad." "What are you going crazy about?" Frederick asked in confusion. The other party reminded Frederick. "You just said that whoever killed less in the secret realm has to call the other party Dad. I killed more than you, right? Hey, are you playing tricks?" Frederick replied, unwilling. Come on, you are my dad, you are my dad. Come on, say it out loud. Dad." Hearing Frederick finally call it out, Eli finally revealed a satisfied smile, which then froze on his face. "You little brat still have the mood to recognize your dad here." "Moi." The fierce-looking Clesis pressed down on his brother's head. "Hey bro, what are you doing here?" "Bro, I'm discussing something with him. It has nothing to do with you." "Still in the mood to make a fuss here? Aren't you embarrassed enough? Hurry up and put your pants on." Meanwhile, the name Wei Yimin also reached the ears of the students present, leaving them with a terrifying impression. In the secret realm, Jiang Lin tirelessly rushed through the woods, hunting the magical beasts in sight, quickly arriving by a lake where magical beasts occasionally came to drink and rest. Likewise, many other teams were also hunting magical beasts in this area. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the sky, blocking the path of a team running through the woods. He stood before the three like the sun, the holy light sword in his hand shimmering with dazzling brilliance. "Stop. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass through here, leave behind some toll." P.S. Thanks to the esteemed G1203 for the generous tip and the recognition of a great god. You're awesome. Wishing the great god all the best with wealth rolling in blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity as enduring as the South Mountain. P.S. I haven't read many of Tomato's books and am not clear about the additional update rules here, so I'll calculate it at the usual 25 characters per 1,000 words every time the accumulated tips reach 100. I'll add a chapter. Including the previous ones, it's almost exactly 100. I'll release the additional chapters when I have manuscripts ready. I'm slow at typing and currently in a state of running without any manuscripts. I hope the great gods can understand the tip platform will take half. PSSS, this reward is valid until the end of this year, 2025. Brother Jiang. Yet to Jiang Lin's astonishment, the other party did not launch an attack. Instead, they shouted at him with palpable excitement. Jiang Lin fixed his gaze and recognized one of them as a classmate from his own academy, apparently a member of the all-nighter study group. In knowing he stood no chance against Jiang Lin, the classmate had no intention of engaging him in combat. Enough of this idle chatter. We are enemies the moment we step onto the battlefield, Jiang Lin declared with solemn righteousness. Then go ahead and eliminate us. At least it's better than being taken down by those 3 students from other academies behind us. Jiang Lin stared intently at the system interface for what felt like an eternity, yet it remained utterly unresponsive. And damn it, since the opponent harbored no intent to attack, the mission could not be triggered. So there were students from other academies nearby. You go on ahead, I'll hold the rear, and the others were utterly stunned and deeply moved that Jiang Lin would willingly shield them. Don't underestimate us. Everyone charge. We're 4 against them. Let's fight to the bitter end, even if it means mutual annihilation. And immediately afterward, Jiang Lin spotted the 3 pursuers closing in from behind. Their auras were markedly more formidable than those of the 3 students from his own academy. Yet to Jiang Lin, they posed little more than a trivial challenge. Before long, he caught sight of a system notification. Temporary mission reward, 3 random skills elevated to maximum proficiency, and so under the stunned gazes of everyone present, 5 blinding beams of sacred light, shaped like swords, lanced toward the 3 outsiders. They barely managed to resist before collapsing in defeat. Moreover, something inexplicable lay hidden within those sacred sword beams. The moment the trio made contact, they froze mid-stride, ceased resistance, entirely clutched their abdomens, and dropped to their knees. Arg, what the hell is this nascent ability? Arg, I'm unclean now. And meanwhile, Jiang Lin, bathed in radiant holy light, calmly withdrew his hand. Mission accomplished, no thanks necessary. And he then turned to the 3 and announced, remember my name, Matthias Hoffman, 4th year Radiant Magic Academy. A flash of white light swept across the field. The 3 there will to fight, utterly shattered, vanished instantly, banished from the realm. At the exit of the secret realm, 3 dejected figures materialized in Matthias. I swear I'll settle this with you someday. Students guarding the entrance recoiled in visceral horror upon seeing the trio's wretched state, especially the foul residue clinging to their garments. This was quite literally a case of something having been violently expelled from within. And likewise the name Matthias seared itself into their memories. Jiang Lin glanced at his score, barely improved, and sighed in quiet disappointment. He waved farewell to the 3 and strode away, leaving them staring blankly at the spot where their teammates had just knelt in agony. What is that ability? NIS Jiang Lin, truly a paladin. And then why does his presence feel so sinister, so defiling? Brother Jiang, we're joining you. And the remaining 3 erupted with exhilaration, convinced they'd just latched onto an unstoppable force. Jiang Lin paused, glanced back, and replied thoughtfully, whether you keep up is your concern, not mine. And under no circumstances are you to disturb me. Yes, sir. And hearing his consent, the 3 surged with elation. Their hopes of climbing the rankings had long since faded. Now they simply yearned to linger longer within the secret realm, to seize every opportunity to hone their battlefield prowess. Time flowed onward. More and more squads fell, until only the elite remained, battle-tested teams forged in fire. The 3 trailing Jiang Lin watched in awe as he carved through the forest, slaughtering monsters without pause. And the all-nighter student turned to the others and said, see that? That's the power of burning the midnight oil. And the remark stirred a fierce longing in the other 2. And they resolved after exams to try it themselves. And before them Jiang Lin blazed like a radiant sun, illuminating the path ahead. All along the way, Jiang Lin hunted monstrous beasts and eliminated several squads from rival academies. When encountering classmates from his own academy, Jiang Lin often sought combat, but many chose instead to join his ranks outright. Thus the size of his retinue swelled steadily, eventually numbering dozens. And then came the first zone contraction. And to Jiang Lin's mild surprise, his ranking had risen by only a single place. Score 762 in rank, 2 in total eliminations, 132 in random skill proficiency boosts, 7 in who held the top position. How had they amassed so many points? And no matter, it was inevitable they'd cross paths sooner or later. For now he'd focus solely on maximizing his own score. And so he pressed forward, leading his ever-growing host in a sweeping campaign across the secret realm. Witnessing his overwhelming force, students from other academies scattered at the mere rumor of his approach, while those from his own academy rushed to join him elated. Now Jiang Lin found himself regretting having taken those first 3 along, and had he left them behind, he might have claimed several additional system rewards. Elsewhere, Anya's squad, originally 2 strong, had also expanded to dozens, bolstered by fellow students from their own academy encountered within the realm. Upon spotting their academy's top 10, these students eagerly approached, begging to form a temporary alliance against rival academies. Anya, after sternly extracting their promise not to compete for points, reluctantly granted their request. Similarly, Dawnstar Magic Academy and Granite Magic Academy began consolidating forces, 3 academies converging in silent accord, sweeping the realm clean and eliminating isolated squads one by one. As time passed, and the safe zone continued shrinking, Anya's squad crossed paths with Dawnstar's midway through the realm. Though Dawnstar lacked its 1 and 2 ranked students, it still fielded formidable elites, ranking high among their peers, who commanded the operation. Moreover, they held a decisive advantage. Their numbers outnumbered Anya's squad by at least 2 to 1. Spotting the smaller contingent, the Dawnstar students' eyes gleamed with predatory greed. And Anya's team braced themselves, faces grim, resolve steelhard. The Dawnstar leader attempted to deliver some taunting pre-battle banter, but Anya had no patience for such theatrics. In response, a cascade of sacred sword beams, identical in form to Jiang Lin's, rained down upon them. Though less dense and potent than his, the Dawnstar fighters dared not underestimate them, instantly raising defensive spells. Simultaneously, arcs of unervingly curved arrows and torrents of devastating magical barges descended alongside the holy light. Brothers, charge! In seeing Anya's squad launch a direct assault, Dawnstar rallied, unleashing their most refined techniques without hesitation. Anya's eyes blazed with fierce brilliance. A shimmering halo of sacred light encased her as she surged forward alone, her longsword flashing, holding off 3 of Dawnstar's frontline warriors. These 3 were all ranked among Dawnstar's elite. Indeed, one served as their de facto commander. And under their relentless assault, Anya's sacred barrier rippled violently, yet refused to shatter. Her golden hair streamed behind her as her blade became a whirlwind of luminous trails, engaging 3 foes at once, holding her ground without yielding an inch. And at that very moment, her allies' support arrived. Wave after wave of beneficial enchantments cascaded upon her. These were no cursed boons akin to Jiang Lin's. These were pure, potent enhancements. They amplified Anya's combat strength further, and coupled with her extraordinary physical constitution, far surpassing that of ordinary level 9 adepts, she began subtly gaining the upper hand. Cleric, where are our buffs? And the Dawnstar leader strained under immense pressure. He could scarcely believe that at equal rank an opponent could hold 3 elite warriors at bay. Instantly, their backline clerics responded, casting waves of empowering blessings upon their frontline. Thus the frontlines locked into a tense stalemate, while the rest of their forces advanced, shielding comrades and securing safe zones for spellcasting. By now, only seasoned veterans remained. None were novices incapable of casting basic spells, and thus no disastrous misfires endangered their allies. Yet despite Anya's ferocious prowess, numerical inferiority soon told members began falling, eliminated by precise strikes. And the thunderous clamor of battle echoed outward in all directions. Jiang Lin's squad and Granite Magic Academies immediately changed course, racing toward the source of the commotion. Brother, where's the best spot? Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure slipped into Dawnstar's formation and addressed a backline cleric. Who are you? The cleric recoiled in shock. Someone had crept up behind him undetected. He nearly mistook the intruder for an assassin from the opposing squad, until he noticed the Dawnstar Academy insignia embroidered on the stranger's robe. I'm a lone cleric, so we're fighting this squad. Exactly. Brother, join us. No problem. And instantly the cleric watched as familiar glyphs of basic augmentation shimmered into existence before the newcomer's hands. Hey, your mastery of this skill is impressive, and naturally, so the basic augmentation drifted toward their backline spellcasters, firing volleys of concentrated magic. But rather than growing stronger, the recipients suddenly contorted in agony, faces twisted in horror, dropping their weapons and clutching their stomachs as violent spasms racked their bodies. What is happening? The cleric stared in disbelief, only to watch Jiang Lin yank at his ill-fitting Dawnstar robe and tear it aside, revealing an unmistakable Granite Magic Academy uniform beneath. With a thunderous cry, he proclaimed, Victory belongs to Granite Magic Academy. And instantly every eye, friend and foe alike, snapped toward him, including Anya's entire squad. Realizing Jiang Lin had somehow stolen and donned a granite uniform, the onlookers' brows twitched involuntarily. Jiang Lin watched as aggro shifted decisively toward him, and as the system flooded his vision with new temporary missions, his lips curled into a satisfied smile. Then he began harvesting lives, effortlessly, mercilessly, as if culling chickens and dogs. Having neutralized most of their backline, already he faced no concentrated barrage. With his peerless petrified skin technique, honed to transcendent mastery, he swung his sacred long sword wildly, cutting through the enemy ranks as though they were empty air. Boom, 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 in dozens of condensed razor-sharp sword beams, dense as solid steel, whistled with bone-chilling intensity, striking with surgical precision among the fragile mages and clerics. Arg, and defend. Quickly defend, who's this home-invading bastard? Where are our mages and archers? Why are they all collapsed on the ground? Granite Magic Academy, you treacherous schemers! The sudden betrayal shattered Dawnstar's formation. White light flashed repeatedly. 7 or 8 students were instantly judged, critically wounded, and banished from the realm. Seizing the opening, Anya's squad pressed their advantage, eliminating opponents left and right. And yet Jiang Lin grew visibly irritated. Cease. Let me finish them. His voice, however, drowned in the deafening chaos, reaching no ears but those of Dawnstar's nearby students, who now burned with fury. Damn it, this is too much. We'd rather surrender to them than let this granite scoundrel claim our heads. Exactly. Cursing inwardly, Jiang Lin accelerated his slaughter. Nan, true to their grit, the Dawnstar students opted for voluntary disqualification, activating their wristbands to teleport out, denying Jiang Lin any further kills. Still, the wristband's judgment proved fair. Most of those who fled early were credited to Jiang Lin, granting him full points for each elimination. The system, however, refused to acknowledge such passive eliminations. And since Jiang Lin hadn't physically touched many of them, those mission objectives remained marked as in progress. Yet for those who fled after being struck, even briefly, the system rendered its verdict in fled in terror before the tyrant's overwhelming might. Nan duly awarded the associated reward. At that moment, the rest of Radiant Magic Academy's surviving students, having finally confirmed Jiang Lin's identity, surged forward en masse from behind the trees. Witnessing the sheer scale of Jiang Lin's following, Dawnstar's students' eyes bulged with fury, and those still hesitating bolted immediately, choosing humiliation over further punishment. Within mere heartbeats, Dawnstar's remaining forces were wiped out, effectively ending their trial. At the secret realm's exit, white light flared incessantly as wave after wave of Dawnstar students materialized, drawing immediate attention from the waiting crowd. Freshly banished, the Dawnstar students erupted into furious tirades in, "It's all that damned Granite Magic Academy students' fault. Despicable Granite Academy, resorting to such vile tactics. And hey, why are you still kneeling? In the restroom. Help me to the restroom." In that nascent ability, what was it? Meanwhile, Radiant Magic Academy's remaining members had converged almost entirely, over 30 strong, the largest surviving contingent on the field. Jiang Lin reviewed his updated score, 996 in rank, 1 in total eliminations, 147 in so many points. Excellent, truly bountiful. And the system's rewards matched the magnitude of his triumph. N. Random skill proficiency boosts 11 in combined with prior accumulations. His total rewards now stood at N. Designated skill proficiency boost 1 in random skill proficiency boosts 21, yet no new skills awaited enhancement, and breaking the current limits was neither feasible nor timely. Never imagined we'd meet again. After reuniting, the two squads exchanged warm greetings, when suddenly rustling sounds emerged from the nearby thicket. Dozens of monstrous beasts burst forth from the woods, followed closely by volleys of arcane energy. It was Granite Magic Academy, drawn by the distant roar of battle. Their leaders Lina and Eve remained safely shielded behind a wall of frontline warriors, launching spell after spell toward Jiang Lin's position. The battle between the two teams was about to erupt. This was essentially the final showdown of this examination. Anya and her team were somewhat exhausted from the previous skirmish. However, the students following Jiang Lin had been leisurely strolling, their stamina quite abundant. Consequently, those at the front prepared themselves to face the first wave of attacks from their opponents. The speed of magic was always slightly faster than that of summoned beasts. Lina unleashed a sacred light support skill directly upon one of the front row students. No way to defend. What's happening? The person was first taken aback, then he dropped his shield, clutching his neck, gasping for breath. Huff. I can't breathe. The same went for the subsequent skills. My heart. It feels like it's going to burst. Why won't my right hand listen to me? Oh, my legs. These magic attacks, without exception, could not be defended against despite activating defensive skills. Soon, one by one, classmates transformed into white light and were teleported away. Seeing this, Jiang Lin's vigilance heightened. There was indeed poison milk on the opposing side. He slightly tilted his head, evading the opponent's skills through the foresight of the Time Abyss Eye. However, it was relatively easy to deal with since these skills were linear attacks and couldn't curve, allowing for effective predictions. The only problem was that his teammates were struggling. Seeing them turn into white light and be teleported made Jiang Lin's head spin. If there were too few people on their side, he wouldn't be able to face the barrage of skills from dozens of opponents alone. Does anyone here know curse-type magic or can clear all status effects? Jiang Lin shouted to the crowd behind him. The opponent has a poison milk. His skills can only be countered with negative buffs or immunity-type skills. If you have a defensive skill that negates all status effects, use it quickly. While dodging the incoming skills, Jiang Lin pondered over the strategy. He was somewhat hesitant to use Enhancement Art Jet Ring. What if the opponent learned it from him? After all, he felt inspired by the way the opponent used Enhancement Art and Healing Art. If he displayed his Enhancement Art, the opposing side would certainly understand it. Although seeing that poison milk made him feel a kinship with a kindred spirit akin to Bo Ya meeting Zi Qi, this was a battlefield, not a place for leisurely conversations. At that moment, the first batch of summoned beasts had already reached Jiang Lin and his team. A wild boar charged towards Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin punched out. His strength was comparable to that of the wild boar beast, but due to the exquisite control of his body from basic fist technique, he could unleash much greater power, knocking the wild boar unconscious and flipping it onto the ground. Then he lifted the unconscious second senior brother in one hand, while the subsequent poison milk skills landed on the wild boar he held. The once unconscious wild boar was stimulated into waking, struggling, but Jiang Lin punched it again, sending it back into a deep sleep. It worked indeed. Jiang Lin felt overjoyed. Simultaneously, he secretly rejoiced. Thankfully, he hadn't exposed Jet Ring, otherwise if the opponent learned it, his summoned beast shield would be rendered useless and quite annoying. However, before Jiang Lin could celebrate for long, an arrow whistled through the air, aiming to finish off the wild boar still alive in his hands. But with Jiang Lin's reflexes, how could he let the opponent have their way? He slightly sidestepped and narrowly avoided the whistling arrow. The death of a summoner's summoned creature doesn't mean it truly dies, instead it returns to the summoner's space repaired through magical energy. Thus, the opponent would directly choose to return the wild boar beast to the summoning space. The number of summons is affected by a combination of the summoner's level, magic power, and talent, varying from person to person. Afterward, Jiang Lin held the wild boar in front of him with one hand, while raising his holy light sword with the other, unleashing waves of holy light sword energy. Now he didn't dare rush into the crowd of opponents. After all, there were so many people in the back row. Even with the foresight of Time Abyss Eye and quick reflexes, he could hardly dodge the overwhelming attacks. Moreover, his only defensive skill, Hardened Skin, was merely a low-level skill. Even with high proficiency, it would be difficult to withstand a barrage of attacks alone. Seeing Jiang Lin's method was effective, others quickly followed suit. However, many awkwardly realized they seemed to be struggling against these summoned creatures. This wasn't their fault. After all, Eve was a level 9 summoner, and her summoned creatures were generally of the same level, while many of Jiang Lin's teammates had yet to reach level 9, lacking basic physical quality compared to the opponent, and their mastery of skills was far from Jiang Lin's proficiency. When they previously hunted magical beasts, they needed team collaboration to succeed. Now, in this chaotic situation with skills flying everywhere, they would naturally find it even harder to cope. However, soon Jiang Lin's side welcomed a turning point. A spell imbued with a sinister aura floated in from behind, striking several kneeling front row students. Subsequently, they discovered that those annoying positive buffs on them had vanished. Though their bodies felt somewhat weak, at least they could continue fighting. Someone actually knows curse-type skills. We can win. The front row students were immediately encouraged. Meanwhile, in the back row, the young priestess Ellie, who had just released the curse skill, playfully stuck out her tongue at her astonished teammates. Hee, I researched a bit on curse-type magic before. Seeing her curse taking effect, she put in more effort, continuing to cast curses on her teammates. Meanwhile, Lena and Eve, the leaders on the opposing side, were somewhat surprised by the situation. Did they react so quickly? And there's a priestess who can use curse-type skills. Due to limited study time, neither priests nor mages in the Beginner's Magic Academy typically researched curse-type magic in the early stages. After all, in most assessment formats, this type of magic is often learned without practical application, so it's better to spend that time learning more common attack or defense spells. Generally, students would only start learning after entering the Intermediate Magic Academy, when assessment formats became more diverse and emphasized comprehensive combat abilities. Thus, in this context, Lena's poison milk was often difficult to counter within the scope of the Beginner's Magic Academy. The Paladin wielding the Holy Light Sword on the opposing side was considered a solution, but at present he was the only one who had thought of and successfully implemented it. Hey Sister Lena, wasn't that Paladin the one training there this morning? Eve suddenly spoke up. Seems so, I underestimated him back then. Lena nodded in agreement. Amidst the various flying skills from the opponent, the shining golden sword energy appeared particularly dazzling. Moreover, each strand of sword energy had power comparable to a high-level spell, even stronger than many high-level spells, making it quite a challenge for the supporting priests in the back row and the defensive classmates in the front. In fact, some had already been forced out of the match. While they wanted to focus fire on the opponent, their priest was also shielding him, and their poison milk was entirely blocked by the wild boar in his hand. After a moment's thought, she conjured an enhancement art heart expansion and directed it at the wild boar in Jiang Lin's hands. Our poor wild boar brother, after a series of grunts, had its heart explode, blood oozing from its mouth. Jiang Lin stared in shock at the wild boar in his hands, hastily using his low-level healing art to keep it alive. The wild boar was on the verge of dying, ready to return to the summoning space. Yet with Jiang Lin's healing, it barely clung to life, which was quite torturous. However, witnessing this scene brought Jiang Lin new insights. So this is another way to use enhancement art. The battle situation had turned into a war of attrition between the two side skills. The members of Anya's team took a brief rest before jumping back into the fray. They filled the gaps left by those who had been eliminated earlier. Since this was an assessment, neither side would go all out. Jiang Lin was currently uncertain about how to control enhancement art to increase heartbeats without being too excessive, making it unwise to use this newly learned skill to annoy the opponents. Having resisted the other side for so long, Jiang Lin finally pinpointed the originator of those poison milk skills, a female priest with emerald green eyes. Estimating the battlefield situation, Jiang Lin felt that based on the current conditions, his team and the opponent's chances of victory were merely 50-50. Even though his mana was formidable and constantly recovering slowly, if the battle dragged on long enough, it would eventually run dry. Thus, he needed to find a way to expand his advantage and break the deadlock. Finally, Jiang Lin glanced at his teammates who were working hard and decided to betray them by using the burning art. In the next wave of attacks, dozens of sword energies flew toward the opponent. After hastily coping with the previous attacks, the opposing mages and priests finally gained some experience. These sword energies were far more powerful than typical high-level attack skills, with each requiring at least 1.5 high-level defensive skills to counter. However, this time the sword energies were different from before. After they skillfully blocked these sword energies, some even emitted golden light that ignored defenses. What is this? The opponent has learned poison milk too. They were initially shocked, then their expressions froze as they donned masks of agony. The subsequent sword energies were all blocked by shields, but the hidden low-level enhancement art jet ring broke through their defenses and struck them. After another round of attacks, despite their strong endurance, they could not escape a dismal fate. Ah! Who is that paladin on the opposing side? What is this newly birthed skill? I can't take it anymore, help me, I feel unclean. Soon the opposing side was filled with cries of despair. Meanwhile, Lina, hiding in the back, remained relatively safe as someone was blocking in front. However, she watched Jiang Lin's enhancement art hidden within the holy light, sword energy, and couldn't help but be entranced. Enhancement art can achieve this effect. In an instant, she felt a kinship with a kindred spirit. But this was a battlefield, so she quickly looked for a front row teammate who had fallen and assessed their condition, then understood the principle of that spell. Soon she also conjured an identical spell, and since she had mastered the entire enhancement art, her understanding of it was deeper, making her effects even more powerful than Jiang Lin's. While Jiang Lin's jet ring required multiple hits to achieve its effect, she only needed one. Thus, Jiang Lin's teammates also began to suffer. Haha, Brother Jiang is amazing. You took down the opponents so easily. Brother Jiang is too powerful. How did you do it? What the heck, what skill is that from the opponent? My stomach. Before long, the front row teammates who hadn't been afflicted by curse effects all fell down in unison. At the same time, dozens of enhancement spells surged toward the only priestess who could use curse-type magic. The little girl, having never witnessed such a spectacle, felt a chill as she watched her teammates collapse one by one. If the previous poison milk skills were merely physical torment, now it was pure mental torture. What was more important than their clean image in the score rankings? It was just an assessment, it wasn't a big deal. Thus, she chose to flee in fear. Soon the scene fell into an even more indescribable chaos. The entire battlefield seemed to transform into the domain of Jiang Lin and the opposing poison milk priestess, with these two budding powers causing one opponent after another to clutch their stomachs and collapse. The fallen students, however, lacked the bravery of Frederick and Elena, who had fought boldly and did not possess the resolve to fight in such a state. Thus, even though many had not completely lost their combat ability, they still chose to transform into white light and escape this hellish battlefield. I'm done. I'm out. Oh, I'm out of here. Mom, I feel like I've entered hell. Do you remember running under the sunset that year? Some even began to reminisce. Quickly, the number of people on the battlefield dwindled. With the fall of the front row and the retreat of the back row, the leader of the opposing side finally revealed herself, that poison milk priestess. Lina watched the paladin, who remained steadfast with the wild boar in his grasp, and the previously calm expression on her face finally showed a hint of turbulence. Was she going to lose? She had already attacked the opponent with all her might. But with many fewer teammates on her side, she couldn't block the opponent's movement. Thus, the opponent, relying on their strong reflexes, continually predicted her attacks and evaded them. After another skirmish, all of the opponents had been dealt with, leaving just two still standing strong. Eve looked heartbroken at the Wild Boar King, still being tormented by Jiang Lin. Killing shouldn't involve torturing a life. He kept healing it, keeping it barely alive. Wasn't that just tormenting the pig? Could someone like that even awaken as a paladin? Eve remembered the days she had once run alongside this battle companion under the sunset. Sister Lina. The usually cheerful Eve now spoke with a hint of tears. How about we give up first place? I don't want to leave the secret realm in that way. Eventually, after a long silence, Lina agreed with Eve's perspective. Yes, I'd rather kneel and die than stand and suffer. Soon two beams of white light appeared as they chose to forfeit the match. With their departure, the wild boar in Jiang Lin's hands finally dissolved into white light and vanished. We are the champions. Despite having used a multitude of skills, almost out of mana, Jiang Lin still turned to his teammates and raised his arm high in celebration. However, as he turned around, he was stunned. And where are my teammates? What had once been a space filled with people was now left with only himself. Score 2048, rank 1, eliminated 167, temporary task, reward, random skill enhancement, 13, designated skill enhancement 2. At this moment, a voice reached his ears. Only one team of students remains alive. The score is fixed, and the assessment ends early. A flash of white light pierced the air as Jiang Lin was teleported out of the secret realm. At the exit, chaos reigned supreme. White flashes erupted one after another, each heralding the abrupt expulsion of yet another wailing, disoriented soul. Spawn. That priest from Stone Peak Magic Academy truly spawned. That paladin from Luminous Magic Academy actually spawned too. Toilet. I need a toilet. Whoa. I'm no longer pure. Whoa. Students who had exited early and lingered by the gate stared in utter disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. At first they were puzzled. Why did so many clutch their stomachs or twist awkwardly at their trousers? But upon noticing subtle details, the truth dawned on them swiftly. What happened inside? Thank the heavens I escaped early. Mother, is this hell? They stood utterly shaken. Demi, pinching her nose shut, spotted Anya materializing in a shimmer of white light. She fixed Anya with a silent, searching gaze, as if asking whether she too had been victimized. Anya replied flatly, I enjoy combat, but I'm not foolish. I know well enough which matters more, dignity or the exam. As she spoke, she glanced down at the score displayed on her wristband. Score 980, rank 3, total defeats 212. She had held first place until that cursed curse priest and Jiang Lin overtook her, especially during the final wave. Nearly all eliminations on both sides were carried out by those two newcomers, granting them far greater scoring efficiency than she could achieve. Still, it wasn't half bad. This was the Tri-Academy joint examination after all, and her academy claimed 2 of the top 3 spots. She wondered how the Vanguard team from Dawnstar Magic Academy had fared. She cast another glance around at the moaning students sprawled nearby, and her expression darkened with exasperation. She had observed the battlefield clearly. Jiang Lin had spearheaded the entire contest's descent into an indescribable, surreal spectacle. No wonder his talent was extraordinary, yet his level advanced so slowly. How precisely had he awakened as a paladin? Nearby, Frederick and Eli, eliminated early and already fully dressed, stood with inexplicable smugness, pointing and scoffing. Not a single one dared drop their trousers. Such feeble combat resolve, utterly cowardly. Precisely. These latecomers have disappointed me deeply. Alas, if even a handful possessed our unwavering combat spirit, their defeat would never have been so absolute. Clearly both recognized Jiang Lin's hand in this chaos, yet they remained astonished nonetheless. That technique of his had afflicted far more people than they'd imagined possible. At that moment, the remaining 3 contestants emerged from the secret realm in successive flashes of light. Jiang Lin surveyed the groaning, devastated scene and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Then he spotted the curse priest from Stonepeak Magic Academy beside him and her summoner companion. Damn it, those 2 had slipped away in the end. Sensing hostile gazes burning into him, and rightly assuming deep resentment, he clutched his abdomen and collapsed dramatically. Arg, Spawn. How could Stonepeak Magic Academy be so Spawn? As he cried out, he tore off his Stonepeak Magic Academy uniform, leaving Lena and Eve utterly dumbfounded. His performance instantly blended him into the surrounding pandemonium, drawing no further attention. The other 2, however, suffered dearly. Among the few still standing, and among the chief architects of this calamity, Lena was instantly pinned beneath a storm of malicious stares. Mercifully, though hatred had shifted onto her, the crowd retained sufficient decorum. Not a single mudball flew. Had they done so, the scene would have spiraled into even greater unspeakable chaos. Soon staff members arrived to restore order, the riotous chaos gradually subsiding under their calm authority. Yet this day would etch itself indelibly into every witness's memory, especially within the annals of Stonepeak City's educational history. For generations afterward, students would puzzle over their textbooks, asking teachers why the city's multi-academy joint examination rules included a specific clause, prohibition of casting enhancement spell upon opponents. Because the exam ended prematurely, outside the scheduled award ceremony, the original arrangements unraveled. After medical staff assessed injuries and administered treatment, students were dismissed to return home or to their respective academies, with formal proceedings deferred until the following day. Once Jiang Lin confirmed he'd faded from the spotlight, he released his grip on his stomach and resumed his normal composure. At that moment, the greenied female priest approached him. Greetings, Paladin, sir. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Lena, top-ranked student of Stonepeak Magic Academy. Jiang Lin recalled her instantly, the very curse priest who had opposed him. A sudden kinship bloomed, a fellow traveler on the same unorthodox path. It is my profound honor to meet you, esteemed priestess Lena. I am Jiang Lin. Lena returned his gaze with open admiration. No words needed, understanding passed between them like silent lightning. Your tactical insight has profoundly inspired me. Not at all. Your own strategies open new avenues for me as well. Yours remains the more groundbreaking approach. Do visit Luminous Magic Academy anytime. You'll always be welcome for exchange and study. As the 2 engaged in graceful mutual praise, the pair from Dawnstar Magic Academy joined them. Paladin, sir. You don't go by that peculiar name, Wei, do you? Frederick asked, half teasing. Who are you? Jiang Lin frowned. Then recognition flickered. These were the duo from the rookie squad that barely scraped 50 points, yet proved surprisingly tenacious, demanding considerable effort to overcome. These were the duo from the rookie squad that barely scraped 50 points, yet proved surprisingly tenacious, demanding considerable effort to overcome. Ahem, I go by Wei informally. Jiang Lin hadn't expected them to seek him out post-exam. Frederick's face darkened slightly when he realized Jiang Lin barely remembered him. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Frederick, top-ranked student of Dawnstar Magic Academy. This is Eli, second-ranked. So, they were among the Academy's top 10. No wonder they'd been so difficult to best. Jiang Lin nodded. I am Jiang Lin, first-ranked from Luminous Magic Academy. You were eliminated by him too? Lena asked, startled. She knew the top students across schools, but Jiang Lin was entirely unfamiliar. Perhaps he'd hovered just outside the top 10 before, and the unique mechanics of this joint exam finally granted him room to shine. Given his performance, he was virtually assured first overall, unless of course he'd competed solo in a 3-member team. Lena and the others assumed Jiang Lin was their peer, unaware he'd concealed his true cultivation level using concealment art, masking his aura while passively circulating his breathing technique. Lena asked, might we meet your teammate? Jiang Lin shook his head. I have no teammate. Her astonishment deepened. Did this mean he defeated Dawnstar's top 2 single-handedly? Just then several departing students paused, drawn to the gathering. Hey, that's the guy who trained at the gate this morning. Holy, that's the spawn. They say his name is Jiang Lin. Isn't he the one hunted during the archdemon incident? If I were the archdemon, I'd hunt him too. Well, if that's the spawn, then it makes perfect sense. Students dispersed under supervision while temple officials and school administrators convened to deliberate next steps. Moonlight spilled through the office window as High Priestess Cecilia Huashing reviewed official documents. A soft knock preceded the entrance of 3 gold emblem temple overseers responsible for proctoring the exam. Your Eminence, here are the key visual records from the examination grounds. Salus handed the crystal to his High Priestess, his expression unusually strained. The High Priestess activated the recording immediately. Moments ticked by, soon the footage reached the climactic 3-way battle. A faint crease appeared between her brows. Though the temple discouraged unauthorized alliances, the students' cohesion along academy lines was deemed acceptable. Then the crystal's imagery descended irrevocably into the ineffable, culminating in Jiang Lin's teleportation. She closed the feed, closed her eyes, and exhaled slowly, steadying herself. After a pause, she opened her eyes and said coolly, "Cancel tomorrow's award ceremony. For now, I wish not to see the top scorers from this examination. Distribute awards directly to recipients instead." She paused again, then added, "Clearly, examination protocols from other cities cannot be adopted wholesale. We must revise them. Summon the deans and principals of all 3 academies tomorrow. We will hold a meeting. Also, summon the temple's rule design specialists. You 3 are to attend as well." "Yes, Your Eminence." The trio bowed and withdrew silently. Elsewhere, the official score rankings were posted, and the dispersing crowd surged forward. Brother Jiang, legendary. Tri-Academy champion. Exactly. Brother Jiang turned their own tactics against them. This was no underhanded trick, as outsiders claim. Absolutely. As a paladin, Jiang Lin would never resort to dishonorable means. "Boss, can I join the Night Owl squad now?" "What nonsense. Our Night Owl squad welcomes everyone anytime." Jiang Lin longed to quiet the frenzy, but enthusiasm overwhelmed reason. "Keep it low-key, everyone. Stay calm. Let's head back to campus first. Autographs can wait. Plenty of time later. Don't crowd, don't push." "Hey, who just slapped me? Don't run." "What a... Again. Who are you? Who kicked me?" Though some shouted praises, others seethed inwardly at Jiang Lin's spawn conduct, feigning camaraderie to slip into the throng, deliver a slap, and vanish, mirroring Jiang Lin's own audacious uniform-switching stunt. After 10 more minutes, Jiang Lin finally broke free from the pranksters and returned to campus with his loyal Night Owl squad. With Jiang Lin claiming first place, the Night Owl squad's membership had swelled by over double. Previously, students viewed nocturnal study with skepticism, yet now their leader ranked first across all 3 academies, and peers who'd embraced night study consistently outperformed them. So, perhaps staying up was worth trying. Back at school, Jiang Lin gazed upon his formerly lackluster class, now packed shoulder to shoulder, and felt genuine warmth. Xiaohei, his black cat, had vanished. Jiang Lin had searched briefly, then shrugged it off. Xiaohei was a clever cat. He'd find his way home. Ahem. Jiang Lin coughed, sharply silencing the clamorous classroom. "My success today stems from unwavering perseverance. So press on, everyone. With today behind us, only 64 days remain until the final assessment." He sat cross-legged, preparing to allocate his rewards. His words, and his immediate return to practice, struck his classmates with sobering clarity. If the champions studied this fiercely, how could they afford rest? Those who felt unprepared began reviewing for the upcoming academic exam. Those lagging in level resumed breath cultivation. Those lacking physical strength headed to corridors or gyms. Those weak in mental fortitude sharpened their spiritual resilience, and those needing skill refinement rushed to the sparring grounds. Thus the nights at Luminous Junior Magic Academy grew even more studious than its days. Random skill enhancement, 34 designated skill enhancement, 3 Jiang Lin surveyed his spoils, his spirits lifted. He assessed his mental stamina, and concluded he could withstand another surge of an unranked skill. And so, basic fist technique, divine mastery, limit break, you have grasped fist intent. Fist-related talent slightly enhanced. A torrent of memories flooded his mind. Jiang Lin's eyes widened, his jaw clenched, cold sweat beating along his spine. Ultimately, he absorbed the deluge without losing consciousness. Exhaling deeply, he stabilized his spirit and fully activated his newly limit-broken breathing technique. Now operating at the limit break tier, his breathing technique accelerated absorption of magical essence, propelling his life tier evolution. He estimated he'd reach level 5 within a week, without external aid. If this pace continued, he'd attain level 9 by next month, boasting roughly 4 life points, matching the baseline physical prowess of a level 14 practitioner, rendering him peerless among unranked adepts. Upon ascending to rank 1, practitioners gain access not only to their class-specific breathing techniques, but also to specialized variants for physical enhancement, defense amplification, agility augmentation, or mental fortification. Adventurers thus transcend mere leveling or routine training, accumulating attributes exponentially faster, widening the chasm between ranks. As Jiang Lin understood it, within rank 1 melee adepts require a minimum of 1/0 life points per rank. Records beyond rank 2, however, eluded him. How Matthew, the archdemon possessed, had challenged Salus across a 20-rank gap remained a mystery Jiang Lin could not yet solve. This examination, however, revealed his skill set's stark limitations. Offensive options narrowed to 7-star Holy Light Slash and low-rank enhancement spell. Defensive capability rested solely on the copied hardened skin. Acquiring new skills thus became urgent. Time to deploy every enhancement opportunity in his possession. With that thought, he closed his eyes and began rhythmic breath cultivation. The next day, after a full night's cultivation, Jiang Lin's spirit soared to its zenith. Meanwhile, many classmates attempting night study for the first time rose exhausted and departed, not to sleep, but to purchase spirit revitalization elixir. Veterans of the Night Owl squad had already shared their hard-won wisdom. Tired? Drink spirit revitalization elixir. Distracted? Drink focus elixir. Whatever the problem, take the potion. Jiang Lin commenced his next round of enhancements, applying his final unranked skill upgrade. Concealment Art Divine Mastery Limit Break. While active, your presence diminishes drastically, making you far less noticeable to others. Talent for stealth-based arts slightly enhanced. A torrent of memories surged forth, and Jiang Lin gritted his teeth to endure it once more. His resistance to these memories was increasing steadily. After a brief rest, he would be able to begin enhancing his low-tier skills. He simply stepped out for breakfast and encountered a swarm of ants outside the breakfast stall. Immediately, he decided to refine them. Although he had been encountering these ants all along, Jiang Lin had never specifically sought out their nest, aiming instead for sustainable daily development. Moreover, no matter how large the ant nest in Giant Rock City might be, it could never develop to have 100,000 ants. Only in the wild, free from human interference, could an ant nest grow to such a scale. Stamina 100, 001, 1000. Mental power 7400, 8400. Random skill upgrade 3435. Returning to school. Since there were no classes scheduled for today, most teachers were still on vacation, and many students who had been eliminated from the start were still unaware that the assessment had ended. Thus, naturally, there were no classes today. However, this did not affect the students of the all-nighter group. They still remained at school, potion in one hand and problems in the other, each focused on their own tasks. Jiang Lin began studying the 2 skill books given to him by the hall master. Just as he sat down and opened the skill book, Tai Chen leaned in closer. Seeing the densely packed complex characters and a slew of unfamiliar magical symbols, Tai Chen asked Jiang Lin, "Old Jiang, can you understand these?" Jiang Lin smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Of course I can master them after just one read." He then closed the 2 advanced versions of reinforcement technique, leaving Tai Chen with an air of profundity. Magic was too complicated. He would wait for Xiao He to return for an explanation. Jiang Lin had not even touched many foundational concepts of intermediate magic, and diving in directly left him baffled. Thus, he turned to the intermediate combat skill Holy Light Heavy Slash. Swordsmanship is still simpler. Perhaps due to an increase in his swordsmanship talent, Jiang Lin comprehended this intermediate skill thoroughly after just 3 readings, faster than when he self-studied low-tier skills. He then dashed to the training ground to practice. 5 hours later, after fully connecting the network of meridians within his body, Jiang Lin successfully unleashed this intermediate skill for the first time. He wielded an iron sword, raised it high, and then brought it down with force, the sword's edge striking the ground with heavy momentum while shining with holy light. The light element, having no target, carved a notably large pit into the ground. The training ground was inscribed with a self-repairing magic circle, so as long as the damage wasn't too deliberate, there wouldn't be too many issues. Holy Light Heavy Slash, not mastered. Jiang Lin was quite pleased, as he had learned this skill entirely on his own. He then consumed 1 random skill upgrade opportunity. Since only 1 skill could be upgraded, it was almost as if it were designated. Holy Light Heavy Slash Master Transcendent. Memories flooded into his mind. This time Jiang Lin merely spaced out slightly before absorbing this knowledge. Jiang Lin assessed the volume of this memory, noting it had significantly decreased compared to before. The system's memories of sudden insights during cultivation had also increased considerably, indicating that his talent in swordsmanship had clearly improved. Returning to the classroom, Jiang Lin practiced alongside the all-nighter group until the afternoon. At that moment, the classroom door swung open. A familiar figure stepped in. It was the grade director, Veals. Currently, the expression on the grade director's face was extremely complex, filled with admiration for Jiang Lin, along with an indescribable entanglement and a sense of survival after being scrutinized by several important figures at the meeting. Fortunately, the chaos at the meeting was orchestrated by a certain toxic priest from Giant Rock Academy, allowing another grade director to share the burden. Otherwise, all the focus would likely have been on him. In fact, the meeting hadn't targeted him too much. It was just that being associated with that hall master would bring immense pressure, especially since the other party mentioned students from his own school, leaving Director Veals feeling quite stressed. He stepped forward and handed Jiang Lin a spatial ring, saying, "This spatial ring is a reward from the school, with 20 cubic meters of storage space containing a skill book. This is my personal reward for you. Additionally, there are 3 pieces of magical equipment inside which were apparently predetermined. If you have no use for them, feel free to sell them. The sanctuary offers a recycling service." There's also a card which contains borrowing points for the Sanctuary Library. You can use this card to borrow skills from the Sanctuary Library. If I remember correctly, high-tier skills require 10 borrowing points, intermediate skills require 5 points, and low-tier skills require 1 point. Jiang Lin expressed his gratitude to his grade director. Then Director Veals placed a hand on Jiang Lin's shoulder and said, "Jiang Lin, do you have some time now? Shall we step outside to chat?" After fulfilling his primary task, Director Veals decided to have a heart-to-heart with Jiang Lin while also understanding the situation of these students. Jiang Lin nodded and followed him outside the classroom. However, outside the class for the lowest performing students, the originally empty corridor was now filled with many students exercising, so Veals led Jiang Lin to a teacher's office. Jiang Lin was filled with curiosity, wanting to know what was on Director Veals' mind. Did he want to ask him for guidance on using Jet Aura? It's not easy for teachers either, we just want to do our jobs honestly. Unexpectedly, the other party began to vent his frustrations. There have been quite a few events these past few days, and the pressure on teachers is a bit much. Jiang Lin observed his grade director pondering what exactly he was hinting at. Noticing he hesitated, Jiang Lin encouraged him, saying, "Teacher, it's normal to feel pressure. Comfort is for the dead. We should strive hard while we are young, endure more hardships, and withstand more pressure when we get old." Director Veals' brewing emotions were interrupted. "What, when you get old you'll enjoy life?" Jiang Lin shook his head, saying, "When we get old, well, just be used to it." Hearing this, Director Veals was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Lin's unique way of thinking. He cleared his throat, dropping the roundabout approach, and said directly, "Ahem, let's not talk about that." Jiang Lin, these past few weeks have seen incidents involving evil gods, examination mishaps, and students collectively pulling all-nighters. Especially all exploding in recent days, the pressure on me is quite significant. And at the center of all these incidents, your figure is present. So can I ask you a favor? Please try not to stir up any more earth-shattering chaos. If you have any requests or discontent, feel free to bring them up. I'll do my best to meet your demands." Jiang Lin, puzzled, replied, "But teacher, I was also a victim in the evil god incident, and the exam was quite normal, wasn't it? As for the all-nighter, that was simply a result of everyone loving to study." Director Veals nodded in understanding. "I know you didn't do it on purpose. However, the examination incident did indeed have a negative impact. The first joint examination in Giant Rock City ended prematurely due to an accident, which does not reflect well in the annual report of Giant Rock City, especially since it involved students from 2 schools. Ending in such a manner has put considerable pressure from above." Clearing his throat, Director Veals continued, "However, such matters are better handled by us adults. What I mainly want to ask you is whether you could mitigate the prevailing trend of all-nighters at school. I've heard that students from other grades have started pulling all-nighters as well, and parents have begun coming to the school saying that our glorious Magic Academy has educational issues." Jiang Lin was perplexed. "Isn't staying up late fine? Everyone is doing it voluntarily, though I'm not forcing anyone. Originally, everyone needed at least 8 hours of sleep daily, but without sleep, they could gain half a day more, which can be used for more efficient self-improvement. Isn't that a good thing?" Director Veals smiled wryly. "That's true, but it doesn't align with common ideals. Many parents think their children have fallen into a cult. Combined with the previous evil god incident, many students' parents are now requesting transfers." Hearing this, Jiang Lin fell into deep thought. Looking at it this way, it does seem to have a somewhat negative impact. I hope you can understand the teacher's difficulties and try to persuade your classmates to tone it down. If you can, at least don't attract too much attention. Well, at your current level, the lowest performing class is certainly not suitable for you anymore. You should go to the top class starting tomorrow." Jiang Lin displayed a troubled expression. "Teacher, you must understand, if I, someone who has been staying up late, suddenly tell everyone not to do it, it might backfire. They will think I'm trying to deceive them, leading them to stay up even more." Hearing this, Director Veals sighed, saying, "I have a high-tier skill for melee professions at home which I intended to save for my nephew to learn later, but now that it's sitting idle." Jiang Lin perked up. "Teacher, I actually have a way to relieve the pressure on our school." As the sun dipped low in the west, it soon approached dismissal time. Jiang Lin appeared at the entrance of Morning Star Junior Magic Academy. With many people around at dismissal time, and with the school's entrance not being strictly monitored, Jiang Lin successfully blended in. After inquiring around, he found the top class of the 3rd year at Morning Star Junior Magic Academy. Currently, the classroom had few students since 3rd-year students were absent due to the joint examination. However, a few of Jiang Lin's acquaintances were among them. Frederick and Eli as the 1st and 2nd in their grade, though they had been eliminated early in this assessment and had no rewards to collect, still arrived at school during their rest days to continue their cultivation and studies. As dismissal time approached, the two were preparing to head home when they spotted Jiang Lin walking in through the door. "Jiang Lin, what are you doing here?" Jiang Lin smiled slightly and dragged a stool to sit down. "Do you want to know the reason for my strength?" The two exchanged glances, and without hesitation they simultaneously replied, "Because you are a newcomer." Jiang Lin's face darkened, but he chose to let it slide. "No, it's because I work hard enough." The two wore expressions of confusion and disbelief. After all, they were 3rd-year students still in the Junior Magic Academy, and there shouldn't be too much difference in their talents. Among those who ranked high in the grade, none were not diligent. Not only that, but I also created an atmosphere of hard work at the glorious Junior Magic Academy. Do you want to experience it? Hearing this, the two looked even more puzzled. "If you want to know, just follow me. I believe you will be inspired. The two exchanged glances again and decided to follow him to investigate. After all, he was a paladin, and no matter how new he was, he wouldn't resort to selling or sacrificing them to an evil god. Wait, isn't this direction not toward the glorious Junior Magic Academy? Just a short distance out of the school gate, Frederick questioned in confusion. We're going to pick up a few more people. Half an hour later, Jiang Lin brought 4 people to his school. Lord Jiang Lin, what do you mean by bringing 4 of us here at this time? Normally the students from your school should have left by now. It shouldn't be this time to showcase the learning atmosphere. Lina furrowed her brow, her emerald eyes filled with confusion. However, Jiang Lin simply smiled and led the 4 upstairs. You'll understand once we arrive. Soon the 4 witnessed a shocking scene. The once empty corridor was now packed with students, some loudly reading texts, others practicing magic incantations, exercising, or meditating, each engaged in their own pursuits without disturbing one another. As Jiang Lin led them into a classroom, they saw that many students were still diligently working inside, solving problems or practicing, and despite it being dismissal time, no one chose to leave. Seeing this scene, the 4 were slightly stunned, and Jiang Lin remarked, "Our school has no strict requirements, and I have never initiated any mobilization activities. The reason so many remain to study is entirely due to their own awareness." Then how long will they stay? When will they go home? Ali asked the question on everyone's mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin smiled mysteriously. Go home. He sat cross-legged and adjusted his posture to that of a breathing technique. You can stay and see for yourselves. If the seats in the classroom are filled, feel free to retrieve some from the neighboring classroom. Don't hesitate. Consider it your own school. After saying so, Jiang Lin began to meditate, leaving the 4 staring at one another in bewilderment. The 4 were filled with confusion as they looked around at the earnest students, finding the atmosphere quite pleasant, but they still wondered if it was worth bringing them to see this. Could it be that they were planning to stay at school overnight? So I forget it, after all, studying at home is still studying. At worst, we can stay and see how long they will learn. Frederick spoke first. The other 3 nodded in agreement with his statement, and they remained until the moon gradually climbed to the top of the mountain. Seeing the surrounding students showing no signs of leaving and Jiang Lin remaining motionless in his seat, the 4 began to feel a bit uneasy. Why are they still not leaving? Are they really going to spend the night at school? Look at what they have in their hands. It seems to be magical potions. Why are they drinking magic potions when they aren't fighting? What's going on with the one selling potions in the classroom? Mental stimulant potion and mental concentration potion. Are they using drugs to study? What on earth is going on at this glorious magic academy? At last they could no longer sit still. Jiang Lin, the enigmatic figure, refused to provide them with answers, prompting them to directly pull a classmate over to ask, "Classmate, when do you usually go home?" The classmate, hearing such a question, looked utterly perplexed. Go home? You're all here, do you really need to go home? The 4 exchanged glances. Could it be that these people actually slept directly at the school? Where do you sleep at school? Upon hearing this, the person looked at the 4 as if they were fools. Sleep? What kind of joke is that? Did you come to school to sleep? If you want to sleep, go home to sleep. The 4 were momentarily stunned. Could it be that the students of the Radiant Junior Magic Academy did not sleep at night? Recalling the spirit-boosting potion and concentration potion sold in the classroom, the 4 felt they were beginning to understand. At that moment, Jiang Lin opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his face as he looked at the 4. Indeed, none of us here will sleep. After all, for adventurers like us, while not sleeping may lead to drowsiness, it does not pose a threat to our lives. So theoretically, as long as we can withstand drowsiness and maintain our focus, we can actually go without sleep indefinitely. Originally, we need to sleep an average of 8 hours a day, which takes up too much time. If we don't sleep, we effectively have an extra half a day compared to those who do. We can use that time to improve ourselves, allowing us to perform better than others in the same amount of time. Seeing that the 4 remained silent, Jiang Lin continued, after all, the spots at the Intermediate Magic Academy are there for the taking. If you don't pursue them, there are plenty of others who will. You understand what I mean, right? Lina took a deep breath, evidently stimulated. But why are you telling us all this, Jiang Lin? Jiang Lin smiled slightly. You have seen our school, right? There is no night here. I have made sure the sun never sets within this academy. However, after this joint examination, I realized that the students from your school are simply too weak. So I decided to let the sunlight shine upon your academy as well. Without competent opponents, we cannot be motivated to strive forward. I am helping you, but I am also helping ourselves. As Jiang Lin spoke, he radiated a convincing aura that made it hard to refute his words. It seemed to stem from the qualities of a paladin, giving off the impression that he was the sun that would never set at night. I understand now. Lina nodded. She glanced at the other 3, noticing they seemed somewhat inspired. They'll head home first to inform my family. They'll be back shortly too. No one is home for me, so I won't be going back. Afterward, the 4 seemed to have made a decision, starting to train alongside Jiang Lin, each reflecting on the recent examination and focusing on their improvements. Jiang Lin's reasoning was quite simple. Since only his school was staying up late, leading to complaints from parents, if all schools stayed up together, parents would have nothing to complain about. Not satisfied. If you're not satisfied, go live in another city. You don't stay up, others will. Tonight also laid the most important foundation for Stone City to be a strong, educational city for hundreds of years to come. As for the Radiant Magic Academy, which first popularized all-night studying and has the deepest culture of staying up late, it will become a legend 100 years from now. The The sun of Stone City shall never set. After finishing the small tasks assigned by Director Wells, Jiang Lin felt that his mental state had mostly recovered, so he continued to distribute the rewards from the system. Starting with the low-level skills. Low-level enhancement technique limit break 02. Jiang Lin converted 2 random skill enhancements into 1 designated skill enhancement. With the remaining 1 from before, he now had exactly 2. Upon applying the first designated skill enhancement, there was no reaction. It simply changed from 02 to 12, allowing Jiang Lin's previously tense mind to relax. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and applied the second skill point. A flood of memories surged in. This was Jiang Lin's first attempt at breaking a limit with magic. He still had no clue, so he began to practice as he usually did. However, his previous practice had already made him thoroughly familiar with various applications of the low-level enhancement technique. He had reached the limits of his abilities in enhancing different parts, controlling the intensity, and constructing the technique. This was also the limit of the low-level enhancement technique. Thus, despite Jiang Lin still practicing repetitively, he saw no progress. This troubled him greatly. However, having experienced breaking limits multiple times, Jiang Lin knew that merely practicing hard would not necessarily help him achieve a breakthrough. So he began to try various other methods to break the limit. First, let's sort through the principles of this magical technique. Although Jiang Lin could use the low-level enhancement technique proficiently, he did not fully understand the principles of the magical circuits it constituted. Even though the low-level enhancement technique is just a low-level magic, it contains hundreds of magical circuits, each with different variations and functions, along with a significant amount of complex calculations between various pathways. Previously, Jiang Lin had merely memorized these magical circuits forcibly and practiced their use, honing his skills to perfection. To use a simple analogy, it's similar to derivative formulas. Many people know those commonly used formulas and can use them proficiently, yet not everyone understands and remembers the derivation of each formula. Jiang Lin was in such a situation now. He could use this magical technique skillfully, but could not fully comprehend or deconstruct it at its essence. Jiang Lin's understanding of magic was considerably shallower than his understanding of combat techniques. In the past 3 years, he had only learned 2 spells: low-level enhancement technique and low-level healing technique. While part of the reason was that they had been studying foundational knowledge for a long time, it must be admitted that Jiang Lin's talent in magic was indeed mediocre. However, this did not affect Jiang Lin within the system space. After all, he had all the time in the world. Deriving the principles of magical techniques was not easy, especially for a melee profession like Jiang Lin. Time passed quickly. For some magical circuits whose functions were unclear, Jiang Lin needed to dismantle them bit by bit, experimenting and trying until he thoroughly understood the role of that part of the magical circuit. Decades later, Jiang Lin finally clarified the functions and principles of all the circuits contained within the low-level enhancement technique. Next, he needed to understand the composition of these circuits and the calculations between each. Although this step was also quite difficult, it did not take much time. Within a year, Jiang Lin completely grasped the construction principles of this magical technique. After thoroughly understanding the construction of this magical technique, Jiang Lin also realized some aspects that could be adjusted. To maintain the stability of the magic for ease of use and dissemination, spells like low-level enhancement technique would set some useless magical circuits to help beginners grasp it more easily. However, these circuits would not affect the actual effectiveness of the spell. Now Jiang Lin could remove these circuits, allowing him to condense the technique faster. Furthermore, he could specifically enhance the magical intensity of several circuits to achieve certain stronger enhancement effects. Low-level enhancement technique, transcendent limit break. Accumulation of low-level magic knowledge increased in less than a lifetime. Jiang Lin had elevated the low-level enhancement technique to the level of breaking its limits. Jiang Lin's eyes lit up. Breaking a limit so easily. Could it be that I am actually a magical genius? However, it seems the requirements for breaking limits in magic differ from those in combat techniques. At least for non-tier combat techniques, breaking limits requires having the corresponding intention. After successfully breaking the limit, the corresponding talent will be enhanced. In contrast, breaking limits in magic requires a sufficient understanding of foundational magic. This is different from breathing techniques, which seem to require having the corresponding talent as a prerequisite to break through to the limit-breaking level. For instance, the Paladin breathing technique requires the talent childlike heart as a prerequisite for breaking limits. As for whether all breathing techniques follow this rule, more samples would be needed for comparison. Not thinking about this for now, Jiang Lin took out the 2 skill books given to him by the Lord. The complex and profound magical runes and explanations flooded Jiang Lin's sight once again. I can barely understand a little now. While there are differences between low-level magic and intermediate-level magic, they ultimately belong to the same system. However, it would still be best to wait for Xiaohe to come back and teach him. Jiang Lin turned to glance at the windowsill, where Xiaohe usually lay, only to find it empty. It had not yet returned. It wouldn't be in trouble, would it? Jiang Lin thought, though he felt it was unlikely. Forget it, if it hasn't returned by tomorrow morning, he would go look for it. Then Jiang Lin began to practice his breathing technique. 2 days had passed since breaking through to level 4. The breathing technique was continuously in operation, and since he actively used it, the accumulation of magical essence would become faster. He estimated that in 3 days he could break through again. The next day, the morning sun rose, illuminating the radiant Junior Magic Academy. The four who had attempted to stay up all night, though somewhat fatigued mentally, were extraordinarily excited psychologically. It turns out there is so much time during the night to dedicate to oneself. Previously, spending the night sleeping was indeed a waste. However, some among them were somewhat hesitant. Since they knew this was a good thing, did they have to share it with others? Not everyone was a selfless saint. What if others surpassed them by staying up late? However, Jiang Lin seemed to have anticipated this. In the glow of the morning sun, he smiled slightly. Now, whether others stay up or not is no longer a matter of probability, but an inevitable result. Even if I don't call you over, the trend of staying up late will gradually spread to your school. So rather than letting others lead, why not let you become the pioneers of your school? Looking at the thoughtful expressions on the four, Jiang Lin continued, moreover, the atmosphere is very important. You see, our school has such an atmosphere, just standing here makes you want to practice and learn. The four nodded in agreement. During the process, if any of them considered giving up and going home to sleep, they would look around and see that no one was leaving, leading to feelings of guilt. If I leave, I will fall behind others, or, as the first, shouldn't my willpower be greater than that of ordinary students? So in the end, how to choose, I believe you already have your judgment in mind. Besides, if you don't even have the confidence to maintain the top 2 spots, do you think you're worthy of your talents? Upon hearing this, the four fell into contemplation. After persuading them, Jiang Lin got up, patted his bottom, and left to buy breakfast, while also preparing to look for where Xiaohei had gone. They'll head back to school first. They'll go buy some of their potions. They'll inform my family that I won't be going home for the next few days. The four also got up, each heading back home. As Jiang Lin walked along the road, he began to check the rewards from the joint examination. Inside the spatial ring lay 3 pieces of magical gear: a spear, a longbow, and a shield. Upon seeing these 3 pieces of gear, Jiang Lin's expression darkened. He couldn't use any of them. He even felt that the temple might have pulled out some useless junk from their warehouse as rewards. The levels of magical gear can be roughly divided into the following categories: ordinary, excellent, fine, superior, rare, legendary, epic, and mythical. As for whether there are higher levels, Jiang Lin was unsure. Ordinary level magical gear generally costs under 10 silver coins, excellent level can reach around 1 gold coin, and fine level can exceed 10 gold coins. Thus, compared to other rewards, magical gear really didn't count as something of high value this time. However, Jiang Lin's current weapon was primarily the Blade of Light, so it didn't affect him much. If given the chance, he could actually learn about the spear and longbow to enrich his combat methods. Additionally, there was the Lighthearted skill given to him by the grade director. Lighthearted Light Magic Ring of Holy Healing. This seemed to be a supportive healing spell. Jiang Lin felt a bit disappointed. Right now, he actually wanted some defensive combat techniques. It seemed he could only go to the temple library to borrow some. He didn't even know what Lighthearted combat technique that old guy Wells had at home. Proficiently crushing a few ants. Health points 110001, 2000, mental power 8, 4009, 400, random skill upgrade 3233. Jiang Lin began searching in places where Xiaohei might respawn. Xiaohei, Xiaohei. Jiang Lin did not shout, but released mental waves to communicate with it. If it was nearby, it would be able to hear and respond. Soon, while passing through a dark alley, Jiang Lin received a response. Kid, your Lady Lilith is here. Jiang Lin turned to see Xiaohei popping out from a shadowy corner. Seeing that Xiaohei was fine, Jiang Lin felt relieved. Why didn't you come back? Your family's pope has already taken first place among the 3 schools. However, Xiaohei replied with a serious expression, be careful, a group of cultists has infiltrated near this city. I followed their aura to search for them, and nearly got caught as a sacrificial offering. I barely escaped and cleared the aura from my body. Now I can't go out alone as a cat. You like to report, don't you? Quick, take me to report those evil cultists. Jiang Lin was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't Xiaohei a dark god? Why was it so eager to help the temple boost their performance? But since it involved a secret cult, Jiang Lin dared not be careless. After asking Xiaohei a few details, he scooped the little creature up and went to the Shengdian to make a report. Jiang Lin had been running to the Shengdian so often these days that some of the duty staff were beginning to recognize him. As he prepared to explain his purpose, a broad, imposing silhouette appeared. Mr. Jiang Lin, what brings you to the Shengdian? Jiang Lin looked up and saw a hulking man with a fierce face standing before him. A golden badge gleamed on his chest, marking him as one of the Shengdian's elite. At that, the staff member at his side greeted the man first, Lord Kelasazi. Kelasazi, do I know him? Jiang Lin racked his brains for a long while, but could not recall. Sorry, may I ask who you are? He asked, truly unable to place the man. My name is Kelasazi Leolunsi. I am Fu De Li Ke's elder brother. My younger brother once fell to your hand. Fu De Li Ku actually had an elder brother at least of the 4th rank. An involuntary pressure settled over Jiang Lin. Was the man here to take revenge? He could not help but grow tense. Huh, Mr. Jiang Lin, there is no need to be nervous. My brother was simply outmatched. His failure is his own. Sensing Jiang Lin's unease, Kelasazi continued with easy courtesy. I was merely passing by on duty and thought to come and meet this promising young man. Jiang Lin had not expected such a ferocious-looking powerhouse to be so affable and polite. He was far more pleasant than that Fu De Li Ku fellow. After these few days of brief interaction, Jiang Lin still could not judge Fu De Li Ke's character, but he could confirm that his mage companions needed to improve their personal conduct. I see. It is an honor to meet you. On Jialai Street in the Western District, I encountered some people behaving strangely. I suspect they may be members of a secret cult, so I came to report them. Kelasazi listened with some surprise. New cultists so soon. The previous evil god incident had not even been fully investigated. And did not the last report also come from this boy? I understand. He turned to another staff member and said, Mr. Yiniasiao, I will take this case. Skip the normal paperwork. I will run the expedited procedure myself. The staff member, taken aback that Kelasazi remembered his name, was visibly flattered. No problem, Lord Kelasazi. Mr. Jiang Lin, do you have time this morning? Could you spare an hour to lead us to the place where you found signs of suspected cult activity? Before Jiang Lin could answer, Xiao He in his arms sent him a telepathic tug. You have time. You have time. Take them there. I will guide the way. Jiang Lin nodded. Yes, morning classes can be missed without much consequence. From there the procedure was simple. Guided by Xiao He, Jiang Lin quickly led Kelasazi and the others to the cultist's lair. When the instruments detected the scent of an evil god, the scene became a familiar lockdown, and a methodical sweep of the building's interior followed. Unlike at the school where hidden cultists had to be flushed out one by one, this time, they were at the cultist's own den. In a dim underground chamber, the rites had already been carved into the walls and the implements for sacrifice arranged for use. Shengdian knights and warriors surged in en masse, smashing the nest and securing every controllable person, ready to trace their connections and interrogate until more accomplices were revealed. Throughout it all, Jiang Lin stood aside holding Xiao He and watching. There was no need for him to intervene. Xiao He watched the scene with an expression that was hard to read. Was it schadenfreude or simple delight at seeing those who had caught cats punished? It sat there grinning foolishly. Jiang Lin felt, without quite being able to say how, that Xiao He had changed somewhat since they first met. Perhaps it had grown sunnier and more cheerful. Seeing it laugh so merrily, he thought of the proverb that company shapes character. With such a lively, bright master, it was little wonder the creature leaned toward the light. At that moment, Jiang Lin remembered a title of his and asked, By the way, Xiao He, do you know what the Shui Ji Jingjia is? Xiao He pondered a moment and answered, Shui Ji Jingjia. What is that? Never heard of it. Jiang Lin pressed on, Then the Shui Mo, have you heard of that? Xiao He replied without thinking, What blood demon? The world is vast, there are all manner of fiends. The paper even says Giant Stone City has nocturnal succubi. I do not know what blood demon you mean. Jiang Lin stared at Xiao He in disbelief. Was this creature truly an evil god? How could it know nothing of these things? Then the Moang Shirlian. You must have heard of that, right? Xiao He, watching the Shengdian sweep through the cult nest, answered, All that I know. In your world, the demon clans wishing to claim the title of Moang must undergo the so-called Moang Shirlian. I plan to try it myself someday. It has nothing to do with you humans. Why should you care? Jiang Lin was puzzled. Humans cannot participate. What did the system mean? Was it denying his humanity? Are you sure humans cannot join? Xiao He said matter-of-factly, Of course. The trial admits anyone who is not of pure human blood. Those of pure human lineage are rejected. Jiang Lin glanced at the system's Moang Shirlian qualification notice and chose to trust it. There must be a way around it. At what level do demons typically attempt the Moang Shirlian? He asked, curious when he might be able to challenge it. I do not know exactly, but those who go are usually at least at Overlord level. I estimate I will evolve to Overlord around level 40. If you are still alive, then Lady Lilies will take you to see the world. As a lofty evil god, Xiao He was not intimately familiar with the procedural details. Jiang Lin nodded thoughtfully. So his opponents among the demon clans would average Overlord strength. Creatures of Overlord rank possess formidable power when fighting above their level. Jiang Lin felt that compared with Overlord peers, he still lagged behind. He lacked sufficient foundation. No wonder the system warned the task was difficult and discouraged him from attempting it. What about the Shani Shinyuan? Do you know what that place is? At Jiang Lin's question, Xiao He visibly flinched. Shani Shinyuan. How do you know about that thing? Sensing Xiao He's odd reaction, Jiang Lin hurriedly added, Explaining it is too complicated. Just think of it as a divine decree from the god of holy light ordering me there. Xiao He listened, half shocked and half skeptical. You worthy of the god of holy light's decree. The Shani Shinyuan is no benign place. Even we evil gods fear and avoid it. Jiang Lin was taken aback. A place feared even by evil gods, and the system sends him there. What was the meaning of that? Can you explain in detail? Jiang Lin asked. Xiao He shook its head. I do not know the specifics. I only know that the Shani Shinyuan is a terrifying, dangerous space. That knowledge was imprinted in me at my birth. Hearing that, Jiang Lin grew curious and asked, Xiao He, how were you evil gods born? The question went unanswered. Kid, do not meddle in matters beyond your level, Xiao He retorted. Seeing Xiao He unwilling to engage, Jiang Lin returned to watching the Shengdian forces cleanse the cult hideout. After returning to the Shengdian, Jiang Lin was rewarded for his report. The staff offered him a choice between borrowing points for the library or gold coins. Jiang Lin did not hesitate and chose the borrowing points. Borrowing points could not be purchased with money. They were only obtained through special channels. If a report was anonymous but valid, one could generally earn 5 borrowing points, roughly equivalent to a mid-tier skill. Last time, the head of the order personally allowed Jiang Lin to take 2 skills to study, which amounted to an extra high-tier skill, so they did not mention borrowing points then. Thus, the balance on Jiang Lin's library card rose from 30 to 35 points. With those matters settled, he returned to the academy and resumed his daily studies. The days that followed were comparatively calm. The cult Jiang Lin had reported showed no inclination to strike back and posed no real threat, so the Xingdian dispatched it with ease. Meanwhile, the late-night culture at the other two schools continued to grow steadily and take shape. As for the Guanghui Junior Magic Academy director, Weirs now had 2 headaches answering parental complaints every day and dealing with several Xingdian inspections, yet the students' enthusiasm for staying up and training only intensified. More and more students remained on campus at night. Especially after the midterm cultural exams concluded and the comprehensive rankings were released. Jiang Lin, the leader of the late-night effort, astonishingly rose to first place in the grade, and the members of the other late-night groups also improved rapidly. For example, Tai Chun, Jiang Lin's former deskmate, passed all his cultural exams. On the day the results came out, he went to find the girl he had liked to try to get closer to her. He discovered, however, that not long after he had been rejected, the girl had paired with someone else. He wept bitterly and ran to the top class to pour out his sorrow to Jiang Lin. After Jiang Lin comforted him, he sobbed even louder, then resolved not to care for worldly matters and to pursue strength above all. Others in the late-night groups were making visible progress as well, and everyone could see it. Seeing those improvements, many who had been reluctant to stay up felt panic set in. If they did not train at night, they might fall behind. The pressure of others burning the midnight oil spurred them on. Thus, many who had originally intended not to stay up began doing so. If you do not lower your price, others will. If you do not burn with ambition, others will. For a time, this even caused a slight uptick in the price of vigor potions at the town's apothecaries. Soon enough, however, an invisible hand corrected the market, prices returned to their proper levels, and as production increased, some shops even prepared to lower prices to start a pricing war. If you do not drop your price, someone else will. Jiang Lin's own progress was conspicuous. After bringing Xiaohe back, he began taking classes in the top class. The lessons now included the fundamentals of lighthearted magic, but Jiang Lin could not comprehend the lectures, so he learned skills directly from Xiaohe. He incurred a debt of more than 10 souls, and over the next 2 days mastered 2 advanced versions of the reinforcement art, and using random skill enhancement elevated them to a transcendent level. After further study, he devised a method to fuse 3 ranks of reinforcement art into one, greatly amplifying its power. When the memory infusion CDs were ready, Jiang Lin also pushed 2 low-tier skills beyond their limits. Petrifying Skin Shihua Pifa Limit Break 02 Broken Limit. Base defense improved, Petrifying Skin Effect enhanced, a defensive skill talent increased. Low-tier Healing Art Limit Break 02 Broken Limit. Accumulation of low-tier magical knowledge increased. He also accepted the daily gains for those 2 days: Stamina 12000, 14000, Spirit 9400, 11400, Random Skill Enhancement 3225. 61 days remained until the graduation assessment. Jiang Lin sat cross-legged in the top class classroom, surrounded by his amiable classmates. Since his transfer to their class, these students had felt immense pressure. Jiang Lin seemed tireless, sitting each day at his seat practicing breathing techniques, so consistent that those who once planned to go home gave up the idea entirely. If the top student is still striving, who has the right to rest? From the day Jiang Lin arrived, the Guanghui top class ceased sending anyone home. Director Weirs had come to see Jiang Lin once, but Jiang Lin told him to let things be for a while. Although Weirs did not understand the metaphor Jiang Lin used, he sensed the boy's confidence that the late-night problem could be solved and decided to wait and see. Today he heard rumors from 2 neighboring friendly schools that students there were also staying up late to train. According to director friends at those schools, it seemed their own top student had spread the trend. Weirs sat in his office in thoughtful silence, then rose and appeared before Jiang Lin with the promised high-tier skill in hand. Jiang Lin, things have progressed much as we expected. The pressure on the school can indeed be relieved. Your contribution has been indispensable. Director Weirs walked to Jiang Lin and spoke earnestly. But Jiang Lin did not respond. He was at a critical moment. As the last drop of liquid congealed and fell, the little bowl within Jiang Lin filled once more. The quality of his demonic essence shifted, and his life tier rose another grade. Level 4-5. Stamina 14000, 14500. Spirit 11400, 11500. His level had broken through again. Who would have dared to imagine such panel stats from a mere level 5 paladin? If the current Jiang Lin were placed back into the midterm assessment, even without using his jetting aura, he could by virtue of his own strength wreak havoc across the field. Sensing the rapid release and calming of the magical energy fluctuations from Jiang Lin, Director Well's brow twitched. He had almost forgotten that this paladin before him had only been level 4 until recently. The physical and mental prowess displayed by the other party was far beyond what a normal level 4 paladin could possess. It was as if he were an elite or leader-level humanoid magical beast. However, he could not inquire too much, as according to the information he had gathered, Jiang Lin mentioned that he had been consolidating his strength and was no longer hiding it. The truth of the information was unclear, but it was evident that Jiang Lin might not want to explain too much about his rapid progress. Moreover, he had been scrutinized by the righteous gods, and as a paladin, he could not have joined any secret cults. Not bad, you've leveled up again. That's quite impressive speed. Just 5 days had passed since the last time he leveled up. Although this speed was exaggerated, it was still within acceptable limits. Such geniuses were not unheard of. Perhaps one or two would emerge in Giant Stone City every decade or so. However, these prodigies were destined not to stay in such a small place for long. Many of them would reach level 10 before completing their first year, passing the divine assessment to break through level restrictions, and then proceed to intermediate or advanced magic academies to continue their studies in various magics and combat knowledge. Thus, their ties with people like him would not be too deep. However, although they possessed exceptional talent, their level of effort was far inferior to Jiang Lin's. To be able to go without sleep for days on end, even motivating others to stay up late together, Jiang Lin was probably the first since the establishment of Giant Stone City. Jiang Lin opened his eyes and said with a tone of nonchalance, "It's just my daily routine. After all, the speed of a genius promotion is always a bit different from the rest." As he spoke, Jiang Lin noticed the somewhat aged skill book in Director Wells' hand. Clearing his throat, he changed his tone and said, "Ahem, Director Wells, has the pressure eased a bit recently?" Director Wells scrutinized Jiang Lin and replied irritably, "The pressure hasn't lessened, but I've received news from 2 other academies. I believe it won't be long before the pressure eases." Jiang Lin nodded. "Congratulations, Director Wells. By the way, I remember you mentioned before. Here, remember to return it after you learn it." Saying this, Director Wells handed the high-level skill book in his hand to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin glanced at the skill's name. Iron Barrier, a defensive combat technique. Although it should not be the light attribute shield he was familiar with, he could still learn it. The previous skill book, Holy Healing Ring, was a common high-level skill with a relatively simple production method and was considered affordable among high-level skills, which is why Director Wells could generously give it to him. This skill, however, was clearly not the same. A few hundred gold coins was no small sum, so he could only borrow it. As for the promise to give him a spatial ring in a personal capacity for being in the top 10, Jiang Lin thought Director Wells could probably access the school's inventory to find a way to gift it to him. "Ha ha ha, thank you, Director Wells." Jiang Lin smiled as he accepted the skill. Then politely he asked, "It's about time I'm getting ready to have dinner. Would you like to join me? He'll treat you." However, Jiang Lin did not expect Director Wells to agree directly. "Sure, let's talk about your plans for further education while we're at it." 10 minutes later, looking at the simple broth before him, Wells fell silent for a moment. "Is this what you usually eat?" Jiang Lin shook his head. "I usually don't eat out. I generally eat dry rations directly in the classroom." Wells remained silent. "Forget it, this meal is on me. Boss, bring a few more dishes. This one. And this one." Jiang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the 4 dishes and a soup before him. "It's time for dinner, brothers." Wells looked at the top student's appearance and felt a sense of inexplicable emotion. He thought of his well-fed nephew and planned to scold him when he returned next time. "Little Jiang, for the next few days, I'll cover your meals. Order whatever you want to, just let me know for reimbursement as long as it's not too outrageous." As the head of a Magic Academy year, Wells' salary was sufficient to sponsor his students' meals. Seeing Director Wells' loyalty, Jiang Lin was even moved. "Thank you, Director Wells. By the way, do you have any thoughts about the principal position?" Upon hearing this, Wells nearly spat out the soup he had just swallowed. "Ahem, let's not talk about that. I'm very satisfied with my current position." After calming his emotions, he got down to business. "Little Jiang, do you have any plans for further education?" Jiang Lin stroked his chin and said, "I plan to take the Junior Adventurer assessment, and then based on my results participate in the admission exam for the Intermediate Magic Academy. If possible, I'd prefer to go to the Holy Radiance Intermediate Magic Academy. If that doesn't work, I can settle for the local Intermediate Magic Academy in Giant Stone City." Wells nodded. "By conventional wisdom, that's indeed how it should go. However, with your current promotion speed, you'll probably reach level 9 in no time, right?" Jiang Lin nodded. "That's right, reaching level 10 next month is no problem." "Then do you know that if you break through to level 10, you won't be able to participate in the Junior Adventurer assessment?" Jiang Lin was visibly stunned by this. He truly did not know. Unfortunately, in this world, without mobile phones, the means of information exchange were scarce, and at the level he had been exposed to before, no one would tell him such things. It was like not reminding a student who couldn't get into high school that aside from raw scores, there were competitions and foundation-building plans available for consideration. So if one were to break through to level 10 at the Junior Magic Academy, how would they go about getting into the Intermediate Magic Academy? Jiang Lin asked, voicing his confusion. "That's what I wanted to tell you. You can participate in the special admissions of various intermediate or advanced magic academies. Different schools have varying assessment methods and content. Some schools with lower requirements only need you to reach level 10 to be accepted, while others require a proper assessment." Jiang Lin nodded thoughtfully. "Of course, you can also choose to suppress your level weight until after the exam to break through, like the top few students in most schools do. For example, students like Anya and Zach could have broken through to level 10, but either for the sake of caution or following family arrangements, they slowed their training after reaching level 9, spending more time enhancing their skills, physical fitness, and mental prowess. It seems that recently they've been stimulated by you and have started to level up again, likely preparing to break through immediately after their assessments." Jiang Lin pondered for a moment and curiously asked, "Have any students in our year broken through to level 10 ahead of time?" Wells nodded. "Of course, but even if they broke through to level 10, they didn't become the top of the year and soon participated in special admissions, leaving the school. Only the top class students and their friends in other classes know about it." Hearing this, Jiang Lin fell into silence. "Would you choose to suppress your level? If you break through early, the opponents you face are likely to be even stronger competitors, and you may not be able to attend schools that you could have reached through normal assessments due to an unstable foundation. Wells asked. However, Jiang Lin shook his head. I am already the first, and breaking through to level 10 will still make me the first, and an even stronger first. Why would I avoid their brilliance? After getting Jiang Lin's answer, Wells stopped trying to persuade him. Serve yourself, eat more. You're still growing. You can't just eat dry rations. However, Jiang Lin curiously asked, why can't you participate in the Junior Adventurer assessment after breaking through to level 10? Wells replied, because a level 1 adventurer who has broken through will completely crush a non-broken adventurer. There is no comparison at all. If we don't separate them, there will be no way to assess fairly. Once you reach level 10, you can take on the breakthrough task. After breaking the shackles and completing the transformation of your life level, even if you haven't reached level 11, you are already considered a level 1 adventurer. This allows you to use more powerful breathing techniques, and the speed of improvement in physical fitness and mental prowess is countless times greater than before. Jiang Lin then asked in confusion, why not separately assess students who break through to level 10? Wells took a sip of soup. There are many reasons and considerations. The main one is that the temple actually hopes you can consolidate a bit more, solidify your foundation rather than just level up. If not, you could easily end up as someone with numbers, but no real combat power, making it difficult to advance on your future path. So those who break through early either want to take shortcuts or are exceptionally talented geniuses. Jiang Lin nodded. I see, then I should be the latter. Wells glanced at Jiang Lin, but said nothing, quietly eating. Seeing that Wells was silent and only eating, Jiang Lin also continued to eat. After dinner, Jiang Lin looked at his remaining 25 random skill enhancements and lamented that what seemed like a lot of rewards was actually quite insufficient. It seemed he needed to find a way to engage in combat. After some thought, Jiang Lin decided to check if there were any skills available for exchange at the temple library and to return the intermediate and advanced enhancement skill books. Arriving at the temple, most of the staff had already left for the day, with only a few remaining on duty. After explaining his purpose, Jiang Lin was led to a room. Non-special personnel are not allowed to enter the library, so you can look at the skill books available for borrowing here. This booklet contains the names of the skill books you can borrow. A staff member came over and handed a small booklet to Jiang Lin. After thanking him, Jiang Lin began to browse through it. After flipping through the entire booklet, his gaze landed on several high-level skills. Hyper-thinking, light speed charge, holy shield, holy chain, arrow of aurora. These skills all seemed quite impressive, each corresponding to skills in perception, movement, defense, control, and ranged attack. Jiang Lin displayed a conflicted expression. He was simply too poor. In terms of defense, the skill that Director Wells gave him could suffice for now. For ranged attacks, he could still manage with sword energy, and his 35 borrowing points could be spent on the other 3 areas. Jiang Lin thought to himself. He then stood up, deciding to come back for exchanges later. He would first learn the iron barrier that Director Wells had given him and see how it performed before deciding whether to learn Holy Shield. Back in the classroom, Jiang Lin happily completed the transaction with Little Black and began learning the high-level skill Iron Barrier. Soon several hours passed, and Jiang Lin successfully learned his first defensive high-level skill. Then he directly upgraded it to the maximum level. Iron Barrier Novice Masterful. As he concentrated, layers of intricate magical circuits appeared within him, and a faint magical barrier formed a spherical shield around him. A holy light longsword appeared in his hand. Jiang Lin tested it, finding that his weapon and attacks could pass through without obstruction, while attacks from others could not penetrate. Jiang Lin found a classmate from his night study group, who was also practicing skills in the training ground. Come hit me. The classmate, initially annoyed at being interrupted, instantly lit up upon seeing it was Jiang Lin. Really? Jiang Lin was puzzled as to why this guy seemed a bit excited. Then the classmate threw several skills at Jiang Lin. The skill struck the shield, causing a ripple, but the wave quickly dissipated without breaking it. Jiang Lin quickly summoned his magic to repair the shield. Seeing that even his strongest attack couldn't break through the defense, the classmate left in disappointment. It was likely the normal defensive level of a high-level skill. His proficiency was high, and the speed of release and repair was slightly faster than those students he had encountered before. Overall, it was still quite standard. However, if he added a holy shield, he should be able to alternate between 2 shields, one protecting the other. Jiang Lin thought this through and decided to leave a slot for holy shield. If he had to make a trade-off, he would replace the control skill holy chain. It seemed that borrowing points from the temple library could also be obtained through destroying secret cult hideouts, hunting cultists, or capturing them. If he could find a gathering point of cultists and ensure his own safety, he might as well try hunting some cultists. Finding cultists was left to Little Black, as it had such keen sensitivity to the evil god. Now Jiang Lin wanted to find out about the training methods for basic archery to add another means of ranged attack. Although the Holy Lightsword energy had an attack range of over 100 meters, its flight speed, distance, and trajectory could hardly be considered excellent for ranged attacks. For him, as long as he could get started, subsequent skill improvements wouldn't require more time investment. Basic archery as a non-tiered skill had related books available in the school library that could be studied for free. First, he would raise his level and these skills and values a bit, then head out to hunt cultists. P.S. Next chapter, at level 10. Soon Giant Stone City welcomed days of tranquility, just like the past. There are 60 days left until the final assessment. In the morning, Jiang Lin borrowed the basic archery from the library at school and successfully grasped the basics after a period of practice. Subsequently, he consumed 3 points of random skill improvement to elevate it from the basics to limit breaking. Basic archery beginner limit breaking successfully comprehended the essence of archery talent, received a slight enhancement Jiang Lin, then also learned Holy Healing Ring. This is a high-level healing magic that releases a continuous healing aura to a designated target with a decent healing amount, which may prove effective in specific scenarios. He consumed 1 point of random skill improvement again to elevate it to mastery. With the remaining skill points, Jiang Lin decided to upgrade a mid-level skill to test the waters to see if he could handle the memory load of a mid-level limit breaking. After consuming 8 random skill improvement points, mid-level enhancement technique limit breaking 04, limit breaking accumulation of mid-level magic knowledge, increased a surge of memories flooded in. The method to limit break mid-level magic is similar to that of low-level magic, requiring a complete mastery of the relevant basic spells. However, mid-level magic contains at least thousands of magical circuits, 10 times that of low-level magic. Thus, researching it takes much longer than low-level magic. Jiang Lin felt a severe dizziness and fainted in his seat. When he woke up, it was already several hours later. No one noticed him. Only weak elemental light was soothing his mind. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lin resumed his training. The following time was nothing but tireless training day after day. Jiang Lin also began attempting to limit break his first high-level skill. After consuming 16 random skill improvement points, 7-star Holy Radiance / Limit Breaking 08, Limit Breaking 7-star Holy Radiance / Adapted for Modification Swordsmanship Talent, received a slight enhancement. Affinity with light elements slightly increased. The method for limit breaking high-level combat techniques is similar to magic, requiring complete understanding of its operational logic and the ability to make certain modifications. In this way, the consumption during use is greatly reduced, and he can specifically enhance the power of a desired aspect. However, the required memory load also increased significantly. Fortunately, Jiang Lin's previous enhancements in swordsmanship allowed him to accomplish what would normally take numerous lifetimes in a mere 5 lifetimes. Yet this substantial memory load caused Jiang Lin to remain unconscious for a long time. He even found himself staring at the somewhat familiar ceiling of the school infirmary again. In the blink of an eye, 25 days had passed. There are 35 days left until the final assessment. Jiang Lin had nearly gone sleepless for 25 consecutive days in his seat. Classes were not attended and sleep was elusive. The only activity was likely going out for breakfast in the morning, casually crushing ants to achieve enlightenment, and purchasing provisions for lunch and dinner. Although Director Vels invited him to dinner, he had grown accustomed to his provisions and felt that going out to eat was a waste of time, so he had no desire to go out. He temporarily set aside the matter of skills, planning to understand his shortcomings better after leveling up before acquiring corresponding skills. A hint of evening glow appeared on the horizon as the blood-red sunset cast its afterglow into the elite class of the Radiant Magic Academy, landing upon Jiang Lin. With his eyes tightly shut, he felt the magical essence slowly flowing towards him. Jiang Lin remained calm as he watched the last drop of magical essence liquid fall into the small bowl within him, raising the level of the liquid to its peak. In the next moment, his aura began to change rapidly. Breakthrough to level 10. Below are the results of his efforts over these days. Level 5, 10 stamina 135, 004, 1000 mental power 115, 003, 7000 random skill improvement 2516. He had just enough skill points to elevate a high-level skill to limit breaking. Now his body contained explosive power and his mental strength was unprecedentedly strong, while his foundational attributes across the board had also received significant enhancement. After leveling up, Jiang Lin felt a sense of suppression from his bloodline when facing those lower-level classmates. However, this sensation was currently very weak. If he did not actively perceive it, he might not even notice it. In ordinary combat, it was practically useless. Yet if the gap slowly widened, this suppression from levels would become more pronounced. Perhaps it was like how magical beasts possess racial levels. As humans increase their levels, they would also transform from ordinary humans into those with higher bloodlines. No wonder he felt such immense psychological pressure when facing the Home Master. After leveling up, Jiang Lin discovered that releasing the same skill with equal mental or physical energy resulted in slightly greater power than before. This might be related to the increased quality of the magical essence within him. At the same time, after reaching level 10, Jiang Lin felt as though a layer of shackles bound him. It seemed he needed to undertake a breakthrough task to shatter these shackles. This so-called breakthrough task required him to go to a place called the Divine Gifted Land. Jiang Lin wasn't very clear about the specifics of this Divine Gifted Land. He planned to ask his teacher about it later. You broke through to level 10. His new deskmate widened her eyes as she looked at Jiang Lin. With delicate features, smooth long hair, and innocent clear eyes, she was the little priestess Ellie. When Jiang Lin switched classes, there was an empty seat next to her, so he was arranged beside her. Of course, Jiang Lin replied. Is it really that impressive? I haven't seen you train your body these days. Can your physical fitness really keep up? After spending so many days together, Ellie and Jiang Lin were no longer strangers, so they chatted quite naturally. While speaking, she deliberately pinched Jiang Lin's biceps, seemingly testing his physical strength. The cool little hand brought a soft touch, and due to getting closer, Jiang Lin caught a whiff of her hair's fragrance. Perhaps if Iron Dust were here, he might blush and have his heart race, ending up scolded by her. But Jiang Lin looked at her sideways, probably thinking, of course I can keep up, you aren't a genius, so you wouldn't understand. This little girl often liked to tease him, frequently getting close and pretending to casually make some ambiguous gestures. He had seen such tactics many times in his previous life, and his repertoire far surpassed that of his counterpart, so there was no way he could be moved. What she did paled in comparison to the weight of a single gold coin from Miss Anya in his heart. Clang. However, a voice came from the classroom door, and it was Zack, who had just returned from dinner, standing beside a tall shield warrior. The shield warrior was still holding his unfinished dinner, eating as he walked, wanting to save a bit of time for training. Seeing this scene, he froze in place, forgetting to chew the chicken leg in his mouth, and the tray fell to the ground with the earlier sound. Seeing her two pet fish unexpectedly encountering this scene, Ellie suddenly felt the pressure mounting. It was absolutely taboo to let the fish see her being ambiguous with others. If they were seen, she would surely lose a considerable amount of favorability, perhaps even end up with one less fish in her pond. It was like secretly liking a girl, maintaining an ambiguous relationship, believing she also had feelings for him, but one day discovering she was holding hands with someone else for a walk. It would definitely cause a mental explosion and a sudden disinterest. Jiang Lin saw the two at the door and realized they were the fish Ellie was raising, and he was curious to see how she would resolve this crisis. She let go of her hand resting on Jiang Lin's arm and waved to the two at the door, acting as if nothing had happened. Look, Jiang Lin has broken through to level 10 so quickly, and he hasn't even been training these days. He has achieved the physical strength necessary for a breakthrough purely based on prior accumulation. Truly impressive. In just a short sentence, she shifted the attention of the two to Jiang Lin's breakthrough to level 10, explaining their previous ambiguous posture as merely checking on Jiang Lin's physical fitness. Although the reality was indeed so, explaining it seriously was entirely different from casually stating it. The shield warrior, upon hearing this, felt he might have overreacted earlier and felt somewhat embarrassed about his blunder. He gruffly added, I slipped earlier. This tray is really problematic, and all that chicken leg has gone to waste. Zack remained silent. Jiang Lin watched the scene, smiling without saying a word. Such innocent and beautiful campus love. However, these had nothing to do with him, an old soul with 2 lifetimes of experience. He had experienced the feelings of budding romance in his teens and the passionate or shy emotions in his 20s, but unfortunately, they all ended in regret. Even his experiences in arranged marriages in his 30s were merely living together without affection. Therefore, he had no thoughts about these matters now. He even felt that he had lost the ability to like someone. Being young is good. By the way, when exactly did I cross over? Jiang Lin frowned in recollection. The last memory was of a day when he returned home after a tiring day at work, looked at the mortgage that would take over 20 years to pay off, ate a pre-packaged takeaway meal, lay on the sofa watching videos until midnight, and when he woke up, he found himself in this world. He wondered if his browsing history would be uncovered. After the memories ended, the shield warrior had already walked up to Jiang Lin. He seemed curious about the extent of Jiang Lin's physical fitness and spoke, Jiang, can I test your strength? As he said this, he made a gesture for an arm wrestling match. Jiang Lin smiled lightly, of course. He then mirrored the arm wrestling gesture. The commotion attracted the attention of many. The moment their palms touched, he said, you can go first. In the next moment, a powerful aura surged, creating a wave around them. Damn, who is it? My draft paper just got blown away. A voice could be vaguely heard from a classmate. However, the two engaged in arm wrestling directly ignored that sound. The second fiery sheep was exerting all its might, turning red in the face, trying to pin down Jiang Lin's arm. Yet despite the fierce onslaught from the second fiery sheep, Jiang Lin remained calm, as if the opponent's full effort had no impact on him whatsoever. Then Jiang Lin began to apply force. In the despairing gaze of the second fiery sheep, his wrist was gradually pressed down, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape Jiang Lin's grip. What left him hopeless was that despite his current predicament, Jiang Lin still appeared calm and showed no sign of taking it seriously. Now Jiang Lin felt to him like a humanoid domineering dragon, crushing him without any room for resistance. Eventually, the back of his hand touched the table, and the second fiery sheep dejectedly let go. Don't be discouraged, it's normal not to catch up to me. Now is the closest you will ever be to me. Cherish this moment, give it your all, and try to close the distance a bit. How did you do that? The other asked, puzzled. Jiang Lin shook his head. Persistent effort combined with my astonishing talent. You aren't a genius, so it's normal that you don't understand. A genius, huh? The second fiery sheep stared blankly. Meanwhile, Zack, who was watching the show, remained silent, pondering the scene he had just witnessed upon entering. From the reaction of the second fiery sheep upon entering, did he also like Ellie? He began to recall the moments he shared with Ellie, those ambiguous times that fluctuated between closeness and distance. It seemed she had this kind of dynamic with many boys. Was he being lured in by Ellie? For a moment, Zack's mind was in a haze, as if he had grasped the truth about life, beginning his own growth. Are you planning to take the special assessment? At this moment, Anya walked over from her seat. To be honest, Jiang Lin's training speed had become so fast that she found it somewhat incomprehensible. Even if she pushed herself to the limit, it would still take her over a month to advance from level 9 to level 10. Yet Jiang Lin had surged ahead from level 3 as if he were using cheats. Accelerating by 1 level per week, he had risen from level 3 to level 10. Did he spend the past 3 years merely honing his physical fitness? However, that shouldn't be the case. Honing physical fitness shouldn't hinder his level advancement, should it? Jiang Lin had always given vague answers to such questions, leaving no one knowing what he truly thought. Yes, since I've decided to stand out, I naturally won't let these artificially imposed restrictions limit my speed of development. Jiang Lin replied, his words filled with authority and confidence. Anya looked into Jiang Lin's eyes, remaining silent for a moment. She then asked, which magic academy do you plan to go for the special assessment? She wanted to know which magic academy Jiang Lin was preparing to challenge. Jiang Lin thought for a moment. Now that we're in the 3rd grade, advanced magic academies are no longer accepting students from our grade, so of course I can only choose a mid-level magic academy. Among mid-level magic academies, our Qinghe County naturally has only the Holy Radiance Mid-Level Magic Academy in Qinghe City, which is the best. I checked its special assessment rules, and it seems the difficulty isn't high. As long as I have a certain combat ability, I believe I should be able to pass easily. Upon hearing this, Anya nodded, and then said, since you already have a choice, I wish you good luck. I'm sure with your strength, getting into the Holy Radiance Magic Academy will be no problem. By the way, I mentioned you to my father. He wants to meet you. Do you have time recently to come visit our Caslot family? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised. The city lord actually wants to see me. Naturally, I would be most willing. Judging by Anya and Salah's character, the Caslot family should not be some shady old family, otherwise it would be impossible for them to produce 2 kind-hearted, righteous, and talented paladins. Moreover, the city lord has a relatively good reputation in Giant Stone City and is deeply beloved by the common people. Compared to some other city lords, he is truly a model lord. Of course, Jiang Lin's understanding of other city lords mainly comes from the novels of this world. Therefore, he feels that establishing a connection with this significant figure should not be a bad thing. At the very least, there shouldn't be any incidents of being imprisoned or signing a tyrannical contract. Then he'll go home and discuss it with my father, choosing a time that is convenient for both parties. Jiang Lin nodded. I should have free time most of the time and can go anytime. I will inform my father. By the way, you have broken through, right? At first, Jiang Lin was somewhat puzzled as to why Anya mentioned this, but then he saw the flames dancing in her eyes. It only bore 2 words: combat. Come on, let's have a fight. 10 minutes later, after giving Anya 10 minutes, Jiang Lin no longer suppressed his strength, and his golden longsword struck heavily against Anya's sacred light shield. Holy light, heavy slash. Instantly, a tremendous force surged, causing the ground beneath Anya's feet to sink. Accompanied by a violent energy shockwave, Jiang Lin shattered Anya's shield. The holy light longsword continued downward while Anya also wielded her own holy light longsword to defend, but she was completely unable to withstand it. In less than 0.5 seconds, her holy light longsword shattered. Then the holy light longsword came to a halt, and the victor had been determined. There was no way around it. The gap in strength between the two was too great, and the still level 0 Anya was simply no match for Jiang Lin. Earlier, Jiang Lin had intentionally lowered his strength, avoiding using techniques to crush her, just to let Anya have a few more exchanges. After all, with her being a wealthy young lady, Jiang Lin naturally wanted to indulge her. As expected, although Jiang Lin defeated her, Anya's expression remained excited. It was truly a thrilling battle. I have learned a lot. Not at all. After finally reaching level 10, Jiang Lin decided to treat himself to a good meal. He picked up Xiao Hei from the windowsill of the classroom. You finally want to eat something that humans eat, Xiao Hei remarked. Come on, Lady Lilith will take you to a nearby restaurant that serves good food. Although Jiang Lin had been eating dry rations these days, Xiao Hei had been doing quite well. Because many classmates in the class found Xiao Hei quite cute and very understanding, they put aside their prejudices against black cats and would hold Xiao Hei while eating. Jiang Lin walked through the corridor of the teaching building where students were densely packed, some reciting lessons, others practicing magical spells, and some exercising, completely unlike the usual after-school scene. The study atmosphere here was even more intense than before school let out. Jiang Lin knew that even at midnight there would still be a considerable number of people here. At present, the third-year students of the Radiant Junior Magic Academy had basically entered a state of all-nighters. There was no choice. If they didn't stay up late, they would be left far behind. Seeing his usual playful friends so far ahead, naturally very few could sit still. Moreover, since the quality of students at the Radiant Junior Magic Academy was quite decent aside from a few really hopeless ones, most others chose to stay behind. Jiang Lin heard that the classmate who sold potions had found a few substitutes for the energizing potion, allowing everyone to switch to other potions after using the energizing potion for 5 consecutive days, avoiding the cooldowns from tolerance and side effects. This trend of staying up late also began to spread to the other 2 grades. Many students complained but felt helpless. Even at the 2 other friendly schools, at least half of the third-year students had joined the all-nighter army. The potion shop in Giant Stone City, after learning about the situation in the 3 schools, began to research and mass-produce various types of potions to help students stay up late and concentrate. This also helped boost the economic development of the potion industry in Giant Stone City. Under Xiao Hei's guidance, Jiang Lin eventually stopped in front of a grilled fish restaurant. Hey, you brought this black cat again. It's really popular, huh? Jiang Lin never expected that the owner of this grilled fish restaurant already recognized Xiao Hei. Haha, it was my classmates before him, its owner. Ouch, why are you biting me? Shaking Xiao off, Jiang Lin ordered a few signature grilled fish dishes and then sat down to wait. Of course, while waiting, he couldn't just sit there. Jiang Lin adjusted his body into a position to use his breathing technique and began to accumulate magic elements. After reaching level 10A, the small bowl within him changed, transforming from a small bowl into a small basin, requiring far more magic elements to accumulate than before. However, the opening of the basin from level 10 to level 11 was blocked. As he gathered magic elements into the basin, he suddenly received a system notification. Detected that the elevation of life level is blocked. Triggered quest blood trial I requirement. Go to the blood realm trial ground and defeat a peak level 0 blood demon. This quest is quite difficult. Please consider carefully. Reward: completing the blood trial will remove the current life shackles, granting positional independence free from divine constraints. Note: to start this quest, you can directly use the system for teleportation. If you break through the life shackles by yourself, you will lose the qualification for teleportation. Seeing this quest, Jiang Lin was obviously taken aback. What does this mean? Can I bypass the path dictated by the temple? Positional independence, free from divine constraints. Does this mean that if I complete the breakthrough quest, normally my future will be restricted? In an instant, Jiang Lin's mind raced. Xiaohe, if I don't ask the gods for a quest, can I break through? Upon hearing this, Xiaohe was somewhat puzzled. Why are you asking this? Do you want to become my follower? What do you mean? Can you help me break through the shackles? Jiang Lin was even more confused. Of course, do you think other cultists need to rely on the righteous gods to ask for quests to advance? Jiang Lin was taken aback. He had indeed not considered these questions before. Then what is the difference between breaking through with the help of an evil god and with the help of a righteous god? Xiaohe wagged its tail. There is certainly a difference. Whichever god helps you break through your future growth direction will lean more towards that god. For example, if your profession is a paladin and you let the god of light associated with the knightly profession help you break through, you will leave behind the mark of that god within you. In your future growth, your knightly specialties will develop faster. For instance, after your first breakthrough, your talent for riding mounts will receive a significant boost. Then what if I let an evil god help me break through? The result would be the same. For example, my abilities. Let's not mention it. For example, the abilities of the Lord of Suffering are related to pain. Anyone enhanced by it would become more twisted in mind, taking pleasure in tormenting others, and their attacks would carry effects that inflict even greater pain. Is there a way to bypass the gods? Well, there is, but it's not something you can access. If you want to break through, you must obediently seek the god of light for a breakthrough quest. Are there any downsides to asking the gods? Downsides? Xiaohe thought for a moment and said, the downside is that if you let it help you open the path to advancement, then you can only walk the path belonging to it. Unless you convert to an evil god or another god, you can only walk that one path to the end. After a pause, Xiaohe wagged its tail and added, of course, very few humans can walk this path to the end. You shouldn't think too much about it. So you don't have to worry about reaching the end and being unable to move forward. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell silent, digesting this information and beginning to ponder. After a long time, he let out a heavy sigh and spoke again. Sigh, Xiaohe, with your talent, you naturally don't have to worry about running into dead ends, but I'm not the same kind of genius. It's only a matter of time before I reach the end of the road, so I must plan ahead. Xiaohe looked at Jiang Lin with disdain. Stop rambling and eat. The steaming grilled fish was brought up, and the sizzling hot oil stimulated Jiang Lin's taste buds. While eating the grilled fish, Jiang Lin also looked at the newly released system quest. Blood Realm Trial Ground. Challenge, a peak level 0 blood demon. What exactly is this blood demon? It seems my title can summon this thing. I should find a secluded place to test it out. Jiang Lin thought to himself, while also making plans. The system said that the challenge difficulty of this quest is quite high and advised him to consider carefully. Could it really be difficult for someone with my supermodel stats to fight this peak level 0 blood demon? Xiaohe, can you still sense any cultists in Giant Stone City? Jiang Lin asked. Xiaohe thought for a moment and replied, I'm not sure, but typically cultists would set up their lairs inside the city, while regular cultists usually conduct rituals outside the city. What is the general strength of these cultists? Xiaohe looked at Jiang Lin in confusion. Why are you asking this? Do you want to challenge these cultists alone? Jiang Lin nodded. Yeah, do you think I can handle it? Xiaohe looked at him with disdain. Forget it. Aside from a few very small strongholds, most will typically have 2 or 3 rank cultists stationed there. Hearing this, Jiang Lin felt somewhat disappointed. Can you locate these outposts outside the city? I want to report more cultists to the temple. Hearing this, Xiaohe perked up. That's doable, but you need to take me outside the city to find them. Jiang Lin thought for a moment. No problem. Jiang Lin also wanted to see if he could activate the first effect of his Crimson Butcher Blood Demon Summon active effect. After use, it will summon a blood demon from the blood realm to assist in battle. The blood demon will exist for 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes it will return to the blood realm. The strength of the blood demon will be linked to the user's strength. This active effect can be used once per day. It wasn't difficult to exit the city. A simple registration of information was all that was needed. However, one must return to the city before midnight or the city gate would close, and one would be unable to enter. So after finishing the grilled fish, Jiang Lin took Xiaohe out of the city gate. Is there anything nearby? Jiang Lin asked while holding Xiaohe. Xiaohe rolled its eyes at Jiang Lin. Of course not. If you expose your aura in a place like this, the magical devices carried by these soldiers can detect it. Walk a bit further and then look for me. So Jiang Lin continued to lead Xiaohe to a more secluded area. The forests near the city gates had been cut down, so it was mostly open land. On the main road, several groups of traveling merchants were waiting while the soldiers at the city gate were checking the first convoy for any prohibited items. Jiang Lin glanced at these merchants, and aside from regular goods, it seemed there were also slaves being sold. They were kept in small cages with shackles on their hands, feet, and necks, mostly humans who had signed contracts to sell themselves, but there were also a few beastmen with animal ears. Giant Stone City is located relatively centrally within the kingdom of Stas, and it is quite far from the nations of beastmen or demons, so it is rare to see beastmen being sold. However, in some bordering magical beast forests, there could be situations where magical beasts might emerge. After walking along the main road for a while, Jiang Lin slipped into a small grove. "Where are you going?" Xiaohe asked in confusion. "I plan to try out a new skill I just learned." After confirming that there were no people within a few hundred meters, Jiang Lin activated his Crimson Butcher title. Blood Demon Summon. In the next moment, a disturbing and terrifying aura emanated from Jiang Lin. His originally pitch-black eyes turned blood red, and wisps of blood energy radiated from his body, wrapping around his hair and surface. At this moment, Jiang Lin resembled a legendary demon who had emerged from a sea of blood, having killed countless. Simultaneously, the shadow beneath his feet turned blood red, as if it were a passage connecting to another world, emanating an even more terrifying aura. The next moment, a blood-red figure seemed to break free from its cage, soaring skyward from that blood-red shadow. A blood-red creature resembling the demons described in legends appeared beside Jiang Lin. It had a pair of blood-red menacing wings, a gaunt and hunched body, and elongated arms connected to sharp claws. At this moment, it flapped its wings, hovering beside Jiang Lin, its body slightly swaying up and down with each flap of its blood-red wings. In its blood-red eyes, there was no trace of reason, only a thirst for slaughter. Jiang Lin also received a prompt from the system. Blood Demon Summon Crimson Claw Wings. Please select a target for attack. If there is no target or all targets are dead, the Crimson Claw Wings will lose its attack target and will enter a berserk state after 10 seconds, indiscriminately attacking all living beings within 100 meters, including the summoner. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Lin's eyes widened as he received these messages. He felt that the blood demon he had summoned was gradually becoming agitated, the remaining restraint was fading, and an extremely dangerous killing intent seemed to be locking onto him. How could it attack me? Jiang Lin cursed inwardly. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, and Jiang Lin, wary, threw Little Black aside. Run quickly. Jiang Lin focused all his attention on the blood demon beside him. What the hell is this creature? Is this your summon? Little Black bristled. It could sense the dangerous aura emanating from the blood demon and instinctively wanted to flee. Now it was chasing Jiang Lin with full force, having achieved level 5, but its combat power was pitifully low due to its unstable foundation. It's too complicated to explain. It's my summon, but it mistakenly targeted me instead of an enemy. As he spoke, Jiang Lin prepared himself fully for battle. A shield appeared almost instantly, and a golden sword radiating holy light manifested in his hand. Since he had activated the title of Crimson Slayer, strands of blood aura naturally emanated from him. Currently, the blood aura spread from his hands, wrapping around the holy sword, infusing it with a hint of ferocity and malevolence. He could end the summoning at any time, but now he was eager to test the strength of this blood demon. 2, 1. In the next moment, the blood demon known as the Crimson Claw appeared before Jiang Lin, creating several afterimages. The effective Eye of Temporal Abyss was activated. Bang! The sharp claws clashed with Jiang Lin's blood aura sword, creating a massive shockwave that shook the surrounding trees. Jiang Lin's pupils constricted. The opponent's power was actually greater than his own. The blood aura sword trembled as Jiang Lin staggered back, while the Crimson Claw roared and lunged at him, as if wanting to shred every living thing in sight. Swish, swish, swish. 6 or 7 bloodlight sword energy shot from Jiang Lin's blade, sealing off the evasive route of the Crimson Claw. However, the Crimson Claw showed no fear, swatting Jiang Lin's sword energy away with its claws, shattering them easily. Seeing this, Jiang Lin's pupils shook. He nearly decided to end the summoning and dismiss this plague god. However, Jiang Lin's bloodlight sword energy was definitely not ordinary. A strengthening spell was sure to follow. Strengthening spell left and right brain combat technique. With the ultimate strengthening spell under the second layer of limit breaking, one of the Crimson Claw's originally symmetrical wings suddenly became unexpectedly thick, losing balance and spinning in place. A good opportunity. In the next moment, Jiang Lin's bloodlight sword energy surged down like it was free, targeting the temporarily immobile Crimson Claw. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energy struck the Crimson Claw, successfully breaching its defenses and causing bursts of bloodlight to erupt from its body. However, to Jiang Lin's astonishment, the wounds he inflicted healed almost instantly, as if they had merely been a fleeting moment. Roar! The wounded Crimson Claw let out a deafening scream. Its intelligence seemed low, and after being provoked, it only became angrier, flapping its wings faster, trying to pounce on Jiang Lin. Its combat power was formidable, but it was brainless. Against such a strategy, it had no means of countering. Just as Jiang Lin was contemplating this, he saw the crimson claw seemingly realize the issue with its wings. To Jiang Lin's shock, it tore off its inflated wing. After tearing off its wing, it opened its tooth-filled maw and devoured it. In the next moment, the previously bleeding wound suddenly sprouted a brand new wing. Jiang Lin's eyes widened. He was at a loss for words. This creature was far too bizarre. With incredibly strong physical strength, exceptional offensive capabilities, and astonishing self-healing abilities, it could regrow a wing as if it were nothing. After regrowing its wing, it lunged at Jiang Lin once more. Jiang Lin raised his bloodlight sword again, engaging in battle. He wanted to see if the creature had any other abilities. If it came down to pure strength, Jiang Lin found himself somewhat at a disadvantage. Moreover, it seemed to have a strong craving for flesh, constantly seeking to tear off a piece from Jiang Lin. Having gauged the creature's strength, Jiang Lin was preparing to end the summoning when Little Black shouted to him, "Kid, run this way. I sense the aura of other evil gods here." "What the hell is that?" Little Black asked, still shaken. "That's the blood demon I mentioned before. You summoned this as a paladin." This blood demon clearly didn't seem like a good thing. Other paladins summon radiant unicorns, holy dragons, and nature spirits. Why did his paladin summon something so sinister? "Quit questioning so much, you little brat." Jiang Lin shot back, echoing Little Black's usual dismissive comments. Looking back, Jiang Lin noticed that having learned from the previous lesson, the crimson claw quickly reacted, tearing off one of its wings and stuffing it in its mouth again. At the same time, it seemed to realize that Jiang Lin, the newcomer, was targeting it with this method. This time, it simply regrew its wing and abandoned flying, crawling frantically on all fours. However, this scene appeared even more horrifying. When it was flying in the air, Jiang Lin could see its entire form and at least gauge its threat level. Now it was a grotesque monster swiftly darting through the dark forest. Anyone unaware might mistake it for a horror movie's antagonist. Yet its body structure was clearly not suited for crawling, so its speed was significantly reduced compared to before. Seeing this, Jiang Lin intentionally slowed down, making the creature think it could catch up, causing it to stop flying. "Little Black, how long until we arrive?" Jiang Lin asked. Little Black shook its head, not sure. "Does your summon have a time limit?" "It can only exist for 5 minutes, Jiang Lin replied as he ran. Little Black lamented, "That's quite unfortunate, we probably won't make it." In a flash, 3 minutes passed. Following Little Black's guidance, Jiang Lin ran further into the secluded part of the forest. I think I found it." Ahead lay a dirt slope that appeared completely normal at first glance. However, as Jiang Lin crossed over and focused his gaze, he noticed something unusual. Among a pile of rubble on the slope, there seemed to be a cave entrance covered by stones, and faint flickering lights could be seen from within. At the same time, Jiang Lin noticed a figure guarding the entrance. "Who are you?" Upon being discovered, the person questioned him directly. However, what greeted him in response were only a pair of blood-red eyes filled with malice. Jiang Lin asked Little Black in his arms, "Is this person a cultist?" Little Black nodded, "That's right." Soon after, the crimson claw caught up behind them. It was about to pounce on the halted Jiang Lin, but for some reason, its hatred shifted to the other human nearby. Upon learning that this person was a cultist, Jiang Lin directed the crimson claw's focus onto him. The crimson claw, having chased Jiang Lin for so long, finally had a clear target, and since it was not the newcomer who had been enhancing its wings, it unleashed all its pent-up resentment and killing intent onto the cultist. "What the hell is that?" the cultist exclaimed, clearly panicked. What was this creature? He had never seen it before, nor had he ever heard of such a being. Was it a demon from hell? Was this divine punishment for his sins? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind, but he quickly snapped back to reality, no longer sitting idle. Enemy attack. He shouted to alert his companions still inside the cave. But when he looked again, the blood-eyed figure had vanished, leaving only the terrifying creature with its gaping maw before him. He hastily raised a shield that was nearby to block the crimson claw. This shield had no special effects, it was just an ordinary shield, and with his financial means, he could never afford quality gear. Thus, crack. The shield offered almost no resistance and was easily torn apart by the crimson claw, which then lunged at the cultist. Oh! The sharp claws emerged again, this time tearing into the cultist's chest. His profession was a warrior slightly above level 1, but his skills were pitifully few and lacked proficiency. The only defense skill he had was a common one, petrifying skin, which he could only activate in an instant, leaving him with no means to resist the sudden attack from the crimson claw. He let out a heart-rending scream, echoing loudly in the silent forest night, startling a flock of birds resting in the treetops, while the crimson claw showed no signs of slowing down, biting into his neck. At this moment, the cultist struggled desperately, wanting to fight back, but it was futile. He could only succumb to despair. Meanwhile, the crimson claw, tasting the blood of another creature for the first time, was elated, feasting greedily. Not far away, Jiang Lin had found a secluded spot in the woods to hide, activating Conceal Breath to maximum power. With the limit-breaking Conceal Breath, unless there was a level difference of 3 or 4, it was difficult to detect Jiang Lin's presence. Especially now that his presence was reduced, even if someone glanced in his direction, they would instinctively overlook him. Then Jiang Lin watched in shock as the crimson claw's body swelled noticeably after consuming the blood and flesh of other creatures, and its aura became more potent, seemingly indicating a slight increase in strength. It could grow stronger in battle. Soon other cultists emerged from the cave and saw the crimson claw feasting on their companion. Seeing such a grotesque monster, the newly arrived cultists did not hesitate. There was no thought of avenging their companion on their faces. They turned and retreated into the cave, sealing the giant stone blocking the entrance, seemingly trying to cover up the scent of those inside. However, it was already too late. Jiang Lin had redirected the Crimson Claw's hatred towards them. Boom, boom, boom. The Crimson Claw frantically slammed against the boulder like a hungry beast searching for its prey. Jiang Lin observed the tremors of the boulder and the cracks that soon appeared, deducing that the Crimson Claw's strength had definitely increased significantly. Before long, the boulder shattered, and the Crimson Claw charged inside. As Jiang Lin summoned, he could share the Crimson Claw's line of sight. Inside the cave stood 7 cultists from an unknown sect who were now on high alert, staring at the Crimson Claw that had burst in. Next to them was an intricately drawn array, and at the center lay 4 lifeless bodies. Evidently, these were individuals they had captured from Waknoshir for sacrificial purposes. In the next moment, several spells flew toward the Crimson Claw, but it dodged them skillfully. Among the 7, 2 were level 2 cultists, while the others were mostly level 1, making it a relatively small cult stronghold. However, these cultists were typically those who couldn't survive after finishing their basic or intermediate magical studies, and thus turned to cultism, so they were lacking significantly in skills compared to students of the same level. Currently, Jiang Lin's foundational attributes were around an average of level 14. Due to the skills he mastered, his real combat power should hover between level 15 and 17. The Crimson Claw's combat power was comparable to Jiang Lin's, so it too was about at that level. However, after consuming the first cultist, the Crimson Claw became even more ferocious and brutal, swinging its wings at the remaining cultists. Another corrosive spell flew towards the Crimson Claw. It attempted to dodge, but this spell had tracking properties, striking it directly. Roar! The Crimson Claw let out a painful howl, with lesions appearing on its body, while a prepared melee fighter charged forward with a shield, delivering a heavy blow. However, the melee attack failed to penetrate its defenses, instead allowing the Crimson Claw to leap forward, slashing its claw against the raised shield. Crack! The shield shattered with a resounding break, and the melee fighter was terrified as he was knocked to the ground, a large chunk of flesh torn from his body and devoured by the Crimson Claw. Oh! The man began to scream in terror, perhaps finding him too noisy. The Crimson Claw bit into his neck, quickly silencing him. Then the Crimson Claw completely ignored the other 6, feasting ravenously, while its decaying body rapidly healed. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the remaining 6 felt their scalps tingle. Realizing they might be the next victims, they hurriedly grabbed their weapons and began attacking the unknown beast. In an instant, various skills erupted in dazzling light. Even though the Crimson Claw was struck multiple times and had its body pierced, it managed to recover fully due to its astonishing regenerative ability. Seeing that their attacks had no effect, the 6 began to panic. They had only come to offer a small sacrifice today, hoping to gain the favor of the Dark God, yet never anticipated such a creature would emerge. Some among them had already begun to contemplate fleeing. However, the Crimson Claw would not give them that opportunity. After successfully enduring a round of attacks, it swiftly pounced on the next cultist. This time it was even stronger. Oh! The chilling scream pierced the night sky as the horrifying sound of bones breaking echoed off the cave walls. The thick darkness enveloped the area, turning this night into a soul-hunting night for these individuals. P.S. Fathers, there are too few reviews and ratings. Please leave a good review. I would be immensely grateful. After slaying another cultist, Jiang Lin directed the Crimson Clawwing's focus toward the 2 second-tier cultists. The Crimson Clawwing's regenerative capacity was astonishing, so much so that even these 2 second-tier cultivators struggled to subdue it. Though they could wound it grievously, neither could deliver a killing blow in a single strike. Moreover, neither of the 2 second-tier cultists specialized in close combat. Their physical prowess was utterly outmatched by the Crimson Clawwings. Once closed in upon, they faced little more than certain death. 2 shimmering arcane shields materialized before them, just as the Crimson Clawwings lunged forward, raking its razor-sharp talons violently against the barriers. Damn abomination, die you wretched thing! 1 second-tier cultist snarled venomously. Now stripped of fleshy sustenance, the Crimson Clawwing's regeneration had slowed considerably. With sustained assault, the 2 cultists believed they could soon erase it entirely. At that very moment, several bloodlit sword beams erupted from the pitch-black cave mouth, streaking unerringly toward the 2 second-tier cultists within. At the sight of those familiar crimson sword beams, the Crimson Clawwings instinctively let out a guttural shriek. It had been tormented by them long enough to develop true psychological trauma. Yet this time the bloodlit beams bypassed it entirely, striking the shields and dissipating, releasing instead several golden radiant, intricately woven enhancement spells hidden within their wake. Enhancement Art Cardiac Expansion. An Enhancement Art Pulmonary Constriction. An Enhancement Art Ejection Halo. A cascade of diverse enhancement arts concealed within the bloodlit sword beams struck before the cultists could react, fusing instantly into their bodies. Simultaneously, a halo of sacred light encircled the Crimson Clawwings. The healing art Sacred Mending Halo, mending its recent wounds. Cough. Their hearts hammered violently, threatening to rupture, their lungs constricted with unnatural ferocity, pushing the limits of mortal endurance. Blood spurted from their mouths as they frantically channeled magical essence to stabilize their failing bodies. Though battered and bleeding, neither fell immediately to Jiang Lin's enhancements. Witnessing this from the Crimson Clawwing's perspective, Jiang Lin cursed inwardly. Second-tier cultivators were truly unlike any lower-tier foe, far harder to kill. Yet soon their expressions twisted in alarm. Their sphincters were now undergoing an excruciating, unprecedented trial. A violent surge churned deep within their abdomens, launching a relentless assault upon their lower extremities. Realizing he had underestimated the might of second-tier cultivators when the Crimson Clawwings failed to breach their defenses, Jiang Lin unleashed several more bloodlit sword beams into the cavern, then activated his concealment art and fled headlong into the distance. The outcome inside the cave would rest with the Crimson Clawwings. For now, he chose survival. Jiang Lin dashed through the ink-black forest, Xiao He clinging desperately to his robes, its small body whipping wildly in the night wind. Behind him, explosions, furious roars, and the Crimson Clawwings' bestial shrieks intertwined, composing a surreal, macabre symphony beneath the suffocating night. As he ran, Jiang Lin monitored the battle through a tenuous spiritual link. With his interference disrupting their coordination, the Crimson Clawwings at last broke free from concentrated assault, and after repeated charges finally pierced the duo's defenses. It lunged, pinning one second-tier cultivist to the ground and sinking its fangs deep into his throat. A piercing scream tore through the air. And boom. Another arcane blast struck the Crimson Clawwing square in the chest, ripping open a gaping wound. Yet it shrugged off the injury like nothing, swallowing several mouthfuls of flesh. The wound sealed instantly. Moments later, it hurled itself toward the remaining cultivist. Jiang Lin, witnessing the tide turn within the cavern, broke into a triumphant grin and sprinted back toward the entrance, dragging Xiao He behind him. Damn cultists, daring to harm my summoned beast. And hey, what in blazes are you doing? Xiao He clung tighter, nearly dizzy from being flung about. I act on heaven's mandate, to purge these vile cultists. In moments he stood once more at the cave mouth, loosing several crimson sword beams within. At the sight of those life-ending crimson beams, the surviving second-tier cultivist recoiled in greater terror than he'd shown before the Crimson Clawwings. What was this accursed thing? Who had forged it? His trousers still faintly warm, his composure had already begun to fray. He even found himself contemplating surrender. Death perhaps would be a mercy compared to this dual torment of flesh and spirit. This creature was too uncanny, unkillable, savage, and already responsible for 4 of his comrades' deaths beneath its claws. Yet he recognized the crimson beams carried enhancement arts, and deflected one with a hastily cast corruption art. Still, Jiang Lin's interference fractured his concentration. Crack! As his second shield shattered, he was left fully exposed to the Crimson Clawwing's wrath. A final agonized scream echoed, after which what followed required no description. Just as the Crimson Clawwings prepared to descend upon the surviving first-tier cultists, its 2-minute duration expired. A blood-red rift bloomed suddenly beneath its feet, a passage seemingly leading to another realm. It shrieked in defiant fury, only to be seized by a tendril of crimson vapor that yanked it backward, dragging it inexorably into that scarlet void. At the exact moment the spiritual link severed, Jiang Lin, still sharing its vision, glimpsed countless pairs of frenzied blood-red eyes and tens of thousands of figures identical to the Crimson Clawwings imprisoned within the dimension known as the Blood Realm. Was this the true visage of the Blood Realm? Were those beings blood demons? For the first time, Jiang Lin sensed the sheer magnitude of the task the system had assigned him. If a single Crimson Clawwings possessed such power, unleashing the entire host would surely paint the world in hellfire. Inside the cavern, the 3 remaining cultists gasped in profound, trembling relief. Not last salvation. Don't relax yet. Other entities remain outside. One warned sharply. The crimson sword beams had been unmistakable. Once more those familiar bloodlet beams shot into the cavern, this time targeting the trio. Then a figure wreathed in crimson radiance appeared at the entrance, a demon risen from a sea of corpses. Its mere presence intensified their dread. One cultist collapsed, knees buckling under the oppressive aura. This was the third effect of the Crimson Slaughterer, blood intimidation. While fending off the incoming sword beams, the trio turned their gaze toward the figure. From the darkness, 2 eerie blood-tinged eyes glared unblinkingly at them. Shield arts flared, but crumbled almost instantly upon contact with those terrifying beams. The beams struck home, raising plumes of crimson mist, carrying embedded enhancement arts that took immediate effect. And thump thump thump. Their hearts convulsed violently. Unlike the second-tier cultivists, they lacked the resilience to regulate such strain. Within seconds, each heart exploded. Random skill enhancement 6 in designated skill enhancement 2 in the kills of the Crimson Clawwings were credited to Jiang Lin. Ensign disguise log target species recorded. Simultaneously as Jiang Lin personally slew the 3 remaining first-tier cultists, his heart began to pound with unnatural intensity. The demon lord seed, long dormant upon his heart, stirred at last. His vision flooded crimson, his hearing, touch, and reflexes surged to transcendent levels. His perception of motion sharpened immeasurably, while his mind remained eerily calm, slipping into a profound state of heightened awareness. This sensation resembled flow state. Moreover, the residual blood essence wafting from the slain cultists began to disperse, yet Jiang Lin sensed he could guide and absorb it, merging it with his own circulating blood energy. He raised his right hand palm open. Blood essence surged toward him, coalescing seamlessly with the crimson aura already swirling about his form. Yet upon closer scrutiny, only a fraction integrated fully, bolstering his own blood energy, while most simply drifted near then dissipated anew. Frowning, Jiang Lin deemed the waste unacceptable. Then he recalled the crimson claw wings devouring flesh to heal. He conjured a short blade wreathed in crimson light and pricked his fingertip, creating a tiny wound. Instantly, it sealed, vanishing before his eyes. Next, he drew a longer gash. This time the effect was unmistakable. Blood essence rushed toward the wound, knitting flesh and tissue together at visible speed. Jiang Lin reached a conclusion. Under the Demon Lord Seed's influence, slaying enemies triggered a unique flow state, dubbed combat flow. Within it, his focus sharpened, senses heightened, and he could absorb slain foes' blood essence to accelerate self-repair. Whether this state bore hidden side effects, or whether the absorbed blood essence served further purposes beyond tinting his sacred light and marginally amplifying skill potency, remained unknown. Yet why had the Demon Lord Seed remained inert until now? Jiang Lin pondered. Though this was his first murder, it was certainly not his first act of killing. Did it activate only upon taking human life, or was it tied to the Crimson Slaughtherer's active state? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Later he would test it on small animals. The state lasted roughly 2 minutes before fading, and all unabsorbed blood essence dissipated completely. Sustaining combat flow likely required consecutive kills. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin turned his attention to the altar before him. At its center lay 4 corpses, 2 adults, 2 children, clearly a family abducted and sacrificed to their dark deity. Witnessing such innocent victims filled Jiang Lin, a man shaped by modern ethics and moral clarity, with profound sorrow. Had these cultists never existed, perhaps this family would still dwell in quiet happiness. Yet disposing of the scene posed a dilemma. The Crimson Clawwing's brutality had left gore splattered everywhere, limbs mangled beyond recognition, too horrifying to behold. Summoning the Holy Temple was out of the question. If they possessed investigative abilities, his involvement would be impossible to conceal. Better to obliterate the site entirely and leave the mystery for others to unravel. Jiang Lin turned to Xiaohe. Do you have a solution? Xiaohe shook its head. I possess only level, not strength. Shall I teach you the low-tier fireball art? You could incinerate the place. Jiang Lin's eyes lit up. Of course, Xiaohe was a fallen deity. It must know countless spells. How had he overlooked this treasure trove? He would exploit it mercilessly henceforth. Xiaohe began instructing him, yet the deeper Jiang Lin listened, the more bewildered he grew. What was this? Was this truly foundational low-tier magic? Hours passed. Under Xiaohe's meticulous guidance, Jiang Lin painstakingly constructed a spell formula wholly alien to his understanding. Instantly, a fireball manifested, not blazing with heat, but crackling with eerie black flames. In low-tier fireball art, uninitiated initiated. Staring at the black orb in his palm, Jiang Lin sensed something deeply amiss. Are you certain this is the low-tier fireball art? He asked skeptically. Xiaohe replied without hesitation, why doubt it? It's merely the fallen deity variant. Its mana circuitry belongs to the fallen deity arcane system. Jiang Lin's brow furrowed. Still, since it came at no cost, he resolved to use it discreetly, for now. Should anyone discover he wielded fallen deity magic, no amount of explanation would save him. Especially not from Sir Salus, his revered gold insignia knight, who might well enact justice upon his oldest friend. He applied one random skill enhancement. In fallen deity low-tier fireball art, initiated mastered. A subtle daze washed over him as he directed the black flame onto the mangled remains. Intense heat flooded the cavern. Jiang Lin tossed in the corpse at the entrance. Flames roared, consuming flesh, bone, and sinew into ash. Once reduced to dust, Jiang Lin, under Xiaohe's stunned gaze, began reciting the soul transcendence chant, mimicking a priest's solemn cadence. Even more astonishing, his recitation was flawless. Let sacred light guide, let night serve as vessel. Lost souls journey to eternal repose. May the other shore hold no pain. May the next life bear no sin. Let no malign force taint thee, witnessed by gods themselves. As the final words faded, a palpable sense of peace settled, as if souls truly had ascended. And how do you know this? Xiaohe demanded, baffled. Jiang Lin replied matter-of-factly, to prevent vengeful spirits, I ensure full service, cremation and transcendence end to end. Otherwise, what if accumulated resentment births malevolent ghosts to haunt me? Upon hearing this, Xiaohe found himself at a loss for words. Forget it as long as you are happy. At that moment, Jiang Lin asked, Xiaohe, what can we humans gain by offering sacrifices to you evil gods? Xiaohe glanced at Jiang Lin and replied, what have you come to your senses and are ready to offer sacrifices to me? Jiang Lin shook his head, saying, no, I just want to know why, despite the Holy Palace's severe repression of the cultists nearly driving them to extinction, so many cultists continue to spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Are they so desperate for a bit of power that they resort to such means? Upon hearing Jiang Lin's thoughts, Xiaohe began to explain seriously, our evil gods, depending on our respective abilities, usually demand different offerings. Some evil gods prefer souls while others favor bodies, and some even enjoy tasting emotions like pain. Moreover, the abilities bestowed by the evil gods vary. Some grant special skills, others enhance physical strength, and some augment the soul. Therefore, many cultists sacrifice to different evil gods to obtain powers they otherwise could not access. The four major cults of your world are quite renowned. Although they are called four major cults, many members within them are interconnected. Members of Cult A can also go to Cult B to offer sacrifices. Additionally, I noticed that the history textbooks in your kingdom's Junior Magic Academy do not mention the history of these cults, so you might not be aware of them. In your world, there are actually other countries that consider the four major cults as their state religion. The status of the four major cults in those countries is akin to that of the Holy Palace in your nation. Thus, it is utterly impossible for your Holy Palace to completely eradicate them. Jiang Lin widened his eyes upon hearing this, as he truly did not know about such matters. Then why have I never heard of the existence of these countries? And why don't the people of those countries resist, given the brutal actions of these cultists? Xiaohe scoffed and said, resist? What use is resistance? In their environment, the lower classes only aspire to climb higher, and once they become beneficiaries of the existing order, they will desperately defend it. Those who wish to resist are merely the weak, and the weak can only be slaughtered by the strong. Even if they climb to a high position in a bid to resist, they will find it difficult to find like-minded allies, and there will always be stronger individuals above them. Jiang Lin was taken aback. Indeed, he subconsciously applied the situation from his previous life to this world. In this realm filled with extraordinary powers, ordinary people truly face the fate of being slaughtered by the strong. Moreover, you must understand that although many people look human and their actions seem normal, they lack the ability to think critically about problems and situations. If someone who desperately failed to get into the Intermediate Magic Academy learns that in a distant country they can grow stronger by sacrificing the lives of others with no upper limit on their power, what choice do you think they would make? If there were only one or two such individuals, that would be fine, but the reality is that many people are such fools. Eventually, the kingdom will frequently encounter terrifying incidents, and will have to deal with the occasional attacks from the demon race beastmen and cult kingdoms, which will be quite troublesome. That is why many human kingdoms have opted for a strategy of information blockade. Rather than explaining the situation to you, they prefer to simply eliminate any awareness among the lower classes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin nodded thoughtfully. Even so, 100 precautions may still have a flaw. Information will always trickle down to the common folk, right? Don't you already know? Xiaohe countered. It's different for me. I am an orphan and have no adults to explain these things to me. It's indeed impossible to completely block information, but we can try to minimize it as much as possible. The lesser the number of people who know, the fewer potential threats there are. It is merely a matter of deleting a bit of content from the textbooks. Your kingdom isn't trying to completely seal off related information. Jiang Lin fell into deep thought upon hearing this. After a long while, he seemed to make a certain decision, his eyes filled with determination. Xiaohe, he called softly, your uncle is named Lilith. Xiaohe huffed. Jiang Lin continued, speaking to himself. Since heaven allowed me to be born into this world, it must mean I am meant to save those who are oppressed by the cults from their calamities. Let us eliminate all the cults together, Xiaohe. I already told you your uncle is named Lilith. Time had passed midnight, and the city gates were closed. Jiang Lin could not enter, and had to quietly wait for the sun to rise. Jiang Lin felt indifferent. He simply took Xiaohe to the city gate, and then began accumulating magic essence within his small basin. He had just tested in the forest, and found that only by activating the blood suppression skill would he experience the effect of a battle flow. Moreover, killing small creatures like ants was useless. The beings he needed to kill had to possess certain size and combat prowess. Sitting outside the city wall, Jiang Lin's brow quickly furrowed. The volume of the small basin he had now was significantly larger than the previous small bowl. Jiang Lin roughly estimated it to be about 20 times the previous size. Even at his current rate of breathing technique cultivation, it would take him at least 100 days to reach level 11. No wonder one must first break through the level limit capable of cultivating higher level breathing techniques before continuing. However, since he had nothing else to do, Jiang Lin directly began cultivating on the spot. The next day, as the sun rose, warm and gentle light spread across the entire stone city. The city gates slowly opened, and Jiang Lin joined some others waiting outside for inspection before entering Stone City. After buying breakfast and crushing a few ants, Jiang Lin headed toward the Holy Palace. Physical value 410004, 2000, mental power 370003, 8000, random skill upgrade 2122. After learning the skills acquired, I will then allocate points to break the limits. Hello, I would like to borrow some skills. Jiang Lin approached the front desk. Sure, please register first. The staff pulled out a small booklet. After filling out the relevant information, Jiang Lin returned to the room he had previously visited. After looking around, he ultimately chose the skill Shield of Holy Protection, Lightspeed Charge, and Super Speed Thought. Skill borrowing points 355. After receiving the 3 skill books, Jiang Lin was about to head to school when a staff member appeared. Excuse me, mister. Jiang Lin, the Hall Master wishes to see you for something. Jiang Lin was clearly taken aback. What does the Hall Master want with me? However, he still said, is that so? Then please lead the way. Sorry for taking your time. The staff member apologized while leading Jiang Lin to the hallmaster's office. Soon the staff member stopped in front of a dark star-patterned wooden door, knocked, and a dignified voice from Hallmaster Cecilia came from inside. Come in. Then without any further action from the staff member, the door was pushed open to reveal Lady Cecilia sitting at her desk. However, upon glancing at Cecilia, Jiang Lin's right eye began to ache. Hallmaster. Jiang Lin respectfully bowed. He had heard that Lady Cecilia seemed somewhat displeased with the joint examination and wondered if she would place any blame on him. Today, Lady Cecilia was dressed similarly to when she last met Jiang Lin, with her silver gray hair neatly tied up and wearing a gold-embroidered ivory-white robe, looking both dignified and solemn. At this moment, she was holding a feather pen and had a thick stack of work documents in front of her, seemingly reviewing them. Seeing Jiang Lin enter the office, she put down her pen. Jiang Lin, we haven't seen each other for such a short time, and you've already leveled up by 6 levels. Haha, it's all thanks to the cultivation from the Holy Palace and the Academy, Jiang Lin chuckled. The Hallmaster did not dwell much on this issue. After all, over the years, she had seen many talents like this, but those who could go far were few and far between. The main reason I called you here is that there has been progress regarding the evil god incident from last time. Jiang Lin immediately recalled that it seemed Lasses had mentioned to him that the Hallmaster reported this matter to her superiors. After all, it was rather rare for an evil god to personally intervene, especially one that had never been recorded before, a time-related evil god. The evil god that attempted to assassinate you has actually not been acting for the first time. There are records of it attacking in other branches of the Holy Palace. However, it had not encountered such bad luck previously, being thwarted by a golden emblem knight, so it generally succeeded, and the Holy Palace could only find altars related to it afterwards. This time it lost, so it linked the same altar to the previous attack records. Hearing this, Jiang Lin was somewhat shocked. It turned out that he was not the only one who had experienced this treatment. However, the previous few brothers had not survived its assassination, leaving no witnesses, so the Holy Palace was unaware that an evil god had personally intervened. Has the Holy Palace found out why it wanted to assassinate me? Is there any commonality between me and the other victims? Cecilia shook her head. That's the strangest part. There is no commonality among you. Some of the previous victims were even ordinary people with average talents. It doesn't seem to have targeted geniuses specifically for assassination. Therefore, the others in the Holy Palace speculate that its ability might be related to amplifying desires and obsessions, and possession is its common method. By sacrificing certain things to it, one can gain the opportunity for possession. However, it has appeared here too few times and remains too mysterious. The relevant records only consist of its altars, and no living cultist can provide us with insight into this matter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell into thought, his expression filled with confusion and doubt. If this is the case, then he and that Matthew fellow were not bitter enemies at all, and there was hardly any connection between them. Why would the latter want to kill him after being possessed by an evil god? However, I have a different view on them. I tend to agree with the prophecy hypothesis that Salas mentioned, perhaps the other party kills others only to create confusion. Jiang Lin nodded. He wanted to say that the Hallmaster had a keen eye, as she had immediately perceived his potential for greatness, but he instead said, "Yes, I will strive to turn the Hallmaster's views into reality," implying that he would work hard to become stronger and then hunt down that evil god. That's all I have to say. Be careful. Also, since you have reached level 10, it's time to receive your breakthrough quest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin sighed that what was meant to come would come. After reaching level 10, someone would surely call him to complete the breakthrough quest, and the breakthrough quest needed to be registered with the Holy Palace. This was also one of the Holy Palace's methods to exclude cultists. If one completed the promotion without receiving the quest, they would essentially be equated with cultists. Yes, I will go and receive it later. Jiang Lin felt somewhat overwhelmed. Based on the system's blood trial I task and Xiaohei's description, it seemed that if he completely followed the divine breakthrough task route, his status would not be independent, and he would be restricted by the deity in the future. Having used the system for so long, Jiang Lin still had considerable faith in it. With so many bizarre entities above him who knew what awaited him at the end of the road. Thus, if he could break free from the shackles of life by completing the system tasks, that would be the best outcome. But if he broke through the blood trial, he would not be able to register at the Holy Palace. If he broke through the Holy Palace's method, he would not be able to teleport to the Blood Realm to complete the task. In that case, he would be stuck at both ends. You might not know that after you receive the breakthrough task for the first time, the deity will imprint a teleportation mark within you. This mark can teleport you to the Divine Realm to complete the task at any time. So the earlier you receive it, the better. This teleportation can even serve as a life-saving skill at times, the Hallmaster reminded Jiang Lin. Hey Hallmaster, if I use this teleportation to leave, where will I return to afterward? Jiang Lin asked. Of course, back to the starting point. The Hallmaster clarified for Jiang Lin. What if there are any spatial blockades nearby? How can this teleport still work? The Hallmaster looked into Jiang Lin's eyes, seemingly wanting to discern his thoughts. Of course, this is a teleportation granted personally by the deity, and it can be performed in almost any location. Hearing this, Jiang Lin looked at the blood trial and fell into thought. He saw the note at the bottom that read, "Note, if you wish to start this task, you may directly use the system for teleportation. If you break through the shackles of life on your own, you will lose the qualification for teleportation. If, and I do mean if. After activating the blood trial, if he entered the blood realm, challenged the so-called peak blood demon of stage 0. They then used the imprint left by the deity in his body to exit midway for the deity's assessment, and after completing the assessment, be teleported back to the blood realm. To continue the unfinished task, he would receive the reward of independent status free from the restrictions of the deity. In that case, wouldn't he be able to complete the blood trial task while avoiding being blacklisted by the Holy Palace? Even if he couldn't use the imprint for teleportation in the blood realm and was blacklisted by the Holy Palace as a cultist, he could always just run away. Wasn't Xiaohe saying there were other countries that considered cults their state religion? After completing the task, he would have some time to prepare and escape there. As a cult leader, wouldn't he be able to command the wind and rain? By the way, why didn't Xiaohe develop his own influence in those countries earlier? Didn't he like it? Jiang Lin's mind raced as these plans coalesced. Just then the Hall Master cut in directly. Why do you ask such questions? She regarded him with mild curiosity, wondering what manner of intellect could conceive using the enhancement art to fortify one's intestines. I fear I've become a thorn in the side of the cultists, so much so that they may send assassins after me. But hearing you say this puts my mind at ease. Jiang Lin offered a flimsy excuse. The Hall Master nodded thoughtfully. Yes, stay vigilant and avoid drawing undue attention. Should you encounter cultists, seek sanctuary at the Holy Temple. We stand unwaveringly as your bulwark. You may also place full trust in our temple staff. Every day before clocking in, each undergoes rigorous screening for any taint of cultist affiliation. Rest assured no mole will slip through. Jiang Lin offered no reply. After all, the cult's own pontiff stood before the Hall Master and remained undetected. Others too must surely have infiltrated the temple by means unknown. Understood. I vow to eradicate every last cultist across the land. With deep reverence, Jiang Lin bowed farewell and withdrew from the Hall Master's office. The Hall Master's oppressive aura was overwhelming. By the time he stepped out, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. After brief reflection, he knew delay would only compound the inevitable. Jiang Lin explained his intent to a temple attendant and followed them directly into the grand hall of the 7 divine statues. Morning light poured through the soaring stained glass dome, bathing 7 colossal statues carved from pure, white, sanctified stone. A hushed sacred solemnity hung thick in the air. Young Sir Paladin, please kneel here. The divine light god shall grant you guidance, intoned the priest, guiding Jiang Lin to the appointed spot. Open your heart and soul, receive its wisdom. The gate to the divine gifted realm shall open before you. Jiang Lin drew a slow, steadying breath. Life and death were fated, fortune ordained, and closed his eyes, surrendering his consciousness entirely. A chant rose from the priest's lips, and in the next instant a vast radiant warmth flooded his body. It felt as though cradled by gentle celestial hands, his entire being suffused with soothing warmth. Deep within his chest, the demon lord's seed recoiled into perfect concealment undetected. The energy coursed once through his meridians, finding no anomaly, then imprinted upon his core a complex sigil blazing with incandescent white light. May divine light illuminate your path, young paladin. When you stand ready to face trial, awaken this mark and transcend. Upon completing the incantation, the priest smiled faintly. Simultaneously, revelation bloomed within Jiang Lin's mind. Enter the divine gifted realm alongside your party, defeat 7 alien foes within 7 days. Jiang Lin sensed the subtle transformation within himself, and the directive now etched in his thoughts, as he turned to the priest beside him. Excuse me, is this ascension trial identical for all? The priest nodded gently. Indeed, the first tier initiation remains comparatively straightforward. The divine ones shall automatically match you with nearby adventurers preparing for ascension, each bearing a distinct vocation. Once the 7 archetypes assemble, you shall be summoned into the divine gifted realm. And is the divine gifted realm perilous? What fate awaits one who perishes there? The priest retained his serene smile. By grace of the 7 divine ones, death within the realm is not true death. Only expulsion, followed by a 3-month cooldown, during which ascension is barred. I see. I am deeply enlightened. He paused, then asked again, upon successful ascension, must I return to the temple for registration? The priest affirmed. Precisely. A mark of ascension shall manifest within you. Return then, and we shall record it accordingly. They shall inscribe it in your official dossier. Jiang Lin filed this away. Should he prove unable to enter the divine gifted realm from the blood realm, he would complete the blood trial, then depart immediately on his wandering path. Any mishap en route undermining his credibility would follow the same logic, otherwise standard registration would proceed unimpeded. At that moment, however, the priest standing nearby furrowed his brow. The statue still resonates. Indeed, the divine effigy, having just bestowed its mark, did not settle, but shimmered faintly as if stirred. After a moment's silent contemplation, the priest asked, puzzled, did you slay cultists yourself? Jiang Lin's thoughts surged, a rapid calculus of consequence. Though killing cultists was unquestionably justified, failing to report the deed immediately to the temple cast suspicion upon him. By all precedent, any student who slew a cultist abroad would hasten to the temple bearing intelligence on the fallen foe. Not remain silent for so long, as he had done. Why do you ask? First, he needed to gauge how much the priest truly knew. When one takes life beneath the gaze of the divine, their statues perceive the essence lingering in the slain soul. Should that essence bear the taint of a fallen god, the statue shall stir. Jiang Lin's pulse quickened. So the soul-ferrying curse had failed, not even purging the residual spiritual signature clinging to him. But now was no time for such reckoning. He deftly shifted focus. I recall the temple has a policy slaying cultists grants borrowing merit points, correct? The priest noted Jiang Lin's evasion and his sudden interest in points, and drew his own quiet conclusion. He replied, correct. Present your borrowing merit card, place a palm up, and the statue shall tally your points automatically. This statue possesses remarkable intelligence, almost like a self-service terminal. Jiang Lin mused inwardly. A Tier 1 cultist yields 1 point, Tier 2 5, Tier 3 20, Tier 4 50. Beyond that, merit points cease to apply. And Tier 0 cultists? Jiang Lin inquired curiously. Tier 0 cultists. The priest glanced at him. With verifiable evidence, one may claim a modest silver coin at the temple. Jiang Lin fell silent. So Tier 0 cultists weren't even deemed worthy of merit points. Then, why did you slay cultists? Now the priest broached the crux. Jiang Lin cleared his throat, lowered his voice, and feigned mystery. Ahem. This cannot be disclosed. You understand, I've just departed the Hall Master's presence. Such matters are known to those who know, and unspeakable to those who don't. Clarity lies beyond articulation. Understanding resides solely within oneself, and need not be pursued by others. The meaning is implicit, yet ineffable. The priest listened bemused, yet recognizing the Hall Master's tacit seal upon the matter, he asked no further. He gestured for Jiang Lin to complete the merit registration independently, no assistance required. Jiang Lin retrieved his borrowing merit card from his spatial ring, and following instruction, finalized the entry. Borrowing merit 521, the 4 slain by his blood demon were credited to him, likely because the demon was his summoned entity and all kills made during its manifestation were attributed to its master. Armed with his newly acquired merits, Jiang Lin headed toward the archives to borrow 2 high-tier techniques, only to be informed, apologies, Mr. Jiang Lin, your borrowing quota is exhausted. Please return your current 3 technique manuals before borrowing additional ones. Given their rarity, technique manuals were strictly rationed per patron. Jiang Lin accepted this without protest and departed the temple with Xiaohe in tow. Back in the classroom, students who had burned the midnight oil now replenished their stamina with alchemical supplements. Among them, Jiang Lin noticed the shield warrior injecting some liquid into his arm with a syringe. Jiang Lin approached and asked, what are you doing? Caught mid-injection, Fei Yangyang too scratched his head sheepishly. This is a new product from the magic apothecary. It stimulates muscular vitality, boosts training efficiency. Something about that explanation gave Jiang Lin the unsettling impression the man was hurtling headlong toward cranial elongation. Well, so long as you're certain. Jiang Lin offered no further counsel. Returning to his seat, he opened the newly acquired sanctified shield. You're learning another high-tier technique. Ellie leaned in. Jiang Lin's gaze remained fixed on the manual script. Naturally, how long does it usually take you to master a high-tier technique? Ellie blinked her clear, guileless eyes. Jiang Lin, still turning pages, held up 5 fingers. 5 days. She frowned. She herself could grasp a high-tier technique in 6 or 7 days. For a prodigy like Jiang Lin, that pace seemed unusually slow. Jiang Lin shook his head, continuing to read. 5 hours. Ellie's eyes widened. Such speed would indeed be terrifying. Yet she was unprepared when he shook his head again and flipped the manual to the next page. 5, 4, 3. Ellie stared bewildered until Jiang Lin closed the manual and placed it beside Xiaohe's paw. I've mastered it. Now only practice remains. Without another glance at Ellie's stunned expression, Jiang Lin settled into seated meditation and began transacting with Xiaohe. Incomprehensible. He grasped only the foundational logic of the 7-star divine radiance / having reached its limit break threshold. Much of the essential theory underpinning other high-tier techniques remained unlearned. Soon Jiang Lin and Xiaohe reached mutual agreement, and Xiaohe commenced instructing him in the sanctified shield. By noon, Jiang Lin had successfully traced the technique's arcane mana circuitry while seated at his desk. Instantly, a luminous shield blazing with holy radiance erupted from his body. Sanctified shield, uninitiated, initiated. Drawing on prior experience, Jiang Lin knew most defensive techniques imposed minimal spatial demands. He could refine them even seated. Unlike techniques such as the 7-star divine radiance / blade of light or divine light heavy strike, whose execution generated overwhelming resonance, necessitating outdoor practice. This technique required only internal construction of the mana circuitry. Next, he expended 1 random technique enhancement. Sanctified shield initiated transcendent mastery. Then he handed Xiaohe the manual for hyperspeed cognition. Xiaohe resumed instruction without pause. Another afternoon passed. Hyperspeed cognition, uninitiated, transcendent mastery. Jiang Lin reserved his limit break enhancement for the sanctified shield. As a light-affiliated defensive technique, its synergy with his innate affinity promised superior efficacy and greater cost efficiency. Still, breaking the limit would inevitably flood his mind with torrents of memory, inducing unconsciousness. For now, restraint was prudent, because, Jiang Lin, do you have time tonight? My father wishes to speak with you. Anya approached. Jiang Lin readily agreed, of course, I'm free. Let us go. He gathered Xiaohe and rose from his seat. The Lord Mayor's residence stood at the heart of Stonefall City, not majestic like the Holy Temple, but steeped in gravitas and historical weight. Towering stone walls enclosed it. Above the main gate loomed the crest of House Karstrad, a snarling golden-maned lion gripping a sacred blade. No guards patrolled the grounds, unnecessary given the presence of the Lord Mayor himself, a seventh-rank sovereign equal in power to the Hallmaster. Only utter folly would prompt anyone to trouble this sanctum. Its interior bore no gaudy opulence, yet every detail bespoke meticulous craftsmanship and raw authority. Portraits of legendary family members adorned the walls, all sharing the same golden eyes and golden hair. Finally, Anaya led Jiang Lin into a spacious study. Before floor-to-ceiling windows stood a broad oak desk, and behind it a figure. Father, this is Jiang Lin, Anaya introduced. Lord Mayor. Jiang Lin bowed respectfully. He dared not presume familiarity, calling the man uncle, not yet knowing his character. He also stole a glance at Stonefall's Lord Mayor, and instantly his right eye throbbed. Undoubtedly, a sovereign. Jiang Lin sensed inexplicably that his chrono-abyss demon eye could intuit the strength of those whose auras eluded ordinary perception. Haha. Welcome, Jiang Lin. No need to be tense. Please sit. I am Dane Karstrat, Lord Mayor of Stonefall City. The Lord Mayor gestured toward the chair before his desk, evidently prepared for Jiang Lin's arrival. He appeared youthful, roughly 40 by countenance, though such an elite sovereign's age could never be gauged by appearance alone. Should he choose, he could preserve the visage of a man in his 20s, but gravitas favored maturity, and thus he wore it deliberately. His golden hair and eyes mirrored Anaya's, though his features were sharper, more chiseled, as if hewn by divine axe and hammer. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Jiang Lin seated himself across the desk, while Anaya moved quietly to a nearby sofa. Facing this man evoked the sensation of confronting an ancient mountain. Unlike the Hall Master's solemn majesty, the Lord Mayor exuded profound stillness and weight, his gaze calm, yet piercing to the soul. Instinctively, Jiang Lin straightened his spine. No formalities required, said the Lord Mayor, setting aside his documents and steepling his fingers upon the desk, his gaze warm and steady. I've heard much of you, from Anaya and from Sarlas. Top scorer in the Stonefall Junior Arcane Academy joint examinations, a meteoric ascent from level 3 to level 10, a youth prodigy whose singular brilliance uplifted his entire academy and reshaped Stonefall's educational ethos. Lord Mayor overpraises me. I merely enjoyed exceptional fortune. Jiang Lin replied humbly. Before such a sovereign proclaiming genius would be reckless vanity. Fortune, or rather, accumulated mastery. A faint knowing curve lifted the Lord Mayor's lips. Jiang Lin flushed. Lord Mayor jests. Letting the matter rest, the Lord Mayor continued. Actually, I invited you today regarding a matter previously mentioned. Jiang Lin tilted his head, puzzled. Might I inquire, Lord Mayor, what matter is this? The Lord Mayor tapped the dark hardwood desk before him and uttered 2 words, marriage alliance. Upon hearing this, the entire study fell into a deep silence. Anya, sitting on the sofa, was momentarily taken aback, her normally calm golden eyes widening in surprise. She turned her head, looking at her father in shock. Is this really how our family recruits talented individuals? Meanwhile, Jiang Lin's expression was peculiar. These 2 words, when spoken in different contexts by different people, carry varying implications. The last time Salas mentioned it, it was merely a casual reference between the 2. Now, however, the city lord directly called Jiang Lin over to discuss this matter seriously. The key point was that Anya was right beside them, and such a statement from the city lord easily led one to associate it with the possibility of Jiang Lin marrying Anya. However, Jiang Lin was clear about his self-awareness. The object of the city lord's proposal could not possibly be Anya. Given his current displayed abilities, there was no need for the city lord to sacrifice his beloved daughter for him. Moreover, even if he exhibited exceptional talent with the city lord's strength and the current stability of the Kasrat family, there was no need to actively sacrifice the city lord's daughter for an uncertain future. What does the city lord mean by this? Jiang Lin asked, maintaining his composure. The city lord observed Jiang Lin's expression before continuing. You are indeed a very talented paladin, but your background is somewhat lacking, which will restrict your future development speed and may even affect your potential to go further later on. However, the Kasrat family can offer you an opportunity. If you are willing to marry into our family, you will become one of us. Do not underestimate me as just a minor lord of Giant Stone City, though our family still holds significant sway throughout the kingdom. In the capital, our family headquarters is one of the strongest among the major families. Although the system within the temple allows many common adventurers a chance to rise in this antiquated kingdom, many things require status and background to access. Although Jiang Lin found it somewhat difficult to comment on the minor lord of Giant Stone City, he still listened attentively to the city lord's words. I understand what the city lord is saying. However, could you please elaborate on the specifics of the marriage proposal? Upon hearing Jiang Lin's words, Dane recognized that there was room for negotiation today. He made no movements, but a teacup was pushed in front of Jiang Lin, and the teapot beside the desk floated up to pour a steaming cup of tea for him. Try this tea sent by the Colster family. It is said that this type of tea can only grow in their family territory, and in Xinghe County their family holds the greatest influence. Jiang Lin accepted it. Thank you, City Lord. At the same time, he began to ponder the meaning behind the City Lord's words. Was he trying to showcase their family's extensive connections? He took a light sip. A cool sensation spread in his mouth, quickly invigorating his spirit and sharpening his focus. His eyes brightened. This is excellent tea. If it could be sold, countless Nidal students would be eager to buy this tea. The City Lord smiled. This tea has the effect of refreshing the mind, helping one maintain concentration for extended periods without any side effects. Anya has always consumed this tea during late nights. If you like it, you can take a few jars with you when you leave. Jiang Lin thanked the City Lord once more. He felt that this City Lord was quite approachable, showing no airs in front of someone like him, a low-tier individual with no family background. Well, now it's time to discuss the marriage proposal. Jiang Lin straightened up. Last time Salas should have mentioned to you that if you marry in it can only be to the collateral branch. This is unavoidable as our direct lineage often needs to engage in political marriages with other families. For geniuses like you without any background, the family stipulates that you can only marry into the collateral line. After a pause, the City Lord continued. Of course, if you can demonstrate even more remarkable talent and potential in the future, marrying into the direct line would be entirely possible. The City Lord did not mention Anya, and the implication was quite clear. Jiang Lin nodded, indicating his understanding. What benefits can marrying in provide me, and what limitations will there be? The City Lord took out a long scroll of parchment and continued. This document contains detailed explanations. It outlines our family's requirements and stipulations for all marrying members. Jiang Lin took the parchment and saw a lengthy text filled with various stipulations. In summary, after marrying into the Cashret family, your surname will need to be changed to Cashret. For someone like you who is still underage and in the growth stage, there is no rush to select a marriage partner. The family can provide you with a basic sponsorship of 30 gold coins per month. Furthermore, the family can offer you corresponding breathing techniques for each stage, as well as the opportunity to learn one high-level skill or below each month. Previously, Salas mentioned that our Cashret family in Giant Stone City has a low-level sword breathing technique that you can use at level 1. If you perform exceptionally well afterwards, we can leverage family connections to help you reach out to several sword saints in the kingdom, allowing you to become their disciple. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin temporarily set aside the lengthy list of stipulations and continued to ask, is there anything beyond this? It cannot be just this, right? Seeing that Jiang Lin seemed unsatisfied with these benefits, the City Lord continued, the hidden benefits of becoming a member of the Cashret family are not to be mentioned for now. In addition to these basic benefits, there are also some advanced perks, but just like the connections to the sword saints, you need to demonstrate sufficient talent. For instance, your sponsorship could increase to between 100 to 100 gold coins per month, and the cap on the skills you can learn from the family library could go from 1 book to unlimited. There are also opportunities to enter some rare secret realms and qualifications for certain high-level magic academies. As long as you show the corresponding talent, the family can provide those for you. If you want to know the specific standards for talent assessment, you can refer to the detailed clauses on the parchment you hold. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell silent. The City Lord also gave Jiang Lin time to think. After taking another sip of tea, Jiang Lin asked, so what is the cost? It can't just be about changing my surname, right? The City Lord smiled slightly. Of course not. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and the family's investment in you naturally seeks returns. After you graduate from a high-level magic academy or reach the age of 25, you will need to work for the family for at least 10 to 50 years. The specific duration will depend on the family's investment in you, and the exact position and duties will be assigned by the family later. Additionally, when your spouse reaches marriageable age, you must bear at least 2 offspring for the family. If you do not wish to raise them, the family can take care of them for you. Moreover, if the family faces unexpected disasters, regardless of where you are, you must return to the family and assist in overcoming the crisis. Jiang Lin fell silent upon hearing this. Although the benefits were tempting, the conditions were indeed too harsh. The last 2 points were actually reasonable. After all, getting married and having children is quite normal, and it is only natural to help a family that supports you in times of crisis. However, working for 10 to 50 years was something Jiang Lin found hard to accept. After all, the Cashret family wielded considerable power, and such a contract was quite domineering. Many people would do anything to get in, yet they have no chance. Jiang Lin asked, I can accept the latter 2 points, but what about the working duration? Upon hearing this, the City Lord chuckled, you are still young. Considering Anya's age, you should be around 15. 10 years does seem long from your perspective. However, as you grow older and experience more, you'll realize that 10 years passes quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. Jiang Lin fell silent. He did indeed feel this way, especially as he aged. Time seemed to fly by faster. Many times it felt like a year had just begun, only to find that it had already ended. City Lord, is there no other way to repay the family? Upon hearing this, the City Lord sighed with regret. Being part of such a colossal family, there are some rules established hundreds of years ago that even as the head of a branch family I cannot change. Jiang Lin set down his teacup and rolled up the parchment again, respectfully saying, thank you for your consideration, City Lord. However, I am still young and wish to focus on my studies, so I will not consider marriage for now. Upon hearing this, the city lord recognized that this conversation had ended in failure, but he was not annoyed. He continued to wear a gentle smile. That is indeed a pity. If Jiang Lin becomes interested in this matter in the future, feel free to come back and discuss it with me. Jiang Lin bowed slightly. Thank you for your concern, city lord. Anya, please get a box of tea leaves from the Colster family for Jiang Lin. Be careful on your way back to school. Anya stood up from the sofa. All right, father. Upon hearing that the city lord wanted to gift him tea leaves, Jiang Lin hurriedly declined politely. City lord, you really don't need to go to such trouble. Such great tea should be kept in your hands to be used to its fullest. Seeing Jiang Lin refuse, the city lord was somewhat surprised, but he quickly realized that there seemed to be something more to Jiang Lin's words. Haha, good tea should be enjoyed by those who understand it to truly appreciate its value. In his previous life, after so many years of visiting relatives during the new year, Jiang Lin transitioned from receiving red envelopes to giving them, and this back-and-forth politeness became second nature. Eventually, under the city lord's insistent hospitality, he reluctantly accepted the other's goodwill. In fact, he would never act this way among peers or equals, but when faced with a powerful elder like the city lord, he instinctively fell into the perspective from his previous life. Naturally, he could not directly accept gifts from elders. As for when the temple master Cecilia gifted him 2 skill books, he did not refuse them purely out of concern that if she genuinely believed his polite refusal, she might not give them to him. In summary, what the city lord offered was not overly painful or impactful. Even if he took it back, it would not matter, but what the temple master provided was far too generous. On the way back to school, Anya and Jiang Lin walked side by side. Seemingly recalling something, Anya suddenly turned to Jiang Lin and asked, "Did my cousin ask you about marrying into our family before?" Finally free from the powerful aura of the city lord, Jiang Lin responded with a relaxed expression, "Yes, why?" Anya looked at Jiang Lin earnestly and said, "I previously didn't know that our family's method of recruiting outside talent was to have them marry in, so I have mentioned you to my family several times." Jiang Lin chuckled and replied, "After all, for families like yours, only by truly becoming an internal member can one be genuinely trusted." Anya nodded, "Yes, I'm glad you understand." Jiang Lin looked at the recognized school beauty of their grade, noticing a complex expression on her face, seemingly embarrassed by her father's mention of the marriage proposal. It was easy to understand, recalling Anya's earlier words about having mentioned you to my father and my father wanting to see you. Upon finally meeting, the first thing her father brought up was marriage. One could easily imagine the daughter of a wealthy family secretly harboring feelings for someone and feeling shy about openly stating it, only to return home and discuss it with her father, who then domineeringly suggested that the person marry into their family. Just thinking that Jiang Lin might perceive it that way made Anya feel like digging her toes into the ground, wanting to burrow into a 3-bedroom apartment. Jiang Lin joked, "Haha, when your father first mentioned this matter, it was easy to think he wanted me to marry into your family, wasn't it?" Upon hearing this, Anya's expression instantly tensed, her heart feeling peculiar. Her toes in her shoes began to dig into the ground, and she slightly turned her face away. Then Jiang Lin keenly noticed that Anya's originally fair earlobes seemed to have flushed with a hint of red. Is she blushing? Is she shy? Anya's mood was far from beautiful. She was just a girl of 15 or 16 at an age when one should be experiencing the first stirrings of love. However, her thoughts were primarily focused on combat and self-improvement, leaving little room for romantic notions. It was merely out of pity for the talented and a desire to contribute to her family that she brought this gifted prodigy home with her. Little did she expect such a commotion to arise. Originally, she had only considered it in her mind. Yet Jiang Lin unexpectedly brought it up directly. In such a moment, if it were a girl like the pastor's little sister Ellie, she might have playfully countered, asking Jiang Lin if he would be willing to marry into her family, thus shifting the dynamics of power. But Anya was certainly not of such a character. Thus, she felt an inexplicable embarrassment, even feeling a bit like punching Jiang Lin for his audacity. However, upon reflection, she realized she probably couldn't defeat Jiang Lin, so she abandoned that thought. In the end, she could only respond somewhat mechanically, "Yeah, it really does lead to misunderstandings. But I truly didn't know that this was how my family attracted talents," she reiterated her earlier statement. The evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, stirring her smooth golden hair, revealing a finely chiseled face that was tightly wound. It seemed she was trying to use her usual aloofness to mask her loss of composure. Jiang Lin found it amusing. "Hey, Miss Anya, why are your ears so red?" On hearing this, Anya's already taut face tightened even more. "It's just the wind," she insisted stubbornly. "Then why is your face also red?" Jiang Lin, undeterred, continued to question. In truth, Anya only had a faint blush on her ears, which quickly faded. The redness on her face was purely Jiang Lin's exaggeration. Whoosh. Hey, calm down, Miss Anya. Quickly put away your lightsaber." Suddenly, a lightsaber shimmering with holy light appeared in Anya's hand. Jiang Lin cleared his throat, surprised by Anya's intense reaction. Although Anya had many secret admirers due to her beauty, her formidable strength, and singular focus on improving her abilities meant that very few dared to pursue her. The few who were foolish enough to pursue her usually left in disgrace after receiving a beating. How could anyone with less strength think of dating her? Thus, Anya's experience and resilience appeared somewhat naive in the presence of people like Jiang Lin and Ellie. "Ahem, what are your plans for the future?" In preparing to go to Qinghe City in a few days to participate in the special assessment at the Sacred Radiance Magic Academy, Jiang Lin changed the subject. His original plan was to break through to level 10 and then go directly to Qinghe City for the assessment. After all, if someone like him couldn't pass the test, then the chances for others would be slim. Seeing Jiang Lin no longer pressing the issue, Anya finally put away the lightsaber. I should just normally participate in the graduation assessment, obtain a basic score, and then go for the school examination at the Sacred Radiance Magic Academy. By the way, I remember that if you want to participate in the special assessment, you need a recommendation letter from the school. Jiang Lin nodded. Yes, that's right. Director Weirs said he would take me to meet the principal to get it. Anya thought for a moment and said, actually, it's not necessary to have the school's recommendation letter. Other influential people can do as well. I can ask my father to help you with one. With the Lord's recommendation letter, it would also be less likely for you to face exclusion or discrimination. Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised. Is there still discrimination against outsiders in Qinghe City? Anya shook her head. It's just that those without a proper background tend to be looked down upon. This is a common issue in many developed regions. Jiushi City is small with few families of nobility. The largest family is our castle lot family. Due to my father's guidance, there aren't many spoiled brats in our family, so this trend isn't obvious. However, in Qinghe City, there are many family signs, so they tend to look down on those without a background. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment and said, then I will have to trouble Miss Anya and the Lord. He wasn't afraid of being discriminated against. After all, with his own efforts and talents, he would soon silence those who looked down on him and leave them far behind. However, he was wary of the people behind those aristocratic signs. After all, not everyone was as kind as the Lord. It was hard to say they wouldn't try to trip him up behind his back. Having a recommendation letter from a lord would at least prove that he had backing, and it was from a 7th-tier powerhouse. That way those who wished to harm him would have to think twice about the consequences. Jiang Lin considered asking Salas later to see if he could get a recommendation letter from the palace lord as well. That way, in the eyes of others, he would at least have 2 7th-tier powerhouses behind him. With the support of 2 major powerhouses from Jiushi City, wouldn't he be able to walk unimpeded in Qinghe City? The more he thought about it, the more promising it seemed. The wealthy young lady truly was his lucky star. The dim light of the magic crystal street lamp illuminated the cobblestone path as Jiang Lin and Anya walked side by side, casting 2 long shadows beneath the lamppost. The sound of footsteps echoed on the empty street. Anya, seemingly lost in thought, asked Jiang Lin, earlier, when my father asked you if you were willing to marry into our family, you seemed somewhat agreeable. Hearing this, Jiang Lin was taken aback for a moment, then quickly started to ponder. Should he tease Anya a bit more? In such moments, saying something like I guessed it was a side branch, or it doesn't matter who I marry into could convey the message, I don't like you, so don't think too much about it. It would make him seem more carefree. However, Jiang Lin was not the kind of shy boy who couldn't admit his feelings at 15 or 16, so he naturally wasn't in a hurry to clear things up. Sometimes a hint of ambiguity in words could quickly bridge the gap between 2 people. Although Jiang Lin had no intentions of dating, he didn't mind getting a bit closer to a beautiful girl like Anya. So Jiang Lin sighed and said, sometimes there's no choice in these matters. After all, Miss Anya knows that I have no background and no resources to support me, making it very difficult to go far in life. Thus, while the idea of marrying into a family may be hard to voice, it is still worth considering. Moreover, the Lord didn't clarify that someone of my caliber could only marry into a side branch, which easily leads to misunderstandings. As he spoke, he glanced at Anya intentionally and unintentionally. Upon hearing these words, Anya's previously relaxed face tightened up once more. Hey, why are your ears red again? Whoosh. Calm down. Calm down. Returning to school, the once dark teaching building was now mostly brightly lit. Almost all the 3rd-year students, along with a majority of the 2nd and 1st-year students, were now staying up late every day, not going home to sleep. Jiang Lin bid farewell to Anya, letting her return to class first while he headed to the back of the class to see his former classmates. For some reason, he felt uneasy about reaching level 10 without visiting Tai Chun and the others. It had been a while since Tai Chun had come to see him. As Jiang Lin entered the back of the classroom's layout had not changed much since he left, except for the fact that Tai Chen's seat was now empty. Jiang Lin no longer suppressed his aura. The fluctuations of level 10 were released as he walked around confidently with his hands behind his back like a lion surveying its territory. A little Tai, you've actually reached level 5. Tai Chen opened his weary eyes from meditation, looking at Jiang Lin with dark circles under his eyes. He looked somewhat dazed and stared at Jiang Lin for a while before asking, who are you? Hearing this, Jiang Lin widened his eyes. What the hell, has he gone dumb from staying up late? He quickly slapped Tai Chen a few times. Tai Chen was momentarily stunned by the slaps, then gradually regained his senses. What the hell, Jiang Lin, why are you slapping me again? Jiang Lin felt a darkness before his eyes. Take a break, it seems you've become a bit dim from staying up late. Tai Chen scratched his head. I was switching between several kinds of magic potions. I feel fine, right? Jiang Lin had a black line on his forehead as he took out the tea leaves he had just acquired for Tai Chen to try. Taking a sip of the steaming tea, a refreshing sensation rushed straight to his head. Tai Chen exclaimed, wow, Jiang, this tea is powerful. Where did you buy it? It was given to the Lord by the Kolst family, and then the Lord passed it on to me. Jiang Lin said casually. Upon hearing this, Tai Chen's eyes widened. You actually know the Lord. Jiang, are you that impressive now? Of course, Jiang Lin smiled slightly, then took out the tea jar. Here'll give you half, and I'll keep the rest just in case I might need it later. Earlier you called me Jiang Ge, and I didn't mind. What do you call me now? Dad. He didn't need it himself, but his good old desk mate Taichun could certainly use it, so he naturally shared it. Jiang Ge was all about loyalty. After showing off a bit in front of Taichun, he informed him that he would be leaving Jusher City in a day or two. Then Jiang Lin left the back of the class and returned to the top class classroom. Jiang Lin took out Little Black and placed the last book of light speed charge in front of it. Having long lost count of how many souls he owed, Jiang Lin completed a transaction with Little Black once again. After that, Little Black began to explain to Jiang Lin. Once he had a rough understanding of the skill, Jiang Lin took Little Black to the school's training ground to practice this skill. The training ground was now bustling with students practicing skills or engaging in duels late into the night, prompting the school to install a bright magic crystal lamp to illuminate the entire area. Jiang Lin heard that the school was preparing to have some teachers work night shifts to supervise this group of night owl students, ensuring their safety. In response, countless teachers voiced their complaints. Jiang Lin could even sense that some teachers who had recently come to class were beginning to exhibit signs of resentment. However, it wasn't directed at him, but rather they were mocking the school leaders for exploiting their labor during class. Of course, there were also some teachers who were very pleased with this situation, often stating in class, "You are the most diligent and hardworking group I've ever taught." Jiang Lin felt that they might be celebrating too early, as future students would surely be even more competitive. One day, Director Weirs had even come to talk to him. He said that the school was planning to have the upcoming classes stay up late to compare their final assessment results with those of past cohorts. If the results were far superior to before, they might consider making late-night study sessions a mandatory requirement. At that time, the school would charge for the potions used for staying up late, purchasing them uniformly and distributing them. Director Weirs asked Jiang Lin if he had any suggestions for the school's future development. Jiang Lin thought for a moment and strongly recommended rules such as evening self-study, collective dormitories, mandatory organization of personal belongings, and daily running exercises where the distance between the front and back couldn't exceed a fist's width to Director Weirs. Although Director Weirs expressed some confusion, he still noted them down, preparing to test them in the following cohorts. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was dawn. Under Little Black's guidance, Jiang Lin successfully grasped the basics of light speed charge. Light speed charge beginner entry. He saw layers of complex magical circuits appear on his legs. With a powerful stomp on the ground, his figure shot forward at an incredible speed, covering dozens of meters. This speed was more than 4 or 5 times faster than his normal movement. Although 10 meters may not seem far, it was more than enough in many battles and could even change the course of a fight. Although the skill was called light speed charge, the actual speed was obviously not light speed. He then spent a point on random skill enhancement. Light speed charge beginner mastery. Jiang Lin tested it again. Upon reaching mastery, the maximum distance of light speed charge extended to about 20 meters, and he was able to control the length of the distance clearly. Furthermore, what was originally a one-time charge became 3 continuous charges. Although there was a slight delay in between, it was still quite useful in pursuit scenarios. Finally, the release time had also shortened, almost achieving instantaneous activation akin to muscle memory. Jiang Lin then arrived at the school infirmary. Looking at the words "can break the limit 08" behind Holy Shield, he felt slightly apprehensive. He gritted his teeth, summoning his resolve, repeatedly chanting, "Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the hands of heaven," and exchanged 12 points for random skill enhancement, along with 2 points for designated skill enhancement. In the next moment, a flood of memories surged in. As expected, Jiang Lin's vision turned black, and he fainted instantly. Holy Shield Mastery Break Limit. Holy Shield has acquired adaptive modifications: defensive skill talent, slightly improved light attribute affinity, slightly improved random skill enhancement 19-7, designated skill enhancement 2-0. Not knowing how long he had been unconscious, Jiang Lin felt a wave of comfort. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a familiar ceiling. It was the interior of the infirmary. A very familiar voice also echoed beside him. Moonlight's silver thread weaving a net of tranquility, enveloping the clamor, calming the tremors of thought. It was the nurse Aina. Jiang Lin opened his eyes and noticed that the nurse sister appeared somewhat fatigued. "You're awake." However, her familiar tone lacked the warmth it had during their previous encounters. "Miss Aina, you seem a bit tired. Did something happen?" Jiang Lin sat up, rubbing his slightly swollen head as he asked. Aina shot a sideways glance at Jiang Lin. "Don't mention it. You are the 43rd student this week to come to the infirmary due to staying up late." Hearing this, Jiang Lin fell silent. Not everyone was suited to staying up late, and once the number of late-nighters increased, issues like incorrect medication and wrong combinations were inevitable. As a result, students often fainted from this. "I now work every day, and every few days I see a student left at the infirmary door waiting for me to treat them. Do you know how terrifying that is? At first I thought I was being threatened, that someone had killed someone and left their body at my office door." Aina inserted her fingers into her hair, gazing at Jiang Lin with a mournful expression. Not only that, but the school leaders are also discussing whether to set up a night shift for the infirmary to treat fainted students at any time. Moreover, with the workload having increased so much, my salary hasn't risen at all. Jiang Lin, who do you think has started this trend of staying up late? Upon hearing this, Ana's remarks, and sensing the resentment emanating from her which rivaled that of a top-tier cursed spirit, Jiang Lin felt a chill run down his spine, even more daunting than witnessing the shattering of his shield of sanctuary. What a terrifying worker. Jiang Lin swallowed hard, fearing that Ms. Ana might send him back to sleep halfway through her treatment. He quickly stated his position. The school leaders are truly despicable. Those principals and directors do absolutely nothing, just ordering us students and workers around. Jiang Lin decisively chose to betray Director Wells. Ms. Ana let out a dry laugh, without comment. Since you're awake, you should hurry back. However, she started to complain to Jiang Lin. Do you know? I feel like my magic power is being drained every day. The school doesn't seem to be looking for new priests at all. I'm just a second-tier priest who usually likes to slack off. The school infirmary was supposed to be a rather leisurely job. I only needed to treat the wounds of students injured during sparring, and I could happily end the day. But now I have to learn about the harm caused by improper mixing of various potions, methods for rapid recovery from mental exhaustion, and how to correctly combine various mental drugs to guide students who misuse them. Why am I facing such situations? I signed a 20-year contract with the school for job stability, and breaking it would incur a hefty penalty. On my painful and desperate future. Jiang Lin felt that if Ms. Ana continued, she might just pull out a fruit knife and stab herself with it. Will take my leave now, Ms. Ana. If I get the chance, I will inform the principal about the lack of staff in the infirmary. He then left under Ms. Ana's resentful gaze. The sun had already risen, ushering in a new day. Jiang Lin skillfully completed today's tasks, bought some fruit, and headed towards the temple. Health points 420,004, 3000 magic points 380,003, 9000 random skill upgrade 78. He returned the 3 skill books he borrowed yesterday and checked out 2 new ones, holy chains and arrow of Aurora, borrowing points 211. Didn't you just borrow these yesterday? Why are you returning them today? Jiang Lin smiled slightly in response. Of course, I've learned them all. The staff member was momentarily dumbfounded. Looking at the confident and vibrant smile of this handsome young man, he was shocked after realizing, you borrowed them yesterday and learned them all today. 3 advanced skills. Jiang Lin then ignored the staff member's astonished gaze and inquired about the whereabouts of Knight Salas. Eventually, after some twists and turns, he arrived at the office of the other party. Brother Salas. Jiang Lin greeted enthusiastically. Salas was surprised to see Jiang Lin. Furthermore, he sensed that Jiang Lin's aura had already reached level 10, which astonished him even more. It hadn't been many days since they last met, right? Could this guy really level up so quickly? Jiang Lin, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Jiang Lin scratched his head. I just wanted to see you, Brother Salas. As he spoke, he took out the fruit he had bought that morning from his spatial ring. I bought some fruit along the way here, take some. Salas, considering the difference in strength and age, was an elder to Jiang Lin, and their relationship was not as familiar as Jiang Lin had with other classmates, so he brought some fruit when visiting today. However, Salas was puzzled. Why was Jiang Lin bringing him fruit? It seemed rather suspicious. Sure enough, after some small talk, Jiang Lin got to the point. Brother, I recently broke through to level 10, so I'm preparing to go to Qingshui City to participate in the special assessment of the Holy Radiance Magic Academy. Participating in a special assessment requires a recommendation letter from the school, and I've heard that Qingshui City looks down on poor students like me without any background, so I was wondering if the temple master could help me by writing a recommendation letter, at least to make them feel like I have backing and wouldn't dare to mess with me. After all, as you know, righteous holy knights like us easily attract the ire of the powerful and wealthy when we go elsewhere. My life, Jiang Lin, is like walking on thin ice. Do I want easily cause trouble, but am not afraid of 100 dangers, just the one chance of trouble. Upon hearing this, Salas finally understood the purpose of Jiang Lin's visit. Since Jiang Lin wasn't well acquainted with the temple master and couldn't directly ask for help, he had come to find Salas. Salas was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Jiang Lin, who usually appeared so brash, to have so many intricate thoughts in his mind. After thinking for a moment, he replied, sure, no problem. Write a draft of the recommendation letter here, and he'll take you to see the temple master with it later. Jiang Lin quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, brother. 10 minutes later, Salas brought Jiang Lin to the temple master's room. Temple master. Both of them bowed respectfully. Cecilia, the temple master of the Stone City Temple, was reviewing various documents. Upon seeing Salas bringing someone in, she asked, what brings you here? Salas then recounted Jiang Lin's request. However, upon hearing this, Cecilia said, there are so many primary and intermediate magic academies in Stone City, and each year a large number of students must go through special assessments to leave. Many students who undergo special assessments come from impoverished families. If I set this precedent, won't they all come to me for a signature when they reach the big city? Cecilia spoke without deliberately releasing any pressure, yet Jiang Lin still felt a great weight on his shoulders, cold sweat trickling down his back. Swallowing hard, Jiang Lin bravely mustered the courage to say, Temple Master, this is different. After all, not everyone can achieve first place in the joint examination of the top 3 primary magic academies in Stone City. Not everyone can influence and inspire those around them to work diligently and extend that influence to the top 3 primary magic academies in Stone City. Currently, more than half of the students from 3rd grade down to 1st grade are using my study methods. Not everyone can foster a learning atmosphere that directly propels the entire potion industry in Stone City to develop. And not everyone can level up 6 times in a month. Jiang Lin spoke calmly, causing a faint smile to appear on the previously expressionless temple master's face. Very well, I can see that you are indeed exceptional. She organized the documents in her hands. But besides these, do you have other reasons to convince me to write you a recommendation letter? Seeing that the temple master was not unwilling to write him a recommendation letter, but needed sufficient reasons, Jiang Lin cleared his throat and continued, Temple master, I remember you once said that the temple would be my strong backing, and I have always kept this in mind, and I have believed this in the past. When facing the possession of an evil god, I did not back down. When facing potential cultists, I did not evade, because I knew that the temple would protect us, allowing me to continue to fight against these evil cultists. So I hope that when I go to Qingshui City to continue battling potential cultists, what pierces me will be the enemy's blade, not a knife from a teammate behind me. The implication was that he wanted the temple master's recommendation letter to serve as a deterrent. Hearing Jiang Lin say this, Cecilia finally nodded in satisfaction. Okay, well said, I will write you that recommendation letter. After a pause, she added, he'll also write you a recommendation letter for the Stone City Temple. After you break through to level 1, you can look for a temporary job to help with your living expenses. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin was overjoyed. Thank you, Temple Master. In the next moment, 2 feather quills floated beside the Temple Master and began writing rapidly on the blank paper. 2 minutes later, 2 exquisitely packaged envelopes bearing the unique special mark of the Stone City Temple were completed. Cecilia lightly tapped her fingers on the 2 recommendation letters. 2 magical sigils that Jiang Lin had never seen appeared imprinted onto the recommendation letters. This was the Temple Master's anti-counterfeiting mark. Jiang Lin accepted the 2 recommendation letters, thanked the Temple Master once more, and seriously stored them in his spatial ring. Jiang Lin felt quite good. With this, he transformed from a young man from a remote town into a talented disciple of the temple with at least a level 7 powerhouse backing him. If he could also successfully obtain a recommendation letter from the city lord, then his background in Qingshui City would be basically secured. Humming a cheerful tune, Jiang Lin left the temple, returned to the school, and began to ask Director Wells for a recommendation letter from the school. Although the principal's recommendation letter seemed insignificant in front of those 2 powerful figures, it was still worth asking for. More recommendation letters meant more leverage. Soon another well-crafted recommendation letter appeared in Jiang Lin's hands. He asked Anya, and she said she would ask her father about it when she got home tonight. Jiang Lin then said he would directly accompany her home tonight. However, he contemplated whether he should bring some fruit to visit her father. After all, last time it was he who was summoned, but this time he was the one asking for a favor. After some thought, Jiang Lin decided to abandon this idea. After all, there is no tradition of visiting empty-handed in this world. The status of the city lord is much higher than that of Knight Salas. Whatever Jiang Lin did, he had to think it over. If the other party were to write him a recommendation letter, it would be entirely out of love for his daughter or appreciation for a talented junior. Bringing fruit might instead seem a bit strange. So under the guidance of Little Black, Jiang Lin continued to learn the remaining 2 skills. Time flew by, and before long, day turned to night. After a day of study, Jiang Lin successfully grasped the basics of the 2 skills. Holy Chains Unmastered Mastered Arrow of Aurora Unmastered Mastered Random Skill Upgrade 86 Holy Chains is a light-based control skill. Its effect is to extend light chains from a fixed position to control enemies. It does not belong to combat skills, but is a high-level magic. As for Arrow of Aurora, it is a long-range consumption-type skill belonging to the Archer system. Its effect is to condense an arrow made of light elements which can be launched if one has a bow. The user can set an explosion time so that when it hits the enemy, the light elements explode inside them. Of course, it can also be held and thrown. However, in this case, the speed of the arrow's flight would depend on the user's throwing strength, and the power-to-cost ratio would completely fall short of using a bow to shoot. Fortunately, Jiang Lin possessed a high-quality longbow. High-quality equipment is completely adequate for a level 1 adventurer. Even early level 2 adventurers can match the strength. Jiang Lin's archery skills had also reached a remarkable level. He tested himself and found that in normal conditions within a distance of 500 meters, he could hit his target accurately. For example, he could hit a coin tossed into the air within 500 meters. As for the range from 500 meters to 1,000 meters, due to the wind direction at a distance being unclear, he could only manage to hit the target approximately. But he couldn't hit a target the size of a coin. Beyond 1,000 meters, it was truly left to fate. This was all in normal natural conditions. If there were violent weather, it would be another story. After all, most arrows have a physical form, and physical forms are affected by wind resistance and other factors. Of course, Jiang Lin had also heard of certain wind-type arrow skills that could ignore the influence of wind in the environment and complete their launch. That would be something to learn later. At this time, it was also the time agreed upon by Jiang Lin and Anya. So the 2 of them went to the city lord's mansion at the center of the city, just like yesterday. After a day of calm reflection, Anya had settled her mindset and no longer felt embarrassed about yesterday's events. She wouldn't be easily affected anymore. Moonlight poured down, illuminating the dark stone city with scattered magic crystal street lamps lighting the path ahead. The 2 walked side by side on the bluestone pavement. In silence, only the sound of their footsteps echoed on the cobblestone street. Jiang Lin casually thought of a topic to start a conversation. Miss Anya. Swish. What a... I haven't said anything yet. Calm down. Calm down. Cough I slip. Anya explained with a light cough. In reality, the scene of the two walking side by side at night reminded her of the embarrassing experience from yesterday. Who said that time could dilute sorrow? The awkward incident had clearly passed for a long time, but each time she thought back to it, she still wanted to find a hole to hide in. Could someone tell her how to erase that unattractive memory? Of course, reality might be quite disappointing for Anya after all the magic that erases memories can only be safely used by a master of magic, otherwise there's a chance it could turn your head into a pointy shape. Therefore, generally no one would specifically use such magic to remove awkward memories. Regarding her earlier slip, Anya once again crazily dug her toes into the ground, almost creating a big hole in her shoe. Then she mustered the courage to find a topic. When are you planning to go to Qingshui City? Jiang Lin stroked his chin and replied, I plan to set off in a day or two. So soon? Anya was somewhat surprised. Jiang Lin nodded. After all, Jiushi City is not close to Qingshui City, which takes over 10 days, even by horse carriage. There are about 700 miles between Jiushi City and Qingshui City, and this world doesn't have cars or such things. To travel long distances, one can only take a horse carriage. Of course, there are also some tamed exotic creatures, such as certain flying monsters, which can carry people into the sky directly. However, those things are even more expensive, and there are no stations in Jiushi City, so Jiang Lin has only seen them in books until now. It is said that in some rugged and mountainous areas, such flying creatures are the main means of transportation. How much would it cost if you took a horse carriage? Anya asked. Jiang Lin thought for a moment and replied, about 7 silver coins, I suppose. Anya nodded, falling into deep thought. What's wrong? Jiang Lin noticed Anya hesitating to speak, so he asked. Actually, the fastest way to travel between the two cities is through a long-distance teleportation array. Jiang Lin certainly knew about this mode of transportation, but the cost associated with it was rather unappealing. Alas, it's a pity that the money I have on me may not even suffice for a single teleportation unless I sell the reward for being first last time. Jiang Lin sighed. However, Anya interjected, but do you know that every student advancing from a primary magic academy has benefits from the sanctuary when they enroll? Hearing this, Jiang Lin was puzzled. What benefits? Anya clarified, it's the long-distance teleportation array between cities which offers 2 opportunities for discounted use. If I remember correctly, it should be at a 90 discount. In other words, you can use one opportunity when going to school and another when returning. Originally, the distance between Jiushi City and Qingshui City might require 7 gold coins, but after using it you will only need to pay 70 silver coins. Although this is still quite a bit, it is much cheaper than the previous 7 gold coins, which should be affordable for you. After a pause, Anya added, the experience of sitting in a horse carriage for 10 consecutive days is not pleasant. Hearing this, Jiang Lin was quite surprised. So this world also has student discount policies. He noted this in his mind and sighed at the grace of the sanctuary. Is there such a good thing? Why have I never heard of it before? Anya replied, in my family. I had heard someone mention it before. Jiang Lin fell silent. He decided to take the teleportation array to Qingshui City afterward to experience this high-end service. He could still afford 70 silver coins. At worst, he could feed little Hay a bit less and let it find his classmates to mooch off of. Suddenly, Jiang Lin realized a problem. Hey, Miss Anya, does it cost money for pets to use the teleportation array? After recalling for a moment, Anya responded, I remember there seems to be a free quota for 1 pet and 20 cubic meters of storage space per person, exceeding that would incur extra costs. The larger the space ring, the more energy consumption it causes. Jiang Lin nodded, thinking yes, as long as little Hay is free, that's fine. If they were to charge, he would consider throwing it on the carriage and shipping it there. Soon the two arrived again at the city lord's mansion. For some reason, Jiang Lin felt that this time the city lord regarded him with a bit more appreciation. The subsequent process was a bit easier than in the sanctuary. After all, the city lord doesn't have many opportunities to appear in public, so there is a subtle difference between their status and that of the temple master. Plus, there was their pleasant interaction yesterday. Thus, the writing of the letter of recommendation was quickly completed. Thank you, city lord. Jiang Lin once again solemnly took the letter of recommendation, feeling quite pleased. Then, after some casual conversation, Jiang Lin and Anya left the city lord's mansion once more. Miss Anya, your family truly has many good people. Anya remained non-committal. My father manages our branch quite strictly. Jiang Lin thought for a moment and asked, I wonder if your father has any thoughts about the position of the family head. Anya shook her head. Probably not. He seems quite satisfied with his current life. Several of my brothers and sisters already have children, so it's a full house now. He says his current wish is for us children to grow up healthily and ultimately live a peaceful life. For instance, my cousin originally wanted to go to the frontline city to slay the aliens, but he was persuaded by my father and ended up in Jiushi City as a golden emblem knight of the sanctuary. It is said that he was initially unwilling but later realized my father's foresight and also persuaded me to return to Jiushi City after graduation to become a golden emblem knight. Jiang Lin was surprised by these underlying stories. So what are your own plans? He asked. However, Anya's gaze was resolute. I certainly won't limit myself to this small city of Jiushi. I want to grow stronger, to fight against more formidable opponents and slay the aliens on the front lines. I will not become a waste like my cousin. Hearing this, Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, not expecting Anya to be a fan of Salas. How many brothers and sisters do you have? It seems like you haven't mentioned them before. Anya's expression did not reveal much about her thoughts. I have 4 brothers and 3 sisters, but they are all adults and have left Jushur City. Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised that Anya had so many siblings. However, seeing her expressionless demeanor, he felt that her feelings towards these siblings seemed to be less than her feelings towards Salas. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Lin felt that it should not be a bad relationship, but rather that there seemed to be some unspoken difficulties. Speaking of the city lord's immense strength, it should be polygamous, right? This world does not enforce monogamy. Many high-ranking individuals with wealth take many wives and concubines. Considering this, Anya's subtle expression might be due to these being her half-siblings. Speaking of which, Anya's strong desire for battle and longing to grow stronger might also stem from some dissatisfaction with her father's polygamy. By the way, Jiang Lin, what are your plans for the future? After graduating from the Advanced Magic Academy, do you intend to pursue further studies, go to the front lines to slay the aliens, or do you have other arrangements? Jiang Lin fell into thought upon hearing this. He indeed had not planned anything in this regard. Actually, I've always regarded slaying evil gods as my goal, though I still remember that evil god who possessed Matthew last time. Jiang Lin shrugged in response. Hearing this, Anya was momentarily stunned, unsure if Jiang Lin was joking or if he genuinely intended to do so. Jiang Lin is so ambitious. It seems I have set my own goals too low. I should aim to become a stronger person who surpasses my father, shouldn't I? As they continued their journey, the two passed through discussions about their future plans and aspirations. After sending Anya back to school, Jiang Lin pondered for a moment and decided to leave the city to search for any traces of heretics. It was not yet time to close the city gates. Therefore, Jiang Lin was still free to go out. Heretics are excellent for gaining skill points and borrowing credits. He wanted to make the most of his departure. With this mindset, Jiang Lin took Little Hay and left the city once more. Then he began searching along the main road. Eventually, after walking for about an hour and a half, the small automatic heretic radar Little Hay sounded an alarm. Over there. Turn left. There is a presence of another evil god. Hearing this, Jiang Lin excitedly activated the breath concealment technicato, its maximum state, following Little Hay's guidance as he searched through the pitch-black forest. Ultimately, after twisting and turning for half an hour, Little Hay guided Jiang Lin to stop in front of an abandoned small house. This abandoned small house seemed to have a history of many years and was now utterly dilapidated. Jiang Lin hid at a distance where he could barely see the house. He asked Little Hay what level are the heretics inside. However, Little Hay looked at Jiang Lin with a blank expression as if to say, I am just a level 5 Hakimi, what do you expect me to do? Indeed, Little Hay's automatic radar could only locate the presence of evil gods, not determine the strength of these heretics. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Lin directly activated Blood Demon Summon. A sea of blood spread beneath Jiang Lin. A world composed of blood and slaughter emerged, faintly illuminated by the blood-red light. A demon-like creature with blood-red wings emerged from that crimson world, seemingly excited by its escape, its eyes filled with a desire for slaughter as it surveyed all living beings before it. However, Jiang Lin gave it instructions to fly towards the distant small house. While supervising the blood demon situation, he ran in the opposite direction from the small house. If the blood demon were to lose, it wouldn't drag him into it. Today's battle time for the blood demon was ample, lasting a full 5 minutes. Soon the situation inside the small house came into Jiang Lin's view. He saw 6 individuals on high alert staring at this bizarre intruder. One of them was at the second tier, while the rest were all at the first tier. Jiang Lin scanned the area, spotting a familiar altar and the corpse lying on it, confirming their identity as heretics. Then the blood demon began its slaughter. After killing 2 first-tier heretics and confirming that there were no more hidden heretics, Jiang Lin returned to the outside and directed his sword aura towards the small house. Making the blood demon fight against a second-tier powerhouse was somewhat difficult. It could only rely on its high recovery ability to avoid death. However, with Jiang Lin, the battlefield disruptor, things were different. His unexpected attack threw the opponents into disarray. Although they quickly realized the annoyance of Jiang Lin's strengthening technique after the first loss and used their immunity function to negate it. Yet Jiang Lin was not limited to just one strengthening technique. In the next moment, a shimmering magical formation appeared beneath their feet. The magical formation radiated with holy light. Chains of sacred light emerged from it. Chains of holy judgment. The following situation was rather simple. After killing these 6 heretics, a strange black fire appeared, completely incinerating them. Jiang Lin skillfully began chanting the soul-crossing spell, Holy Light, as the guide the dark night, as the boat lost souls returned to the place of rest. Regardless of whether it was useful, it served as psychological comfort. Random skill upgrade 611, designated skill upgrade 01. Looking at the evil god's black flame obliterating all traces, Jiang Lin felt it was somewhat inappropriate. He couldn't keep using this evil god's magic after killing them. He needed to switch to a proper fire spell. Hey kid. At this moment, Little Hay began to express some dissatisfaction. Why were you so eager to kill these people? You could have saved them for me to sacrifice. However, Jiang Lin replied, they are all first and second tier powerhouses, and I'm just a 0-tier little chick. If I don't exert all my effort to kill them, I'm really afraid of their counterattack. Hearing this, little Hay felt there was some truth to it, but it was also somewhat shocked to discover that it had subconsciously started viewing Jiang Lin as a first-tier being. Let's go, little Hay, the night is not over yet. Little Hay looked at Jiang Lin with some confusion. Isn't your summon material only able to be summoned once a day? Aren't you brave to storm into the gathering place of heretics alone? Jiang Lin shook his head. Of course not. I plan to leave in about 2 days. There is such a large area surrounding Jushur City, and I don't know how many heretic strongholds are hidden. I certainly can't just stand by and do nothing. Therefore, adhering to the principle of not wasting opportunities, I will pack up their information and report it to the sanctuary to collect rewards. Little Hay reminded Jiang Lin, aren't you afraid they will ask how you obtained this information? Jiang Lin smiled faintly. The sanctuary and the heretics are naturally opposed, so no matter what, they will stand on my side. When the time comes, they'll find a mid-level individual other than Salus, like the brother of the first at Morningstar Academy, to show him the city lord's letter of recommendation and say I received assistance from the city lord, and to ask him not to spread it around. At least before I leave, there won't be any major conflicts erupting. As for after I leave, they will either gradually forget about it or come to question me upon discovering the problem. But by then, so much time will have passed that I can easily fabricate an excuse, and they would have no means to verify it. For example, I could say I encountered heretics by the roadside and under severe torture revealed the locations of other heretic strongholds. Little Hay looked at Jiang Lin in surprise. He did not expect that the other party could devise such a bold yet meticulous plan in such a short time. The key was that this kid could lie without batting an eye, his face not flushing and his heart not racing, completely devoid of the demeanor of a paladin. Then under Jiang Lin's lead, Little Hay took on the role of a cat-like radar. Time passed little by little, and soon Jiang Lin took Little Hay from evening to midnight, and from midnight to dawn. Jiang Lin's notebook now had 4 or 5 suspected locations of heretic gatherings. Holding the death note in his hand, Jiang Lin squinted, watching the sun rise gradually from the east. He sighed. Another beautiful day. It's a pity the time is still too short to let my brilliance spread across the entire Jushur City. Let's go, Little Hay, we will be leaving this city tomorrow. Little Black looked at this fellow, not wanting to speak. After going through the familiar city entry process, Jiang Lin returned to Giant Stone City. First, bring the daily necessities, then go to the temple to receive the reward, collect a few skills, bid farewell to friends, and set off for Qingshui City. Jiang Lin discussed with Little Black. He skillfully completed today's daily tasks. Physical value 430004, 4000, mental strength 390004, 0000, random skill, level up 1112. Returning to the small house he previously lived in, Jiang Lin hadn't been here for a long time, and all the furniture was covered in dust. Jiang Lin tidied up, briefly packing some clothes he thought might be useful into his spatial ring. After checking for any omissions and locking the doors and windows, he headed to the temple and found the Golden Badge Warrior Crisis. The reason he didn't look for Salus was mainly because the latter was quite familiar with the city lord. If he went back and inquired directly, he would expose himself too quickly. Mr. Jiang Lin, what can I do for you? Crisis looked a bit surprised at Jiang Lin, who had already reached level 10. Then Jiang Lin relayed the contents of his notebook to Crisis. Since Jiang Lin had already had 2 experiences of correctly reporting, Crisis trusted him more, but he still asked, Mr. Jiang Lin, may I ask how you obtained this information? So Jiang Lin began his performance. He took out the city lord's recommendation letter from his spatial ring. I will leave Giant Stone City tomorrow and go to Qingshui City for early enrollment. This is the recommendation letter personally written by the city lord. As he spoke, he waved the recommendation letter in his hand. Some things can only be said in vague terms. Those who understand will understand, and those who don't cannot be explicitly told. I hope Mr. Crisis can keep it a secret. I just want to claim the reward for my successful report. Hearing that the source of the information seemed to be related to the city lord and couldn't be shared, Crisis nodded. No problem, Mr. Jiang Lin, but the authenticity of the information still needs to be verified. After we conduct a field investigation, we will issue the reward. Verification will take a day. When do you plan to leave? If you have time, you can come back to claim your reward. Hearing that he couldn't receive the payment in advance, Jiang Lin felt a bit disappointed, but he replied, then I trouble you, brother Crisis. Crisis nodded, seemingly remembering something. By the way, Mr. Jiang Lin, my younger brother is still thinking about the battle with you. He wants to train for a while longer to challenge you. If you have time, I can notify him to come and spar with you before you leave. Jiang Lin thought for a moment and agreed to the challenge. He and the top 2 from the other 2 schools were also not strangers through combat. They would occasionally come to the Holy Light Magic Academy to inquire about issues and confusions related to staying up late. Later, I will pass by the Morningstar Primary Magic Academy. They'll just go find him directly. Crisis nodded, sorry to take up your time. Then Jiang Lin arrived at the hall where the 7 divine statues were placed, holding the borrowing points card in his hand, and recharged himself according to the previous process. Borrowing points 111. Coming back to the borrowing area, Jiang Lin chose 2 spells, low-level Fireball and high-level Healing. Both skills cost exactly 11 borrowing points, so the borrowing points returned to 0. Borrowing points 110, at least when burning corpses, try not to use black flames. With 2 newly obtained skill books, Jiang Lin arrived at the Morningstar Primary Magic Academy. At that time at the Morningstar Primary Magic Academy, he found their top student, Frederick. Seeing Jiang Lin come, he was a bit surprised, but once he heard Jiang Lin's intention, he became very excited. Come on, I have already researched a method to deal with you. Soon the two arrived at a deserted training ground. Frederick took out his double axes and immediately activated his berserk skill. Jiang Lin also had a holy light longsword appear in his hand, and at the same time 2 layers of shields almost instantly appeared around him. One was the shield of holy protection, and the other was the iron wall barrier. Since he had already asked the other party's brother for help, Jiang Lin also planned to accompany the other party through a few moves before defeating him. However, in Jiang Lin's astonished gaze, Frederick, who activated berserk, clapped his hands, and a shockwave instantly spread out from him. Along with this shockwave, there was also the clothes he had shattered. Then he charged towards Jiang Lin completely naked. Jiang Lin looked at the other party's appearance, stunned in place, mainly because it was a bit too eye-catching. He felt strangely as if his eyes had been violated. This is to defend against his jet aura. Jiang Lin immediately changed his mind, no longer wanting to entangle with the other party, and directly struck for victory. Jiang Lin then unleashed a massive cross-shaped holy light sword chi. This cross-sword chi was formed by 2 sword chis, primarily aimed at blocking all of the opponent's escape routes. Bang! The double axes collided with the cross-sword chi. Due to Jiang Lin's physical prowess being far superior to his, even though he used a high-level combat skill, he was completely overpowered and sent flying. Cough. Cough, cough. Frederick struggled to get up, looking shocked at Jiang Lin. When did you become so strong? And how come you don't need that jet aura anymore? Jiang Lin sheathed his sword and stood. This is the cumulative effect of genius. You are not a genius, so it's normal that you don't understand. Frederick felt a bit dejected and began to put on his pants from his storage space. Jiang Lin chatted with him for a while and informed him that he would be leaving Giant Stone City tomorrow, coming to say goodbye today. I also plan to take the entrance exam for the Holy Radiance Magic Academy. Now that you've been accepted, you will be my senior, right? Good luck, junior. Work hard to catch up to me. Then Jiang Lin went to the Giant Stone Primary Magic Academy and found the one who shared a mutual understanding with him, the healer Lina, and her good friend the Summoner Eve. Many of the little techniques for using enhancement spells and the healing methods for other skills were shared with him by Lina. I see, then I wish you a smooth journey, Jiang Lin. Both of us are also preparing to take the entrance exam for the Holy Radiance Magic Academy, so we'll meet again then. Back at school, Jiang Lin began studying the 2 skills he had just received. Magic flowed through his fingertips as Jiang Lin studied the skill book. Time passed slowly. A fireball the size of a fist, orangered in color, puffed into existence above his palm. The flames danced, exuding a scorching aura. Low-level fireball, not mastered. Then a point for random skill upgrade was activated. Low-level fireball mastered transcended. After glancing at the contents of high-level healing, Jiang Lin abandoned the idea of self-study. Taking out Little Black, after completing the transaction, Little Black began to explain high-level healing to Jiang Lin. The difficulty of high-level magic is more than 100 times that of low-level magic. Thus, the progress was much slower than during the low-level learning phase. Once again, when the sun was setting, Jiang Lin completely mastered this new magic. High-level healing, not mastered, transcended. When he finds another opportunity to learn the mid-level healing spell, he will be able to create a comprehensive healing spell like enhancement. According to Lina, when fully unleashed, the comprehensive healing spell can directly promote the flesh and blood of the recipient. If the power is great enough, it can even turn the opponent into a ball of flesh. Since even she struggles with this move, it is rarely used in battles against others. At this time, the temple staff should have begun searching for the hidden cultists outside the city based on his notes. Jiang Lin also began to practice breathing techniques after a long time. However, after practicing for a while, he stopped. The reason was that his current basic breathing technique was still progressing too slowly and the cost-effectiveness was simply not high. It would be better to spend more time learning other skills. Jiang Lin certainly wanted to break through to Tier 1, but this challenge of peak Tier 0 Blood Demon made even the system advise him to think cautiously. So he didn't dare to be reckless and directly go to the blood trial arena with his current strength. After all, although he was powerful, he still fell within the Tier 0 category. Moreover, his attributes could still accumulate. At least he would be stronger tomorrow than he was today. So he could only say he was invincible among students of the same tier, but he had not reached the realm of the strongest Tier 0 in the world. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin decided to visit the library to see if there were any relevant documents that explained the so-called limits. Although the library would lock up at night, Jiang Lin was leaving this school tomorrow. So Jiang Lin arrived at the entrance, pulled hard, and directly removed the lock from the library's door. He would let Director Vels handle it later. Then Jiang Lin began searching for relevant books. Time passed little by little. Soon the next day arrived. After a night of searching, Jiang Lin finally found relevant descriptions in an old book. Physical quality and mental strength determine the upper limit of levels. If physical quality and mental strength are insufficient, levels cannot be improved and life levels cannot ascend. Upon breaking through to Tier 1, one can use more powerful breathing techniques, and the speed of improvement in physical quality and mental strength will undergo a qualitative leap. At this point, levels will also limit the improvement of physical quality and mental strength. If levels do not increase, physical quality and mental strength will also stop growing. Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised that such a theory existed. Then he looked at the cover of the book, Basic Knowledge Teaching Manual of the Intermediate Magic Academy. I hope Director Vels can forgive me. Then he continued to look through the book. The limitations of this level are mainly restricted by the tier. For example, the peak of Tier 1 is 200,000 attribute points. Once you reach 200,000, you cannot continue to improve. Note the author does not recommend everyone to accumulate their attribute points to the limit before breaking through. After all, after breaking through, one can use higher ear breathing techniques. The speed of attribute improvement is also faster and more cost-effective. The above data was arrived at as previous practitioners sacrificed their cultivation speed to gain this conclusion. It is hoped that future scholars will respect those who came before. Unfortunately, there was no description about the Tier 0 limit. After placing this Intermediate Magic Academy textbook, which appeared here for some reason back in its place, Jiang Lin left the school library. Then Jiang Lin tidied up his seat and bid farewell to his classmates. Everyone looked at this newcomer in a daze, feeling inexplicably teary-eyed. This guy has finally left. They were almost about to embrace and cheer loudly. However, looking at the classmates around him who were still popping pills for the new day, especially a certain someone who was injecting muscles, everyone felt a wave of sadness. The classmates around him, including himself, had completely been transformed into this fellow's shape. There was no turning back, the time when they could sleep every day. Jiang Lin also went to the office and said goodbye to each of his teachers before jogging to the temple. Along the way, he completed his daily tasks. Physical value 440004, 5000, mental strength 400, 004, 1000, random skill upgrade 1011. The golden badge warrior Crisis looked at Jiang Lin and sighed. Mr. Jiang Lin, your intelligence is quite accurate. All 5 strongholds have been confirmed as cult strongholds. Jiang Lin replied casually, of course, brother, you didn't leak the source of the information, right? Crisis smiled gently. That's certain, Mr. Jiang Lin. You can completely trust me in this regard. Please bring out your borrowing card, and I will transfer the borrowing points to you. Thank you, brother Crisis. Borrowing points 0.25. After receiving the borrowing points and returning the 2 new skill books, Jiang Lin stood up and headed towards the location of the long-distance teleportation array. This long-distance teleportation array is managed by the temple, but is not built inside the temple. Instead, it is in another building known as the Space Court. A long line formed outside the door where tickets to different destinations were being sold. Jiang Lin felt the auras of these people, many of whom were first and second-tier adventurers. A few who were hard to sense should be above Tier 3. It seemed these adventurers were quite wealthy. Holding little black, Jiang Lin waited for a long time and finally reached his turn. He took out the student certificate issued by the temple, confidently pulled out a gold coin, and bought a ticket for the long-distance teleportation array. After counting twice that there was no problem with the change of 30 silver coins, Jiang Lin stepped into this huge, ancient building. The hall was made of huge white stones, the dome towering high, painted with ancient star patterns. The hall connected to many rooms, each labeled with destinations. Jiang Lin found a room leading to Qingshui City and queued at the door. The room heading to Qingshui City had the most people, probably because it was one of the most developed cities in Qingshui Prefecture. The number of people entering each time was 10, and each batch took about 10 minutes to teleport. This speed was acceptable for Jiang Lin, who had visited some amusement parks in his past life. After all, in some amusement parks, waiting for 2 hours for a 1-minute ride was no joke. Soon it was Jiang Lin's turn. Stepping into the teleportation room, the temple staff began mechanically repeating the precautions. Dear passengers, welcome to use the civilian long-distance teleportation array service operated by the temple. This teleportation's destination, Qingshui City. To ensure a safe and smooth teleportation process, please listen carefully and follow the precautions below. During the teleportation process, you may experience mild to moderate dizziness, spatial disorientation, or a brief sense of weightlessness. Tinnitus, dizziness, momentary blurred vision, or slight nausea are all normal phenomena that usually subside within seconds to minutes after the teleportation ends. Please ensure that all items you carry are properly stored in your spatial storage equipment. The staff kept talking, and Jiang Lin began to observe the teleportation array. This was a magic array with a diameter of about 20 meters with complex and profound silver runes deeply engraved on the black base stone, currently flowing with a gentle yet powerful spatial energy glow like liquid moonlight. After finishing a long list of precautions, the staff began wrapping up. The cost of this teleportation already includes basic insurance. In the event of a teleportation accident caused by force majeure or non-passenger responsibility, the temple will handle it according to regulations. The teleportation is about to begin. You please confirm that you are ready. I wish you a pleasant journey. The light of the teleportation array gradually brightened, and the staff retreated. Jiang Lin felt a slight excitement in his heart. Qingshui City, here I come. However, just a few seconds before the formation was activated, Jiang Lin caught a glimpse of a burly man beside him, taking a deep breath, his eyes revealing a sense of fearless determination. At first, Jiang Lin thought the man was just as nervous as he was, being his first time on a long-distance teleportation array. However, when he turned his gaze to the others, he found that their expressions were similar to the burly man's, all carrying a sense of fearless determination. When Jiang Lin realized that something was amiss, it was already too late. In the next moment, the teleportation array blazed with light, and the transmission began. An overwhelming sense of dizziness hit him. Meow. The little black cat on his shoulder emitted a sharp cry, but the sounds that followed transformed from a meow into an unintelligible language. Jiang Lin felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine for a moment, and it was set to the highest spin cycle. A remarkably efficient teleportation array spun his mind. Fortunately, the transmission did not last long and soon reached its conclusion. The light from the teleportation array gradually dimmed, the blinding silver glow receding. Ugh! A strong wave of nausea hit him, but Jiang Lin tightly controlled his stomach muscles to prevent himself from vomiting immediately. The earlier instructions clearly stated that if one vomited on the teleportation array, they would have to pay a cleaning fee. Noticing that Little Black was in a similar predicament, Jiang Lin firmly covered its mouth with his hand, giving it a stern warning with his eyes. Jiang Lin observed that those around him with experience in teleportation were also desperately holding their breath and covering their mouths to keep from throwing up. Finally, the door to the room opened and the 6 or 7 people standing on the teleportation array rushed out like zombies breaking free from chains. Seeing this, Jiang Lin hurriedly followed them and soon found himself in an area separated by a translucent magical barrier. Once inside, Jiang Lin was struck by the spectacular scene. Numerous adventurers arriving from different locations, just like him, were either supporting their knees or squatting on the ground, recovering from the effects of their recent teleportation. Meanwhile, in this area, there was a basin-like structure where a line of people were orderly leaning over the edge, vomiting profusely, colorful effects erupting from their mouths. A faint minty fresh scent filled the air, likely due to some kind of air-purifying magic at work. Jiang Lin quickly ran over with Little Black in his arms, and the two of them leaned over the basin to vomit. The bottom of this basin was embedded with special drainage grooves and cleaning runes. The moment the waste made contact, the runes above glowed faintly, and the waste disappeared without a trace, leaving the basin as clean as new. This teleportation. Ugh. Array. Why is it so? Ugh. Dizzy. Jiang Lin expressed his confusion. Little Black, while vomiting, explained to Jiang Lin, it's probably because our bodies have too low spatial resistance. Ugh. If you teleport a few more times, it will be fine. Ugh. After a moment, both the person and the cat finally calmed down. Jiang Lin squatted down nearby, and Little Black lay flat on the floor. Look at those who traveled with us. Several of them clearly have a lower level than others, yet they seem unaffected. They probably have had more teleportation experiences, so they have a higher resistance to such levels of spatial stress. During the rest period, Little Black analyzed for Jiang Lin. Once the dizziness completely faded, Jiang Lin finally stood up, carrying Little Black, who had not fully recovered, as he exited the vomit zone. Only then did he have the chance to view the scenery of Qingshui City. The spatial court was divided into entrance and exit sections, and what Jiang Lin saw now was the exit hall of Qingshui City. This space was several times more magnificent than the spatial court in Jushi City, with a dome high enough to accommodate a dragon's flight. Enormous magical crystal chandeliers floated in the air like stars, emitting a gentle and bright glow. The air still carried a faint minty scent, making one feel alert. Surrounding him were the exits of long-distance teleportation arrays from different regions, making Jushi City appear rather insignificant among many cities. A dazzling array of pedestrians overwhelmed Jiang Lin. Towering orc warriors carrying bloody battle axes emerged from the teleportation room. Elven mages adorned with enchanted glasses and dressed in exquisite robes gracefully navigated through the crowd. Adventurers in worn-out armor, faces weathered, brought unique spoils to sell at a good price in Qingshui City. And staff from the temple led some large magical beasts requiring special transport, threading through the tide of people. Unlike Jushi City, Qingshui City was home to various races including orcs, elves, and demons. Although there were frequent frictions between the human kingdom and the orc and demon races at the borders within the various races, there was no prohibition against all alien creatures entering. Only a few strategically significant cities would prohibit the entry of all alien races, but developed cities like Qingshui City could still accommodate intelligent beings from other races. However, inclusivity did not mean acceptance. There was generally discrimination. After all, there's a hierarchy of disdain, even among humans, let alone with other races. As Jiang Lin stepped out of the spatial court, the true visage of Qingshui City unfolded before him. Qingshui City was an important seaport hub in the southern part of the kingdom. Thus, the first thing that hit Jiang Lin was the slightly salty sea breeze, warm, humid, and mixed with a rich fragrance of various spices. Beneath his feet lay a wide bluestone avenue broad enough for 8 horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side, with patches of moss growing in the crevices. The massive street bustled with traffic, pedestrians dressed in different attire, and the city's prosperity and liveliness far surpassed that of the elderly Jushi City. Near the exit, Jiang Lin found a small shop where many people were purchasing maps of Qingshui City. Jiang Lin approached, and after some haggling bought a detailed map of Qingshui City for the price of a silver coin. Why is a single map so expensive? Is this what a big city is like? Jiang Lin complained to Little Black. Afterward, he unfolded the map, discovering that he could infuse it with magical power. Jiang Lin, somewhat puzzled, infused the map with magic out of curiosity, and then the streets and important buildings of the city vividly appeared in a 3-dimensional projection. It was akin to the holographic images of his past life. Moreover, it could zoom in and out, making it extremely convenient. Jiang Lin sighed to Little Black. A Little Black, it seems the problem isn't with its price, but with my wallet. He now felt an impulsive urge to rob a bit of money. Little Black looked at Jiang Lin, its instincts telling it that Jiang Lin seemed to have some dangerous thoughts. Soon Jiang Lin swiftly pinpointed his destination for this trip, the Sacred Radiance Magic Academy. However, the Sacred Radiance Magic Academy was not just a mid-tier institution, it had primary, intermediate, and advanced divisions merely separated into 3 different campuses. Following the map's directions, Jiang Lin walked while observing the surrounding buildings and environment of Qingshui City. The roads were no longer lined with the heavy stone houses common in Jiushi City, but with varied architectural styles, their white walls, red tiles, and blue roofs shining brightly under the sun. At the end of his view, he could faintly see the outlines of towering city walls, and farther away the vast sea glimmered with light dotted with sails. Several ancient-styled mage towers adorned with enormous magical crystals at their peaks stood in different directions within the city, their bodies emitting faint elemental auras resembling the city's lighthouses and guardians. Guided by the map, Jiang Lin navigated through the bustling streets toward the inland direction. The closer he got to the intermediate campus of the Sacred Radiance Magic Academy, the cleaner and quieter the streets became. There were also more pedestrians dressed in standardized or academy emblem-adorned attire, their demeanor beginning to reflect an air of scholarly atmosphere. These people must be students of the Sacred Radiance Magic Academy, Jiang Lin thought to himself while holding Little Black. Finally, a vast area surrounded by tall walls and lush greenery appeared before him. The walls were made from a certain white stone with a gigantic wrought iron gate intricately engraved with magical patterns swung open, displaying a large emblem above an open spellbook, floated gemstones representing the 7 elemental types, encircling a shining star. This was the emblem of the Sacred Radiance Magic Academy. Inside the gate was a wide, tree-lined avenue flanked by towering ancient trees and meticulously manicured lawns and flower beds. In the distance, elegant staggered teaching buildings, a towering library spire, and the faint outline of a circular arena were visible. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass and soil along with a faint stable wave of magical energy, forming a stark contrast to the noise of the city. This was very much in line with the characteristics of some prestigious universities. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and stepped into this renowned magical academy of the kingdom. At the new student reception, a middle-aged male teacher wearing glasses and a serious expression greeted him. Noticing Jiang Lin's ordinary attire, he immediately concluded that he was an unremarkable student without any background. Furthermore, the fact that he was awkwardly holding a black cat indicated that someone who kept such a superstitious creature as a pet was probably just a foolish kid who had popped up from nowhere. Is there something you need? Although the special assessments of the intermediate and advanced academies are open year-round, most people generally choose to apply before the start of an academic year. It's quite rare for someone to come just 2 or 3 months before the end of the year like you. I wish to apply to your esteemed school, Jiang Lin said politely. However, upon hearing this, the middle-aged teacher casually replied, the assessment for beginner adventurers has ended. Only after achieving a basic score can one apply to our school. You are too early to apply now. No, I'm here for the special assessment. Jiang Lin shook his head. Hearing this, the teacher scrutinized Jiang Lin with suspicion. Special assessment. At this time, after a pause, he continued, do you have a recommendation letter? Jiang Lin nodded, of course. He then pulled out the letter of recommendation written by the principal. I come from the Radiant Primary Magic Academy in Jiushi City. This is a recommendation letter from our principal. The teacher nodded, noticing the detail of Jiang Lin retrieving the recommendation letter from his spatial ring, thinking that this person was probably not one of those destitute students. He accepted the recommendation letter, preparing to open it to verify its authenticity and proceed with the normal process. However, Jiang Lin then pulled out another recommendation letter. Additionally, the Lord of the Temple in Jiushi City, Lady Cecilia Huixing, has also written a recommendation letter for me to your esteemed school. Upon hearing this, the teacher's hand, which had been accepting the principal's recommendation letter, froze in midair. His expression, hidden from view, shifted from casualness to seriousness. It seemed that this person had some background. The leader of the temple in a city was a person of high status willing to write a recommendation letter for him. This was not something that a mere admissions officer could handle. It would require the admission office director to come. He raised a smile, preparing to invite Jiang Lin to the VIP room for tea to discuss admission matters, only to see Jiang Lin placing the letter from the temple lord on the table and pulling out yet another completely different envelope. Looking at the intricate patterns on the envelope, the male teacher swallowed, nervously, feeling a sense of foreboding rising within him. Sure enough, Jiang Lin said, this is a recommendation letter for your esteemed school from Lord Dane Castlet, one of the direct heirs of the Castlet family and the city lord of Jiushi City. Since I practiced in Jiushi City, my family was only able to find these 3 esteemed individuals for me. I wonder if this meets your school's admission standards. Upon hearing this, the male teacher felt cold sweat running down his back. It seemed that he had some powerful family backing him, easily obtaining endorsements from the highest figures of the 2 major forces in a city. Jiang Lin neatly placed the recommendation letters in front of him and casually said, my family has always taught me to be polite when outside, to treat everyone equally sincerely, not to be arrogant with talent, nor to bully others with power. However, after years of being away from home, I've found that if I am too polite, some people will take it for granted. If I'm too humble, some will take advantage of me. Teacher, why are the ways of the world so strange? Is it my family's teachings that are wrong, or is it some people who have issues? Jiang Lin naturally noticed the disdain in the teacher's eyes. The condescension and indifference in his attitude were quite apparent. Had it only been the principal's recommendation letter, Jiang Lin might have just smiled and let the matter pass. But he held the recommendation letters from the city lord and temple lord, so he naturally couldn't be too low-key. Holding such credentials while remaining polite and humble would only invite contempt. If an admissions officer acted this way, then the others might be even worse. This is a sickness that needs curing. Moreover, it said that when one is outside, their identity is what they create for themselves. Jiang Lin aimed to cultivate the persona of a prince from a mysterious hidden family. If they investigated, they would only find out about his orphan status. No matter how they searched, they would not be able to find his parents. Before that, he had already hinted to the temple about his identity, ensuring he was well camouflaged. Others would assume he had a powerful family behind him, having managed to disguise himself to this extent. If someone thought he was just bragging and trying to swindle, wanting to probe into his family's background, they should first consider whether the temple lord and city lord would agree. Seeing the teacher frozen in place, Jiang Lin leaned over and tapped the table in front of him. "Teacher, I just want to enroll like an ordinary student. Is there a problem?" "Ha, ha ha, of course no problem at all." The middle-aged male teacher broke into a cold sweat instantly and replied with a strained hollow laugh. From the subtle implications in the other's words, he deduced this young man must be scion of a prominent family, one whose elders had expressly instructed him to remain low-key while traveling, hence his deliberately unremarkable attire. And yet he himself had dismissed the youth merely on the basis of his plain clothing. How utterly inappropriate. His earlier impatience and condescension had been glaringly evident, so much so that the young man had clearly taken offense. Swallowing hard, he nevertheless pressed forward. "Ahem. Student, you must have endured quite the journey to arrive here. Please come in and rest a while, have some tea, and we'll discuss your enrollment at leisure." He was no stranger to scions of great families. After all, many such students attended this very school, though among them existed clear distinctions: direct heirs versus collateral branches, favored prodigies versus overlooked kin. He could not ascertain this particular student's standing, but the fact that his family had personally secured recommendation letters from both the Grand Master of the Stone Peak City Sanctum and the City Lord himself meant he could hardly be an ordinary inconsequential heir. Thus, he dared not delay further. He resolved to summon the head of admissions, the sole authority empowered to handle matters concerning elite lineage students. Jiang Lin, for his part, ceased pressing the matter and simply gestured for the teacher to lead the way to a VIP chamber furnished with genuine leather sofas and a table carved from violet starwood. "Haha, student. Please take a seat here for a moment while I fetch the appropriate faculty member." The middle-aged teacher forced a warm, practiced smile as he ushered Jiang Lin inside and poured a pot of fragrant tea. Xiaohei leapt down from Jiang Lin's shoulder and settled into a comfortable curled posture on the floor. Jiang Lin lifted the teacup, gently blew across its steaming surface, and sipped slowly, relaxed, deliberate, mimicking the refined mannerisms of the city lord himself. Witnessing such polished aristocratic tea-drinking etiquette, the teacher grew even more convinced of Jiang Lin's extraordinary origins. He rose immediately and hurried out of the chamber, closing the door softly behind him, as though fleeing. Silence returned to the room, broken only by the soft rhythmic sound of Jiang Lin sipping his tea and Xiaohei's steady, tranquil breathing. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating motes of dust suspended in the air and casting gentle highlights upon the chamber's exquisitely appointed interior. Though outwardly composed, Jiang Lin's mind hummed with quiet intensity. He had anticipated the recommendation letters would carry weight, but never imagined their effect would be so astonishingly profound. Scarcely had time elapsed before the chamber door swung open once more. A man entered, around 50 years old, portly, yet dignified, his silver-streaked hair combed with meticulous precision, clad in a deep blue mage's robe. His face bore a benevolent, practiced smile as he stepped into the chamber. Jiang Lin, ever mindful of decorum, rose promptly to greet the newcomer. "Greetings, student. I am Edwin Bernard, head of admissions." His voice carried warmth laced with quiet, unassailable authority. His gaze swept over Jiang Lin and briefly lingered on Xiaohei beside him, before settling upon the three immaculately arranged envelopes resting on the table, each bearing a distinct prestigious seal. His brow twitched faintly. After all, most scions from noble houses in Clearwater City received recommendations only from their school headmaster, or perhaps their grade dean. Only the rarest prodigies, the true heirs apparent or those born of the clan patriarch's own blood, were granted personal letters of endorsement dispatched explicitly to secure preferential treatment. Jiang Lin introduced himself with quiet poise. "I am Jiang Lin, a humble student from the Luminous Junior Academy of Magic in Stone Peak City, seeking early admission through your institution's special assessment program. Pleased to meet you, Jiang Lin." Edwin's smile widened warmly, even as inwardly he scoffed. A humble student? Whose humble student commands dual endorsements from a city lord and a sanctum grand master? He dismissed the academy principal's letter outright. En route here, he had already confirmed both the Stone Peak City Lord and the Sanctum Grand Master were 7th-rank cultivators and notoriously sparing with recommendations. Thus, these two letters bore exceptional credibility. Moreover, his subordinate had mentioned the youth hailed from a powerful lineage, Yet his elders seemed determined to shield his identity, enforcing strict discretion during travel. Please be seated, Jiang Lin. Edwin settled onto the sofa opposite him. Your circumstances have already been briefed to me by my colleague. Grandmaster Celia Lord Dane and your academy's headmaster have all vouched for you, an unequivocal testament to your merit. Glancing again at the 3 sealed letters, he continued, still per standard protocol, we must first verify your identity. As one of the Southern Kingdom's preeminent institutions, the Holy Radiance Academy maintains rigorous admission standards. Even with these 3 letters, formal enrollment requires successful completion of our special assessment. Jiang Lin nodded and handed over his official identification scroll issued by the sanctum. Edwin began verifying it methodically, item by item. You haven't yet broken through to the first rank. Edwin murmured, perplexed. Convention dictated that candidates for the special assessment had long since attained the first rank, having already fortified both body and spirit to withstand its rigors. Jiang Lin nodded calmly. Indeed. Is there an issue? I recall your special admission criteria require only level 10 attainment. Edwin hesitated, wondering if the youth belonged to some reclusive lineage so long secluded from society that he remained unaware of the assessment's unwritten conventions. No issue, strictly speaking, but without first-rank cultivation, the subsequent trials may prove exceptionally demanding. Jiang Lin smiled, confident, unruffled. Should I falter, I shall break through immediately, but I do not anticipate failure. Impressed by such unshakable self-assurance, Edwin surmised the youth must possess formidable hidden advantages and refrained from further counsel. The special assessment comprises 2 phases. He began explaining. Phase 1 evaluates foundational aptitudes, physical constitution, spiritual capacity, and reflexive acuity. Phase 2 assesses combat potential. You will enter a simulated battlefield and confront progressively intensifying projections of magical beasts. Your final score depends upon duration sustained and evasion efficiency. He met Jiang Lin's gaze. The trial grounds reside within our campus's trial spire. If you're prepared, we may proceed at once. The entire assessment will be recorded via observation crystals, ensuring absolute fairness and transparency. Jiang Lin rose. No preparation is needed. I am ready now. Jiang Lin had never undergone such a foundational aptitude evaluation, nor did he know how precisely the academy would conduct its measurements. Ah, such boldness. Truly the spirit of youth. Edwin also stood. Come, I'll escort you to the foundation evaluation zone on the spire's first floor. Jiang Lin scooped up Xiaohe and followed closely behind. Passing beneath avenues of ancient shade-draped trees, they approached a massive stone spire, its architecture austere, timeless. Upon entering its ground-floor hall, they found a vast vaulted chamber. Zoned into distinct sectors, the hall brimmed with arcane apparatus, crystalline columns, and intricate metallic frames pulsing with soft, iridescent light. Several staff members in regulation robes moved purposefully amid 4 or 5 students undergoing preliminary assessments. I'll observe your performance from the control room, Jiang Lin. Wishing you fortune. Edwin offered his signature genial smile, entrusted Jiang Lin to a staff member, and murmured discreet instructions. This way, please, student. The attendant, who usually wore a perpetually blank, lifeless expression, now plastered on a fervent, albeit stiff, and unnatural smile. Jiang Lin paid it no mind. He followed the attendant to a device comprising a towering crystal pillar anchored to a complex metallic base. Place your palm upon this resonance crystal. Relax your spirit. Do not resist its probing. It will measure both your spiritual capacity and physical constitution. Final scoring derives from the proportional ratio between raw metrics and rank benchmarks. Jiang Lin complied, resting his hand upon the smooth, milky white crystal. Instantly, its surface glowed with a gentle luminescence rippling like water to envelop his entire palm. A soothing, investigative energy flowed up his arm, penetrating deep within. And the moment that energy touched his core, the primary crystal pillar erupted in blinding radiance. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the chamber, the pillar transforming into a colossal beacon. Its soft white light flared incandescent, then shifted violently in hue: white, green, blue, violet, gold. At last the brilliance stabilized into pure, searing gold, illuminating every recess of the hall. Even students testing elsewhere turned eyes wide with astonishment. This chromatic scale did not reflect absolute numerical magnitude, but rather comparative excellence within one's peer cohort. Gold signified the pinnacle, the highest possible rating. And the sheer intensity of this golden luminescence indicated Jiang Lin ranked not merely among gold-tier peers, but at the absolute zenith of the gold tier itself. Simultaneously, an adjacent display panel flickered wildly, spiritual capacity and physical metrics surging upward until they locked upon staggering figures: spiritual capacity, 400. Physical constitution, 44000. The attendant, who moments before had worn a brittle performative smile, gaped, jaw slackening nearly to his chest. This was the stat profile of a level 10 adventurer who hadn't yet broken through to the first rank. What manner of anomaly was this? In the control room, Headmaster Edwin watched the pillar blaze gold, and his professional smile froze just slightly. A gold tier reading in foundational assessment was exceedingly rare, perhaps 2 or 3 per cohort at most. Yet none of those pillars shone with anything approaching this brilliance. Edwin felt certain if a rating above gold existed, Jiang Lin would attain it. In other words, others achieved gold because gold was their ceiling. Jiang Lin achieved gold because gold was the highest designation available. Then he saw the numbers. His eyes widened, then narrowed in disbelief. He rubbed them, fiercely rechecked, then nearly summoned the technician to verify whether the apparatus had malfunctioned. Both foundational attributes exceeding 40,000. Was this truly a feat attainable by any unranked human being? Earlier, he had quietly instructed the staff to extend discreet courtesy toward this enigmatic youth, whose background remained deliberately obscured. Though the Academy upheld strict standards, exceptions could, subtly, be made when backed by two such eminent authorities. Yet the moment the staff witnessed Jiang Lin's results, stunned murmurs erupted. Could the instrument be faulty? Or has he misrepresented his rank? Impossible. The device accurately detects rank thresholds. Truly zero rank. Can a zero-rank adventurer even approach such values? Jiang Lin's data had shattered their entire conception of what a zero-rank adventurer could be. Edwin drew a slow, steadying breath. Now at last he grasped why the Stone Peak City Lord and Sanctum Grandmaster had personally endorsed this youth. Setting aside his mysterious lineage, his raw, undeniable capability alone warranted such high-level patronage. His earlier notion of arranging a discreet exception now struck him as almost comical. Once this test concludes, what follows? Jiang Lin asked the attendant, who stood utterly transfixed beside him. The attendant snapped back to awareness, but having received no directive from leadership and staring at the preposterous figures on the display, he suspected instrument error. Bracing himself, he ventured, our instruments occasionally yield variance. We therefore administer 3 trials and compute the mean result. Jiang Lin simply raised and lowered his hand, once, twice, thrice. Across the hall, the crystal pillar flashed in rapid succession: white, green, blue, violet, gold, like a frenetic, radiant discotheque. And each time the readings remained perfectly consistent, forcing even this veteran technician to accept the impossible as fact. Right. Student, please follow me. Next is the reflex acuity test. The attendant clung to professionalism, guiding Jiang Lin into an adjacent chamber. From outside, the chamber appeared transparent, but stepping inside plunged one into absolute darkness. Some arcane material absorbed all ambient light, save for a single circular array at its center glowing with eerie cerulean light. The rules are simple: evade all activated light projectiles for 3 minutes. Difficulty escalates incrementally. Scoring weighs both hit count and displacement velocity. Jiang Lin nodded, surveying the chamber with quiet curiosity. Stand at the array center. Upon commencement, projectiles will fire randomly, traveling in straight trajectories until reaching gold tier intensity. They inflict no harm. Only evasion is required. He paused, then added, this test measures innate reflexes alone. Thus all speed or reaction-enhancing arts are suppressed by the anti-magic array inscribed here. This test evaluates raw reflexes. No skills enhancing speed or reaction may be employed. Hence the chamber is warded with a suppression array. Jiang Lin tested his abilities and confirmed his hyperperceptive awareness remained inert, along with numerous other magical arts unable to coalesce properly. Such potent suppression. He'd study this array later. As the attendant finished briefing him, he withdrew to the external console and closed the door softly behind him. Assessment commencing shortly. Prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1. Instantly, the obsidian walls ignited with luminous runes, cerulean sigils shimmering as they launched streams of pure white light spheres directly toward Jiang Lin. Yet to Jiang Lin, those spheres moved with tortoise-like slowness. Even without activating hyperperceptive awareness or Chronos Abyss, their trajectories lay bare before him. He didn't shift his feet, not once. A slight tilt of the head, a subtle lean of the torso, a gentle bend of the knee. Each motion precise, economical, flawless. Every sphere missed him entirely. The white spheres persisted only briefly, then shifted to green, accelerating markedly. Clearly the white phase served solely as orientation, familiarizing him with the test's rhythm. Yet even this enhanced velocity posed no challenge, no strain whatsoever. On the external monitor, the hits sustained counter remained stubbornly fixed at 0. Time passed gradually, and after the earlier dazzling display in the venue, everyone present shifted their attention to the student about to enroll. The green sphere stage marks the official beginning, but for Jiang Lin, it was merely a piece of cake. Of course, this was also true for the other students present, so everyone simply waited quietly for the arrival of the subsequent 3 stages. As the green sphere stage ended, Jiang Lin still had not been hit by any sphere. Subsequently, the green spheres vanished, replaced by the next stage's blue spheres. The number and speed of the spheres escalated once more. This truly represented a real reflex test, and for some students in non-combat professions, this speed had become somewhat difficult to evade. Jiang Lin also became a bit more serious, finally beginning to move his feet. There was no choice. Some spheres had tricky angles, and if he didn't move, he indeed couldn't dodge them. Since he also had not been hit by any spheres during the blue sphere stage, it quickly concluded transitioning to the purple spheres. At this point, Jiang Lin finally began to feel a hint of pressure. The speed of these purple spheres suddenly surged. If the blue spheres were like rushing arrows, then the purple spheres resembled bullets fired from a gun. Even Jiang Lin found it somewhat strenuous to evade, he finally opened his right eye and began using his time abyss eye to observe the trajectories of these spheres. Although the use of magic was prohibited, the time abyss eye was his innate ability, so it was not suppressed. His footsteps moved like a specter within a small range, showcasing astonishing coordination and explosive power in an incredibly confined space. The benefits of mastering various skills manifested. Jiang Lin's control over his body was terrifying, able to finally control every muscle and perform actions that were utterly astonishing. Although Jiang Lin could not see outside, the people outside could clearly see him. In their eyes, his movements became increasingly complex, akin to a swallow darting through a storm. Yet the hit count displayed on the screen remained at 0. The hall was silent, with only the faint hum of machinery and the suppressed breaths of the crowd. Most of them could only get stuck at the blue reflex test. Only students of assassin classes could possess the ability to dodge the purple ones. The special assessment would not lower its difficulty just because Jiang Lin had not progressed to the first tier, so the difficulty of these spheres matched that of a first-tier adventurer. And Jiang Lin participated in the test as a 0-tier individual, yet under the speed of the purple spheres, he still handled it with ease. The implications were evident. In the control room, Edwin unconsciously tightened his grip on the armrest of his chair, his knuckles turning slightly white. He realized that the boy from the mysterious family before him was undoubtedly an ancient century genius. The identity information clearly stated that he was a paladin, yet he exhibited reflexes comparable to those of an assassin, indicating that he either possessed a rare secret technique to enhance god-level reflex speeds, or his innate talent was exceptionally outstanding with base attributes far exceeding those of his tier. If it were the former, it would indicate that his family had substantial power behind them. If it were the latter, it suggested that if he were to grow, his combat strength among his peers would undoubtedly be exceptional. Within the current 0-tier scope, it was likely that there was no human opponent for him. Only a similarly ranked Overlord-class magical beast or other Overlord-class creatures might be able to contend with him. However, how many non-human creatures could possess an Overlord-class bloodline at 0-tier? As everyone held their breath, he still passed through the purple stage with a hit count of 0. Subsequently, the purple spheres changed, becoming the final golden spheres. The speed and number of the golden spheres were a notch above the previous ones. Even these golden spheres could suddenly change direction upon nearing the body. Most people facing these golden spheres could only rely on superhuman dynamic vision and reflexes to adjust their body posture. This speed was something even Jiang Lin could no longer evade purely based on his reflexes. However, he possessed a talent that others did not, the time abyss eye. Under the relentless assault of the golden spheres, he found himself dodging in a somewhat precarious manner, yet he managed to luckily evade each time. 3 minutes under the watchful eyes of those in the control room felt extraordinarily long. Finally, at the moment the countdown reached 0, all the golden spheres vanished instantly. The room returned to its initial darkness and silence, with only the central blue magic array emitting a soft glow. The hit count merely flickered 7 times. First-tier adventurer reflex assessment. Hit count 7. Dynamic vision S. Nerve reflex S. Prediction accuracy 99. 8. Overall rating golden. The 7 hits were primarily due to the fact that while his time abyss I could foresee events 1 second into the future, it ultimately only provided visual premonitions requiring him to see it for himself, which left blind spots in his vision. Moreover, at times his body indeed could not evade in time, resulting in the 7 hits. However, this score was already quite impressive, especially for a 0-tier adventurer who had not yet broken into the first tier. The door opened again, and staff members walked in. Jiang Lin, please follow me. Next is the practical potential assessment. Jiang Lin looked at the shocked expression on the other person's face and knew that his score should be quite good, so he followed them out. At the same time, he marveled. This big city was indeed different. He had never heard of such advanced testing equipment before. He had caught a glimpse earlier and seemed to see some machines capable of measuring magical power intensity and elemental affinity. Then Jiang Lin followed the other person up to the 2nd floor of the trial tower. This place contrasted sharply with the 1st floor, which was filled with precision instruments. The spacious central hall connected to more than 30 rooms, with many students not in class on this floor, each holding numbered tags, seemingly waiting in line to enter. They were students here to train their practical combat skills. The trial tower of the Holy Radiance Magic Academy's mid-level campus consists of 3 floors. The 1st floor is for students to assess their basic physical attributes. The upper 2 floors can project the phantom forms of magical beasts. The 2nd floor is for first-tier students to train their practical combat abilities. The 3rd floor is reserved for second-tier students to train their practical skills. As for students reaching the 3rd tier within 3 years at the mid-level academy, they must go to the advanced campus trial tower for training. After all, only 1 or 2 students from each grade could reach the 3rd tier in those 3 years, making it unfeasible to build a floor specifically for them. Jiang Lin's arrival did not attract much attention. However, he was slightly conspicuous in the crowd as he was not wearing the Holy Radiance Magic Academy uniform. Now all 30 rooms were in use, so the staff member said to Jiang Lin, please wait here for a moment while I inform the staff on the 2nd floor about the situation. Due to the special nature of Jiang Lin's entrance exam, he directly cut in line to become the next student to enter. Soon a door to a room opened. The crystal on the door flickered, displaying the comprehensive combat rating of the person inside, a blue rating. A figure stumbled out, their clothes somewhat tattered, looking as though they had just endured a fierce battle. Then the staff member led Jiang Lin inside. Upon entering the room, it revealed a circular arena even more spacious than the waiting hall outside, surrounded by energy barriers shimmering faintly, with the floor engraved with intricate magical patterns. Jiang Lin. Next is the practical potential assessment. Upon seeing Jiang Lin's basic attribute rating, the staff member's tone was considerably more respectful than before. A series of large magic formations, including real projection, have been set up here. You will face a series of magical beast projections in battle. The projections possess all the combat instincts and skills of the corresponding magical beasts. Although they lack a physical form, being hit by their attacks will inflict mental damage equivalent to actual harm. While the formations will automatically check if you can continue, please be careful and pay attention to your safety. The test starts at level 10 and increases in difficulty until you can no longer hold on or choose to give up. The goal is to last as long as possible at higher levels and defeat more projections. Jiang Lin nodded, his expression grew more solemn. He was still unsure of what level his true combat power could reach. Soon as the staff member left, the light screen at the edge of the field illuminated, displaying the information of the magical beast about to appear. Test begins. Level 10 Extraordinary Level Swift Shadow Leopard Projection. A shadow immediately coalesced at Jiang Lin's side front, a lithe, leopard-like magical beast charging at him with a low growl at speed as fast as lightning. However, this posed no threat to Jiang Lin at all. He merely threw a straightforward punch, the wind of his fist roaring as it collided with the magical beast projection. With a seriously powerful punch, the overwhelming force directly exploded the head of the leopard-like magical beast. With over 40,000 points of power interacting with the limit-breaking basic fist technique, there was no chance for this leopard-like magical beast to survive. Then, Level 11 Extraordinary Level Ironclad Rhino Projection. Level 12 Extraordinary Level Two-Headed Demon Wolf Projection. Level 13 Extraordinary Level Venomous Flying Snake Projection. As the opponent's strength escalated, Jiang Lin also gradually became more serious. However, under his unreasonably powerful skills, few creatures could withstand 4 or 5 rounds of his attacks. Jiang Lin also tried. His jet aura seemed ineffective against these projections. However, heart-strengthening technique worked, and since these projected creatures had relatively low control over their bodies, he could effectively one-shot them. In no time, the projection level reached 20. Level 20 Extraordinary Level Blazing Lion Projection. Once it hit level 20, the projection's power surged instantly. Jiang Lin first unleashed a holy light sword chi enhanced by the heart-strengthening technique to test the opponent's strength. To his astonishment, the opponent suddenly slammed down a paw, shattering Jiang Lin's holy light sword chi. The heart-strengthening technique concealed within was rendered ineffective, overwhelmed by the opponent's formidable physical strength. Based on previous experience, if the heart-strengthening technique did not work on the first attempt, it would not work afterward. Seeing the projection exhibit such strength, Jiang Lin finally felt a hint of interest. For many previous magical beast projections, he had merely released this probing move, and they had exploded due to their hearts not being able to withstand the enhancement. 2 layers of shields were released in an instant, and at that moment the blazing lion roared at Jiang Lin, spewing out flames of extremely high temperature. Jiang Lin stomped hard, his body shooting out like a meteor. Light speed charge. In just a few blinks, Jiang Lin had dashed from his original position to right in front of the blazing lion. The temperature of the lion's flames was extremely high. During the charge, Jiang Lin's outermost iron wall barrier quickly emitted a strained hum before shattering. However, the inner holy protection shield could still provide Jiang Lin with protection. Jiang Lin almost instantly condensed another layer of iron wall barrier on the outer layer. Simultaneously, the holy light longsword in Jiang Lin's hand came crashing down. 7-star Holy Radiant Slash. Jiang Lin pushed the skill to its maximum, draining his mental and physical energy. At the same time, the normal version of the strengthening technique was also applied to himself. Roar. The lion's shadow let out a furious roar. The claws filled with a howling wind collided with Jiang Lin's sword edge. Boom. Jiang Lin was knocked back by the tremendous force. His basic attributes were only around level 14, and being able to battle against magical beasts close to level 20 was purely due to his sky-high skill proficiency and some unique skill mechanics. Thus, in terms of sheer power, he was indeed no match for these magical beasts. Although Jiang Lin was sent flying, the lion also let out a painful roar. Its paw had been severed in the contact with Jiang Lin. As a battle technique, the 7-star Holy Radiant Slash was not limited to just sword energy as an attack method. When used for close-range attacks, the 7-star Holy Radiant Slash could also enhance the power of the attack, even more potent than the attached sword energy. However, most previous opponents had not lasted long enough to reach Jiang Lin before being defeated by the attached sword energy. Jiang Lin only felt a tingling in his arm and sighed at how different height-ear magical beasts were. He swiftly cast high-level healing technique on himself, restoring his body to its original state after the recent encounter. However, the blazing lion would not allow Jiang Lin to recover. It charged at him with a roar, and halfway through, intricate magical patterns appeared beneath its feet. Holy Judgment Chains. Several thick chains of holy light shot up from the ground's array, binding the lion. Jiang Lin also drew out a longbow from his spatial ring, executing a perfectly skilled and standard sequence of stringing, knocking, and arrow aiming and shooting. Many archers only tighten the string right before a potential battle to avoid damaging the bow's tension. Jiang Lin had not anticipated that this battle would allow him to use a bow, so he had simply stored it normally in his spatial ring. Arrows infused with a massive amount of light elements shot forth from Jiang Lin, striking the blazing lion, which was currently bound. Aurora arrow. The blazing lion let out a roar, struggling with all its might. Its instincts warned it that something unpleasant was about to occur. And indeed, its instincts were correct. Boom, boom, boom. The countdown for the launched Aurora arrows ended, and the contained light elements exploded, inflicting significant damage on the blazing lion due to some arrows penetrating deep into its body. The lion's shadow gradually dissipated, leaving the arena restored to its original state. Jiang Lin breathed slightly heavier, reflecting on how troublesome the blazing lion had been. At that moment, the information on the light screen refreshed again. Level 20 Elite Level Thunder Giant Ape Projection. At this moment, the control room outside was silent, and Director Edwin's hands had begun to tremble. Defeating a level 20 beast with a rank of 0 indicates that the opponent is undoubtedly a top talent nurtured by a hidden family. Perhaps the opponent is the young master of this family, the future heir to the family. Moreover, despite being a paladin, he possesses such a high proficiency in archery, indicating that his family had been training his combat abilities in various aspects since his childhood. This is what has led to his current formidable ability to fight beyond his rank. However, can he hold out in the upcoming battle? Director Edwin stared nervously at the screen. He saw a towering giant ape over 3 meters tall, wrapped in raging electric light, its projection forming with an overwhelming sense of pressure far exceeding all previous projections. It beat its chest and let out a deafening roar with electricity crackling in the air. Elite level. Jiang Lin's expression was grave. Each time a beast species level increases, its power leaps significantly. He continued to maintain 2 layers of shields, pushing the super speed thought to its limit, while using the temporal abyss demon eye to observe every movement of the opponent. The giant ape moved with incredible speed, almost becoming an afterimage as it thunderously charged towards Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin's eyes widened. Because in his temporal abyss demon eye, the giant ape's figure had become indistinct. Countless phantoms surrounded him, and no matter how he dodged, he could not escape. In this case, he could only collide head-on. Jiang Lin gritted his teeth, casting enhancement on his body. While gripping the holy light longsword, he collided fiercely with the charging giant ape. The blinding holy light met the crackling thunder, and the collision of energy erupted in waves of shock. An overwhelming force surged, and a sharp pain accompanied by a strong sense of paralysis spread throughout his body as the 2 layers of shields around Jiang Lin shattered one after another. Jiang Lin clenched his teeth, continuously casting shield of holy protection and iron wall barrier to protect his body. However, all of this seemed somewhat futile. Under the furious barrage of the thunderous giant ape, the 2 layers of shield shattered and reformed repeatedly, while the holy light longsword in Jiang Lin's hand also collapsed, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Lin infused magic into his legs and activated light speed charge to retreat rapidly, while chains of holy light appeared from where he had just been wrapping around the thunderous giant ape. Since drawing a bow and shooting took too much time, Jiang Lin directly condensed dozens of aurora arrows in his hand and threw them forcefully at the giant ape. Although these aurora arrows were not as fast or penetrating as arrows shot directly from a bow, their sheer number made up for it. Moreover, Jiang Lin had set a relatively short explosion time, so almost at the moment the arrows made contact with the giant ape, a massive explosion occurred. The blinding white light suddenly illuminated the entire trial ground, like dozens of miniature suns igniting on the giant ape's surface. The brilliance instantly engulfed the raging electric arcs dancing on its body. Yet Jiang Lin did not stop there. He continuously consumed magic, condensing one aurora arrow after another. As a high-level skill, aurora arrow, which is specifically designed for ranged attacks, proved to be more powerful. However, the thunderous giant ape would not sit idly by and allow Jiang Lin to bombard it like this. Taking advantage of the explosion's shockwave, it broke free from Jiang Lin's holy light chains and charged violently towards Jiang Lin once again. Being away from the center of the explosion revealed its current state. Its fur was already singed and blood was oozing from its wounds. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and once again infused magic into his legs. Light speed charge. He moved his body away from the opponent again. At the same time, he continued to throw the aurora arrows in his hand, controlling the detonation time while engaging in a game of cat and mouse. As time passed, Jiang Lin felt an immense pressure. This elite level 20 beast was perhaps the strongest opponent he had faced aside from the corrupted version of Matthew. Even the previous cultists who had reached the 2nd rank did not exert as much pressure on him as this thunderous giant ape did. The reason was simple. Jiang Lin was not directly facing the 2nd rank cultists, but his summoned creature, the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon possessed an extraordinary ability to recover from injuries, and even though it had come close to death countless times, it could quickly return to its prime. Therefore, Jiang Lin did not have a very intuitive sense of the strength of those cultists. In contrast, this thunderous giant ape was an elite-level beast that in human terms could be a genius capable of taking on multiple opponents, which is why Jiang Lin found himself in such a dire situation. However, given Jiang Lin some time to enhance both his physical and mental attributes, he would surely find it much easier to face this beast. If he could level up to the same tier with the increase in magic quality, the power of the same skills would also rise significantly. Then Jiang Lin would be able to effortlessly defeat such a thunderous giant ape. Of course, that is a matter for the future. Currently, Jiang Lin could only manage to barely keep up with the opponent. A thunderbolt that tore through the ground surged toward Jiang Lin, centered on the giant ape's fist. Once again, utilizing the foresight of Temporal Abyss Demon Eye, he dodged this ranged attack from the opponent. Jiang Lin hurled several condensed aurora arrows which detonated around the bloodied, thunderous giant ape. Watching the giant ape charge at him, as if nothing had happened, Jiang Lin felt a bit disheartened. How could it still be fighting? Did his explosions merely tickle it? At this moment, Jiang Lin began to contemplate retreat. Should he just give up? If he couldn't pass with his performance, it was unlikely that any other candidates would. Thinking this way, Jiang Lin threw out several more aurora arrows, causing a chain explosion on the heavily wounded surface of the opponent. And this time the explosion seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The bloody giant ape let out an unwilling roar before collapsing to the ground, dissipating into specks of light. Seeing that he had exhausted his mental and physical strength, Jiang Lin let out a breath of relief upon realizing he had managed to wear down the opponent to death, collapsing weakly to the ground. However, he did not voluntarily concede, so the trial continued. He saw the light screen continue to change. Level 20 Commander, level Shadow Blade Leopard. Upon seeing that there was an even higher level behind it, Jiang Lin hurriedly shouted, "I concede. I concede." At the same time, Jiang Lin was somewhat shocked by how advanced the school's infrastructure was capable of manifesting commander-level beasts. He wondered if there would be projections for king-level and overlord-level beasts. After Jiang Lin shouted, the gradually condensing phantom also began to dissipate. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lin finally relaxed. His chest heaved violently. Although he had avoided many of the opponent's attacks, some were simply too fast and could change trajectory based on his subsequent movements, leaving him with significant injuries. During the earlier battle, he had been so focused that he only had time to dodge and throw aurora arrows, unable to use high-level healing to recover his injuries until he completely relaxed, at which point he felt a severe pain as if his muscles had been torn apart. Additionally, the paralyzing sensation from the electric shocks had not yet faded, feeling as if Professor Yang had touched him. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and cast high-level healing on himself. Then the injuries within his body began to recover at an astonishing speed. The tightly closed door of the room was pushed open and 2 to 3 staff members rushed in. This student before them was capable of confronting a level 20 elite beast with the strength of a 0-rank adventurer. Such a performance could be described as monstrous anywhere. This one is a treasure. We must ensure nothing goes wrong. One of the priests among them began to treat Jiang Lin. Outside, the students waiting saw the door of this room open and staff rushing in, feeling somewhat puzzled. Wasn't that room meant for a student from another school coming to participate in the assessment? Could it be that the outside student was overconfident and refused to concede when losing, resulting in serious injuries? As students of Holy Radiance Magic, they felt a sense of superiority when looking at these students from other schools coming to apply to their own school. Especially since they had gone through similar assessments, they regarded these newcomers as juniors. Though most of their results in the practical tests were also green or blue ratings, seeing such a junior always instilled a subconscious feeling of being above. However, the next moment, a blinding golden light emitted from the crystal on the doorframe, catching the attention of the students present, making the already bright waiting hall even brighter. Is this a golden rating? These ratings are not determined by specific values and operations, but assessed based on the test taker's performance at the current level. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for those at higher levels to easily achieve higher combat power and thus higher ratings. After all, both the school and the kingdom want to cultivate talents who can take on 10 or even 100 opponents rather than mediocre individuals with high levels but average combat abilities. Thus, after Jiang Lin defeated the level 20 elite beast, he received a golden rating. This golden rating immediately drew the attention of almost all the students present, who fixed their gazes on the half-open door. They were almost certain that this newcomer who cut in line would undoubtedly become a prominent figure in his grade. Soon a handsome young boy appeared before them. The boy's clothes looked a bit charred, seemingly having been burnt, but no one minded. After all, few who emerged from the trial room were not disheveled. He also appeared a bit haggard, but his expression was calm. When he noticed everyone staring at him, he did not pretend not to see them, but surprisingly smiled and greeted everyone. "Hello, everyone. I just finished the entrance assessment. I hope I passed." The boy looked sunny and bright, and his smile gave a feeling as if one were basking in spring's warmth. Is this genius so approachable? Upon seeing Jiang Lin's demeanor, many people had this thought in their hearts. He seemed to be a friendly newcomer. They thought to themselves. However, his words were a bit too humble. With such a rating, would he even worry about not being admitted? He could probably contend for a scholarship. While they held a high opinion of Jiang Lin, no one stepped forward to respond to his greeting. Jiang Lin did not feel embarrassed, but continued, "If I successfully enroll, I welcome everyone to come and spar with me to exchange combat insights. After saying this with a smile, Jiang Lin followed the staff out, leaving behind a mysterious figure. At this time, Director Edwin had already exited the control room and was waiting at the entrance of the trial tower. He felt somewhat excited, but also nervous. A genius of this caliber was probably the first he had encountered in his teaching career. The matter of the opponent's enrollment might require the involvement of the dean-level leadership of his own academy. He held the memory crystal recording Jiang Lin's entrance assessment and prepared to meet him again. This time his smile was even more enthusiastic. "Jiang Lin, come this way, please." Upon seeing the warmth in Edwin's smile, Jiang Lin knew that his enrollment was undoubtedly secure. "Director Edwin, I hope I didn't embarrass the two lords from Giant Stone City." Jiang Lin pretended to have misspoken, leaving space for Director Edwin's imagination. "Ha, of course not. Jiang Lin, your talent is the first I've seen in my many years of teaching." After a pause, Director Edwin tentatively asked, "May I know what surname your family has, little Jiang? It seems it wasn't mentioned in your personal profile." Hearing this, Jiang Lin smiled and said, "Director Edwin, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary student without any family. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to investigate in Giant Stone City. I'm just an orphan with no ties." Seeing Jiang Lin say this, Edwin understood that the other party did not wish to disclose his family information. Or perhaps the family wanted to train their young master, so they packaged him well, even using connections to modify Jiang Lin's profile in the Holy Temple. As the director of admissions at the intermediate campus of the Holy Radiance Magic Academy, Edwin naturally understood that the Holy Temple could not achieve complete fairness and transparency. After all, wherever there are people, there are complexities. Families with enough power could easily alter their young descendants' personal profiles. Ha, I understand, Director. I will explain the relevant situation as well. Since the family did not want Jiang Lin to be exposed, he would ensure to handle this aspect properly. However, he was concerned that knowing Jiang Lin had no backing, some students with bad intentions might provoke him. As Director Edwin walked, he contemplated. Soon he thought of the crux of the issue. If the family wanted to completely conceal little Jiang's information, they could certainly do so. With their insights, they would not be able to see through it. Yet the fact that they presented recommendation letters from the highest authorities of the two major forces in Giant Stone City proved that they simply did not want to expose their family information, but indicated a desire to protect Jiang Lin. Director Edwin engaged in a battle of wits with the air, quickly grasping the crux of the matter. The two recommendation letters were meant to deter not the teachers and students of the school, but certain families in Clearwater City with questionable conduct. One can only say that Director Edwin's ability to imagine is indeed remarkable. Although the process is entirely wrong, the conclusion is certainly not. After all, based on the experiences from both his past life and this life, having a small fry confront the elders is a classic scenario that is quite common. Not everyone is as upright as Lord Dane. At least in Jiang Lin's eyes, Lord Dane is such. Your entrance test results are quite impressive, as all three assessments received a golden rating, meeting the criteria for the special scholarship. Walking along the tree-lined campus avenue, Director Edwin explained to Jiang Lin, "We will discuss the specific terms of the special scholarship later when we return to the VIP room." "No problem," Jiang Lin nodded. It seemed to be the end of class time now as more students filled the path, and Jiang Lin noticed that there seemed to be some foreign students in the school. Just a moment ago, a pair of beast-eared students walking hand in hand even greeted Director Edwin. "Director Edwin, our school actually has foreign students," Jiang Lin exclaimed in surprise. Director Edwin nodded. "Of course, as one of the best magic academies in the Southern Kingdom, we have quite a few slots for foreign students each year. Moreover, our academy also has exchange programs with other magic and beastman academies." Hearing this, Jiang Lin asked with some confusion, "What is different about what these magic and beastman academies teach compared to our human magic academy?" Director Edwin continued to clarify for Jiang Lin, "Of course, the magic systems that we humans learn are different from those of the magic and beastman races. The magic of the magic race consists mostly of ancient spells passed down from ancient times, while the beastmen typically inscribe runes on their bodies to enhance their combat abilities. And you should know that the magic used by humans today has mostly been improved over generations, with many ancient spells reformed into various levels for easier learning." Jiang Lin pretended to understand and nodded, "I see." In fact, he was not informed. He had never learned about this magic history, as the teacher of the bottom-tier class never mentioned it. After moving to the advanced class, he also did not attend classes because he couldn't keep up and couldn't understand. How are these exchange student slots usually distributed? Is there any danger in going to the territories of foreign races? Jiang Lin was actually reminded of the second stage mission from the system. Phase task path of the Demon King. Complete the Demon King trial. Through the Demon King seed reward, obtain the status of a Demon King and qualification to enter the abyss of killing. This Demon King trial, from what Little Black said, seems to need to take place in the territory of the magic race. Are you interested? Director Edwin was somewhat surprised. You need not worry about safety. After all, most academies are neutral. Even in case of a large-scale war, both races would ensure the safety of students, as they also have students in our school. However, this slot can only be obtained once you reach the advanced academy. After a pause, he continued, "But if you can reach the third tier, you can also participate in the assessment early and enter the advanced section of our school." Jiang Lin nodded in understanding. Soon the two arrived once more at the school's VIP room. Director Edwin called over the middle-aged male teacher from before and once again asked him to make tea for Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin smiled and said, "Haha, no need to trouble this teacher, I can do it myself." As he spoke, he took out the half-used tea leaves he had previously received for free from the Lord. The middle-aged male teacher did not recognize it, while Director Edwin's pupil shrank. This is the specialty tea of the Kolst family. The Kolst family's status in Qingshui City is comparable to that of the Caslet family in Jushu City. The Lord of Qingshui City is indeed a member of the Kolst family. Moreover, this type of tea from their family is not available for sale outside. The fact that it can be brought out indicates that it was gifted by someone from their family. Thus, Jiang Lin's background as a member of a prominent family was once again confirmed in Director Edwin's mind. With a smile, Jiang Lin brewed tea for Director Edwin and himself, while asking Director Edwin, "Could you tell me about the scholarship you mentioned earlier?" Director Edwin smiled and replied, "Of course, but the signing of the special scholarship requires the involvement of someone at the level of the Academy President. Is it okay for you to wait a moment, student Jiang?" "Haha, of course, no problem. I have plenty of time," Jiang Lin said. Subsequently, the middle-aged male teacher was left behind and Director Edwin asked him to take good care of Jiang Lin. The middle-aged male teacher could only force a smile and agree. Although he had not been part of Jiang Lin's entrance test process, he had heard their conversation. The words special scholarship alone are enough to prove Jiang Lin's excellence. How many students can earn a special scholarship each year? Jiang Lin is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Furthermore, coming from a prominent family, he is certainly not someone like me who has struggled for many years and is still just an ordinary teacher. He forced a smile, trying to find a topic to talk about with Jiang Lin. He saw that Jiang Lin had been smiling with Director Edwin, so he thought their interaction should be fine. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Jiang Lin's smile instantly turned cold after Director Edwin closed the door. Not only that, he leaned back and crossed his legs, transforming his image from a well-behaved student into that of an arrogant scion. Seeing Jiang Lin like this, the middle-aged male teacher was taken aback. Jiang Lin spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Teacher, that cup of tea you are holding is a specialty of the Kolst family, and you can't buy it outside." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged male teacher broke out in a cold sweat. Was this going to be a challenge for me? He recalled some ordinary teachers who were expelled for being disliked by the scions of the student council, and he instantly felt that his career was under threat. He cursed himself for judging by appearances and underestimating this young master. While forcing a smile, he responded, "Haha, I see. It seems I have seen too little." As he spoke, he set down his teacup. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Lin continued sarcastically, "Hey, I brewed this tea myself, and I specifically picked such good tea leaves. Teacher, if you don't drink it, doesn't that mean you look down on me, Jiang Lin, and don't give me face?" The middle-aged male teacher, while secretly cursing in his heart, raised the teacup with a forced smile. "Hey, teacher, I only brewed 3 cups of tea. 1 for me, 1 for Director Edwin, and 1 for that dean. I wonder what position you hold." The middle-aged male teacher's expression froze, unsure whether to put down the teacup or keep holding it. However, Jiang Lin spoke again. "Hey, teacher, what does your smile mean? Do you find me funny?" Upon hearing this, the other party quickly controlled his facial muscles and suppressed his smile. "Hey, teacher, why do you have a cold face? Are you trying to look down on me?" Hearing this, the middle-aged male teacher was nearly brought to tears. This is too much bullying. However, Jiang Lin's words did not stop there. "Hey, teacher." Finally, Director Edwin arrived with the vice president. The moment the door opened, the almost tearful middle-aged male teacher seemed to see the light of a new student. He felt that his conversation earlier almost led him to say goodbye to his teaching career. You must know, an ordinary admissions officer can easily recruit students, but a student who can earn a special scholarship is hard to come by. The key is that he has no family background, so he naturally fears that Jiang Lin might say something to get him fired. At some point, Jiang Lin returned to his original sitting posture, a warm smile on his face, as he stood up and slightly bowed to the new teacher. "Hello, teacher." This scene left the middle-aged male teacher dumbfounded. Where did that arrogant student go? "All right, you may leave," Director Edwin said to the middle-aged male teacher. Hearing this, the middle-aged teacher felt as if he had been reborn and hurriedly stood up and left. "This is our academy's vice president, Kais Hodworth," Director Edwin introduced Jiang Lin. The newcomer was a middle-aged man dressed in exquisite clothing, his hair meticulously styled. He stood tall, his eyes shining brightly, and was currently sizing up Jiang Lin. "Not bad. Very spirited." He then gestured for Jiang Lin to sit down. Afterward, the three sat on the sofa in the VIP room. He also noticed the teapot with brewed tea on the table. "What is this?" Vice President Kais furrowed his brows as he looked at the tea leaves floating in the pot, seemingly reminiscing. Director Edwin timely reminded him, "This is tea from the Kolst family." Vice President Kais, however, Director Edwin replied, "This is tea brought by student Jiang Lin." Upon hearing this, recalling what Director Edwin had previously speculated, Vice President Kais already had an inkling in his heart. "Haha, I wonder how much pocket money Jiang Lin's family generally gives him when he goes out." The other party did not directly mention the scholarship, but seemingly casually found a topic. Jiang Lin shook his head. "I'm just an ordinary orphan with no family to speak of. If you don't believe me, Vice President Kais can send someone to investigate in Jushu City. Oh, I really am just an ordinary orphan. However, a respected elder once told me that if I can't even obtain a scholarship, I should just stay home and avoid embarrassing myself." Jiang Lin chose to speak frankly. As for what this so-called elder said, it was naturally what old self said to old self. The more he said it like this, the more the other party naturally did not believe him. Vice President Kais thought to himself how bold this was while simultaneously forming a judgment. Haha, it seems your family has great confidence in you. I believe student Jiang Lin knows that our school charges a tuition fee of 300 gold coins per year excluding living expenses. Given Jiang Lin's excellent performance, you can freely choose from all scholarship levels, but the restrictions for different levels of scholarships are also different. Jiang Lin was surprised to hear that scholarships also had restrictions. However, after a moment of reflection, he indeed recalled that this was the case. In his previous life, many private schools also set up scholarships, but they required students to complete their 3 years of high school at their own school, or else they would have to pay a penalty. It seems that the magic academies in this world should have similar rules. Indeed, Vice President Kais stated, first of all levels of the special scholarship have the privilege of waiving tuition, and living expenses and accommodation will be a luxurious single room. If you want more comfortable accommodation, you can pay an additional 100 gold coins per year to upgrade your dormitory to a standalone villa. This upgrade fee already has a 20% discount off the original price, which is quite favorable. Of course, all of this has a prerequisite. Your study experience at the Intermediate Magic Academy must be completed solely at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy, without transferring to another Intermediate Magic Academy, or else you will have to pay a penalty of 3 times the original price. Jiang Lin nodded. He could naturally guess these things. However, he still asked, what if I enter the Advanced Magic Academy early? Vice President Kais replied, if you can enter the Advanced Magic Academy early, the school will certainly not stop you, and you will not need to pay any penalties. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin said nothing further, but listened to the other party continue. Next is the tiering of the special scholarship, which has 3 levels in total. The first level, which is also the best level, grants you 300 gold coins per month as living and cultivation subsidies, free access to all public cultivation facilities of the academy, such as the Magic Gathering Array Gravity Room, Element Tower Projection Training Ground, and Trial Tower, etc. Allocation of a mentor of at least the 5th tier for regular guidance, access to high-level areas of the library, priority to obtain qualifications for entering the precious realms controlled by the academy, and preferential recommendation slots for government agencies or top-tier forces in the kingdom upon graduation. Hearing such generous conditions, Jiang Lin was quite tempted, but he knew that such favorable conditions surely came with strict requirements. Indeed, Vice President Kais continued, however, this level of scholarship requires annual evaluations that will assess your potential and talent according to the rules. If you fail the talent assessment 1 year, the school will suspend your scholarship rewards. Moreover, there is a core requirement. You must promise that for the next 7 years from the Intermediate Magic Academy to graduating from the Advanced Magic Academy, you must complete your studies at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy without transferring or taking long leaves of absence. Furthermore, after graduation, you must follow the school's arrangements and work in a specific position for 5 years. Jiang Lin frowned upon hearing this, and his interest waned instantly. The second level provides you with 100 gold coins per month as living and cultivation subsidies, free use of all public cultivation facilities of the academy, due allocation of a senior teacher of at least the 4th tier as a mentor for regular guidance, access to high-level areas of the library, priority to obtain qualifications for entering the precious realms controlled by the academy, and preferential recommendation slots for government agencies or top-tier forces in the kingdom upon graduation. The benefits were much less than those of the first level of the special scholarship, but it still seemed quite good for now. What is the cost for this? Jiang Lin directly asked. Like the first level of the special scholarship, you must promise that for the next 7 years from the Intermediate Magic Academy to graduating from the Advanced Magic Academy, you must complete your studies at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy without transferring or taking long leaves of absence. However, you are not required to work in a specific position after graduation. You can decide for yourself whether to stay or leave. This meant that the studies at the Advanced Magic Academy must also be completed at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy. Jiang Lin was a bit uncertain. After all, although the Holy Radiance Magic Academy's Intermediate Academy is considered one of the best in the Southern Kingdom, it still does not compare with the best few advanced magic academies in the kingdom. Vice Dean Kess smiled, guessing that Jiang Lin would probably not agree to the first 2 levels of the special scholarship. After all, a young man from such a prominent family would naturally not bind himself to the Holy Radiance Magic Academy for these resources for the next 7 or 12 years. The benefits of the last level of the specific scholarship are significantly less. Vice Dean Kess began to explain to Jiang Lin, the academy can provide you with 50 gold coins each month as a living and training allowance. You will have 10 opportunities each week to use all public training facilities for free, with each session lasting 3 hours. You will be assigned a mentor who is at least a 4th-year senior teacher for regular guidance, and you will enjoy borrowing privileges in the advanced area of the library. As for the cost, you need to ensure that your enrollment at the Intermediate Magic Academy is exclusively at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy, without transferring or leaving for extended periods. However, if there are special circumstances, you can apply to the school, and they will consider your request for leave. After much contemplation, Jiang Lin felt he could accept only this last condition. After a moment of thought, he said, Vice Dean Kess, I will take the scholarship at the last level. Actually, the allowance of 50 gold coins per month is quite generous. As a son-in-law of the Caslot family, one only earns 30 gold coins a month. Moreover, the public facilities are free to use with 30 hours available each week. If needed, one can simply spend a little money to purchase additional usage time. Aren't you going to discuss this with your family? Vice Dean Kess asked with a smile. Jiang Lin shook his head. Of course not. Your academy is indeed considered top-notch in the kingdom. However, after graduating from the Intermediate Magic Academy, I expect to have other arrangements and, unfortunately, I won't be able to continue my studies at your esteemed academy. Jiang Lin replied with a smile. Hearing this, Vice Dean Kess and Director Edwin became even more convinced of Jiang Lin's background from a prominent family. This implied that after completing the Intermediate Magic Academy, he would likely return home to inherit the family business. Here is the contract detailing the scholarship terms. Please review it, and if there are no issues, you can sign it directly. Director Edwin pulled out a thick scroll of parchment from somewhere and placed it in front of Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin unrolled it and found that the parchment scroll was 3 to 4 meters long, densely filled with various clauses. To be safe, Jiang Lin began to check each clause one by one. Time passed slowly, and the warm tea released puffs of steam under the sunlight outside the window, while the two school leaders waited for Jiang Lin to review the special scholarship terms. The terms were written in considerable detail, covering many possible scenarios and providing thorough explanations of the school's commitments. After reading through it 3 times without finding any issues, Jiang Lin figured that the other party would not be so foolish as to play tricks in such a contract, so he proceeded to sign it. The contract is divided into 2 copies, one for you to keep and one for the school. Collecting the signed contract from Jiang Lin, Director Edwin stood up. Jiang Lin, welcome to the Holy Radiance Intermediate Magic Academy. Vice Dean Kess also stood up. Welcome to the Holy Radiance Intermediate Magic Academy. Jiang Lin hurriedly stood up, placing his right hand over his heart and performing a knightly gesture. It is my honor to join your esteemed academy. Next, we will take care of your dormitory and class arrangements. Jiang Lin, please follow me. It'll help you complete the subsequent procedures and get to know your classmates. Thank you, Director Edwin. Vice Dean Kess said. I'll take my leave now. I hope you can adapt to life at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy. If you need anything, feel free to find me. You can ask around to locate my office. I'm sorry for taking up your time, Vice Dean Kess. Vice Dean Kess was quite satisfied with Jiang Lin as a student, and not only did he have great talent, but he was also very polite, consistently addressing him as Dean. Unlike some brash students who always emphasize the vice in their titles. After all, it's not an issue to call the dean simply Dean. However, being called just Dean felt much more comfortable to him. Director Edwin instructed Jiang Lin to keep his recommendation letters safe and then led him to the office for registering personal information. Afterward, he took Jiang Lin around, completing all the enrollment procedures. Without Director Edwin, Jiang Lin would probably have to navigate the enrollment regulations on his own, and he might even face unfriendly attitudes from various department staff. Having someone like the admissions office director by his side made many procedures much easier. After asking Jiang Lin if he needed to upgrade his accommodation and receiving a shake of the head in response, Director Edwin handed Jiang Lin the dormitory key at the dormitory management office. Actually, this wasn't strictly a key, but rather a metal card that felt quite substantial with the number 123 beautifully inscribed in calligraphy on it. This card contains the magical runes for unlocking the corresponding dormitory door. You should be able to use it right. Jiang Lin had not seen such a metal key card like this in this world, but he figured it couldn't be too different. So he accepted it, saying, I should be able to use it without any issues. Director Edwin nodded. Then I'll take you to meet your classmates. Due to his outstanding performance, Jiang Lin was directly assigned to the top class of the 4th year. Director Edwin's intention in bringing Jiang Lin there was clear. He wanted to subtly inform the students and teachers of the top class that Jiang Lin was not just an ordinary genius, without any background advising them not to provoke him unnecessarily. The top class did not have a lesson in a classroom at that moment, so Director Edwin first took Jiang Lin to find their class teacher. This teacher appeared relatively young, wearing glasses and looking quite refined. Teacher Phineas, this is the new student who will be joining your class, Jiang Lin. Director Edwin introduced Jiang Lin to the teacher. Then he turned to Jiang Lin and said, Jiang Lin, this is your class teacher, Teacher Phineas Stern. Hello, teacher. Jiang Lin politely greeted. He felt that the surname Stern sounded somewhat familiar, as it seemed to belong to one of the 3 prominent families in Clearwater City. Upon seeing that even the admissions office director personally came to introduce Jiang Lin, and that he was directly placed in his top class, the class teacher did not underestimate Jiang Lin, but greeted him warmly. Haha, Jiang Lin, welcome to our top class family. He then looked at Director Edwin, seemingly wanting to hear more about Jiang Lin's background. Being able to transfer into the top class at this time meant that Jiang Lin was either a genius among geniuses or had a powerful background. However, in the class teacher's perception, Jiang Lin was just a student at level 10, so he speculated that he might be the son of some noble family. Sure enough, Director Edwin began to introduce. Jiang Lin is quite exceptional. During the entrance exam, he achieved golden ratings in all 3 assessments, and I, as the admissions office director, have rarely encountered such brilliance. Just now, under Vice Dean Kess' supervision, Jiang Lin also enrolled in our academy with a special scholarship. Hearing this, the class teacher was somewhat surprised, not expecting Jiang Lin to have gained admission through his own merit. It made sense looking at Jiang Lin's somewhat rustic attire and the black cat he was holding. He certainly didn't seem like a child from a prominent family. He probably looked like a poor kid who had suddenly appeared. However, Director Edwin continued, Jiang Lin hails from Boulder City. His family helped him obtain recommendation letters from the High Priest of Boulder City, the Mayor of Boulder City, and the headmaster of our academy. The first two are both seventh-tier powerhouses who rarely write recommendation letters. This shows that Jiang Lin's talent is recognized by everyone. Upon hearing this, the class teacher was struck with astonishment. Two seventh-tier powerhouses backing him. How big of a background does Jiang Lin have? I can't believe I almost judged him by his appearance. That was really inappropriate. Clearing his throat, he said, Jiang Lin, let me take you to pick a seat in the class. The corridors of the Holy Radiance Magic Academy were spacious and bright, with even the walls carved with magical runes that naturally emitted a soft glow. When Jiang Lin arrived at the classroom, he asked the class teacher for a seat by the window in the back row. They'll take you to get your textbooks and school uniform shortly. The class teacher informed Jiang Lin, the school requires students to wear their uniforms on campus. If you damage or lose your uniform, you can buy a new one at the school shop. Their class is basic potion studies, so they should be doing experiments in the potion room. Do you want to go straight to class or take a tour of the campus first? Hearing this, Jiang Lin pondered for a moment and then replied, I think you'll familiarize myself with the campus first. At the same time, he became aware of a serious issue. What if he couldn't keep up with the academic subjects? Subjects like mathematics were similar enough between the two worlds, and with his accumulated knowledge from his past life, he could handle it easily. However, subjects like basic potion studies, fundamental array theory, and principles of magic would be much harder for him to keep up with the pace of the class. For example, basic potion studies was somewhat akin to chemistry in his previous life. Although he might not use it in the future, he couldn't afford to skip it. Otherwise, he could end up in situations like not recognizing dihydrogen monoxide. Now he was already a whole year behind the current fourth graders, making it somewhat difficult to catch up. However, Jiang Lin was only slightly confused for a moment. After all, he was the man who would bring light to Boulder City. He could pull all-nighters without pause. With the breath technique that surpassed limits, granting him support, his breathing technique was like running in the background at all times, helping him restore his spirit and allowing him to go without sleep. These students in the top class needed to sleep for 7 or 8 hours every day, which meant they couldn't learn much in a day. Jiang Lin could easily surpass them. Then Director Edwin handed Jiang Lin over to teacher Phineas, instructing him to show Jiang Lin around the campus. Walking along the school path, the class teacher began to inquire about Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, may I ask what your family surname is? Jiang Lin shook his head saying, Teacher, I am just an orphan without a surname. If you don't believe me, you can check the archives at the Boulder City Temple. Hearing this, the class teacher appeared puzzled. Didn't Director Edwin just say that Jiang Lin's family had helped him obtain recommendation letters? Why did the story change? However, Jiang Lin didn't seem like he was joking. However, seeing that the class teacher seemed to genuinely believe his words, Jiang Lin spoke again. A respected elder once told me that when out in the world, one should act modestly and treat others kindly, without using one's position to oppress others or being arrogant. Upon hearing this, the class teacher suddenly realized it seems Jiang Lin didn't want to expose his identity, or perhaps the elder from his family wanted him to experience life as an ordinary student. However, this class teacher's awareness was not as high as that of Director Edwin and Vice Dean Kess. He only grasped this first layer and did not connect the recommendation letters to intimidate other families, which was the second layer. Thus, he began to show Jiang Lin around the campus, introducing him to the functions of some public facilities. This is the gravity room, equipped with a large gravity control magic array with gravity ranging from 1 to 10 times. Each small room is fully equipped with training facilities and can also be used for skill practice. Of course, many students use it to refine their magical power. If you want to use it, you need to purchase training time at 1 gold coin per hour. This is the Element Tower, where some difficult magic can be practiced. You can find the corresponding elemental room in the Element Tower, where the respective elements will be abundant, making it much easier to get started with magic. There are also some special breathing techniques. If you can access a denser specific element, your training will be much more effective. The price here is slightly higher at 5 gold coins per hour. This is the school's large magic gathering array, which has rooms with 1 to 100 times the concentration of magical essence, allowing you to accelerate your magical essence gathering speed and quickly improve your level. The price per hour ranges from 10 silver coins to 10 gold coins. This is the projection training ground, where you can select recorded skills. The mimicry training ground can project skills proficiency from novice to master. These projections are left by previous teachers or students when using these skills, allowing you to quickly master new skills and learn from others' techniques. The price here is 1 gold coin per hour. If you can add new skill projections to the training ground, you can receive a reward of up to 100 gold coins with a specific reward amount, depending on your projection's proficiency. Jiang Lin had been silently listening to the previous facilities, but upon hearing about the projection training ground, especially the bonus for adding skill projections, he instantly became energized. Teacher, can I see what skills are available? The homeroom teacher was somewhat surprised to see Jiang Lin showing interest in the projection training ground. However, he nodded and said, of course, no problem. He then led Jiang Lin into the technologically advanced-looking building. Unlike the stone exterior of the previous trial tower, the projection training ground was constructed from a silvery gray alloy that gleamed with a cold metallic luster. The projection training ground had 3 levels, each containing nearly 30 rooms. The homeroom teacher guided Jiang Lin towards a payment terminal that was about half a person's height. You need to use your school identity card for payment, but yours hasn't been issued yet, so you can't use it for now. After selecting a skill and determining the duration, here the system will assign you a room. You can open the corresponding room door with your identity card. Since there were many rooms, there was no need to queue, and Jiang Lin directly checked the recorded skills on the payment terminal. First, he naturally checked his most proficient skill, the 7 stars, Holy Radiance Slash. However, to his disappointment, this skill was recorded from the basics to the profound. Moreover, there was no option to break limits on this terminal, so he had no place to submit his skills for recording. Subsequently, he began to search for skills one by one. After a few minutes, Jiang Lin dejectedly said to the homeroom teacher, "Let's go, teacher, I have a rough understanding of this facility." Seeing Jiang Lin's demeanor, the homeroom teacher realized that he wanted to record the skills he knew. This facility has been around for nearly 100 years, and the data inside is shared among colleges at low, medium, and high levels, so it's normal for the skills you know to be recorded. After all, many students want to earn a little extra pocket money, so almost all commonly known skills have been recorded. The homeroom teacher paused, as if recalling some amusing anecdotes. Even some skills that are not passed down in certain families have been recorded before. I remember some students from prestigious families having run out of living expenses and feeling embarrassed to ask their families for more, secretly came here to record some of their family's skills into the system. However, those students were later called back home for a scolding, and those families contacted the school to have the skills deleted from the system. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin chuckled. He also had some skills that were not publicly shared by his family, such as a certain evil god version of the low-level fireball spell. However, he wasn't foolish enough to expose such skills for a mere 100 gold coins. Afterwards, the homeroom teacher continued to show Jiang Lin around the campus. Over there is the school's library, which has a lot of books. Since our school frequently exchanges with 2 other races, there are many learning materials on the languages of the orc and demon races. If you are interested in those 2 races, you can take some time to study. Of course, there are also materials on elven languages, but since we have fewer exchange students from the elven race, you might not find classmates to confirm with. As for skills, our school also operates on a borrowing system. All students can borrow low and medium level skills as long as they pay a certain rental fee. 4 high-level skills and above certain permissions are required, such as achieving top ranks in exams or competitions within the academy, to borrow. Of course, you can also purchase borrowing rights with gold coins, which costs 30 gold coins per month. However, I remember that the special scholarship should include this borrowing privilege, which is a basic right for our elite class, so you don't need to worry about that. Jiang Lin nodded upon hearing this. High-level skills and above are not easily found outside, and having such benefits in the school library is already quite good, so setting up a threshold is reasonable. As Jiang Lin continued to look around, the only feeling he had was that the facilities in big cities were indeed different, far superior to the various items in Giant Stone City. No wonder those cultists are so weak. Under the same conditions, the education and training they receive are of entirely different levels, making it reasonable for them to be overwhelmed by someone like him at level 10. By the way, student Jiang, when are you planning to break through to the first tier? The homeroom teacher asked this question, and Jiang Lin found himself in a bit of a dilemma. So he replied, "Teacher, do you know what the limit of physical fitness at tier 0 is?" Upon hearing this question, the homeroom teacher was puzzled and said, "I'm not really sure, as hardly anyone has ever reached it, but isn't it somewhat pointless for us humans to pursue the limit of tier 0 physical fitness? Indeed, some demons, magical beasts, and orcs can gain significant advantages from their bloodlines. Therefore, they can suppress their levels, enhance their physical attributes to the limit, and also increase their bloodline level when they seek breakthroughs. However, we humans do not have such bloodlines, so this only allows you to possess greater combat power within the same tier." After a pause, the homeroom teacher looked at Jiang Lin and asked, "Are you planning to enhance your physical fitness to the limit of tier 0 before breaking through?" Jiang Lin silently nodded. He had some fear of the peak blood demon at tier 0. He didn't dare to challenge it without enhancing himself to the limit. What if he died? The homeroom teacher looked at Jiang Lin and pondered for a while before saying, "If this is what your family wants, I can't persuade you, but you need to think clearly. Your improvement speed at tier 0 is quite slow. Without a higher level breathing technique, the progress you make in a year might not even match what others achieve in a week." Jiang Lin nodded. He was naturally aware of this. However, those were ordinary people, and relying on their own training, they could only achieve superficial improvements. Unlike him, who with the system could make steady progress step by step, achieving speeds comparable to those after breaking through. He could accumulate 10,000 points in just 10 days, and in 2 months, he would be able to elevate his basic attributes to the minimum standard of a level 20 adventurer. That should be the limit of tier 0, right? Seeing that Jiang Lin seemed determined, the homeroom teacher no longer tried to dissuade him. "Then I can apply for an exemption from the level assessment for you this semester, but you must at least ensure you pass in other cultural subjects. Our elite class has already covered the content for the second half of 5th grade. You can ask your teachers and classmates about the specific chapters. Our plan is to cover all the foundational knowledge required for the intermediate academy this semester, and only the first half of 6th grade has some new content to learn, so your pressure shouldn't be too great." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin's expression froze on his face. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. With so much content, could he manage to learn it all by staying up late? This was equivalent to elite class students finishing all the foundational knowledge of high school in the first year, leaving the remaining 2 years mostly for competitions. And Jiang Lin had only joined at the end of his first year, demanding to keep up with the elite class students' pace. Do you have confidence in finishing it? At this moment, the homeroom teacher asked directly. Jiang Lin took a deep breath as if he had made up his mind. I'll do my best. Just in time, I can catch up on cultural lessons while the system upgrades my 2 basic attributes to the max. After reaching the max level, he would complete the trial of blood task. After wandering around for a while longer, the homeroom teacher led Jiang Lin to the dormitory building. This side is for regular dormitories, this side is for double rooms, and this side is for single rooms, while this side is for standalone villas. Your dormitory is in this building. Tomorrow will officially be your first day of school. Pack your luggage yourself. If you have any questions, just find me in the office. I've already told you about the cafeteria's location. You can pay in cash for now since you don't have the school identity card. Okay, thank you, teacher. Jiang Lin walked into the dormitory building and found his room. The intricately patterned metal card slid through the door lock, and with a click the door to room 123 opened. A fresh, faintly scented air greeted him. Jiang Lin felt that the concentration of magical essence in the room seemed higher than outside. This should be due to a small magical gathering array set up in the room. The room was not large, but not small either. With a layout of 1 living room, 1 bedroom, and 1 bathroom, it was much more spacious and bright than his small abode in Giant Stone City. The furniture was simple and practical, with freshly delivered bedding on the bed. A desk and a chair were placed by the window, and there was also a wardrobe. Jiang Lin took out the daily necessities he had previously prepared from his space ring and placed them in his dormitory. He walked to the window and opened it. After nearly a day's hustle, it was already sunset. The afterglow of the setting sun painted half the sky red. Since the dormitory was on the first floor, Jiang Lin could only see a few students in school uniforms wandering about the campus, unable to see the distant scenery. The uniforms of the St. Radiance Magic Academy looked exquisite and elegant, with a loose yet fitted design that did not hinder movement and enhanced the scholarly aura of the students. Moreover, perhaps because many descendants of prestigious families wore uniforms, there was a subtle hint of nobility in the scholarly atmosphere. What a hopeful new life. Jiang Lin was quite pleased. Holding 2 letters of recommendation, and with his impressive strength, he had not encountered too many obstacles. Letting out a sigh of relief, Jiang Lin headed to the cafeteria to buy the cheapest dinner, spending 1 silver coin. He complained that the cafeteria prices were so high and planned to go out later to see how the prices in Clearwater City were. Then he returned to his dormitory, picked up the textbook the homeroom teacher had given him, and began to study. As night fell, the lights in room 123 turned on. While studying the 4th grade basic potionology overview, Jiang Lin attempted to actively engage in controlling the breathing technique, transforming the originally passive operation with only 50% efficiency into one functioning at 100%. As time passed, the dormitories of the St. Radiance Magic Academy gradually lit up and then went dark, with most of the academy falling into slumber. Of course, some students studying star techniques and other magic took advantage of the night to practice on the playground. Yet room 123 remained brightly lit. Until the sun rose the next day, Jiang Lin, who had stayed up all night studying, felt slightly fatigued. With some time left before class, he set down his books and fully activated his breathing technique, maximizing the effects of his rest, which made him feel a bit better. Then Jiang Lin stepped out to start looking for ants. The task to break their defenses refreshed automatically every morning, but he still had to find the slaughter and crush their bodies himself. Ultimately, Jiang Lin finally found a line of ants crawling on the main road outside the school. He did not rush to step on them, but followed their trail to locate their nest. After noting the location of their nest, Jiang Lin crushed 10 ants as he left. He would come back to wreak havoc on this ant colony. Physical value 450004, 6000, mental power 410004, 2000, random skill increased 1213. Then Jiang Lin arrived at the elite classroom, where he met the dear classmates he would be spending a significant amount of time with. There were over 30 students in the elite class. They did not react much to Jiang Lin's unfamiliar face and simply stared silently at the new student. After the school started, there were also 2 transfer students who joined their class later, but they did not expect a new classmate to join at this time. Yesterday, the homeroom teacher had already informed them about Jiang Lin's situation and hinted that this student was from an extraordinary background, seemingly a descendant of a prestigious family out for training. Now Jiang Lin, dressed in a school uniform, did not look as rustic as before. Coupled with his handsome appearance and gentle demeanor, he exuded an air of an elegant scholar. Jiang Lin found the seat he had chosen yesterday and sat down, only to discover that next to him was a girl from the York race. She had a pair of fluffy black cat ears on her head, her skin a healthy wheat color, and her amber eyes showed distinct vertical pupils under the bright classroom lights. Although she wore the exquisite and luxurious uniform of the St. Radiance Magic Academy, the noble attire could not fully conceal the smooth lines and explosive power inherent in her physique. She exuded a wild aura characteristic of the York race. The girl glanced at Jiang Lin, but did not initiate a conversation. Jiang Lin smiled. and said hello in the new student in our class. I hope to get along well with you. She nodded but maintained a cold expression and did not speak. However, her gaze shifted to the little black creature in Jiang Lin's arms. Jiang Lin was somewhat puzzled. He could understand the exclusivity of the descendants of prestigious families from Clearwater City, but could this orc girl also be standoffish? Or was she simply a high-cold cat girl? My name is Jiang Lin, what's your name? Jiang Lin decided to test the waters one last time. My name is Nora, the cat-eared girl replied. After answering Jiang Lin's question, she glanced at the little black creature again, and then ignored him, opening her book to read. At this moment, the student in front of Jiang Lin turned around. Unlike Nora, these classmates appeared much more enthusiastic. Hello, Jiang Lin. Welcome to the St. Radiance Magic Academy. Emil Kolst and Nora isn't one to talk much, so don't take it personally. Hearing this, Jiang Lin felt relieved and nodded. It seemed it wasn't his problem. Haha, nice to meet you. You're from the Kolst family, the one with the specialty tea in Clearwater City, right? Your family's specialty tea is quite nice. Upon hearing Jiang Lin mention his family's specialty, Neil concluded that Jiang Lin was not one of those ordinary poor students and at least had some perspective and experience. Haha, of course, but I wonder what is Jiang Lin's surname. However, Jiang Lin shook his head. I'm just an ordinary orphan. I don't have a surname worth mentioning. Hearing this, Neil was puzzled, but still maintained social etiquette. Sorry for bringing up a sensitive topic. However, Jiang Lin smiled and shook his head. It's nothing really. When you are out in the world, shedding the halo of your surname is what truly reflects a person's worth. Otherwise, you won't be able to distinguish who genuinely wants to befriend you from those who approach you solely because of your surname. Hearing Jiang Lin's seemingly profound words, Neil recalled what the homeroom teacher had said yesterday. This Jiang Lin student seemed to have quite a background, but he wanted to hide his identity to get along with them. So he didn't press further. At the same time, he pondered the implications of Jiang Lin's words. It felt quite reasonable. In the past, he often took pride in being a member of the Kolster family. When he saw students from ordinary backgrounds with average talents, he would feel an inexplicable sense of superiority, believing that no matter how hard they tried, they could never reach his level. At this moment, many students who loved to be nosy gathered around. Hearing Jiang Lin's words and his eloquence, they began to form their own conclusions about his identity. A young master disguised as an ordinary student. Such people may be few, but at least everyone understands and can relate to them. After all, only those who have personally interacted with the outside world and managed to carve out a career for themselves have the capability to handle some family affairs. At that moment, someone curiously asked, Jiang Lin, why did you come to register so late? Jiang Lin smiled and replied, because I recently broke through to level 10, meeting the admission standards of the Holy Radiance Magic Academy. Then another person asked, Jiang Lin, what level of scholarship did you receive? To which Jiang Lin truthfully answered, a special scholarship of the 3rd level. The requirements for the first 2 levels are a bit too stringent. My family has other plans for me in the future, so I only chose the 3rd level. I wonder what level of scholarships you all have. The person who asked replied, in our top class, most of us have special scholarships or first-class scholarships. The top 10 elites are all on special scholarships while most others are on first-class ones. It seems that Jiang Lin's talent is quite high, able to choose from all 3 levels. Aren't you all? Jiang Lin asked, somewhat puzzled. Of course not. Although most of the elites chose the 3rd level special scholarship, not everyone is qualified to choose the 1st and 2nd levels. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin suddenly understood. He then began to chat with these classmates. Jiang Lin noticed that most of the students who approached him were offspring of prominent families, many of whom were subtly inquiring about his family's situation. Jiang Lin secretly chuckled, discreetly revealing that he had 2 7th-level powerhouses backing him, while also sharing the wisdom his respected elders had imparted to him. Soon it was time for class. Everyone returned to their seats, and the teacher, seeing the new student, did not overlook him, but instead invited Jiang Lin to introduce himself. Jiang Lin confidently stepped onto the podium and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Lin, a professional paladin from Giantstone City. I hope to have your guidance in the future, and you are always welcome to come to me for sparring and exchanges. After this, he was allowed to sit back down, and the lesson began. However, soon Jiang Lin found himself at a loss. Why couldn't he understand this language, which was clearly human speech? At this moment, Jiang Lin noticed that his orc classmate sitting next to him also seemed uninterested in the lesson, instead focusing on the book. Was this person so capable that they didn't need to attend lectures? Thus, Jiang Lin mimicked his classmate and began self-studying. In the subsequent classes, every teacher who noticed the new student Jiang Lin would chat with him for a bit before starting the lesson. They also told Jiang Lin not to worry if he fell behind, and that he could ask privately if there was anything he didn't understand. Previously, Jiang Lin had never experienced such treatment in Giantstone City. It seems that the Holy Radiance Magic Academy is quite humane. After that, Jiang Lin began his new campus life. Meanwhile, time flew swiftly amidst the fulfilling training. The cultural courses in the Intermediate Magic Academy were slightly more than those in the Beginner Magic Academy. The following are the courses to be studied: Basic Potionology, Introduction to Basic Arrays, Fundamentals of Magical Text, Principles of Magic, Mathematics, Physics, and History. As for the non-cultural courses, they were greatly enriched, such as profession-specific combat techniques, breathing method training, elemental application training, practical simulation classes, and elective specializations. Among them, elective specializations mainly focus on in-depth learning of supportive skills such as potion making and arrays. In regular classes, they might only discuss theoretical knowledge, while elective specializations allow for practical learning. Most non-cultural courses are designed for first or second-tier students, but Jiang Lin's physical strength still allowed him to barely keep up with the class pace. Thus, when it was discovered that Jiang Lin hadn't yet broken through to the first tier, his classmates were quite shocked. However, perhaps due to this matter, hardly anyone approached him for sparring. This left Jiang Lin somewhat disappointed. In the profession-specific combat techniques course, Jiang Lin did not hesitate to choose sword techniques, as the teacher was said to teach a new sword skill every 2 weeks. However, the skill currently being taught was not suitable for Jiang Lin, and it was estimated that there would be few opportunities to use it in battle. Nevertheless, Jiang Lin still learned it and upgraded it to the limit. The reason was simple: it was a low-level sword skill, and the cost was not high. Flame Slash, not yet mastered. Limit Broken Sleight, increase in fire affinity. Slight, increase in swordsmanship talent. As for the breathing method training course, it was of little use to Jiang Lin. This class was primarily guided by professional teachers who provided techniques to enhance students' breathing methods and supervised to check if there were any issues with the methods students were using. Since Jiang Lin's breathing method had even reached the limit, this class lost its significance for him. Elemental application training involved taking students to the Academy's elemental tower, where they would find the suitable element for their affinity and practice their skills. This was also of little use to Jiang Lin. After all, his skills were at the highest proficiency. Achieving the limit was not something he could do solely through his own efforts. As for the practical simulation class, it involved battling magical puppets. This course was extremely beneficial for Jiang Lin. With a professional teacher nearby to guide him, Jiang Lin gained a lot of practical combat skills. Thus, his combat power increased significantly even with unchanged basic attributes. However, his base attributes could not possibly remain unchanged. With the efforts of students far away in Giant Stone City, along with the diligent contributions of a certain ant colony, Jiang Lin's physical condition and mental strength steadily improved each day. Nevertheless, his focus remained on studying cultural subjects. In fact, the content of the books could be finished in no time. However, finishing does not mean understanding. Understanding does not mean being able to apply it. If he only skimmed through once, this knowledge would smoothly flow out of Jiang Lin's mind. If he only had a rough understanding of these knowledge points, it wouldn't be of much use for future adventures or school exams. Thus, Jiang Lin began to study tirelessly, like a certain character burning the midnight oil to solve problems. However, this time Jiang Lin did not spend all his time in the classroom. After all, the gap with his classmates was too large. He was afraid of stimulating them and making the gap even bigger, so he chose to sneak back to his dormitory to study. However, since his dormitory was on the first floor, the lights being on all night inevitably attracted attention. Thus, the rumor spread among the top students that the new student Jiang Lin was afraid of ghosts. His desk mate Neil even became concerned and asked Jiang Lin if he was afraid of the dark. Jiang Lin replied, "I am not afraid of the dark. It is because I am a paladin that my heart is inclined towards the light." In response to this answer, Neil appeared speechless. "So you sleep with the lights on?" Jiang Lin answered, "I need to fill my life with light." Neil nodded thoughtfully. "It seems your sleep quality is quite good if you can sleep with the lights on." Time passed and a month had gone by. Jiang Lin's basic attributes reached the average level of 17. When he once again challenged the trial tower and faced the level 20 elite magical beast Thunder Giant Ape, it became much easier. He even had the energy to battle the next level of commander-class magical beasts. However, it was merely having some energy. Commander-class beasts were much stronger than elite ones. He was already equivalent to a genius among humans who could fight 1 against 100. Thus, after persisting for a moment, he was defeated. Recently, the assessment for junior adventurers also officially began. Since Jiang Lin was already enrolled, he did not need to participate. However, he still wrote a letter back to check on his old friends and update them on his situation. "My dear son, Tai Chun, I hope this letter finds you well." Enclosed in this letter are several letters addressed to Anya, Director Vales, Salis, Lena, Frederick, Zach, and Ellie. Since mailing them separately incurs extra costs, I ask that you help deliver them as the envelopes are labeled with addresses. The weather in Qingshui City is always changeable. Just a few days ago it was sunny, but today it is overcast. I have successfully enrolled at the Holy Radiance Magic Academy for a month now. Perhaps out of respect for my talent and strength, my classmates here are quite kind and friendly, and there have been no unpleasant incidents. However, the atmosphere here is clearly too lax and relaxed. Their effort is even less than half of what we had in the beginning.